Good morning and welcome to Costa del Sunderland for the BUKC rounds 5 and 6. We're here at Karting Northeast Warden Law, and as you can see the weather is pretty inclement, very wet overnight, but we've got 12 sprint races coming up today, 6 for round 5 this morning and then 6 for round 6 later on, and the racing at Warden Law here is going to be excellent. It's a great circuit, great to have it back on the BUKC calendar for the first time since 2016. I'm looking forward to it. Currently in the championship, it is Reading who are leading Coventry narrowly and Bath close behind, but also in with an outside chance of the title are Southampton and Loughborough B as well. And before we head into the first race, let's chat to some of our drivers. We're lining up in the behind the pit area for this first race, and we'll be on the dummy grid from then on for the rest of the day. And why don't we grab a word with number 87? Who are you and who are you racing for? What are we hoping for today?
From Warwick, racing for Imperial. No, feeling good today. Excited.
Were you one of the drivers here yesterday for a bit of practice?
I was one of the drivers who was here and didn't get to practice because I didn't book in time. Yeah, no, not nice.
Have you got any experience of Warden Law? Of course, I don't think many of the drivers here have driven before.
Furthest I've ever been up north, so no.
Furthest you've been north. And also you'll notice some brand new tyres on the Club 100 karts this morning, so it's going to be a little bit interesting. Good luck in the first race. And we've got Roberto Faria for Loughborough A, C, D? Loughborough A. Roberto, I've seen you've got your old Formula 3 British race suit on. It's no wetsuit though.
I mean, I have one. It's in Brazil right now. I didn't expect to be racing go-karts. So, unfortunately, no red suit.
How do you think you're going to fare in these tricky conditions? A circuit I imagine you've not been to before.
I mean, I never heard about this track before, to be fair, until they said that, oh, we're going to race there. Do you want to race? And I said, yeah, let's go. And then basically I'm here now. And I don't know if I'm starting from P31. And in the second race, I'm starting from P32. So, I mean, it's going to be fun. You know, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be very fun. It's going to be very slippery. It's going to be hopefully not too much carnage. But we'll see how you get on.
I mean, I cannot talk about the guys, but I will not crash into anyone. I will be doing a clean race, just overtaking fairly and responsibly.
As always, Roberto.
Always.
As always, Roberto Faria, of course, a driver who's done a lot of single-seater experience. We've got another experience here, Ami Jurga. Ami, remind us who you're racing for?
Sheffield A.
Sheffield, of course, last time out. Not too bad, I don't think, for Sheffield. It was okay, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was better than round 1. Yeah, it was pretty solid, yeah.
Warden Law, Karting Northeast near Sunderland. Are you experienced at this circuit?
No, never been here.
I think that's probably going to be quite common, which it's going to be interesting, I think. Don't you think with a sort of a new circuit to a lot of the drivers kind of evens the playing field a little bit?
Yeah, I think it's a good challenge, see who picks stuff up quick. But yeah, none of us have been here from Sheffield ever at all, even though it's not that far. Yeah, it'll be fun.
It will be fun, and JV was saying keep off the curves. I think if you go off circuit here, it's going to be a long push back to the circuit because a lot of the runoffs are kind of downhill and a bit muddy.
I might just stay sat in the cart, to be honest.
Well, hopefully you don't go off. Anyway, good luck in that. Right, of course, Karting Northeast, as we mentioned, a circuit that we haven't been to for a long time. It's going to be interesting to see how the drivers fare. I don't really know where pole is at the moment because all the karts are all over the place. So I'm just going to chat to some random people. Let's go and move over towards the front of this row. Number 3. Remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
William Taylor, Southampton A.
Yes, so it's been a very good season for you so far. Of course, currently second, not far behind Reading in first. What do you reckon your chances are today?
Well, we'll give it our best shot. It was a good round at Buckmore, so hopefully we can continue that momentum. But only one of us have driven here, so we'll see how it goes. But I think that's the same for most of the grid.
Yeah, you guys are very quick in the wet at Buckmore. It's wet this morning, but very different circuit, brand new tyres as well. So the first couple of laps are going to be sketchy. Are you going to try and stay on circuit? Is it going to be full send?
I think just trying to stay on circuit would be the best option, yeah. Certainly, yeah.
And why don't we grab a word with the rest of the Southampton team? Of course, Southampton, one of our favourites for the championship. Couple of points between you and Reading. What can you do to bridge that gap?
I think speak to the captain himself.
Well, today we've never been here. Josh has been here, but yeah. So hopefully that helps us with track experience. But yeah, looking forward to it.
And Josh, you've been here before. You're the only one in your team with the experience. What are your words of wisdom to the rest of the team?
Don't do what I did and bend 2 track rods when I came. Just stay on track. If you fall off, you lose so much time. So I think the most important thing is just keeping it clean, just trying to stay out of trouble and not going off.
What's the prep been for Southampton between the last round and this round? You know, full training regime. I'm sure you've been to the Dolomites. You know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Definitely weren't at the pub yesterday. That's no. We preparation. We've had people watching. We've all watched some clips on YouTube from the last time you were here. So I think we're pretty well prepared, as prepared as we can be from having a little experience here. So yeah,
Should be good. Yeah, I'm hoping for a good close race today. I think from what I've gathered, not many people have been here a huge amount, so should be interesting. Anyway, good luck today, Southampton. We'll see if you can continue your good run with a couple of really, really good performances. I think they won. Did they win both? But more. They definitely won one of them. Why don't we drop in here? I think. Remind us who you are. Are you Loughborough?
Lancaster.
Lancaster. I knew it was an L. Who are you? What do you reckon? Where are you starting in this one?
Ash Candola, and I'm starting 6th.
6th. You got the wet boots on.
Yeah, definitely, we need them.
Yeah, and the wet suit and the wet gloves. You're ready for a wet race.
Yeah, basically, I've done this once in the wet in rentals, and there's a lot of standing puddles around here, so I'm ready.
What do you reckon Lancaster's day can be like today? You've had a bit of an up and down season, but
3 out of 4 wins in Clubman, so mainly up. But yeah, I think I know the aims to win Clubman in both rounds, and then we'll see. It's a new track for most of us. I think 2 of us have been here once, so it's just gonna be about learning quickly, move up the grid, and yeah, hopefully get good results at the end of it.
We'll see how you get on. Lancaster, of course, being one of our strongest Clubman teams. We've also got another experienced driver here. I think we've got. Is this Reading? This is Reading. It is. Yes, Reading, of course, currently leading by a couple of points in the championship. Oliver Flashman in the car, right? Am I correct?
That's correct. Yeah. Good morning.
Have you been here before?
No, I have not been here before.
Any of the rest of you been here before? Yep. Okay, so the rest of the team have been here before. What was the words of wisdom?
It's, don't spin. Don't spin.
Any specific circuit advice, or is it just don't spin?
I think I'll be giving it away. Yeah.
Keep trying to keep it upstairs. Southampton, of course, had a very, very strong round last time out at Buckmore. I think they won both, did they? Or they won one of them, I can't remember. But what can you guys do to bounce back?
Well, for myself, I'm just hoping for a top 3 in this race, and then we've got Bath and Coventry in front of us, so hopefully some penalties for them.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what they can get up to. You're starting. Where are you starting this?
10th.
10th. So not too bad of a starting position for yourself. I reckon the first lap's going to be pretty sketchy, especially on the brand new tyres and the wet conditions. So good luck today, Reading. We'll see how you get on, and we'll head to the back of the grid to interview. Who are we interviewing here? Who are you racing for?
Aidan Bliss, Cardiff B.
Aidan, briefly, what do you reckon your chances are of a good result today?
Who knows? I quite like it moist.
Do you?
I do.
Who doesn't, mate?
Because I'm terrible in the drive.
Okay, yeah.
Hopefully everyone falls off in front.
Great. And have you got any party tricks? Do you like? What do you got anything that you can show off when you're not in a go-kart?
No, not really.
Just pure out and out speed in a car. Is that your main party trick?
Speed's not the word I'd use.
I was trying to give you a slam dunk there.
Banditry's the one I'll go with.
Banditry. Well, we'll see how your banditry gets on. I think it's pretty much about time to head up to our commentators, John Ratcliffe and Reeve, because they are going to be walking through today's races. John and Reeve, over to you for the first race of the day.
Thank you very much, Piers. Great to hear from lots of the drivers this morning. And a very damp morning it is up here in Sunderland. Welcome everyone for round number 5 and round number 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship. It is indeed myself, John Ratcliffe, taking you through the action today. And alongside me is Mr. Reeve Taylor. Reeve, how are you doing this morning?
I am very well, thank you. I'm very excited. As you say, very damp and we haven't been here for a while. And there's some tight and twisty parts of this track, so I think we're going to be in for some exciting races here. I'm also a bit cold.
Yeah, usually we're the ones being like, oh, we're happy to not be out on a camera point today. It's cold, it's wet, but it's actually pretty chilly in the comms box today, so we're keeping our coats on for now.
Yes, and if it's bad for us in here, imagine what it is like for the camera guys out there.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I'm glad I'm not out on a camera point. I'm probably quite glad I'm not out in a kart today. As you can see, they're heading down to the first corner. Huge bits of standing water here, and to remind you, if you've not watched BUKC before, slick tyres. Lots of drivers not been here before. Race 1 could be interesting, right?
It will be. Drivers are going to have their wits about them. There's some, as I say, some tight parts of this track. Those overtaking opportunities, the likes of Gasworks and the first centre corner as well, are going to be really key elements to absolutely nail, because there's no nice, gentle runoffs out of this track. It's not even much in the way of nice, easy curbs that you can maybe kind of sneak your kart onto. It's just grass, and you're not going to get a Club 100 kart out of grass anytime soon.
No, exactly. If you go off on the grass today, I think it's going to be a good few laps, if not a few minutes, before you get that kart back on the circuit and rejoin the race. So really, especially for the first few races here, if the weather begins to clear up, it's just going to be about survival, keeping it on the circuit, and you could be on for a good result. Like we were saying, BUKC have not been up at Sunderland at Warden Law since 2016. 8 years ago now. Firstly, that's crazy to think that that is 8 years ago. But a long time since we've been here. And order of the day, as we saw from the interviews earlier this morning, is that a lot of drivers saying, oh, I've not been here before. Oh, I don't really know what I'm doing. Oh, have you got any advice from your team? No, just don't bin it. So we'll see how this goes.
It will be an interesting one there.
The drivers have to get through a river just to get on the track.
Yeah, a small off-road course there. Rallycross event.
Amazing. Well, luckily for the drivers, they do get a few minutes of practice before we go into the racing today. And to take you through the action, as Piers kindly mentioned earlier on, 2 rounds of sprints again today here for round number 5 and 6. Of course, last time at Buckmore Park, that's what we had as well for 3 and 4. But you weren't there for that. You were here for PFI with us, which sadly I couldn't make it for, where we had a sprint and an enduro. So your first day of the season for two sprints.
Yeah, it's all about out and out, maximum pace, and just gunning it for 25 or so minutes there. That was, of course, myself and Andrew. Andrew, unfortunately, not with us today, but he's here in spirit. His spreadsheet of doom is with me, and we've tried to make it work, but Andrew isn't here, so the magic of the spreadsheet of doom doesn't work when Andrew isn't here. So
yeah, the beast can only be tamed by Mr. Mather, and we're trying our best, but I'm going to leave that job to you. We're going to try and work out championship permutation.
Permutation.
Oh, I got it wrong. Oh, okay, right.
Your first chance.
I'll leave it to you. As I say, I don't even know what the right word to use is. So, but yeah, we've got that, and also we're noting down, of course, don't forget, if you manage to get through the whole day, so that's both round 5 and round number 6, without a warning or a penalty, you'll get a free day of racing in the Club 100 Endurance Series. So that's really exciting. We're going to try and keep a note of who has got those penalties and those warnings throughout the day, but it's going to be a challenge. We'll try our best as one driver just gives us a lovely little slide directly towards the camera. And on that note, I think we can go to the grids for race number 1. Here we go then, as that driver still is trying to get their kart back on circuit. What did we say earlier? If you go off onto that grass, it's going to take you to get a while to get back on circuit, and been proven there by the driver in that red race suit. Let's have a look at the grid then for race 1 of round number 5 up here at Karting North East. It's Coventry A and Bath A who take the first row of the grid. This is going to be very exciting. 2 championship contenders on the front row. Behind them on row 2 are Birmingham B and Surrey A. Row 3, she's Sheffield D and Lancaster A. Row number 4 as Leeds B and Sheffield B, with Huddersfield A and Reading A rounding out the top 10. Behind them are Swansea B and Portsmouth A. Portsmouth A nearly taking that free endurance karting session last time out. Sadly, just missing out with a couple of races to go. Liverpool C and Cardiff B line up on row number 7, with Manchester A and Southampton A and behind on row 8. Loughborough D and Southampton C are there on row number 9. Rounding out the top 20 are Warwick B and Lancaster B, with Exeter A, Swansea A, Brunel A and Sheffield C in behind them as well. Oxford Brookes D and Southampton B are there on row 13. Unlucky for some. Is it going to be unlucky for them today in the first race of the day? Bristol A, Leicester A, Loughborough B and Imperial B line up right behind them and round out the top 30 on the grid. And to finalise the 34 karts grid for this first race of the morning is Oxford Brookes A, Loughborough A, Edinburgh A and Sheffield A. A few A teams right at the back of the grid there, so we've got some at the front, some at the back, sort of sandwiching the whole grid there. I think this could be quite an interesting one to kick off the morning.
Yeah, it just goes to show as well, you're talking about a race of survival there. A few of the A teams at the back of the grid there, if they can keep out of trouble there, as we have someone else getting into trouble.
Even more people off.
Then, yeah, those A teams are potentially in a good position there. They can let the carnage unfold in front of them and then work their way through it. I say the carnage, we don't know for certain.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we'll try and at least remain a little bit optimistic for our university's drivers, but we've seen carnage plenty in the past with conditions a lot better than this, so I think it's understandable for you to assume such things. And as we've seen, a lot of drivers already finding the green stuff, shall we say, in this practice session. However, this is when you want to be doing it realistically. You're not under race conditions yet. This is your time to practice, work out the track conditions, the grip underneath you with brand new slick tyres on these karts. It's going to be rather slippery, but this is the time where if you're going to go off, make it now once you get into the race. that's the time to really start dialing in and keeping it on the black stuff.
Absolutely. It's all well and good preparing for the event itself, looking at clips on YouTube, looking at track guides and trying to get yourself in the right headspace for the event. But once you're actually out there and practicing and learning about all the little bumps and small details about the track, it's a completely different animal. So this is the time where you want to be fully familiarising yourself with the circuit before we get into the racing.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more. You can see there the drivers, especially down into Gasworks. It's quite a fast section of the circuit, then down into that right-hander, but you've sort of got a bit of steering angle on as you come into the braking zone, so it's going to be a bit of a tough one here. You can see drivers trying out all sorts of different lines. One driver, a bit of an incorrect line there, finds the barrier. So does another driver in behind him. Now, you've got to watch out. Of course, in this practice session, it's not going to matter, but spinning under yellows could be a big penalty. There's Aidan Bliss of Cardiff B who's diving in, is not happy about the chaos going on ahead of him. But as I was mentioning, all the different lines that the drivers are trying to take there, seeing whether it's a quicker line to go down the inside, get it up on that curb and use that curb to turn you around the corner, or whether you want to go deep into the corner off of the usual racing line, see if you can find more grip out there. So I think we might see that particularly through these first races today, with drivers not really knowing the circuit too well. We're going to see a lot of differing lines here, which could set up some nice moves.
It could do indeed. You could argue in the wet and these conditions, that optimal line is to go deep into the corner, try and scrub those sides a little bit, try and get some form of temperature in to get the compound to work with you. But when it is so cold out, and as you say, when those lines are not perhaps going to be optimum sometimes for some corners, it will be very interesting indeed.
Exactly. Well, here we are then. Looks to be the practice session almost over. Drivers just making their way round this Karting Northeast circuit for the final time, joining the 2x2 formation, ready to kick us off. Now, as I was saying, we have got some heavy hitters on the front row of this grid. Coventry A on pole position, Bath A on P2, and currently championship standings, Coventry A leading the standings, 288 points. Bath A third in the standings, 284. This is going into round number 5. So two heavy hitters, two teams, I should say, that are looking for a championship charge here. They're going to be wanting to kick off their morning with a really positive start.
They will, and as you say, those heavy hitters, it's Benjamin Southgate in the Coventry kart and Jesse Dorgeest in the Bath kart. They're two very fast drivers indeed, right on the front row heading into turn 1 together. That'll be exciting. Yeah,
it's going to be a great battle between these two very, very good drivers, as you mentioned. Should be a fantastic squabble. Now, good to see Jesse back in the kart as well. Of course, we saw him involved to no fault of his own in a big incident at Buckmore Park last time out. And I mean, to be fair, at that race, we knew he was fine. He got back in and he finished the race. It wasn't a problem at all, but great to see him back out again. And that just shows how fantastic these Club 100 karts are and how safe Club 100 racing is. And that Jesse was able to get back out and finish that race. And he's back again, starting on the front row of the grid. Let's see if he can give us a good showing here, alongside his fellow 33 competitors in this race. BUKC grids are never small, and they're certainly not letting up today. But we're coming around the final section of the circuit now. 2x2 formation seems to be closing up. We'll see if we can get this race started first time of asking. I'm not holding out too much hope, but that might be being a little bit pessimistic of our BUKC drivers. Maybe I should just expect a bit more.
Yes, and JV's certainly expecting a lot, as we've mentioned, those incentives to stay away from the penalties there, a free endurance in the Club 100 series there. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, he's actually raised the stakes a little bit. I heard his briefing before, and he's removed the warnings section of that now, so I think we're allowed a warning.
Oh, okay. I had not heard this.
I could be mistaken,
okay.
But I'm getting a nod from Piers.
Okay.
So we'll take that. Piers will be the good authority on that. So, yeah, I think no warning.
Going round again, so don't get too nervous at this race start. We will be doing another lap of this circuit. But yeah, that is an interesting one. Thanks for saying that, Reeve. No more warnings to be counted. And that will make our job a little bit easier of actually keeping up with everything as well. But I mean, we got through to nearly middle of the way through the afternoon last time, and Portsmouth were able to keep out of both warnings and penalties. So I feel like if warnings has been taken out now, we could see someone win this prize today.
I'm going to say the other way. I think people are going to worry less about warnings than collecting more penalties, I think.
Interesting. Well, there you go. There's the 2 points of view. To be fair, it is also on a very wet track that not many people have been to. So if there was a day for JV to be nice and give them extra opportunities, this would be it, because I feel like, yeah, this is probably the time where they're not going to take it. But we're back to you being pessimistic and me being optimistic now. I think it's just going to keep switching back throughout the day, really.
Very much so there. As we come towards the the end of another practice lap here. These karts slowly getting up to a little bit of temperature. Of course, not at quite maximum race pace yet, so not going to be as warm as they can be really in these conditions.
Little bit of temperature being like 5 degrees.
Yeah.
As the drivers also plough through all the standing water.
Yeah,
that's going to be cooling down the tyres a little bit.
It's a catch-22 really, isn't it? You want the race to be safe and ready to start and to be in an organised fashion. However, you're less likely to get a perfect race start if the karts aren't up to temperature and aren't ready to go racing. But they need to be racing in order to get up to temperature. It's one of those...
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Here we go then. Can we get it underway? This time of asking, yes, we can. Coventry A lead us through the green lights and down to the first corner. Is anyone going to go deep? I wouldn't be surprised if we see them onto the grass on the outside already, but around the outside, already getting it done possibly is Bath A to the lead of the race. And they do indeed get it done. A little bit sliding though for the first couple of corners and almost the up and under from the number 8. They're going to try it back to the inside there, nearly squeezing them to the apex, and it's still your two leaders side by side. This is very close. You can see the yellow flags already down at the first couple of corners. That means we've got a couple of drivers off, and there's a spinner in the mid-pack, squeezes another driver into the barrier on the left, and that's the 79 having to rejoin the action already. Sheffield C binning it on the first lap, I think helped around by a couple of other drivers as well. Look how slowly, it's absolutely pedestrian going down into the first of the hairpins, but it is still the 8 of Coventry A in the lead of the race.
Some standing water on a couple of those inside lines there.
As we're behind the barrier. Oh, and there's Aidan Bliss of Cardiff B off in the background as well. Who has made it behind the barrier there? That's impressive in and of itself.
It is, yeah. Maybe we do reverse of the whole penalty situation. If you've done a really impressive spin, you end up behind them, as we have a spin there at Gasworks corner. Back underway though. Yeah, some of these lines here really not ideal. That is the Liverpool C, I believe, there, as who we have off here as well.
What were we saying about race of attrition? My goodness, we've lost about 9-10 drivers already on this first lap. New circuit, difficult conditions, early morning start. Everything you need for an interesting BUKC race. We finally do make it to the end of lap number 1, and it is indeed your front two still in the lead, your pole sitter and your second place sitter. However, they nearly just take each other out a little bit late into the first corner for the Bath A kart. Goes into the back of Coventry A. Now, I think you can understand that was just underestimating the braking point there and going into the back of the leading kart, so hopefully isn't going to get a penalty for that one, but we'll have to wait and see. One penalty through already, though. That's for Southampton C, an ABC takeout on lap number 1. But the Bath A kart looking strong here, right in the wheel tracks of the number 8 of Coventry A. And as we say, these are two heavy hitters from the day. Equally, they both want to get a really good result, but equally, they need to stay on the road to get that good result. So racing room needs to be given.
And there is Jesse Dorgeest hanging it round the outside there. Had a better run out of the previous corner and was just able to take the momentum into the next corner and has effectively taken the race lead. But we know this battle isn't over yet. About half a second separating them at the moment. They've cleared the rest of the pack by about 1.5 seconds already. So it's not an amazing gap, but it's enough to work with. It's enough to try and build into the rest of the race there. As we have Birmingham B actually a bit of a pack building up behind there. So a mid-pack battle is going to be very interesting.
Oh, nearly loses it there. There's P4, that's Lancaster A. Of course, they're leading our clubman class by quite some way. And is that Bath A coming through quite a bit behind? Yeah, what's happened to them?
There's been an off there.
We'll see when they come through across the line.
Yeah, coming down through Gasworks. That corner off camber, it's looking like it's going to be spitting a few karts off that track as we have a ABC take-up penalty for Southampton C coming in there.
Indeed, indeed. So a couple of positions gained then for drivers making up for the calamities of Bath A. Not too bad, to be fair, from 2nd to 8th, but in these treacherous conditions it's going to be difficult to get those positions back. A few more drivers are a little bit bemused with the racing of others around them. And not too happy with a bit of contact being made, but it's so difficult on these slick tyres in conditions like this to just keep it out of each other's way, to be honest, at some point. So you do have to give a bit more understanding for the drivers around you. Everyone's trying their best to keep it on circuit and make up those positions. They're going to go 3 wide, though, down into the left-hander, almost. Just becoming 2 as we head back to the apex there, but great moves going on throughout the field. And this is where it can be really challenging, particularly if you're a good driver in a top team who's starting near the back in a race like this. Is going to be a challenging one. And we've got our first black flag of the day. That goes to Warwick B for an unsafe release. So that will be Warwick B having a little spin, a little bit of a moment out there on circuit, rejoining the circuit unsafely and taking someone else out. So Warwick B are going to be heading back into the pits for one of our favourite words here in BUKC, a bit of re-education.
Indeed. Great previous lap for Birmingham B there. Fastest lap of the race, which has just been taken by Loughborough B. Actually, it was a 28.6 for Birmingham B last time round, and Loughborough B has just had a 28.4. So this track, of course, will be speeding up as we head through Gasworks there, 3 wide, making contact.
Oh my goodness, they're not sticking around today, are they, Reeve? They're going for it fully, straight out the gates here, and that's what we like to see in the BUKC. But yes, fastest lap now goes the way of Reading A on that last lap, a 1:27.9. That was a full second faster than your leaders at the moment. So this isn't a done deal already. This isn't a finished race yet. We've still got 20 minutes left to go on the clock. And different drivers are finding pace in different areas of the circuit. So we're going to see gaps extend a little bit, then come back together, and it's all going to be a bit crescendoing up to the end of the race, I think, in this one.
Yeah, if we can put our meteorology hats on for a second there, we've not got too much in the way of rain forecast left now. And of course, even though we're still on slick tyres, these karts are going to have a heating effect. They are going to be pushing some water off the track, so it gradually, especially in these early stages, will improve and the times will get faster. Visor warning there for Cardiff B. Not too often we see one of them.
No, of course, that'll be Aidan Bliss just having his visor open a little bit too much there, trying to get a bit of airflow through the helmet. But I mean, it's not really what you want to do on a day like this today. You're just going to get blinded by all of the spray, and I mean, the people are going off as well. A lot of dust and dirt as well getting kicked up into your face. So it's definitely a visor down day, and try and hide behind it. The only thing I will say that you might get a visor warning for is if you do bin it, suddenly your visor's going to steam up because you've stopped, you're not moving anymore, and then as you're trying to get back going again, you might need to open it to get some airflow. Maybe that's what's happened there for the Cardiff B car. But we head on to another lap then. It is still the number 8 of Coventry A, your leaders, but here might be a move for second. Late down the inside, just sticks his nose in there. There's the 13 of Reading A. Gets to the long side, but you see that extra grip round the outside for the 34 of Birmingham B, and they immediately take the place back. Bath A in 6th. Had that little spin earlier on, or that little incident. They're making their way back through the pack nicely from 8th to 6th already. Now they take the fastest lap of the race, a 1:27.7 for the number 4 kart. And this battle for second place continues to rage on. But it's a tough one, because as we were saying earlier, that optimum line is a deep one around the outside. That's where you find the grip off of that usual racing line. So it means to make an overtake, to go down the inside and be able to make it stick, is incredibly challenging.
Yep, great defence there at front. Ben Pepper in the number 34 Birmingham B kart there. Reading A obviously wanting to get past straight down the inside into that first corner, but as we've discussed, there's a massive puddle there at the inside of the first corner. These slick tyres are just going to aquaplane over that, so he was able to kind of have a look around the middle of the track, but couldn't do too much.
What? Oh, I thought if that was an overtake, that would have been absolutely incredible. Sorry, A, totally sideways around the entire right-hander there. Nearly held it. Had to give the position back then to Lancaster A, but great battling clubman already.
Yeah, we're seeing some part of the track here, like what we're looking at the moment. The circuit's got some fairly steep cambers on it, and they're kind of, I suppose you'd call it almost a negative camber, really, to it, where the track kind of goes away from you as you push through the corner, and that's just spitting the back ends of these karts out on in these conditions. So it's going to certainly be challenging for these drivers out here. They're managing it well, I think, as we have the number 4 kart of Bath A working their way back up through the field after a great race start, but quick disappointment soon after.
Exactly. Yeah, those off-camber corners are super challenging, because as soon as you take in 1 or 2 miles an hour too much into the corner, it's all gone away from you. There's no getting it back, and off onto the grass you go. But some drivers taking to this wet circuit here up in Sunderland very nicely. As you mentioned, Bath A continuing to battle back. Only half a second now between themselves and Surrey A. However, penalty through as well, this time for Sheffield A, an ABC takeout. I do believe that's Ami Jurga who is in the seat for Sheffield A for this first race of the day. They had a decent last round, a bit better than it was at PF for the Sheffield team, but it looks like it's going to not start perfectly this morning anyway, and that'll mean that obviously if Sheffield are able to make it to the front, they won't be able to win the race, because those penalties will be added after all is said and done. Of course, the results that we read out on the live stream, is that another off for the number 4 of Bath A? Yes, they've just dropped behind Southampton A, so another off for the Bath A car. They've clearly got the pace here. Fastest lap, they've driven back into 6th place, but now they're going to drop down to 9th again. And as I was saying, yeah, results at the end of this race are going to be very provisional if you want to have a look at the final results once all of the penalties and things have been added. That's results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. If you want to see the live timing, simply change results to live there and stick that into your web browser. But either way, we'll be taking you through the action here all day for both these rounds here in Sunderland. More penalties coming through. It was a visor warming for Cardiff B. Now it's a track limit penalty for Cardiff B. That's going to drop them down the order at the end of this one. Late move to the inside from the 2. That's going to send them deep though. Side by side is that Ami Jürger who is battling back through. Lots going on circuit. Lots to keep an eye on. 15 minutes still to go.
Yes, 15 minutes left for Benjamin Southgate to continue controlling this race and controlling it well. After that early challenge from Jesse Dorkis, he's had not too much in the way of troubles, really. He's 3 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Not an entirely comfortable margin given the conditions out there, but still must be relatively confidence-inspiring in conditions that aren't confidence-inspiring at all. You've got to chuck the kart in, understeer through, and hopefully it grips up. So, as we've seen already, some people's confidence being knocked slightly, maybe by some offs in practice, maybe some early race incidents, but we should progress through the rest of the day and get more confidence on a track that we haven't been to in a long time.
Exactly, and as we mentioned, the drivers each getting 2 sprint races for today. No enduros this afternoon, so we're going to have sprint races all this morning. 6 25-minute sprint races this morning and 6 25-minute sprint races this afternoon. So as you say, should get a bit of experience on the circuit with these conditions and should be getting faster throughout the day. And if the rain does begin to stop at some point, we might see a drier track later on this afternoon, but I'm not holding out hope. The cloud cover is so low here, and I can't see any breaking of the cloud looking like 360 around here. So it's going to stay wet for the foreseeable future, I think. Reading A have moved their way up into second place now. A good 3 seconds ahead of Birmingham B now, and they're chasing down Coventry A in the lead. Just over a second between your 2 leaders now, and you were saying that Coventry A have had a relatively simple race after the first couple of laps here. Could become a bit more challenging for them pretty soon.
I think it will. That last lap, a 125 from the Reading A kart there, the first kart into the 125s. They are absolutely flying along now. I'm seeing quite an interesting line being taken by a few karts heading through Gasworks. So they're actually going for the inside of the corner, and while that does compromise some speed midway through the corner, what it does, it gives them a great line into the next corner complex down the track, and that is allowing them to stay in the battle.
We just saw a rogue tyre there in the bottom right corner. Someone's off and someone's trying to get their car back out on circuit down at the bottom section of corners. We'll try and pick up exactly who that is when they come round to cross the start-finish line. Whether it's someone who's quite far up the order or whether someone quite far down the order is one of the two as the leaders now make their way through that final section of the circuit. Now I will say, yeah, you said Reading A down into the 125s. Just to make that clear, no one else is even in the 126s. So they're a good over a second a lap faster than anyone out on circuit. And who is it that we've lost? Who's dropping down the order then after that incident? They're coming across the line to start a new lap of the race, and that gap is down to less than 2/10 between Coventry A and Reading A.
That safe race lead that Coventry A have enjoyed for half the race now has all but vanished. The battle is now on. The fight for the front is now on. Well, at the moment, though, we're looking at the cars number 9 and number 62 there as we start the next lap with this group of carts.
Indeed, yeah. Sheffield A and Portsmouth A battling over 13th place at the moment. But of course, don't forget, Sheffield A already getting a penalty earlier on in this race, so they're going to be losing a few positions at the end. However, that means when you're still out there on circuit, you'll be making up as many positions as possible to negate those penalties that you've already gained in the race. 0.2 of a second between the 2 leaders, though, and here they are heading down into sector number 3 of the circuit. Lots of pressure being applied by the Reading A driver. Some different lines on the corner exit. The Coventry A are just about going to hold onto it for now as they head into the horseshoe section. Tight line for the number 8 of Coventry A, wide line for the 13 of Reading A. Reading just trying to find where that grip is and find a way past your current leaders. They're going to be heading out the final corner now through Paddock Bend and on to the start-finish straight. Now they also have the number 26 to contend with as well. That's Warwick B coming back after that black flag earlier. So not only has the 13 got to try and get around the number 8 to take the lead of the race here, they've also got to try and find their way through a back marker. I've just seen on the timing tower, it's been a huge change to third place. Look at this. This is all battling for positions here. Manchester A have just gained 3 or 4 places on that last lap, and they're scampering away from this group already. And look at this, 3, 4 drivers all side by side, and this is up in the top 10.
I'm not going to say we've got a dry line forming up, but I think a few karts now have clicked. I think they've realised how to get a car around the track in these conditions quickly, relatively speaking.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way you can say the word dry yet at all, Reeve.
No, not at all.
No.
But we're seeing people gaining some momentum in this race now.
Exactly, yeah. Finding out where that grip is and where they can put that car and still feel relatively comfortable with the grip they have underneath them. There's the Bath A car continuing to try and battle their way back through. Leeds B just snuck back through, though, into 7th place, I do believe that is. They've got Southampton A for company as well. That's a kart to watch out for. Southampton had a fantastic day at Butmore Park last time out. I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me correctly, they won both rounds down at Butmore Park. So really impressive. Have really chucked themselves back into the possibility of a championship. And yeah, to double check, it is indeed Southampton A winners in round 3 and winners in round 4.
Yes, confirmed by the spreadsheet of doom.
Oh, thank you, spreadsheet of doom. I'm so glad that you're here to save us. And that puts them back 4th place in the standings at the moment for Southampton A, 281 points, only 7 points off of the championship lead. So it is all very much still to play for here. Of course, this isn't the final round of the season. We'll still have Wilton Mill in about a month's time or so for the finals weekend. But this is where it's all starting to pick up now. Championship is all still very close. Drivers within 2, 3, 4 points per position in the standings. This is where it could be made or lost. If you have a good day today, set yourself up for those finals at Wilton Mill. You could be setting yourself up for a championship. But if all goes Pete Tong here in Sunderland, you can basically kiss your championship charge goodbye. And as we say that, Reading A have got past Coventry A for the lead of the race. They now have 1.1 seconds in the lead when they last crossed the line. Impressive stuff. The driver of the number 13 kart is absolutely flying out there this morning. I'm just trying to see, it's Oliver Flashman who's in the kart at the moment for Reading A. Started P10 on the grid, so we say it's difficult in these kind of conditions to make overtakes, but hey, the driver in that Reading A kart disagrees with us.
Yeah, and as you say as well, 1 second now the lead of that race. We have seen a bigger lead overturned so far in this race, though, and still 10 minutes to go, so I'm certain we're still going to potentially have a bit more action at the top end later on into this race.
We might do. We saw Manchester A coming through the pack very nicely, up into 3rd place now, cleared Lancaster A by a good second as well. And Lancaster A already putting in a good performance here to start off what hopefully, well they'll be hoping, is another great day for them. 4th place overall, the leading clubman car out there on circuit. And of course, to have a quick look at the clubman standings for 2024, they are 30 points in the lead of the standings. They're on 225 points in clubman. Closest challengers are Brighton B on 195, Warwick A on 194, and Sheffield B on 192. It's all super close for 2nd place, but our clubman championship this year is a lot like Formula 1 this year. There's one team who have just driven away with it, and that's Lancaster A. They're already putting together a good performance so far this morning.
Hopefully Lancaster A have less off-track drama, though. Hello to everyone watching along. Zach, who says, remind for Pierce to drive the Birmingham BUKC captain through the mud for leaving the lead and all the lead at Buckmore. So, Pierce, you could find the Birmingham BUKC captain and make fun of him on the grid.
There's always escapades to do with lead at BUKC, people losing it left, right and centre, and someone having to make some more. I remember when I was at Cardiff, we had some slightly dodgy pieces of lead that we had to create because someone lost all the rest of them. It always happens, as there's a driver dragging the kart back out on circuit already. Watch out for that kart blanket though, and of course he's dragging that straight back onto the racing line. The drivers do need to watch out. We'll see as he restarts that Club 100 kart, who it is. It's the number 1. It's your reigning champions of Exeter A, who have had a big off already this morning. It's not been the year for them so far. They've just been trailing. They've lost a lot of their really, really quick drivers at the end of last year, and they haven't been able to transfer their championship win from last year, that pace that they had, into this year's championship, and already it's seemingly all going wrong.
Yes, it's going right, though, for Oliver Flashman in the Reading A kart, though. Just another 125 fastest lap there. Now leads this race by near enough makes no difference, 5 seconds.
What did you say about them closing the gap to the lead earlier?
I said no such thing.
Sorry, I'll stop being slanderous this morning, I promise. But well, what a battle it has been. Bath A continuing to try and fight their way back through. That was on Southampton A. I think then for 6th place, they may have already managed to get through on Surrey A. And yes, they have. A big bump into the back, though, there of the number 3 of Southampton A. So one to watch out for as Lancaster A. We were just talking about them. 4th place overall, a brilliant start to the morning. And I think that's the first commentator's curse of the day. Lancaster A, black flag already this morning.
Bath A into Gasworks there, just getting ahead of the number 3 kart. No, yes, that is the number 3 kart. Taking that inside line there, a great move. A tiny little bit of contact there, but it's unavoidable really in these conditions. Cone penalty coming in for lead B as well, so they are off our amended spreadsheet to do, as we have about 12 carts trying to occupy the same part of the track.
This is awful position. They're 4 wide off the last corner here. Oh my goodness, the car's going to get chucked off into the mud on the outside. Can the number 4 Barthay hold on to it? Just about. They're going to have slightly slippery tyres though now, and that one little forcing wide there for the number 4 has lost them, what's that, 5-6 positions there? My goodness, what a battle this is as we go into the last 5 minutes.
Jesse Dorgie's testing the off-road capabilities of those new Dunlop slicks there, and I think they've just about passed the test. He's still pointing the right direction. He's lost he's lost a little bit of time doing so, but good to see him back on track. Just over 5 minutes to go now in this race, as we say. And yeah, I still think plenty more chaos to come.
My goodness. Barthay have had great pace in this race, but we've seen them off the track maybe 4 times, and it's only been 20 minutes of racing so far this morning. So I think that really sums it up for today. You can have all the pace you want, but if you can't get past drivers cleanly and safely, it's not going to end up well for you, and that's what the number 4 has found out. They dropped to the back of this pack once again. Still in the top 10 though. Still in the top 10 of Barthay, so it's not going to be an awful start to start the morning. That was a little bit wide there for the number 3. Loses a position to, I think that was the 23 of Surrey A. Yes, it was. So still drivers struggling to find out where that grip is on circuit, as it just, I think, starts to dry up. We don't want to mention the dry word yet, because it is, when I say dry, I'm not
That is a commentator's curse.
I am meaning extremely ridiculously wet. What I mean is it's not actually actively raining, I don't think. We'll have to go and double check. Get some comments from our cameramen and women out there today.
It's not raining, I can confirm.
Wow.
We've sent James, our specialist weatherman, out, and he's told us it's not. It's not raining. Track limits penalty coming in there for Cardiff B. Track limits warning coming in for Liverpool A, and there is a commentator's curse with them because, sorry, Liverpool C there, because I drove Liverpool C up, and the weekend started off well when Liverpool C are not going to be on the wit because they have a headache because my car fell apart and all the exhaust and all that fell off. So
not ideal.
Apologies, Liverpool C.
So you were there late last night, and so were your drivers as well.
Yes.
That's not ideal.
All my fault.
It is.
Warwick, I should mention, immune from the commentators.
Yes.
They've brought Jaffa cakes.
Yes, they have. This morning, 33 total Jaffa cakes. Impressive from Warwick. Thank you very much.
I've had about 12 of them already. I'm going to have another one.
Wait, go for it. Fill yourself up. We think we've got enough here. But yeah, thank you, Warwick. You won't be cursed today. We'll try our best. We can't confirm anything. This isn't a legally binding contract, I'm afraid, Warwick. But we'll do our best to try and bless you throughout today's running. Oh dear. As you mentioned, commentary curses, Liverpool C, penalty for track limits. So, yeah, sleepy gentlemen and ladies this morning at Liverpool C, and getting some penalties for it, sadly, for the drivers from where the Scousers are. They made that, to be fair, I was going to say not that far for you, but actually I remember you saying it was still quite a long drive just from
I was born in Liverpool.
Direction. Yes, but from coming from Liverpool to here today.
Yeah, it was a decently long drive. Again, not helped by the fact that about 4 of us were underneath my car for an hour.
Yes. Yeah, that's not ideal. But you made it here. We're here for some good racing. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock then. Nearly a 10-second gap in the lead now between Reading A and Coventry A. Reading have driven away with this race. What a start to the morning. And again, another one of our championship contenders. Started in P10 then for this one, and Reading A 2 points off of the championship lead. So your current top 2 are your top 2 in the championship. They're just swapped around at the moment. So Reading A trying to retake away that championship lead as we head out of round number 5 and number 6 today here. Let's see if they can jump back ahead of Coventry A. Here is the 13. Still finding grip out there on circuit, and Flashman on the back of his top. He is a Flashman this morning. Brilliant pace from the driver, the number 13. As he gets it wide, very wide. Oh, we both breathed in there, didn't we? We need to have a bit more faith in Mr. Flashman there.
We shouldn't have mentioned the commentator's curse. We really shouldn't have. What have we started?
He is toying with death there as the driver of Reading A.
He's just going for a bit of panache. He's just trying to jazz up the visuals for us a little bit on screen.
He's trying to make it nice and exciting. To be fair, I thought we might need that this morning. We can sometimes have with conditions like these where the gaps just extend up so massively we don't see any good racing. But yeah, that's not going to be the same today. As here's a move for second place. Manchester A thinking about it on commentary. Get it down the inside, but a big slide off of the corner exit. Watch out for that puddle on the corner exit, and they just about do manage to finish it. Back down the inside go the number 6 of Manchester A, but again the up and under for Coventry A. Can they squeeze them to that exit curve? They just about do, but Kane Shepherd forces his way through to second place with less than a minute to go.
Manchester A being really hyper-aggressive with the front axle there, trying to force the tyres to do what he is asking. Getting a bit of a snap of oversteer every now and again, hanging it round the outside. Oh. Going too wide. Off the track there for Manchester A. Loses that momentum. And we'll have to go at it once again in the next couple of corners.
As you say, being super aggressive on that steering column, really trying to get the weight over those front wheels and get that steering angle on, because that in and of itself helps to slow you down in these conditions, because it's very easy to spin it under those brakes. If you use that steering as well, you're basically getting an effective 10-20% extra grip around the corner, and that really is helping for Manchester A. However, not so much for that driver at the first corner. That's not a place you firstly want to be, because drivers are going to do that, and a big spin in front of them, and I do believe that was a Liverpool suit, was it not?
I'm not entirely sure, but it was certainly a sympathy spin.
It was indeed, and that's not going to be, the stewards aren't going to be too sympathetic to that, because spinning under yellow penalties will start to come through if drivers are doing that. Timer does hit 0 though, as that driver at the first corner manages to rejoin, and I do believe we've headed on to the last lap of the race. Reading A lead us onto it.
Just goes to show, even in the sprint race format, it's obviously nowhere near as long as an endurance, but you've still got to have your wits about you. It's still a race of attrition. It's all well and good being fast for 25 minutes if there's a spin at the very end of the race, bringing it all to an end for you. And speaking of bringing it to an end, we're going to be having a look at Reading A crossing line, which perhaps unexpected at the start of this race.
I mean, a P10 start in conditions like this, you wouldn't have put your money on for them to get to the front, but not only have they got to the front, they've cleared the field by over 12 seconds. What a start to the day then for Reading A. To be fair, I'm saying that they've still got a few corners to go here. We've seen it all go wrong very quickly, so I don't want to commentator curse them here through sector number 3, but it is looking good for the Flashman behind the wheel of the Reading A car. And is this going to be the start of the day that they so want? Shows what they're looking to do here at Warden Law, and really shows the aggression heading through into the final half of the season. This race will help for Coventry A for Reading A to knock Coventry A off of the top of the standings, and that's exactly what they're going to do here in race number 1. It is Reading A who see the checkered flag first and win race number 1 for round 5, and we're going to have a bit of a wait for the number 8 of Coventry A and Manchester A to finish off the podium places. But who's going to come round that final corner ahead? It was a great battle between the two of them, and it is going to be the number 6 of Manchester A. They've snuck second place on that last lap, and Coventry A are going to have to settle for third place.
What a turnaround in fortunes for the Coventry A kart there. I say that's still an impressive finish there, rounding out the podium, of course, but Reading A, Oliver Flashman, really looked in control there. He looked like he was almost at ease, really. A couple of little worrying moments towards the end of the race there, but a great drive overall for the Reading A team.
It was scaring us, but I think that's probably because we're not very good. So we were like, oh, he's going to bin it. Oh, actually, no, he is quite good. Yeah. He's managed to catch it. So
I mean, I'd be in that pylon over there, like, you see, behind the circuit.
Halfway up it, probably. I think. To use that nice hill as a ramp. But brilliant race to kick off the morning, as you say. Incredible pace from the Reading A driver, and that kicks them off with a good load of points on to the championship standings. And Coventry A, their closest rivals in the championship at the moment. Third place, not bad. Still some good points to put on the board, but of course, starting on that front row, they might have hoped for one of the top 2 finishing positions. It nearly was that. Just trickled down to third place on the last lap. Bath A, another team really trying to get involved with the championship fight, in 6th place. A lot of offs, 4 or 5 offs throughout that race. Getting back to P6 ain't too shabby, to be fair. Let's run you through the whole finishing order then for race number 1. It was Reading A who led Manchester A and Coventry A across the line to finish your top 3 in that one, with Leicester A, the top clubman kart there in P4. Surrey A and Bath A were in behind them, with Southampton A, Oxford Brookes A, Leeds B and Birmingham B there rounding out the top 10. I think that was a really good race from Oxford Brookes A. 31st to 8th place for Oxford Brookes A. brilliant start to the morning. They've not had an ideal season so far. That's how they want to start round 5 here. Yeah, as I say, Leeds B and Birmingham B round at the top 10 with Swansea A, Sheffield A, Edinburgh A and Loughborough A there in behind them. 40 seconds separating the top 14 though. That's what happens in these conditions. Sheffield B and Oxford Brooks D were in behind them with Portsmouth A, Bristol A and Liverpool C and Exeter A rounding out the top 20. They did have a penalty though, so watch out for that. Loughborough B, Lancaster B in behind them with Loughborough D, Huddersfield A, Swansea B, Southampton C and Sheffield A there, Sheffield C there in 27th place. Then rounding out to the top 30 were Brunel A, Imperial B and Sheffield D. Then it was Lancaster A, Cardiff B, Southampton B and Warwick B, your 34 carts. Seeing the checkered flag in that one, Lancaster A there in 31st place. They've got a nice championship lead. They're not going to be too worried about it, but either way, they're going to hope that that's definitely their drop race for the day. But yeah, brilliant morning of racing. Reeve, how did you find that one?
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting one. As I say, great performance from Reading A, and as you mentioned, Lancaster A, maybe not an ideal one for them, but they do have those 2 dropped rounds to take into consideration. I believe, though, we are ready to hand it over to Piers back on the grid.
Yes, our winner from Reading A, Oliver Flashman. Oliver, we chatted to you before the race, and 10th to 1st, 10 seconds clear, fastest lap. Yeah. Easy, mate.
Obviously, Tom Fleming's tips that we held out on worked.
Well, you look like, you say you hadn't been here before, but it looked like you were a veteran around here. You've been growing up here. But anyway, a great result to get the day started for your championship challenge, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah, ecstatic to be fair. I wasn't expecting it, but yeah. Very pleased.
Very pleased indeed. Well, I'll let you celebrate with your team. I saw you had just had some high fives. Let's see if we can grab a word with some of the other outgoing drivers. I'm hoping to grab a word with Jesse Torgeese from Bath A, because he had some excellent pace, but he made a mistake at the start of the race, which then dropped him down the field. I don't think I can see him. I might grab a quick word. Here he is. Jesse, a great start, right up there. And it was a great start, but then a great start, got into the lead, a small mistake.
Yeah, I mean, tricky conditions. First time here for nearly everyone. It's bound to happen, you know. Happens to the best. Yeah, good fun though. Bit wet now, so I'm going to get warmed up.
Just tell us what happened. We saw you just you were going into Gasworks and you were in the lead, and then you came out of Gasworks and you weren't there. Was it just?
No, I just went in a bit too hard and then I binned onto the grass. Did that like 2 or 3 times. And then got caught up in the traffic, got nearly put in the tyre wall here.
We saw that on the last corner. You got a bit muddy.
Yeah. My toes are freezing.
Yeah. But still, a not bad result there. I think you managed to stay inside the top 10 in the end. I can't remember the exact position, but what can the rest of your team do for today?
Well, as long as they don't do what I do and bin it everywhere, they should be able to get good points, yeah.
Jesse, right, we'll see you again later on this afternoon. I'm sure the pace will be out once again and he'll do well. Let's have a look ahead now to race number 2 of the morning, the first heavyweight race, and get a word with our drivers starting at the front of the grid. Why don't we have a word with the driver on pole position? There's no one on pole. Are you in pole or are you in second? Third place, right. Well, let's have a word with our third place driver. Remind us who you are and who you're racing for, the number 10.
Max Barnett. I'm racing for Nottingham Trent.
Nottingham Trent. Well, between the last round and this round, I noticed a very entertaining Instagram reel which involved myself. Borderline harassment, but I find it funny, so I'll let it slide this time. Were you anything to do with that?
No, I actually haven't done a round this year. I've been working. I've just graduated, so yeah, it's nothing to do with me.
Nothing to do with you. He's getting himself out there, so it's live on telly. He's not involved. So when I file that lawsuit, anyway, third place, good start. You've had a watch of the first race. What do you reckon the best tactic is for this one?
Don't spin out, I guess, and then I don't know, try and win.
Try and win. You know what? Sometimes you've got to keep it simple. Why the hell not? This is the rest of the Nottingham Trent crew who are giggling away. Were you guys anything to do with these funny memes? I did quite enjoy it, to be fair.
It wasn't me, I promise.
It's all Bailey's fault. It's all Bailey.
And
Yeah,
Archie.
Bailey and Archie. It's all their fault.
Okay, I'll go and talk to them later on. We'll let it slide. We enjoy a meme here at the BUKC. If you do have any memes, just drop them in. Also, anyone watching at home, let us know who's watching, where you're watching from, who you're supporting in the YouTube comments. It always helps to see who's watching from where. And now, why don't we grab a word with our pole sitter? I've noticed you've got a Loughborough visor on. You must be racing for Loughborough.
Loughborough D today.
And you are?
Nathan Morris.
Nathan, Loughborough D, pole position. There's a lot of carts behind you. Have you got much experience here?
Not here, never driven it. Maybe 2-3 videos last night, that's about it. Yeah, started pole GYG last year though, another track I didn't know, and that seemed to go okay.
Yep.
So fingers crossed again, we can get a good start, try and build a bit of a gap. I don't know.
Where are your stress levels out of 10 at the moment?
Fairly cool. We'll call it. Yeah, cool.
Cool customer.
Yeah, yeah. Try and keep it cool.
We'll see how you get on in that one. Good luck. I'm always supporting the Team Loughborough as an ex-Loughborough alumni. Well, we've chatted to some drivers at the front of the field. Let's head towards the back of the grid and see if we can grab a word with our drivers who are going to come through. One of our University of Birmingham drivers. University of Birmingham University?
Birmingham, yeah.
Is there a difference between University of Birmingham University? Is it the same thing?
Not really the same thing to it. It's Birmingham City, but I don't think they're racing this. So.
You're captain, aren't you? Remind us who you are.
I'm captain. I'm Simon Ram.
Simon, I was around for the Inters last round at Buckmore. We live stream the mains. The Inters are on the day after, and I make sure that the social media is updated so everyone at home can keep up to date. I heard that a little birdie told me that you might have gone home with some of their gear.
Yeah, I may have taken all of the lead home. Yeah. I had a bit of an issue trying to get my car on, and I kind of forgot to leave any lead.
So they were basically borrowing and stealing anything they could get, and I believe a couple of them came in underweight.
No, I think all of them actually made it through.
It was other teams that came in underweight after they'd stolen their lead.
I think it was Brighton who were asking not to get their racers weighed.
That was quite entertaining. Well, anyway, we'll see how you get on in this one. I'm going to run back down the grid because we've got time for one more interview. Someone's waving. Yes? Do you need a hand?
Can you help me with the pedals afterwards?
Yes, I can. What do you want? You want the middle? Okay, right. So you push the... No, actually, I can't do that while I'm on telly. I'll get the Club 100. Anyway, talk to us. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Imperial A this time because we don't have many people.
This time?
Yeah, usually Imperial B. It's exam season. It's very rough. So, yeah, we're making do.
Who are you?
I am Max.
Max, what do you reckon you can do in this race? I think we need... can we have a pedal adjustment over here, please? Apparently, he's got short legs, just like me.
Just middle. Yeah, I mean... My first time here, as most other people probably. So I guess we'll see.
Right, I better get out of the way. Max, good luck. We'll see how this race goes. Race number 2, heavyweight race. John and Reeve in the comms box. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. Good to hear from our drivers once again. Of course, as you say, one lightweight race done and dusted. Now we move on to the heavyweights, and you would think, with a little bit more weight on top of those tyres, there should be a bit more grip. But as you can see from that camera angle, it is still pretty moist out there. So we'll have to wait and see.
It is. The karts have also had the chance to cool down as well. I was just about to say, and there we have Piers Pryor, presenter, commentator, and pit engineer as well. But he wouldn't get his hands dirty. He asked someone else to do it instead.
Hey, now he's holding the microphone. He doesn't get his hands dirty with those kind of things. Come on. Got to expect more from him. But hey, we'll teach him how to change the pedals at some point, I'm sure. It has been a while since he's been out in these karts, I think. So it's understandable. But yeah, drivers just making sure that they're nice and comfortable in those seats. Because, yeah, got a challenging 25 minutes ahead of them. Race number 2 of the day then. And I believe, while we're going around these practice laps, we may have the grids ready to go, as we've already got a couple of drivers and more drivers finding each other and the barriers down here. Wow, what a camera shot to start off this practice. Oh, my goodness. Drivers trying to find any sort of gap they can between each other. But indeed, let's have a look at the grid then for race number 2.
Awesome stuff. So on the first row of the grid, it's Loughborough D and Southampton A. Row 2 being Nottingham, Trent A and Cardiff A. And then row 3, Leeds A and Portsmouth A. So it's an all A team first 3 rows of the grid. Row 4 is Coventry E and Southampton C. Row 5, Birmingham B and Sheffield B. Row 6, Surrey A and Liverpool B. Row 7 then is Cambridge A and Sheffield D. Row 8, Huddersfield A and Oxford Brookes B. Row 9 being Bath C and Warwick A. Moving on then to Euclan A and Imperial A on the 10th row. Row 11 is Edinburgh A and Coventry B. Row 12, Leicester A and Imperial B. Row 13 will be Cardiff C and Liverpool A, with row 14 being Lancaster B, Coventry F. Row 15 then being Exeter A and Brighton B. And then our last few karts on the grid, it is row 16, Brunel A and Birmingham B. And then rounding out the field, it is Oxford Brookes D and Sheffield C on row 17 there for another packed grid here at Warden Law.
Indeed, should be another exciting one for this morning's racing. 34 drivers on the grid once again. I think probably the ones to watch are lining up on your first and your second row in this one. Of course, Southampton A, brilliant day as well. That's a big hit into the barriers. Driver's nearly wedged himself under it. More drivers following them in. And this is the second time that they've gone round this corner. Drivers should really be knowing how little grip there is down there at that right-hander, but more drivers still finding the wall as they come round to end their practice laps. But as I was saying, yeah, Southampton A, brilliant day at Buckmore Park. They start P2 in this one. Nottingham Trent didn't have a brilliant morning at Buckmore Park, but their afternoon was substantially better. They're going to hope to carry that on into this morning. And Cardiff A, the same but opposite. Their morning at Buckmore Park was pretty decent. Afternoon, not quite so great. I think if I'm remembering correctly there for Cardiff A, they start on 4th place for this one. But I do just want to make a mention of the last race. Really shows the difficulty of these conditions, just by how many positions people were changing in the last one. If you just run down the finishing order, your winner, Reading A, were up 9 places. Manchester A were up 13, Leicester A up 24, Oxford Brookes A up 25, Edinburgh A up 22, Loughborough A up 20. If you can find the grip here, make it through without issue, without penalties, you could be on for a really, really good finishing position early on in this morning's racing and set yourself up for a great day.
Some teams not quite off to a great day though in terms of that penalty chart we've been keeping track of. And my math has it as 9 teams now out of the running for that Club 100 seat. Now that is provisional. We may have missed a penalty here or there, but my numbers have it at 9 so far. They've been struck off the revised spreadsheet of doom. Not even just had a little red marker, they're just completely deleted. That's it. No, you're just taken off. So for the sake of a Club 100 seat and for being remembered on the spreadsheet to do, just keep it on the tarmac and keep it clean as well as we head through Gasworks and a few drivers not able to do so. It's that nasty camber on that corner which is still catching a few drivers out. Of course, the first time for a few of these guys in the cars here. The number 33 car nearly having a big swapper on.
Oh dear.
I don't even think we need to go green on the race.
Honestly.
The practice laps are interesting enough.
Look at this. It's mental. Yeah, drivers off left, right and centre. And yeah, the Club 100 staff are going to be certainly earning their money today with all the barrier rebuilds, helping drivers get back out on circuit. And I think we could see some interesting conditions of karts coming back into the pit lane after a few of these morning racing. Not only having incidents with each other, but probably quite a bit of mud on a few of them as well. But yeah, as you were saying, the spreadsheet of doom taking no prisoners this morning struck straight off. And we'll try and keep an eye on who is potentially taking that prize.
I should mention, in case Andrew's watching, don't worry, Andrew, I've made another sheet. I haven't just started. You've got the original copy anyway. I haven't started playing with your spreadsheet to do because I imagine he's there just panicking at the thought of us with his spreadsheet.
I know, it would be a terrifying prospect. Luckily, I'm not going anywhere near it. Don't worry, Andrew, if you are listening this morning back home in hopefully a bit drier conditions than we have here at the circuit. As I was saying, spreadsheet of doom taking no prisoners. Karting Northeast here at Warden Law taking no prisoners as well. Drivers come to the end of their practice laps, and now you can see them diving through the pack, getting back to those grid positions, making sure they're in the correct slot. Because of course, if you're in the wrong slot, you could get a jump start penalty. If you start in front of where you should be on the grid, that's going to be an instant penalty to kick off your race, and that's not how you want to get it started. It's Jonathan Dalton who's in the seat then for Southampton A, second on the grid for this one. He's definitely going to be the one to watch in my eyes for this one.
See a few cars that are really aggressive on the attempts at warm up, try and get some last minute temperature into these tyres, trying to maintain something in the form of a grip in order to have a decent race start here.
Indeed. It looks like, hopefully, if we can get it done first time of asking, the drivers should just about be ready to go. There's still a bit of squabbling in the mid-pack, drivers trying to find their correct positions, but I think we should be good for a start, Reeve.
So we head down those grid lines then. It is number 3 versus number 41 as we head down towards that first right-hander here at Warden Law. Still a puddle on the inside line here, but we're going to be too wide at the front. A little bit of oversteer creeping into the top end, the mid-pack there, going about 4 wide as we head through that puddle here, but everyone looks to have survived the first couple of corners.
I was thinking just wait until that camera shot opens up to see if the drivers at the front had gone off. They went very deep into that first corner, but luckily all of them keeping it on the black stuff for now anyway. Drivers again trying to find those lines as there's a spin in the background. That was the 33 that we saw off earlier in the practice laps, having another little spin at the start of this race. But it's been a great start for Loughborough D from pole position. However, there goes the 3 of Southampton A down the inside, looking to take the lead of the race early on here, and they do just that. Another driver from high up the order trying to make a position up as well. That's the 10 of Nottingham Trent A, attempting to follow through to second, and they do manage to get through.
About 1 minute 29, 1 minute 30 first lap for start of these races. Should be improving though as we go later on through the race. As we say, not raining at the moment, so conditions will be gradually, very gradually indeed, be getting better. Heading through that Gasworks corner then. It's caught a few drivers out here in practice. It's catching the number 5 there as well. That's not an ideal place, right on the exit of the corner. He collects a couple other carts as well. That is Oxford Brooksby, Edward Gordon there. An unfortunate start to his rate. The yellows, of course, being deployed. There's someone else off as well.
Indeed, looks to be a black-plated car as well. We'll try and see who that is when they come across the start-finish line there.
I think that's Cambridge A. I think
you're right. I think you're right with the colour of the suit. I think you might be correct there. So Cambridge A having one off immediately, having another one later on in the first lap. It's all gone Pete Tong early on in this race for Cambridge. They're a long way from home, and they're certainly feeling it this morning. Not able to find any grip out there. A couple of the other drivers getting a bit frustrated with each other. A couple of smacks into the back of their carts as they head through the braking zone, and that was a big smack into the side of the Oxford Brooks B cart there at the end of lap number 1. Seemingly all okay, but that's the difficulty in these conditions. If a cart just appears in front of you, it's very difficult to not hit them.
Especially in these conditions, as you say, you ain't getting a cart stopped on a 50p piece quickly here. Coventry B for an FDW penalty there. Southampton A, Jonathan Dalton currently leading this race by about 1.5 seconds. Nottingham Trent A under pressure from Nottingham D as we started, Loughborough D as we started this lap.
Still the driver struggling to find that grip around that very fast right-hander, then into a heavy braking zone. That's where we've seen a lot, especially on those practice laps, go very deep, find the barriers on the exit there. Drivers managing to keep it out of there for now anyway, but look at that, totally sideways from the Southampton A car as they head round the left-hander. The driver's still trying all sorts of different lines here to try and see whether there's any particular line which has more grip, but I don't think there is, to be honest. It's all just trying to survive, at least through these first few minutes of this one. And their drivers diving in late to the inside there, making a bit of contact with each other. The number 11 of Birmingham A on the inside, trying to make their way up through. They've got into the top 20 so far. They're a car up in the top 10 of the Prem standings for the moment anyway. They're making up some good positions here. There they are down into the first corner. They're going to get squeezed to the outside of the 17, very deep there on the entrance of the corner. That's U-Clan A there in 20th place, trying to make up a position as well. Not quite able to do so though. Hangs in behind the 11 for now.
3 just about went into 2 in that case there. We're looking at the moment at the mid-pack here. I'm also looking at that gap between Trent A and Southampton A. It's closed up a lot. Trent A on a bit of form at the moment, 127.1 quickest kart out there so far. Of course, only a couple laps in. Big puddle there. You see steam actually billowing out off the engine. So much spray was all over that kart. If he hadn't had a wetsuit on, I imagine that'll be rather uncomfortable.
He'll probably have quite a wetsuit if he doesn't. So yeah, it's going to be rather moist. A few drivers we saw earlier on in the interviews, yeah, with wetsuits on, which very much help. But in conditions like these today, honestly, I've got a wetsuit that has a few holes in it, and these conditions I'd be totally soaked through anyway, no matter if there's a wetsuit on or not. So at the end of the day, today is actually a good time if you can grab a suit from Karting Northeast and just wear that this morning, where that gets nice and wet, hand that back and then wear your own suit for the afternoon. That's what I always used to do in conditions like this.
Are you trying to get yourself not invited back to any tracks?
Hey, I can't race anymore. I'm too old for this, so I'm happy to just sit in the comms box and shout about the race going on screen. I don't need a suit. I don't need a wetsuit. And Reeves, I think, just annihilated his hands.
Yeah, I've just decided to hit the table really hard. I'm just to try and destroy our setup there as someone has destroyed their race. That's a big off.
Yeah, that's a long way to get to that barrier down there. Can't quite see who it is as they hop back into the car, and that is down at the first corner. They've just lost it under braking there into the right-hander as they head back out on circuit. We'll see who it is, if there's anyone dropping down the order when they get to the timing line at the end of this lap. But heading through lap number 4 at the moment. It is still Southampton A in the lead, but they've been chased down by Nottingham Trent A. A 1:27 dead, the fastest lap of the race on the last lap from Nottingham Trent. 0.2 of a second quicker than the Southampton car. Not by a huge margin then, but Nottingham Trent definitely closing in. It's a 3-way battle, 4-way battle even, as we head down into this slow right-hander. Big lock-up under brakes with the 77. He's going to go to the inside line, and this could work quite nicely for the driver with the Dan Holland Racing suit on there. And does make up 2 positions. Licked the stamp and sent it, and it's definitely worked out for the 77 there. That was a great little move for Barty.
A bit of oversteer creeping in at the end of the lap there as we get ready to start the next lap. This is the battle for the lead of the race we're on board with at the moment, but we're looking actually at the mid-pack battle just behind that as well, because that's arguably even closer there. Number 77 of BUKC, a quick look over the shoulders to see how close his rivals are. Penalty coming in for Surrey A there, FD double, that is Surrey off the list.
Bye-bye, Surrey. We will see you later. Edinburgh A now take the fastest lap of the race at 126.8 for Edinburgh A, so fair play.
That was getting very close indeed for the number 22 car there. Edinburgh A enjoying some elbows out racing there. Someone having a big off into that first corner there, and as we had just a couple of laps ago, another big braking issue there. I'm not quite sure who that is.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when they get... So don't look at me. He gets out of the car, stares into the camera. He just wanted to say hello to the person with the camera point, didn't he? Just, well, thought he'd park a bit closer to say hi there to one of our camera operators today.
It can be so easy to have a small mistake like that, though, in these cars, because, of course, braking is only over one axle. So it's almost... I'm not going to say it's like if you're just using your handbrake to stop a car, because obviously very different physics-wise, but it's that kind of imbalance almost.
I see your point. Yeah, I see your point. No, it's a challenging one here. It is sort of like, yeah, sticking the handbrake on the rears and then just trying to hold on to it as you careen into the corner, hoping that you do slow down a little bit. But I will say, BUKC, they're flying through the order in this one. I'm not sure if they're an ineligible or not. I mean, in a Dan Holland racing suit, racing for the C team, you would assume maybe it is, but you never know. They could just be swapping around drivers today, but it is a change at the front of the field.
Yep, Nottingham Trent A with a great previous lap there, now take the lead of this race by about 1.1 seconds as well, into the 26s for Trent A, actually the fastest heavyweight kart out there on track at the moment. You just see a black flag coming in for Surrey A there on board at the moment. The battle between number 17 and number 62 though, into that first corner. Number 62 going for the switchback, gets a great run out of that first corner, actually is now going to be side by side with head into turn 3, and it all goes wrong. Commentator's curse.
Yeah, just you were saying such kind things. The 62 spins it and, yeah, drops his head back, because this is the worst place to be. You're sat facing the traffic. You've just got to wait for all of your competitors to drive past you. All that effort that you've just put in to gain those positions, just dropping away from you. You're just watching them go past, and there's nothing you can do. Because if you just dive back on circuit, you're going to get a penalty for an unsafe rejoin as well.
It's the physical pain of knowing that all your work in the race has been undone, and then the mental pain of watching all your rivals also coming past as well. It is just so horrible to be in that position.
Yeah, no worse feeling than that. As you were saying, it's all gone wrong for Surrey A over the last couple of laps. They got a forcing driver wide penalty, immediately followed by a black flag for something different to ABCs. So yeah, it's not gone well for Surrey A. They're currently just about in the top 10, but they're not going to be for much longer when they head back into the pit lane for, once again, a bit of re-education. We just saw a driver nearly going off on the last camera shot. There's another driver rejoining the circuit. So just like race at number 1, quite the race of attrition, this one.
Just an Andrew update. He is watching along, but he said he's got to pop to the shop, so we've got to behave ourselves while he's away. Cardiff C are behaving themselves out on track, though. Great lap there, 124.8. First kart into the 124s.
Yeah, I promise we'll be good, Andrew. I promise. I'll try and be a good boy in the comms box today without you, not our childminder looking over our surf for today.
I think what's probably piqued his attention is the use of the word ineligible drivers.
Yes,
we know
true.
Andrew likes ineligible. Andrew loves ineligible drivers. It's his favourite thing.
Yeah, he probably wasn't even watching the stream, but he still heard it. He just knew we were talking about it and had to tune in. But great to have you, Andrew, and also great to have everyone who's joining us for the stream today here in the second half of the BUKC season for 2024. Of course, lots more racing still to come for BUKC, not only today but for their finals in about a month or so time, but lots of motorsport action throughout 2024 on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, so make sure you drop a subscribe as well so you don't miss any of that motorsport goodness. Here's a good battle on circuit though, 77 and the 88. The 88 of Cardiff C is absolutely flying here. This is an incredible performance from the Cardiff C driver, and seriously not worried about losing momentum, losing speed there. So there's a wide motor in the background for Edinburgh A. They're a little bit more touchy there with the grip on the brakes there into the left-hander, but Cardiff C flying. We saw BUKC with incredible pace early on today. Cardiff C replying, chasing them down for that third place.
Yeah, good defence though from BUKC so far, it must be said. Let's have a look at their pace at the moment, both in the 25, so despite this pretty much battle that we've got going on between them, they are still keeping up good pace. They aren't slowing themselves down. It's so easy to do that sometimes, but demonstrating good racecraft there to be able to keep up a decent pace.
Exactly, and particularly with a longer race like this, of course, it's a shorter race in terms of BUKC, 25 minutes for the sprint, an hour for the enduros, but comparatively to other kart racing, a 25-minute race is a really long race. So drivers do need to think about it a little bit more. Think about when you're working together, when you're pushing forward, when you're going for those positions. But I think with that big click of the keyboard there from Reeve, another team is off the list, that being Edinburgh A. They've got a penalty for an ABC bumper pass.
Yeah, advantage by contact there for Edinburgh A. So as we say, yeah, another one off the possibility of Club 100 glory.
Indeed, yeah, their team's not going to be too happy with them. After that one. They've lost their chance, but equally, it's a nice little bonus for the day. But realistically, you're coming here to put yourself in a good standings when we go into the final round at Buckmore Park. And there's a driver going a little bit wide on the exit there as we head down the back straight. That was the 87 just going a little bit wide. That's Imperial B there. We're in 22nd place, but Exeter A have managed to slip back through. They're just about in the top 20 there is the number one, but they're going to go very deep there. We saw Exeter A not having an ideal first race of the day, getting at least one penalty, if my memory serves me correctly. And they're outside of the top 20 at the moment in this one. We're almost halfway through the race now, so not ideal from Exeter A. They've just not been quite able to find the pace that they had last year with that loss of some very, very quick drivers off of their squad rotation. We head on to another lap here, change to third place. Cardiff C have got through on Bardsey, and Cardiff C now the leaders in Clubman there on the number 88. Third place at the moment for the Cardiff C team. I'm just trying to see who is in the kart for that one. Okay, it's Kieran Harrison who's in the kart, who, as a lot of you will know from watching the streams for a while, is not a Cardiff driver. Kieran Harrison, I'm really trying to remember off the top of my head which team that was that he used to be in, as that's a big off that we've just seen on our camera. One driver finding the grass and really diving off the circuit there. Yellow flags immediately out.
Yep, not surprising for that one. So don't want any overtaking, don't want any dangerous moves at this sort of pace at this point on the track, as there's still some further issues there. I think he's been able to get back on track, just not got any momentum yet.
Yeah, not sure what that was there. Either just trying to find a bit of grip or something's gone on that Club 100 car. We'll have to wait and see as they come round again. Kieran Harrison, I believe, used to race for Leeds, if I'm not mistaken. Very much a Leeds A driver. An A-team driver is Kieran Harrison. We see a bit of contact there on the corner exit. That could just happen. And the driver of the Tony Kart suit apologises there for his mistake. But Cardiff C, definitely an ineligible driver there. That should perk your ears up again, Andrew, if you're still watching. Up into second place, but he's not going to be able to get any points here for the Cardiff C team in this race.
That must sting a little bit, given how impressive the drive has been so far. Now P2 on the road here, only 4 seconds off Trent A, who've, after an interesting start, have now enjoyed a bit of a, not I'm going to say a dull mid-part of the race, but a more comfortable part of the mid-race.
Exactly, yeah, it's been a little bit more relaxed at the front of the field. Another black flag coming through. This time it's for Coventry B. 2 times ABCs. Two bump and passes, advantage by contacts for them, and that's going to see them back to the pits of re-education as well. But the thing is, for Nottingham Trent A, they've had a chill one. They've been out in the lead for quite a while in this one now. They're being chased down by the Cardiff C car, but what they're not going to know is that the Cardiff C car isn't ineligible here, so they're still going to be thinking that they're getting overtaken for the race win here. And they could be maybe a little bit more aggressive than otherwise they would be if they knew such information.
No, we're in a comfortable position here watching along. We can see all the data. We can see exactly what's going on, unless we have some F1 style pit wall information for some of these drivers here. Trent A won't know just how close the rivals are. As we are seeing here, it is the number 8 and number 10. They are very close indeed heading into this first corner. Still avoiding that inside line as we go side by side. No, we don't actually. It's going to be Trente on the defence, defending from the inside on both corners, actually able to keep Cardiff C behind for the time being. A great strong lap, though, on the previous lap for Cardiff C. Faster yet again.
They closed in by 4 seconds on that last lap. 1 lap, and Kieran Harrison was able to close in by 4 seconds. That is ridiculous. A 1:24.4 for Kieran Harrison, a 1:28.4 for the driver of the Nottingham Trent car. And I don't think it's going to be too long until we see the 88 of Cardiff C slip through. But this is the difficulty. It's one thing to catch another driver. By 4 seconds is ridiculous. Even with that extra pace, Kieran Harrison still can't find a way through, as there's another driver behind the barrier there. I still don't understand how the drivers are being able to do that, but makes it a little bit more difficult for them to get back out on circuit. And the driver was up out out of the car, not seemingly trying to get it back out on circuit. So that might have been the driver we saw earlier down at that corner having a bit of issue. Maybe their car has gone pop bang at some point in this one. But as I was saying, Cardiff C, Kieran Harrison, still unable to actually find a way through here on the number 10.
No, but some great defence from the number 10. He's sticking to quite a few of the outside lines through some of these corners here. Not working that time, though, as up the inside goes Cardiff C.
Wow. Yeah, that was really impressive from Kieran Harrison there to just find grip where the number 10 of Nottingham Trent A did not think it was.
Yeah,
there was any grip.
I was not expecting at all the car to be able to grip up and just hang it down the inside there.
Yeah, all the way around the outside of the left-hander, stuck out the inside of the right-hander, a little bit wide, but was able to get the power down and exit. And Cardiff C take the lead on the road here, but of course, this is an ineligible driver for Cardiff C. There's going to be no points. So Nottingham Trent A, whether they know it or not, still taking the 60 points here at the moment. However, the Southampton A kart, just in behind, has gained about a second of the last couple of laps there, with Cardiff C and Nottingham Trent A battling, and Southampton A will be eligible in this race. So Nottingham Trent A do need to watch out for them coming up in their effective rear-view mirrors. Of course, you don't have any in karting, but a bit of hyperbole for you there.
No, this is still a crucial moment in the race for Trent A, even if by chance they were to know that the kart in front was an ineligible driver here. It's still going to knock your confidence ever so slightly. You're going to have to keep your mental game strong to make sure you still keep that pace up. You don't start faltering. You don't start allowing the car behind to catch up. You have a black flag coming in there for Coventry, heading through the gasworks right-hander. Now everyone getting through cleanly this time because we're not going 12 wide for once.
I know, yeah, but finally, with 8 minutes to go, I think that Coventry black flag was a repeat showing, so don't worry, anyone supporting Coventry B, yeah, you're already off the list, and yeah, that was just a repeat showing of the black flag. They've not come in yet for that re-education, so hopefully they will soon. Otherwise, if they don't in the last 7.5 minutes of this one, they're just going to be excluded from the race. So either way, it's going badly wrong. 1:23.7 for Cardiff C. Nottingham Trent A just put in their personal best. It was a 25.4. Insane pace from Kieran Harrison today, and I think he's being ineligible for Cardiff C because he's a bit too old to race in the BUKC at the moment, but he's showing he certainly hasn't lost it in his later years. He's back again here in Sunderland, and wow, impressive race from Kieran Harrison, but it is still Trent A in the effective lead. Still now, what's that, 4 seconds ahead of Southampton A? If they can just continue what they're doing in second place, Nottingham Trent A are down to take the full 60 points here.
Has someone told Kieran that it is actually wet out there?
No, he's forgotten, mate. He doesn't know what you're talking about. Maybe he's given a little bit of side money to JB, and he's got wet tyres on his car.
Oh, so we only accept food as right.
yeah, just Jaffa cakes for us, it's fine. Yellow flag through Sector 1 then. Who has binned it through Sector 1? Might see them through this little camera shot, and we just see the head. Oh no, that's a Marshall there in the bottom corner. I thought that was just there having a little watch of the race there after they'd binned it, but no, continuing on through the first sector. I think that's as the Marshals jump back on to repair the barrier. It's just been pushed a little bit far away from the apex there, and that will give the drivers a little bit more ability to run wide there, which we don't want to allow. Not fair if some drivers can do it and other drivers can't, so the Marshals immediately getting over there and making sure that the barrier is in the correct place. Here we look at the 15, the 16 and the 5. Another penalty through this time for Birmingham A. That's a big hitter there in 10th place. 3 times track limits for Birmingham A. It's going to drop them down a couple of positions at the end of this race. And number 5 working their way through nicely. That's Oxford Brooks B. So this is the battle just outside of the top 10 there as they head through the final sector of the circuit. And here we look back nearer the front of the field. I do believe this is the 36 who's leading this squabble. Leicester A actually down in 32nd, that is. So I think we've got some leaders coming through on a couple of back markers as well. Down the inside, late move from the 21, nearly making contact on the corner exit, but all respecting each other's track position nicely.
See a track limits warning coming in there for Nottingham Trent A. Doesn't want to repeat that too many times, or he will fall foul of a penalty, just like Birmingham A did a couple of laps ago. It's really important at this stage to not try and undo the good work he's done so far in this race. We have a black flag coming in there for Coventry B, another repeat showing again.
Yeah, still not coming to serve that Coventry. Come on, you're going to get excluded pretty soon if you don't come into the pits and serve that black flag. But yeah, like you were saying, you can be out there 3, 4, 5 seconds in the lead, and that driver finds the grass there on the corner exit. That was kind of impressive to find the grass there. That was harder to go on the green stuff than the black stuff there. But the driver of the 36 still managed to do it. Fair play. But this could be the issue. You're out in the lead by a few seconds, and you just do something silly, you push the car a little bit too hard, you lose a bit of grip, suddenly you've got a bit wide, you already have a track limit warning, there's another track limit, you've got a penalty, you can no longer win the race. It can get away from you as quickly as that. So not only have you got to try and get through the back markers cleanly and safely, you've just got to try and keep it on the track, keep putting in those good consistent lap times, and just get yourself to that checkered flag without any penalties.
I thought for a moment there we're going to be side by side heading down the start-finish straight there. Birmingham A had some decent momentum heading into that final corner, but a better line for Leeds A in this battle for 7th, as you can see on the timing tower there. Liverpool B just about hanging in there, but looks to be actually battling more so with the kart directly behind them, perhaps. Oh, potentially a move coming on here as we're going to be side by side at the start of the lap.
The Liverpool drivers just really making sure that the driver that is past knows he wants to work together there.
Yeah,
so he could have given himself brain damage there. He hit his head so
Sahib
hard.
Sahib in the Liverpool B there saying, let's treat this like a bit of an
And
endurance.
he gets a contact warning as well. Just the Liverpool B driver. Trying to work together, but clearly using a bit of the kart to make their way through there. Up and unders trying the 11. There's going to be a bit of contact on the exit. There you can see, yeah, just him hanging his head, frustrated, trying to get the power down the corner exit, but that dry line ain't going to help you out there. Birmingham A stuck in P8. This is a good race for the 21 of Leeds A at the moment. I think your effective clubman leader in this race at the moment, because definitely Cardiff C are ineligible. I think Bath C might be ineligible as well, but we'll keep an eye out when the results get finalised at the end of this race. And we were just talking about Liverpool B getting a warning, and now got a co-penalty as well at Liverpool B. So they are possibly getting ticked off of the list now as well. Yes, they are. Off they go. Less than 3 minutes left to go on the clock then. And we have got a bit of gaps out the front of the field, like I was saying earlier on in this one. That's often what we can see when we get in more treacherous conditions like this. And there is finally, I think the cart has come in for their black flag. Yeah, the 16 it is of Coventry B, who have come back in for that re-education after being shown the black flag 3 times. And I don't think the Club 100 staff will be too happy with them there. No. But rejoining, continuing nonetheless, and we look back to this battle for 7th place.
Yeah, just darting right past us here in the pit lane there. Yeah, you say that 5-second gap there. In the grand scheme of things, in these poor conditions races, it really isn't too much of a comfort zone, isn't that 5-second gap? It can be so easily done by just a couple of scruffy corners or maybe half a lap that hasn't quite gone your way. That advantage can just vanish as we have some yellow flags out there. I think another penalty just came in. That might have been a repeat showing.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I saw it as well at the top of the screen. I can't quite remember who it was now, but it hasn't come up on our live timing as of yet. We'll try and count you through. Last 2 minutes of the race then. Battle still going on. The 10 to the inside of the 42 there. Big wide moment though, and the up and under could work for the number 42. Just trying to see where they are on the timing screens at the moment.
42. This is lap traffic.
This is lap traffic, isn't it? So the number 10 of Nottingham Trent A making their way through on the 42 of Brunel A. So this is 2nd place, lapping 25th place at the moment. So the difference in pace there, really substantial throughout a 25-minute heat race here, or 25-minute sprint race, I should say, at Warden Law, and that's why there's a yellow flag down at the final sector. Driver losing it around this right-hander, and it's a bit of a difficult place to be because we've seen a few drivers just flirting with the track limits there, going a little bit wide, and if you touch that grass, it can drag you straight out, and suddenly you've gone into the side of a parked cart, and I don't think the stewards are going to look too kindly on that, if I'm honest.
No, and of course you have to restart the cars on tarmac. You don't want to be starting from the side of the track. The clutches really don't appreciate that.
No.
Better, though, than the old cars, of course. They just stall out in a situation like that. So the drivers might feel hard done by, but it's certainly better than what it used to be.
Exactly. At least you can get back underway and racing, as this driver is just about to try and do. Not directly in front of the carts, though. He's actually a little bit of a... He gets a little wave from someone there. Did you see that? Someone going around the corner just gave them a nice little wave. Must be 2 teammates there, just waving at his fellow teammate who's binned it. But 25 seconds left to go on the clock then. Number 10 of Nottingham Trent A is going to take us on to what I think will be, indeed, the last lap of the race. Cardiff C have already gone onto it nearly 10 seconds ago for Kieran Harrison. What a ridiculous race for Kieran Harrison, taking that number 88 kart for a little spin. And to be fair, he's not had any spins in this one. He's been flying throughout this race, but I don't think he's going to be able to get any points for that Cardiff C team. And it should go the way of Nottingham Trent A. They do still have about 5 seconds to the good in 2nd place, ahead of Southampton A. And also, this is going to be a strong start for Southampton A as well, putting some good points on the board to kick off this morning's action. Where is the 88? here is the number 10 still coming through the midsection of the circuit. So I think we can assume that your leader, the 88 of Cardiff C, will be coming down into Sector 3 at the moment. This is sort of the camera angle that we do want to be looking at here, heading through the horseshoe. And I think we'll see Kieran Harrison any time now coming through on the 88. There he is. Nice wide line there through the horseshoe, finding that grip where no one else has found it. And although he's ineligible, he should still be very happy with his performance. What a performance from Kieran Harrison. He comes around the final corner to take the win on the road here for race number 2. But no celebration. He knows it's not his 60 points to be taking. We have to wait for number 10. There they are. Nottingham Trent A are actually going to take the win here for race number 2. They'll take all 60 points for the driver of the number 10, and that's a really good start to round number 5 for Nottingham Trent A. They've carried on that momentum from round 4 at Buckmore Park, and they start as they mean to go on. Southampton A will effectively be P2. Then we've got Bath C in behind them as well. Edinburgh A having a good start as well, but if I do remember correctly, Edinburgh A definitely got at least one penalty throughout that race, and we tick them off the list. So Edinburgh A won't be finishing quite as high as maybe they'd hoped in that one, but maybe a little bit more subdued across the race in that one than the first race we saw. Drivers finding a little bit more grip as it, again, I don't want to say dries, but it does begin to dry up comparatively to the start of the morning.
Yeah, the track is certainly getting faster, as proven by Kieran's last lap there at 23.5.
Wow.
Not going to say it's lightning pace, because of course the conditions do not allow that, but it's certainly very impressive pace from Kieran in that number 88 car. Did it on the last lap as well, but what a finish to a great race for him there.
1.7 seconds quicker than the next quickest person on circuit. That's ridiculous. That's like you're driving a different car. So that's insane.
Maybe he is. Stuart, check it.
Well, he's ineligible anyway, so we'll stick him out there with a KZ2 engine for the afternoon racing later on and see how he can do. Probably actually would be a bit more sketchy today. You'd have such little grip. My goodness. But Reeve, take us through the results of that one.
So, of course, as we mentioned, Kieran with a great race victory on the road at least. However, Nottingham Trent A in P2 on the road will be coming away with 60 points then. In third on the road, it's Southampton A, fourth Bath C, fifth Edinburgh A. Then we go to Cardiff A, Birmingham A, Leeds A, Liverpool B and Coventry E for the top 10. Then we have P11, Warwick A, Oxford Brookes D, Oxford Brookes B and Coventry F being our top 14. Imperial B in number 15th position. Then we have Liverpool A, Sheffield B, Brighton B, Birmingham B, Loughborough D, Exeter A, Huddersfield A and Southampton C, UCLan A, Sheffield C, our top 25. Then we have Brunel A, Portsmouth A, and then our final finishers here, Lancaster B, Imperial A, Cambridge A, Leicester A, Sheffield D, Coventry B and Surrey A rounding out the field. And that is it for race 2 here at Warden Law.
Indeed, done and dusted with race 1 and race number 2. We're almost ready for race 3, but as the drivers all make their way back into the pit lane, we'll soon be handing down to Piers Pryor to have a chat with some of our drivers. So let's see the sting then for race number 3.
So pretty dominant victory from our Cardiff C, definitely not Leeds driver, ineligible, but Kieran Harrison. Kieran, just for anyone else watching, it looks like you're on a different circuit at the moment. So what are you doing out there?
I don't know, this is my local track, so 5 years at BUKC, they never came here, so I had to buy a seat the first year I was out of it, and they did come. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, really, it's just confidence, I guess. I know we only get 3 laps practice in mains, and I've done however many thousands of laps. I guess a lot of people from down south won't have been this far north before, so...
It's a long way north.
Yeah, just put it down to home advantage, I guess.
Well, you did very, very well. Unfortunately, it wasn't an eligible race. Are you racing at any point today?
No, I'm ineligible for the first time this year. I'm a graduate now, so...
Just having a play.
Yeah, so I've got race 2 this afternoon for Cardiff C. That's it.
But I'm sure you'll be giving the Leeds guys a bit of a drive here, drive there. Anyway, that's our winner on the road, but not an eligible driver. Let's see if we can grab a word with our actual winner who we spoke to before the race, who was our driver, Mr. Barrett for Nottingham Trent. Is he still around? Is our race winner around? Where's he gone? There he is. Come and have a chat. We chatted to you before the race. Second on the road, but our leader was ineligible, so you won the race. Oh, careful.
Yeah, you know what? Keep it simple. It worked. So, yeah, that was the strategy, and he was fast, to be fair, the guy.
It was very fast.
Very fast, yeah. It must be his local circuit.
He said exactly that. He said it's his local circuit. He's a grad, though, so he's ineligible. And I think you guys need to get your transponder and stuff ready for the next race. But anyway, quick word. Good race.
Cheers. Yeah, no, it was good. Thank you.
Brilliant. Right, Nottingham Trent doing well there. let's look ahead now to race number 3, another lightweight race. Of course, the races, the sprint races alternate between lightweights and heavyweights. We go lightweight first, heavyweight second. Now we're back to lightweight, which I think is 75 kilograms. Coventry are starting, by the looks of it, on the outside of the 5th row. So what's his 10th place? Are you starting in this one?
I'm starting in this one. I'm starting 12th, Coventry E.
Coventry E. So what's the plan?
Well, the plan is just to go forwards, I think. Get through the start on lap 1 and see where we go from there.
See where we go indeed. It's a bit still a bit wet and damp out there, and people throwing the carts off left, right and centre, as I can see your cart has been, with all the grass on it.
That one, yeah. Yeah.
And have you been here before? Any experience?
No, it was my first time yesterday. I was in a little rental session, so going into a bit unknown.
So I was about to sneeze there. Anyway, good luck in the race. Coventry E, keep an eye out, number 56. Heading further down the grid. We tried to get a bit further down the grid the previous race, but we got blocked a little bit. I always like to chat to people at the front and the back of the grid, because often we end up seeing the drivers kind of come through the race. I think there were some drivers that wanted me to chat to them. I can't see anyone waving me down at the moment. So why don't we grab a word with Benjamin Boros. Ben Boros, number 11 for Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham A.
Ben, you're starting, what, about 15th-ish?
Yeah, 19th.
19th.
Never been here before, so it'll be a good 3 laps to try and learn everything. But, I mean, I'll follow Fraser around, see what...
Oh, is Fraser starting right in front of you?
Yep.
Fraser, come in. Come on, Fraser. Fraser, not a stranger to the top step of a BUKC podium race. Have you been here before?
I haven't. No, not many people have, it seems. So it should be fun. Fun first corner.
Yeah, you've got the tinted visor on, which is optimistic, I feel, for today.
Yeah, I think you're right. I probably should have changed, but yeah, the last race is too enjoyable.
It is. It looks like quite a fun circuit out there, actually, although it doesn't, like, if you go off, it takes you about a lap and a half to get the cart back on the circuit, so hopefully you can keep it clean out there.
Yeah, I hope so. Have you been here before?
No.
You haven't?
No, I haven't. I'm quite jealous, actually. I would quite like to drive it.
Get the cart and go.
I may do later. We'll see. I'll ask JV's.
Have that, yeah.
We'll see what JV says. But anyway, Fraser, good luck. I'm sure you'll do well in this one. Starting from
17th.
17th. So keep an eye out, of course. Wait, Cardiff.
Yes, Cardiff A.
There we go. Not Swansea. I know. I'm still getting them mixed up. I'm really, really bad at my Welsh geography. Let's walk down towards the back of the grid. Come on in. Right, remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
It's Cameron Perez for UClan A.
Cameron, just talk to me. What's going through your head?
I'm shitting bricks, but
okay, you're chipping bricks.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one.
Chipping bricks, yes.
And I know you like socks.
Oh yes. Yes, give us a good. Yeah.
That's a good shit.
So talk us through it.
I got given them as a present because I kept seeing them on Instagram.
Yeah.
And I was so happy when I got them, and I found them in my wardrobe, and I thought they're going to be the ones.
Have you raced in them yet?
No.
So you don't know whether they're going to be good luck socks or bad luck socks?
We'll have to see.
I'm looking forward to it. We'll catch up with you afterwards. Come find me and let me know how they went.
I will. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Well, we'll see how he gets on in this one. Those socks going well. I do quite enjoy a good sock and a race seat. If you haven't watched or haven't looked back at any of the intermediate rounds from PFI and Buckmore, you can catch up all of those on the Instagram page at the BUKC, and then we've got highlights from those rounds. You can see the highlights of the day. Fortunately, we don't live stream those, but we get the highlights from the rest of the day regardless on Instagram. This looks like a very, very well engineered seat design over here. Who are you and who are you racing for?
I'm Alex. I'm Imperial A.
Alex, did you make this?
Yeah, a while ago. I need it because I'm quite light. Need a lot of
How much weight in this seat are we talking?
This seat's only 10 kilos.
Only?
Yeah, got the rest of it on the post.
Those bolts, though, they look like they're somewhat uncomfortable on the old buttocks.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out.
We will find out. Have you been to Warden before?
No, first time here, so I barely know which corner is which, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, the good news is you can't go backwards from where you're starting.
Yeah, glad to be starting last, so I can't get any worse.
Yeah, I suppose so. That's one way of looking at it. And on the inside of the final row, number 27, who are you? Who are you racing for?
Name's Ben, racing for Swansea A.
Ben.
Yum yum.
Yum.
Yum yum.
Yummy.
Yummy.
What's yummy? Just the carting, the breakfast?
No, yum yum. So, I'm from the Black Country, so apparently that means I'm called a yum yum. That's what all the lads call me.
Okay, well there you go. I live not too far from the Black Country now. I live in Stratford-upon-Avon. It's just around from Birmingham. The weather is somewhat similar to here quite a lot of the time.
I don't know, I live in Swansea at the minute.
Which is probably also like this, quite a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Are you a proficient in the rain? Would you consider yourself a rain meister?
I like Jägermeisters.
Same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you had any Jägermeisters recently?
Yeah, last night.
Of course, you're well below the driving.
No, I had one.
You had one, yeah, because people only ever have one Jägermeister. That's generally how it goes. Sam, what's on your mind? You know, when you're not racing, what you get up to?
I'm just working, to be honest with you.
Oh, you're a graduate?
No. I failed the year, so I'm resitting.
Okay, and you're choosing to spend your day here at the kart circuit. You know, I love the commitment to the cause.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I've got like 5 races today.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck in them. Well, I better get out of the way because otherwise I'm going to get run over. Over to you in the comments box once again, Reeve and John.
Well then, the menu for the morning, seemingly a Mackey's breakfast and a Jaeger bomb. There we go, welcome to the BUKC. Some brilliant interviews there from the drivers at race 3. Let's see if their on-track action is exciting as their interviews today. As here we go, we see them heading out on to the circuit. Big shout out to everyone who's in the live chat. Thank you for joining us for today's action here. You've got Alexander who's saying about how he regrets not going to a university in the UK. This should be a worldwide thing. I agree. We'll pitch that to JB, see if he can do BUKC in other countries now on.
What more could you want? Karting in the wet, lucky socks, and a Jägermeister for breakfast.
Wow.
That is just... It's just the dream. We're living the dream here at Warden Law.
Piers is blessed with the interviews that he's able to get and some great chatter with the drivers. But they've got those few laps of practice then. We saw, again, with a number of those drivers that Piers was able to speak to, a lot of drivers not really knowing where they're going when they head out there on circuit.
No, but I can see, and I think that's the threat of sunshine, potentially.
No.
That's the sun existing, at least, behind some clouds in the top right hand of the screen there.
I mean, I think the screen is just teasing us. We've got 2 drivers off down at the right-hander there. Again, another Liverpool kart there finding the barrier on the exit. But I do think that's the cameras just teasing us a little bit with the exposure, because actually, if we look out the window, I mean, it's a slight change in the colour of grey, really.
Still heading through these first practice laps then. That puddle at the turn 1 apex has actually waned a little bit there, as John is currently consulting with our weather expert.
Well, weather expert and camera expert, just telling us how he's colour corrected all the cameras, and that is indeed why it does look a little bit nicer on the screen than it does out of the window at the moment. So
just in case you thought it was grey already, in person it's even greyer.
It's even worse. It's even more grey and dull, as you say, up here in Sunderland. But the drivers are loving it, and that's why also you can see a lot of the drivers going with the clear visors, making sure they can see as much as possible. And that's quite nice from watching through the cameras as well, because sometimes, particularly on the close-up shots, you can see their eyes behind the helmet. You can see them working, trying to find out where... sometimes, the fear as well. The 61 has gone for a little bit of an escapade off the circuit there. That's Liverpool C. They're going to be 9th on the grid for this one, but hopefully they'll have time to get back up to that 9th spot on the grid. A2139 in the chat as well. So excited to see Bath in action. You will do. And speaking of Bath, let's have a look at the grid as soon as we can for race number 3 here in round number 5. And we'll talk you through who are the teams to watch out there on circuit in this one. And it's Cambridge A and Oxford Brookes B who line up on that front row. Liverpool B and Bath C are in behind them, with Manchester A and Cardiff B there on row number 3. Manchester A looking to have another good race. They were P2, if I'm not mistaken, in race number 1 early on, so they'll be hoping to replicate that and put together a good points haul through this morning's action. As we look a little bit further down the order, on row number 4, it's going to be Reading A and Swansea B. Then it's Liverpool C and Nottingham Trent A there on row 5. Nottingham Trent A, a great race in race 2. Potentially the full 60 points due to an ineligible Cardiff C. See if they can replicate that here in race number 3. Lancaster A and Coventry E are there on row 6. Row 7 is Coventry A and Leeds B. Then it's Leeds A, Bath A, Cardiff A and Brighton B there. And rounding out the top 20 are Birmingham A and Coventry F. And it's Loughborough B and Liverpool A, Sheffield A and Bristol A in behind them on row number 12. Row 13 sees Oxford Brookes A and Loughborough A. And it's Coventry B, Newcastle A, Warwick A and Warwick B there. And all Warwick row 15 to round out the top 30. Behind them, Southampton B, Cardiff C, Swansea A and Imperial A. Rounding out 34 karts on this grid then for race number 3.
Still a couple of practice laps to go, though. The track looking notably drier than it has been in the past couple, at least past couple of race starts.
Emphasis on the there, drier.
Yes, drier. So we should be expecting... Oh, as my point was being disproven there by that splash of a puddle. I'm going to say we could be seeing some more Kartings than 124s in this race. That'll be my prediction. That's what we're aiming for. Me and Andrew played this game in PFI. As we were kind of guessing what kind of laps should we be looking for. I'm going to say let's aim for some 124s now, race 3 lightweights.
Can anyone replicate the pace of Kieran Harrison?
23.5 I think is going to be out of the...
Yeah, I mean, pace insane for the last race from Kieran Harrison. But and you would think as well, that was a heavyweight race. In conditions like this, you want to be a little bit heavier, so that's probably going to assist with the pace. So potentially lap times on this race maybe being a little bit slower. To remind you, of course, lightweights, race 1, 3 and 5, heavyweights 2, 4 and 6. The minimum weight for lightweights is 75 kilos, the minimum weight for heavyweights 82 kilos. So only a little bit different, but really in conditions like this, that 7 kilos can make a real difference in finding that grip and getting the weight over the tyres that you're wanting to grip up through certain corners. But of course, between the races, different weight limits, but when you're in this race, the heavyweight race, everyone to the same weight limit, and it will be randomly checked as well. JV will decide, right, okay, we're going to weigh race 3, race 5, race 6, whatever, and all the drivers will have to be weighed. If they're underneath that weight limit, immediately excluded from that race. It's going to be 0 points from that one, and that's definitely what you don't want to do. We saw a couple of drivers in previous interviews mentioning that from Buckmore Park in the Inters when sub-drivers were without one lead at all and asking on the BUKC socials if they could not have their races, the races weighed, which obviously didn't go very well, and they were excluded from, I think, all the races that they were in.
Yes, we haven't had any of that so far as we're aware. So,
no, I don't think so. I'll have a look through the results from the previous 2 races, but I think everyone sticking to the rules as of now.
Let's hope they stick to the rules for the first couple of laps. We want to avoid those penalties, of course. Club 100 drive at stake if you are penalty 3 for the day. Numbers are looking good so far. I think we lost around about 12 teams at this point, but of course that means the majority of teams still in. We're a quarter of the way by the end of this race, quarter of the way through today's racing action for rounds 5 and 6. So the maths might just about work out as we get towards the end of the day.
Not bad at all, to be fair. Not bad at all. It looks like, I think, will we go? No, we won't. Looks like we're ready for the race start then here in race number 3. Cambridge A and Oxford Brooks B are the 2 drivers at the front of the pack. They're going to lead us down to turn number 1. But once again, this is the first time that these drivers have got onto this circuit in proper race conditions. Who's going to go off down at this first corner? We've got a driver off before they even get to the right-hander. Finds the barrier on the outside that looks like they might have just been tipped round there. And again, on that slippery grass, it's going to take them a while to get back on the black stuff. They're going to be well behind the rest of the pack then. Heading through sector 1, 3 wide almost at the front of the pack, and in behind, battles galore continuing. One driver finding the barrier, and again, the couple hundred staff are going to have their work cut out for them, getting all the barriers back into the right positions where they should be. There's a driver spun as they head into the left-hander there, but all changing throughout the order. 2, 3 drivers off in the background there, and yellow flags out already.
An unfortunate race start to that kart at the back of the grid, of course, but if there is one part of the race where you want to go off, it's probably lap 1 here. We've got plenty of yellows and the field hasn't got too far away, so should be able to at least catch up a little bit at this slightly chaotic race start here. Still under yellows.
We've got a driver stopped here, as you can see now on the camera angle, but they were there before the rest of the pack got there, so I'm not really sure how they managed to get to that position there, being sat by the side of the circuit. It looks like they've rejoined and continued now, so potentially they went off down at the first hairpin and then rejoined. That's a big hit on the inside there for the 18 though. Liverpool B, that's from 3rd place on the grid. They've dropped down the order considerably so far in this one, having another off there down at the right-hander at the bottom of the circuit, but not an ideal start there for Liverpool B. Down at Gasworks, they go off. It was a big sizable hit in the side there, but all continuing, all drivers okay as we start lap number 2.
Yep, starting lap number 2 with a close battle for the top end of the field. They were looking, though, at this mid-pack action. Focusing in on Lancaster A, the number 30 kart, running in Clubbins, of course, leading Clubbins at this point in time. 5 seconds off the lead of this race. We've got a pack of 5 here, heading through towards the mid-part of the lap in just a moment.
Cheeky move down the inside there, through the middle section of the circuit. That was through at St John's, so cheeky move down the inside. And there is a kart looking to make up some positions as well. The number 7 of Fraser Brunton flirting with the outside of the 33, switches back to the inside, and now it's just a power race down towards Gasworks, the bottom right-hander, and the 13 trying to follow them through as well. That's Reading A up into 3rd place then, Cardiff A into 2nd. Both of them relegating Cambridge A, your pole sitters, down to 4th place. But it's Oxford Brooks B who have managed to get out into the lead already in this one. Great first couple of laps from them, starting P2 on the grid, up into the lead for now, but they've got two very quick drivers who have scampered up behind them very quickly. Cardiff A and Reading A. Cardiff, I think, 7th place in the championship, or no, sorry, 9th place in the championship going into today's racing. Reading A were 2nd place in the championship going into this one. So drivers trying to put in more good performances. Could this be the move for the lead, though? Cardiff A to the inside of the number 5, but it's going to be the switch back up and under from the 5 of Oxford Brooks B, and there's a yellow flag, hands up for Fraser Brunton. He thinks that he was the one ahead going in there. I didn't quite see it myself, but either way, Cardiff A take the lead of the race.
Yep, staying there for now. A little battle going on as well between Renegade and Cambridge A, all very close indeed. Of course, got to slow down a little bit for these yellow flags at the start of the lap. There we have, though, Fraser Brunton just looking over his shoulder, seeing how close the Oxford Brooks B cart is behind. Oxford Brooks B, of course, or Oxford Brooks rather, famous for usually having about 12,000 teams in the BUKC. We've got slightly fewer than that this time around. Of course, typically very strong team as well. Not quite having the same performance so far this season, but maybe making up for it in this race here.
Indeed, yeah, another university having a little bit of a recovery year this year, losing quite a lot of their top drivers and just having a reshuffle amongst those teams. It's been a good race so far from a good grid position as well for Oxford Brooks B, but they've just been relegated down to 3rd place then. Through goes the 13 of Reading A, and they needed to get through as soon as possible because they can't be letting the 7 of Fraser Brunton of Cardiff A scamper off away here. There's still just over 20 minutes to go, and they need to keep line astern behind the Cardiff car if they want a shot at the win here in race number 3. I'm just trying to see as well, Reading A, that's Peter Knight who's behind the wheel of that car. We've seen him be very feisty through a couple of races already this season. Let's see if Peter can bring the fight to Fraser there at the front of the order then in race number 3.
Fraser is threatening our 124 benchmark there with the 125.1 on the last lap. Has built about a 1 second gap now to Reading A, the car behind. So trying to build some momentum in this race. Less than 5 minutes into it, though, still plenty of laps to go.
Indeed, indeed. A few penalties through already. We've got a cone penalty for Birmingham A and a cone penalty for Brighton B through already, and Manchester A now getting a penalty for contact.
That's Manchester A and Brighton B off the list.
Here, off of the list now for both of those teams. And yeah, contact for Manchester A, not ideal for them. They started up in 5th place in this race. This was one of their top starting positions across round 3 for Manchester, and it's not gone well. They're down to 29th place. They now have a contact penalty. It's going from bad to worse for Manchester. They had a good race earlier on this morning, but I think they're going to hope that this is their drop race for the round.
Number 15 car there, the Clubman, going very fast into the, oh dear, through gasworks there. It's actually pretty much off track with half of his kart. Did somehow, was able to keep it pointing in the right direction, has been able to carry on there into the 24s for Cardiff A in the lead as well.
But you can't take it away from them. Warwick A certainly have confidence here heading through Sector 3. Very late on the brakes into both those corners, as you say, trying to find where that grip is. They're going to go up and under out of the last corner and try and make up a few positions as we head down this very fast start-finish straight. And it's always very fast, but particularly in these wet conditions, you then head into this very quick first right-hander, definitely a sketchy one, with very little grip underneath you there, but the 15, not worried about it at all, makes up a couple more positions as Warwick A. This is a great fly through the pack from the Clubman team, as you say. And the 16 trying to follow them through as well. That's Coventry B making their way up the order too. Still just over 18 minutes left to go in this race as you stay at the front of the pack. Over a second now is the gap between Cardiff A and Reading A, and they have seriously dropped Oxford Brooks B now by a good 3 seconds over the last couple of laps after they made that move to take themselves to the front of the order. Birmingham A and Cambridge A decently close in behind. Bath A, we saw a couple of people in chat looking forward to see Bath out in action. They're there in P6 having a nice race in this one so far. They're looking to continue a good championship charge through this season. Lancaster A, they're in 7th place as well. They had that calamitous race one earlier on, having a good race, but then getting a black flag, having to come back into the pits and throwing away all of their hard work, looking to make up for it here in race number 3, and they're doing just that. Highest placed Clubman car in the race, up in the top 10, battling it in with the fast boys. Lancaster A have been so impressive throughout this season, and they continue to do so through this race. One driver has made it nearly into another postcode, and that's the 6. Is that Manchester A again? Yes, it is. The Manchester A bad to worse to even worse for the number 6. It now needs 2 marshals to try and get that Club 100 car back up onto the black stuff. And it's all going wrong. 26, late dive down the inside. Very lucky there to actually make contact with that car because they were going off there. They had no control over that car. And whether they're going to get a bit of a contact warning for that one, I would have thought so. But either way, yeah, they're going to be quite happy that that driver there was there to sort of stop their fall.
Yeah, opposite lock wasn't helping him out at all there. Good save, or good catch rather, by his competitors, shall we say. Still seeing this pack very close together. We see a couple of drivers every now and again trying to look for a different line, but this track is quite a bumpy one and it's forming up a lot of puddles, and that's obviously immediately scaring the drivers away from trying any other line. So maybe try it again later on once the track is dried. Furthermore, if it is able to do so. They're having a look at the number 9 side by side with the number 54 here as we head back down towards the last part of the lap here. Good run for the number 9 car there.
Yellow flag though heading down into this very tricky right-hander, so they're all going to have to go back to single file, as I think it was the Club 100 marshals rebuilding the barriers once again as they come across the line to start a new lap though. Cambridge A are dropping down the order. They were in 4th place, they've already dropped down to 8th, now they've dropped out of the top 10, so Cambridge A are off somewhere here on the circuit. We did see a yellow flag down at sector 3, so potentially that could have been because of Cambridge A. They finally come across the line, they're now down in 13th place. So something's gone wrong there for the 33. Started on the front row of the grid, but middle part of this race, and yeah, they've gone off somewhere. Whether it was down to their own fault, whether they've been assisted by another driver, we're not too sure. But either way, dropped down the order considerably of the Cambridge car.
That battle continuing on between Sheffield A and Imperial A there. We saw Imperial having a look down having a look at least at the inside into the first corner. That is Alexander Doricott in the Imperial A car there, and Alexander Smith in the Sheffield A for race 3 here.
Lots of Alexanders, because it's Alexander Wilkinson who was in the Cambridge A car as well, who's the one that's gone off on that last lap.
So we're in the Alex race.
We are
for race 3 here.
It just reminds me of the Top Gear Rallycross, and they're like, you're in Gary class. This is Alex class here for race number 3.
And we've certainly got rally class here today as well, so plenty of similarities.
We have indeed, Yeah, lots of off-road action, but in this form of racing, that's not where you want to be. Definitely not the fastest route to be taking around this Warden Law circuit, but we continue to watch the action as Fraser Brunton, new fastest lap of the race, down into the 24s. He goes with a 124.557. This will be a good showing for the Cardiff A car. I think they had a decent showing in race number 2, so they're going to be pushing for at least a podium in this round to push them back up into the sort of top 5, top 6 of the standings. They're flirting with it. They always seem to get around 6th, 7th, 8th place to Cardiff A, so they're trying to push themselves up into the top 5 in 2024. But as we say, plenty of times in these conditions here today, it could all go wrong very, very quickly, no matter even if you are the driver off 2 seconds in the lead. You come up on a back marker, you hit a puddle that wasn't there last lap, suddenly it's all gone wrong.
Exactly. Still seeing some drivers, of course, taking that wet driving approach, really ragging the steering column, trying to get some temperature into those tyres there. Also looking, I believe, he's moving about the circuit, but I believe JV is parked at Gasworks, watching his carts heading through that pinch point on track, shall we say. That's a little piece of action that brings us some interesting events. Yeah,
I'm honestly surprised he stood down there. I think if I owned these carts, that's the last place I'd want to stand, is down there at that corner. I think maybe he's just standing there to look nice, look all scary, so that the drivers think, oh, I should probably brake a little bit early here. I don't want to go off into the barrier in front of JB, because that is a definite penalty.
And that's an off.
That is a big off. Number 30 there, finding the grass. Can they keep it going? Have they tried to get back on the circuit? No, they cannot. So the 30, that's Lancaster A. That's a big off for the clubman standings. Of course, we saw Lancaster have a great race in race number 1, get a black flag, come pretty much dead last here, up in 5th place in race number 3, and it's all gone wrong again. We were saying coming into this day, 30 points in the lead of the Clubman Championship. Surely they've pretty much got this wrapped up already in the Clubman standings. Well, with a day like this could blow the Clubman standings wide open again for 2024. So no matter if these races are a little bit more subdued compared to what we'd see from dry races, things go wrong very quickly, and Lancaster have just found that out.
Yes, we were saying at the start of today's action that they were looking strong, but other people could mathematically still do it, and it's certainly looking possible at this point in time. Lancaster A not having a great morning, as you say there. Reading A with some more impressive pace. First cart into the 23s in this race as we just cross the halfway point on the time in Alfa R25 minute race.
Yeah, it's a good response, to be fair, from Reading A, dropping down into the 23s. Only about a tenth of a second faster on that last lap than the 7 of Fraser Brunton. But you can see there how close they are. They've got the Cardiff C in behind them, chasing them down. I think that'll be a back marker that they've just overtaken as they head on to lap number 9 of this race. And it's a new fastest lap from Reading A, a 1:23.4, that new fastest lap. That was a whole second quicker than Cardiff on the last lap. So I was thinking Cardiff had built up a nice 1 or 2 second gap. They should still be pretty relaxed out in the lead of the race. Not anymore. That gap drops down to nearly half a second between these two front runners. And Reading A are all over the back of Fraser Brunton, but they're going to be coming up on a yellow flag as we've got another driver off.
That is a Liverpool kart there, pointing the wrong direction. The commentator's curse very much still in effect, clearly.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, if you've got a Liverpool person in the commentary box, they have to get commentators' curse. That's just how it works.
Exactly. It didn't happen to PFI, I should point out. PFI, it went very well indeed, but I don't turn up for Bookmore. It doesn't go quite so well, and apparently now I'm being punished for that.
Yes, I think so, yeah. It seems the chain has broken there as the Liverpool driver having a bit of assistance to get the kart back out on circuit, out of our commentary box window at the moment, so it's not gone well. They get back in the kart finally and continue on with the race. We look back to these leading front runners. 11 minutes left to go on this 25-minute sprint race here in round number 3 of the British Universities Karting Championship for 2024. Reading A still having that fastest lap out there, and some more cone penalties coming through as well. We've had a couple come through. Of course, I mentioned 2 earlier on, one of those being Brighton B. 2 minutes later, Brighton B then got another cone penalty, so that's not ideal for their race. Swansea A have a cone penalty, and so does Southampton B. So a few more potentially to tick off of our list that we're watching for those prizes at the end of the day. We're all up to date, but Cardiff A, as we we start flying around Karting North East this morning, 10.5 minutes left to go on the clock. That gap has extended once again. Cardiff A, 0.8 of a second faster on that last lap, extends the gap back up to 1.5 seconds. But I think that's what we're going to be seeing here in these difficult conditions, particularly when you're trying to get through back markers. You see that ebb and that flow between the gaps out there. Cardiff will have a particularly good lap, extend that gap once again. Then they'll catch some traffic, have a difficult lap. Reading A will squeeze back up again, and we're just going to see that concertina effect throughout the rest of this 10 minutes.
Yeah, it could all come down to who happens to be lucky on the last couple of laps, really. As we say, this race is certainly not over yet. It was only a few laps ago we were saying how Cardiff had a 2-second gap that was looking fairly comfortable, but anything could happen. Yeah, then of course we saw that gap close down, and now we're in the same situation once again, heading through gasworks now, and we're seeing the Cardiff and Reading karts separated there by back markers, so that gap going to be building up before we start the next lap of the race. Fastest lap still going to Reading A at the moment. Still some great pace in that kart, although at this moment in time, as we say, Cardiff A a little bit faster according to the previous lap.
Yeah, Reading A really getting
stuck in that traffic.
Really getting held up there through sector 3. They had to go for the inside there through the long left-hander of the horseshoe. Obviously didn't quite work out for them. There's no grip on that racing line, and thus they've lost another 5/6 of a second on that last lap. Gap extends back to over 2 seconds. But yeah, we were saying that's the difficulty in these races, is picking your way through the back markers, because there's a lot of drivers here who've never been to this circuit. There's a lot of drivers who've not really raced in slicks in the wet before. Very treacherous conditions at a new circuit. There's going to be huge varieties and bandwidth between pace here. So as you can see, leaders in the sort of 123s, 124s, drivers at the back of the packs in the 30s and 31s. So huge difference in pace here, and that's where that makes it really challenging for the leaders coming through, because again, they don't have any blue flags. This isn't Formula One. You don't just have to get out of the way. You've got to pick your way through if you're a leader. The back markers have no reason to get out of the way for you.
Yeah, but the onus is on the leading kart, or the forward lap kart, to get through safely there. So can't go complaining to the stewards if it hasn't quite gone your way.
Exactly, yeah, unless one literally takes you out, which is a completely whole different penalty in and of itself.
I think we have a spin in progress. Yes, we do.
Yes, indeed. I think that was just as Fraser Brunton was coming through to put a lap on that driver. They've had a bit of a spin. It's one of our lower plated numbers. That's the 6 of Manchester A again.
Unfortunate race for Manchester A.
Yeah, it's really not been a good race for Manchester A. They're going to be holding their head in their hands, the driver of that kart, for this one. But they're really going to have to try and get it back. Of course, they had a good race earlier on today, but it's gone pretty badly here. It's Michael Grebe, I want to say that's how you pronounce your last name, Michael, in the kart for this one. So he's going to be frustrated, but at least we will say the fact that today it is 2 rounds of sprints, you do get another go later on this afternoon at least.
Yep, we're hoping at least track conditions may improve as long as the weather doesn't get any worse. They're seeing Cardiff, oh dear, big off potentially for the cart heading into Gasworks, just about picks it back up, and actually taking that wide line has brought him back into play against that Liverpool cart there. Great momentum as we head now through the horseshoe.
It was the 54 of Imperial A having that little wide moment there down at Gasworks, but as you say, sometimes going a little bit too deep can actually work on the exit.
It can. Imperial A had an interesting race here, obviously not fighting for at the very top end, but still, you know, having some fun out there, which is certainly worth something.
That's the brilliant thing about BUKC as well, even in these difficult conditions, people not knowing the circuit. There's so many karts out on circuit, you're always going to find someone to battle with. There's going to be someone on a similar pace to you throughout mains and, of course, the Inters Championship, which will be here tomorrow. Yeah, some of us who are really, really bad just sit at the back and do our own little races. But it's great to have the 2 championships as well. We're streaming mains today. You have the Intermediate Championship tomorrow, which will not be live streamed. You can keep up to date with everything that's going on over on the BUKC social media. That is at the BUKC, so make sure you go and drop them a follow on Instagram as well. They'll be keeping you up to date as one driver finds the mud on the outside there, heading through the first of the hairpins, that being Senna 1 in the middle of the track. But lots to keep an eye on, and as I say, loads of different people to race. No matter where you are in the order, you're always having fun in BUKC. If you're coming off the circuit without a smile on your face, you're doing it wrong in the BUKC. That gap at the front of the field now is only 5 seconds between Cardiff A and Reading A. That's ridiculous. Cardiff A still haven't stolen back that fastest lap, but over the last couple of laps, Reading A have been a few seconds off their own pace. That's a big off down at Gasworks.
That looks to be the number 16 cart, I want to say. They're facing the wrong direction. Coventry B, I'm not entirely sure.
I think you're right there, as they just came through that left-hand. I think it was the 16. But all unfolding there was sort of 3 or 4 carts into one, and they all just sort of came together in the mid-corner, didn't they?
Hello to those of you watching along there. Andrew on the other side of things this time around, not commentating but watching like he raises a good point. Peter Knight, potentially a BPEC competitor. Of course, they do pay a visit to Warden Law, so a bit of experience potentially in that Reading A kart helping them out. Of course, stuck in that traffic, not been most fortunate second half of the race for Reading A, but still in the mix at least.
Indeed, yeah, drivers still battling, absolutely going for it here at Warden Law. Yeah, great to see so many of you in the chat. The Old School Motorsports Academy, great to see something like this midweek. Indeed, all of the BUKC races always midweek. Throughout the season, that just happens to be how they make it work in the British Universities Karting Championship. Our final round at Wilton Mill is going to be on a Friday. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first Friday of April. But don't count me on that one. But good to see as well RJ in the chat as well. Good commentary and camera work. Watching from Australia. It's probably a bit nicer weather there.
Yeah, I presume so. We have actually got quite an international audience, it seems. Someone watching from Italy as well. We're going all over Amsterdam as well before, of course, as we see heading through the last part of the lap there, back onto the start-finish straight. We've got some viewer interaction as well. We've got a poll running, so check out the comments there and take part in that as well. Will we see a dry track today? I voted no.
I've also voted no.
I think we're going to see a greasy track by the end of the day. I think if we get no rain, it'll be greasy. But currently, it's 55% no, 45% yes.
Yeah, let us know. Make sure you drop a vote in the chat, and yeah, let us know as well where you're watching from for this BUKC stream. Here, probably, as I say, yeah, definitely for Australia, slightly nicer than the conditions up in Sunderland in the UK today. Another yellow flag there through the first sector. Another driver will have found the grass at some point there through the lap. But here we look back to the number 5 and the number 4. This is Oxford Brookes B leading Bath A. Leading Oxford Brookes A, so inter-team battle going on here as well for 5th place, but in the middle of the sandwich is Bath A. They're having a good little race through in this one. We've seen them, I think they were about P10 in race number 1 earlier on. Definitely had the pace to be up in the top 3, but just kept binning it. Every 2 or 3 laps, they'd chase karts back down, and then they'd be off the track again. Late move to the inside from Bath A, but as we've seen plenty of times already today, that sends you out wide. You can't get that kart, you can't get the power down because you're not in a straight line, and back through goes the number 5, Oxford Brookes B.
Yeah, a bit too much curb there, I think, as well for Bath A. That upset the car and lost them a little bit of momentum as well, and you're going to suffer running down that start-finish straight there. Not too much in terms of straight lines here at Warden Law, not the longest straights, certainly not PF at least. Perhaps my calibration's a bit off there. As I knock my microphone, perhaps my calibration's a little bit off compared to PFI. But yes, not the longest of straights there. So perhaps not suffering too much momentum-wise, but of course, if you're having a big off like that before the start-finish straight, not handy at all.
No, not ideal for sure. Still battling though, really close here. Bath Bay trying to make it work. They go round the outside through centre 1, down the inside at centre 2, but a bit of contact between all 3 carts. Up and under tries the 5 of Oxford Brooks B, but it's not going to work. And Bath Bay steal away 5th place late on in this race. And now it's Oxford Brooks A following Oxford Brooks B. Will Oxford Brooks B even know that it's their teammates in behind them? Probably not. I mean, I think 110% of focus now is going on keeping the kart facing in a straight line here. So Oxford Brooks A going to have to try and find a way past, but also make it known to their teammate who they are in behind and say, hey, don't fight me too hard. We need to work together here and try and get this place back off of Bath A. But as they come across the start-finish line, we'll see on the timing tower.
They'll certainly know about each other now, won't they, as we headed towards the end of the lap there. They were side by side. I think maybe a little bit of contact as well. And if you're Brooks B and you're behind Brooks A, you're certainly going to notice, because I believe that it's the same luminescent wetsuit that we saw at GYG last year as well, that lime green suit, which sometimes confuses the camera for being so vibrant.
You can't say, oh, I didn't see him. That's
very
not an
true.
Excuse, yeah. That's definitely not an excuse. We've got Leonardo in the chat who's watching from Denmark. There's another country to tick off the list. Thank you for joining us, Leonardo. Harry in the chat as well, supporting Peter Knight and Ollie Flashman, so a big Reading supporter there, if I'm not mistaken on my memory there. For Harry and Max as well, talking about more chance of you having a dry spell than this track drying out. That's very true, Max. I think you've had about a 21-year dry spell, to be honest, mate, so definitely more chance of that. This track is not going to be drying out today.
As we head back on to the start-finish straight here, looking at the mid-pack. Back on, though, that team battle, that inter-team battle between Brooks A and Brooks B. It's Brooks A out in front this time round.
Indeed. We continue to watch this battle. In the front of the order, though, good to see the Flashman. I think we saw him in race number 1. His dad dropping us a little message on Instagram, just saying hello, saying this is like one of the first races in many years that he's managed to miss, and Ollie absolutely smashed it, so maybe he should stop coming to them now, and Ollie's going to do super well at all of them. I'm sure that's not true. But he did do a great race earlier on in this, in today's action, and his teammate, Peter Knight, on that Reading A kart, doing a good job as well, sitting there in P2. However, looks like we are indeed on the last lap of the race then. Cardiff A kicked us off a few seconds ago. We're still looking at the number 5 here of Oxford Brooks B. They have now lost out to their sister team of Oxford Brooks A. They take away 6th place, dropping the B team down into 7th. But as you can see there, as I mentioned earlier on today, those gaps just extending hugely throughout races like this. The gap between 1st and 5th place over 30 seconds now, which is just ridiculous. But here is Fraser Brunton of Cardiff A. What a race it's been from Fraser. It was a decent starting position for them, actually. Not really great. 17th on the grid for Fraser Brunton. We know he's fantastic in the dry. He's fantastic in the wet as well as the Cardiff A driver. He's going to come around the final corner, and he's going to take the win here in race number 3 is Fraser Brunton. He's a main staple of both Club 100 Racing and BUKC Racing. Gets another win under his belt here at Warden Law, a circuit he's never been to in the past. So fair play to Fraser. Reading A finished there in P2, and there's the 11 of Birmingham A to round out the top 3 then. And again, a bit more of a subdued race at the front as they had a bit of fighting early on, but it all extended out through the final part of the race. Reading A, though, a 1:23.4, only about a 1/10 of a second faster than the fastest lap of our previous race in the heavyweights, but track definitely still drying up here. It's been quite the wait to wait for 4th and 5th place. Southampton B do come through in 4th with Bath A in behind, Oxford Brooks A behind them, and the B team just behind as well. That was a good little battle across the line there. Coventry A, Nottingham Trent A, and Warwick A finalising the top 10.
Yeah, some very close battles as we cross the line here. Maybe it should be a half-an-hour race for race 3 there, as we have the number 33 coming across the line now. Weaving in celebration, I think, bringing an end to this race.
You've got to be careful with the celebration weave, though, in these conditions.
Very
it can
true.
all go very wrong, and then suddenly you look like...
You'll end up on a
word
YouTube
I can't.
compilation.
Yeah, exactly. Your team are going to be giving you many slaps around the head if you do something silly like that. We do come to the end of race number 3 then. 3 more races still to go in this morning's action, and of course, we'll do it all again this afternoon for round number 6. But let's run you through the finishing order then. Cardiff A, Reading A, Birmingham A, your top 3 in that one, all eligible, and I do believe none of them getting penalties in that one. Birmingham A might have got one earlier on, though, so don't count me to that. But again, to remind you, if you want to see all of the results post-penalties, results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. To run you through the rest of the order then, Southampton B and Bath A were there in 4th and 5th. with Oxford A, Oxford B, Coventry A, Nottingham-Trent A, and Warwick A rounding out the top 10. Warwick A, your top finishing clubman in race number 3. Cambridge A and Loughborough A were in behind them, with Warwick B and Leeds B there rounding out the top 14. Imperial A and Loughborough B just in behind them. That was Sheffield A, Swansea B, Lancaster A, and Coventry E there in 20th place. Fair play to Lancaster for getting back to 19th there. Not a disaster off that off from P5, but still very far away than what they would have been hoping for from that race. Coventry B and Liverpool B in behind in 21st and 22nd. Then Liverpool A, Cardiff B, Swansea A, UCLan A, and Bristol A rounding up the top 27. And we'll see the final 7 drivers to finish off the 34 kart order there in race number 3. 28th position was Brighton B, then it was Bath C and Leeds A rounding out the top 30, with Cardiff C, Coventry F, Liverpool C, and Manchester A rounding out the 34 karts, making it to the checkered flag then in that one. But we're done with the first 3 races of this morning's action. We've got 3 more to come. But before that, let's head down to Piers Pryor, who's going to be in the pit lane ready to chat to some of our drivers.
Our race winner in race number 3, Fraser for Cardiff A. Easy job, mate.
Yeah, I had a piece of night breathing down my neck, so that kept me on my toes. But yeah, I got a good start and then managed to get away.
Yeah, you got a good start, but then it looked like you were actually being reeled in by Reading in the middle phase of the race. But it just looked like towards the end you sort of got yourself dialed in a bit more with the circuit and pulled away.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I got through some back markers and then he didn't quite get through, which slowed him down. But yeah, it was a good race, good race.
It was a good race, and also it's a bit muddy out there, even if you're out at the front on your own.
Yeah, I mean, I'm got off better than some people. I saw some people fully covered in mud.
Caked. I mean, you can see the carts are absolutely filthy. I'm glad that I don't have to clean them later on. Anyway, Fraser, congratulations. Another race win. That's how many this year?
Don't know.
It's a lot. Not
Not as many
Still time. There's still time. We've got 1 this afternoon and then 2 more next round. Anyway, Fraser, of course, a very experienced driver in these Club 100 karts, but also in the BUKC. Racing for Cardiff A. Hopefully his teammates can have a good day and then they might be up the front. I was hoping to grab a word with our Reading driver who came second, but they've escaped. So we're going to have to make do with someone else. Why don't we chat to someone who looks wet, damp, muddy, and also normally you're kicking around on an Inters day. You're here at the mains as well?
Indeed, well, it's a bit of a trek up here to Newcastle almost, so, you know, thought we'd make a holiday of it.
Make it a holiday with your bag for life?
Indeed, and the socks. We've got serious socks. It's car socks for mains.
Excellent. Well, I'll get those later on. Good luck in your race.
Thank you.
Anyway, remind anyone at home who you are and who you're racing for.
Lawrence Fines today, Brighton B, completely ineligible, but tomorrow UCLA going for the win.
There we go. That's one of our regular Inters drivers. Oh, and I've spotted someone whose washing machine is going to get a lot of use this week. Come on out, let's have a quick chat. Who are you racing for?
Loughborough University.
And who are you?
I'm Rory Hudson.
Rory, that suit is very shiny.
Yeah,
looks very smart. Judging by the colour of the people coming back from the circuit, I don't think it's going to be the same colour.
It's not, but it's okay because Mum will wash it later.
Oh, Mum still does the washing for you, does she?
Of course, absolutely.
Why no wetsuit? Surely a person with a flash suit like this and a flash lid has a wetsuit.
Mentally, it's dry in my head, so we're going to just go out there and pretend it's dry.
Yeah, I have heard that if you just ignore the water, you can drive faster.
Exactly. I'm going to be using the dry lines and everything, so that's my strategy.
Loughborough, which team again?
Loughborough B.
Loughborough B, so you're in the A team, even though it's the B team this round.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, good luck in that. Hopefully it goes well for you. I'll see your brown suit at the end of the race. Yeah, interesting, the decision not to wear a wetsuit today. But anyway, hey, each to their own. Let's wander over and have a word with Coventry, who were here testing yesterday. Wow, this kart looks muddy.
How are we doing? All good?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
You're not driving in this one. This must be your teammate. Come on in. Who are you?
I'm Ewan again. I'm going to try and not bin it like I did the last time I spoke to you at PFI and I drove over someone's engine.
Yeah, don't do that. Also, really cool surname again. It's a nice one.
How do you even know my surname?
Anyway, starting where? What's that, 20-something?
23.
23. Where can we get to? Tell me where you're going to finish.
Hoping for top 10.
Hopefully the top 10. We'll see how you get on. Coventry, of course, always up there. The Coventry A leading the championship into this round? Yeah, they're leading the championship coming into this round. Or they're second. John and Reeve will tell you that. I can't remember. My memory's terrible. Let's wander down towards the back of the grid. Someone clever enough to be wearing a wetsuit. Number 6, who are you? Who are you driving for?
Manchester A team.
You've been out today already?
My friend, Kane. As you remember, we wear the same helmet.
Oh, yes, of course. I always forget.
Situation in the airport, he was, I guess, stolen or lost, right?
It really throws me off when you guys... Sorry, what was that sign again?
Sorry?
Do it again. Yeah, that's it. Send it in, yeah, punt. I won't repeat that one. And you're going to be receiving similar hand signals from the side of the track?
Probably, yeah, but I won't see it. I'll push.
Full focus. Full focus, of course. Yeah, there you go. Spud, love it. Oh, I like this race suit and car, race suit and a helmet combination. I haven't seen... Have we chatted this year?
We have not, no.
Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm racing for Liverpool. I'm Harrison.
You're Harrison who?
Farah.
Harrison Farah. Liverpool...
C.
Liverpool C. Liverpool season, Liverpool never have a dull race, do they?
No, we like to keep it interesting.
Yeah, it's either excellent or horrific.
I'm sure I'll keep it up when I get out there.
I really enjoy the helmet and suit combination. We'll see you on circuit. Good luck. Who's leading the championship? John and Reeve? I can't remember. Why don't you let everyone at home know?
Well, we'll confirm that for you in just a moment, but good to see that Harrison with the Liverpool squad keeping the enthusiasm high there. It is Coventry A heading into rounds 5 and 6 who lead this championship. But yeah, Liverpool never having a dull race, unfortunately not going too well this season for us. But interesting here that on the grid, some of the enthusiasms we already have of Spinner Hudson. It was actually him who had the enthusiasm, but I'm just going to take the dry lines. Pretend the rain's not there and it'll all be fine. Well, we're not even a quarter into the practice lap and it's already gone wrong there. So maybe a slight change in spirit for the actual race.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the dry line's really being shown that they're not working there as he dives in and takes someone else out in sympathy as well in that one. But some more great interviews. Yeah, I think probably for the best that we didn't turn the camera around there and see any of those hand gestures, because they're not the usual ones that you see in karting, I don't think, here at BUKC. Probably ones that we can't repeat on a lovely Alpha live stream.
We could have turned the camera around this way, and we would have been on stream. They were very close to the comms box.
No one wants to see that.
Very true.
No one wants to see
Face
that.
for radio.
Indeed. We're going to stay in what I would usually say is a nice warm comms box, but it isn't today.
Gasworks
There's another driver
once again.
Yeah. Drivers finding out the difficulty at Gasworks, because again, of course, none of these drivers, unless they're racing as an ineligible, will have been out on circuit yet today. This is their first time trying out the conditions today. So again, we're seeing a lot of drivers repeat the calamities of drivers in previous races, particularly down there at Gasworks as you're coming into the braking zone already with a bit of right lock on. That back end can easily snap away from you and suddenly you're going backwards into the barrier. A couple of hundred staff getting those cones back in the right places as well. Again, still earning their money out there on the Warden Law circuit for today, rebuilding those barriers, making sure the cones are all in the right place, and it's all fair racing for everyone out there on track. But we should have a good race ahead of us. And yeah, for race number 4, hopefully soon, we will take a look at the grid as to who are the ones to watch ahead of this race as we head into the second half. Already the second half of round number 5. Take us through the grid.
So on that first row, it is Imperial A and Swansea A. Row 2, Cardiff C and Southampton B. The third row being Warwick B and Warwick A. So an all Warwick third row there. Onto the fourth row, Dukeland A and Coventry B. Row 5, Loughborough A and Oxford Brooks A. Row 6, Bristol A and Sheffield A. Moving on to row 7, Liverpool A and Loughborough B. Row 8, Coventry F and Birmingham A. Row 9, Brighton B and Cardiff A. Row 10, it's Bath A and Leeds A. Row 11, Leeds B and Coventry A. Row 12, Coventry E and Lancaster A. Moving on to the 13th row, then it's Nottingham Trent A and Liverpool C. Row 14 being Swansea B and Reading A. And then it's Cardiff B and Manchester A on the 15th row there. Then rounding out the field for us, we have Bath C, Liverpool B on row 16. And then on the final row there, Oxford Brooks B and Cambridge A.
That was nice and quick, mate. And they would think you're a professional.
Not quite. I wouldn't say so there. As we have another spinner there. It's quite. I was thinking actually, it's quite an interesting one. It is a Warden Law in terms of journeys for the teams. As we've already mentioned, you know, it's going to be a fairly long drive for those southern teams, the likes of Buckamore or maybe some of the even Lincolnshire, even PFI. Not too bad really, but Sunderland, it's out of the way, isn't it? The Scottish teams, I'm sure, actually really appreciate it.
Yeah, this is the one round where they're like, oh, it's only like 6 hours from us.
I thought you were going to try the accent now.
No, definitely not. That will only cause hatred and confusion, I think, amongst the viewers. So definitely not going to try that this morning. But yeah, the northern teams a little bit happier that we're staying up north here in Sunderland. But again, Next round, we'll be heading back down to Wilton Mill in the dead centre of the country. A lot better for most
Everyone
teams.
shares the pain.
Yeah, everyone then just shares the pain of a bit of a long drive, depending on where you're coming from. But driver's still trying to find out where that grip is out on circuit. A little bit of argy-bargy down into Gasworks. It's all going well on these practice laps. And drivers will soon get into that 2x2 formation ready to kick us off. Now, I will say at the start of this one, there's not too many hard hitters up near the top of the order this one. I think the highest place hard hitter that I would say is 10th place of Oxford Brookes A. They'll be looking to have a good race in this one. Someone else to mention as well, Manchester A, 30th place on the starting grid for this one. This is one of their lower starting positions. They had a good one in the last one. They were 5th or 6th on the grid for the last race, and it all went wrong. Very, very wrong for Manchester A. So this race is going to have to go well for the driver who's starting in P30, and that's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders for this race start. Now, if I look down the order, 30th place, it's Makar Mizevic who's behind the wheel of that number 6 of Manchester A. So we're watching for them and see if they can get some more positives for today's racing here at Sunderland.
Yeah, we've also got a bit of a reverse grid race going on here in terms of we've got some heavy hitters at the back, likes of Axel Slepčević as well. They're running in around about P19. In fact, they are starting P19 for Bath A there. They've had a good few rounds. Should be an exciting one here as we get ready to start another race. This being the second heavyweight race, of course, of the morning.
Indeed, yeah. Axel starting alongside the Cardiff A car as well. That's Jensen Davis, who's on board for Cardiff A, who has been their best driver consistently throughout this season so far. On the podium, I think, in most races, if not all of them, so far this season for Jensen. So he's going to want to stick with Axel, both move their way through the field nicely. But that can also be the issue, is you start getting involved in those early opening laps, battling with drivers who are very close on pace with you, but both of you out of position. And you can end up just holding each other up for the whole race and ruining both of your races. So in a longer race like this, 25 minutes, you've got to remember when to work together here, when to push onto the front, and when to start battling later on in this one. But we're almost good, I think. We've got a couple of stragglers at the back trying to get back onto the back of the order there. So let's see if we can get it underway first time of asking.
Let's see, and as we head around the final couple of corners, it will be the pace car diving in and getting ready for a race start as we head down the tram lines. Then it will be George Worlidge versus Fergus Edwards into this first corner. Then let's see, as we have a sea of go-karts heading through that first corner, the opening first corner, and there's already contact into that first corner. Number 27 on number 54 there. Not sure if we've got any spinners so far. I think we've just about survived it though.
Just about. A lot of smoke billowing off some of the carts as they hit those puddles around the first section of the circuit. That, I think, was the most loading that we've seen down into the first corner all day so far. The front two, and that's Jensen Davis off in the wall, getting forced out. Lots of drivers off. We've got 3 drivers spun out in the middle, 2 drivers taken to the grass on the left. And as we were saying, for the first couple of corners, they all kept it facing in the right direction. Through turn 3, not quite so much.
No, and to be honest, running over the grass there, while it's not ideal for the kart, it's that or those tyre barriers in these sorts of conditions, so it's going to have to be the grass.
Both are going to equally slow you down, I think, at the moment, with how little grip that grass has.
Very true, yes. But potentially the confidence beginning to build for a few of these teams and drivers now, as perhaps a few of them have already been in the racing, the track beginning to dry up, so maybe what we're starting to see is the track becomes a little bit less treacherous ever so slightly. Potentially overconfidence for the conditions, and that's why we've seen this loading going on start of the race, this pressure forming up.
Yeah, drivers just thinking it has dried out a little bit. Go on, we can go for it. Oh no, wait, no, there's still absolutely zero grip as another yellow flag goes out down at Gasworks. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. The number 2, Oxford Brookes A, they're struggling to find grip. They're well down the order in this one at the moment, or Oxford Brookes A. And I think they've lost out a number of... Yeah, they started up in P10, didn't they, for this one, Oxford Brookes A. So they've had an awful start, as you can see in the background there. Another driver flying through and hitting a big puddle there, kicking up a lot of steam and smoke off of the exhaust of the car. But it is the 27 of Swansea A who have had a good start in this one. They were relatively up near the order, started on that front row of the grid, and they've kept out of trouble and pushed on ahead, nearly 2 seconds in the lead after only 1 lap. And it's been a great start for U Clan A. They were 7th place on the grid for this one, already up into P2, pressing on very nicely.
Yeah, very nice 125 from Swansea. They kept the nose clean. It's really important at these crucial starting stages to try and put yourself in a good position, especially when we've got a relatively slow field, a relatively compact, and relatively close together, and a relatively large field as well.
Yeah, for now anyway, with this first few laps, everyone quite close together. And yeah, this is where it can all go easily wrong. as that was nearly a wide moment there in the middle of the circuit for the number 45. Southampton B finding a bit of grip on the outside of the circuit though, and able to keep it on the black stuff for now. As drivers, you can still see there through Gasworks, just trying to find out where that grip is. Some going nice and wide and cutting back, some taking that curb on the inside and just scuppering their exit speed. And we can see it again through the final corner as well. Drivers trying to go side by side.
Of course, the Club 100 and the University racing teams are very efficient at getting these carts swapped around. As I'm hearing some little sound effects coming through.
It's like Formula 1 at Kota a few years ago, isn't it?
Yeah.
The guy goes saying meow on the circuit cam. Now whether that is a spectator or a camera operator who's making those lovely noises.
I just hope we don't have to pay royalties to Liberty Media. Anyway.
They've copyrighted that now, I'm sure.
Probably. Anyway, yeah, as we head through this stage in the race, I've completely forgotten what I was saying because I've been so distracted by the lovely sound effects.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. That was far too exciting. We've got drivers trying to go 3 wide, though, into Senna 1. That doesn't usually work out too well. It was Cardiff C, I think, getting shuffled to the outside there. A few drivers making up a couple of spots on them. Warwick B and Southampton B were close in behind. I think they have managed to sneak their way through, and I think Bath A are having a good race in this one as well, up in the top 10 nicely. And I think they've already gained a few positions on the early part of this lap as well. There is the number 4. They have already cleared all of these drivers. I think they're up into P4.
Heading through Gasworks and a little bit of oversteer creeping. Yeah, that was a proper drift there. That is 1,000 points for that one there. Close to the cones, great form.
Sadly,
you always hear the Supra noises heading through.
Yeah, exactly. Sadly, it's not Mario Kart. You don't get a boost when you slide for that long. But that would be cool if they were able to get that on board the Club 100 cart. Swansea A with a new fastest lap of the race, though, down into the 24s already. A 24.8 for the driver of Swansea A. They are absolutely flying out there. However, we were speaking about Bath A. What a run through the pack. However, they've got a penalty for it. ABC bump and pass for Bath will mean no matter how well they run through this race, they're not going to be able to win it. They will get dropped down the order at the end of the race when penalties are applied, and that's them off of our list for potential prizes at the end of the day too.
The all-important list. And what I was going to say before the fantastic sound effects came across, Swansea A ineligible. We are hearing from the team there, so leading this race on track, but will not be taking the 60 points away from this race. So we're going to have a morning of on-the-road victors not taking away any points.
It does seem like it, definitely in this one. Yes, Swansea already 5.2 seconds in the lead, so another ineligible. I think it's probably for the best that Andrew isn't here today, because he'd probably be getting very angry behind the mic at the moment at all these ineligible drivers. But that will mean that UClan A from 7th on the grid, looking in the perfect spot at the moment to take full 60 points from this one. That was a late down the move. I think that's Adam Nather for Sheffield A there, taking a position away. He's moving up and closer to the top 5 is Adam. That was a move on the number 15. So that was on Warwick A for 6th place. Adam already taking 2 positions on this lap alone, so he is flying through the pack for the number 9 car.
Speaking of flying along as well, Bath A into the 25s as well, moving up into P3 on the road. Now they are on a charge, trying to close up to UClan as Swansea A set another fastest lap of the race. The top end of the field now should be aiming for that high 24s, maybe low 25s at this point in the race. Maybe we'll see that in a few minutes' time. The number 16 car going for an inside line into the first corner. It looks like that could almost work as long as you avoid that puddle. That looks like it can really stick. A little bit of oversteer still creeping in at this point in time, but the track is starting to open up. A few more options are now coming towards these drivers.
Indeed, just as you say that, driver off down at the first corner, manages to just about rejoin safely there and get back involved in the battling. And here we're looking at a battle being led by Cardiff B, I want to say that is. Potentially actually Cardiff C in 13th place on the 88. There's the number 6 of Manchester A. Okay, they've had a good run through so far in this race. Then Manchester A were, I think, P30 to start this one, already in P16. They've got through past Cardiff A then. So Cardiff A have had a poor last lap. They've dropped down the order. So positions changing very quickly early on in this race. We've only had 7 minutes on the clock, but Cardiff A are looking down the inside here, down into Gasworks. They can't quite get it started on the brake, so big late move and a big slam into Cardiff A. Taken out down at Gasworks. Cardiff not going to be happy with that one. Jensen Davies gets fired off into the barriers on the outside. I didn't quite see who the driver was that sent them towards the barriers there. But either way, whoever it was should be getting a penalty for that one. That was a big old send. And I want to say it might have been the 77 of Bath C there down at the last couple of corners.
Bit of a concertina effect coming into play there, I think, into Gasworks. Just one of those very unfortunate, almost unavoidable incidents in the wet here. We've still got some more battling though. Manchester A hanging it around the inside almost, if you will. It's just chucked in that front axle and the car just about responded, but only just into the puddle. There goes the number 30 there of the number 30 of Lancaster A. Plume of steam as he does so as well.
Indeed, yeah. So it's a tricky one, particularly down at Gasworks, as it's one of those ones where once you've broke too late, there's nothing you can do about it now. You can't take it back and brake 5 foot earlier. It's happening. You're going straight on. If someone's in the way, they're just getting taken out. And there was a big apology from the driver who took out Cardiff A down there, but nothing he could do. As soon as he'd hit that brake pedal, he realised that he wasn't slowing down. He was going straight towards the scene of the accident, really. Big scrape of the visor there. For the 16 of Coventry B. But yeah, Lancaster A having a bit of a better race in this one, up in the top 10 places, 14th when they crossed the line last time around. Yeah, they're making up for a couple of poor performances so far today, trying to get some good points on the board and make the most of whatever's gone wrong. The 11 of Birmingham A there, recovering from a spin down the bottom of the circuit. That's going to drop them, I think, even possibly out of the top 15, maybe out of the top 20 after that little escapade off of the circuit. There's Cardiff A trying to battle their way back through. Making a move there. They've got Liverpool A for company. Sister team of Cardiff C as well. I think Cardiff may have just about been able to jump back into the top 10 there. Yes, they have. Up into 9th place goes Jensen Davis. Back through goes the 26 of Warwick B, though. These two having a great little battle.
Bath A flying along, closing that gap to Swansea A. They've been on a bit of a charge over the past couple of laps, seeing if they can maybe fight for the race lead. Of course, have the net race lead, with Swansea being ineligible at the moment.
Well, you say that, but Bath A do have a penalty.
Yes, of course.
Actually, Clan A are still in the net lead of this race here, and they've got a good 7 seconds back to Sheffield. So right now, they'll be feeling reasonably comfortable, but Adam Nather on that Sheffield A car has been flying through the pack, so still definitely keep your eye on that timing tower on the left of the screen.
Seeing the front axle there, trying to build a bit of temperature into the tyres there. That is the number 7 of Cardiff A. These cars still needing to have their neck wrung in order to get around this track at any sort of pace. So the pace, though, is gradually improving, I would say. The top end of the field is now really aiming for those 25s. So I think by the afternoon we should be... I'm going to predict the 24s for the afternoon, as long as we don't get any more adverse weather. Maybe 23s.
I think potentially, yeah, you might be right. It is definitely still getting faster. Yeah, 24.4, the fastest lap of this race so far from Bath A. Still got quite a bit of time to make up to chase down Swansea A on the road, though. And there's a spinner, 2 spinners down at the last corner there. Didn't quite see who that was, but I think we might see a couple of drivers dropping down the order as they come across the line to start lap number 8 of this race. And it is indeed, yeah, Oxford Brooks A and Loughborough A who drop down the order there, spinning at the final corner.
Here's Warwick B versus Cardiff A, with Liverpool A clinging on at the back there. In fact, not clinging on at the back there, gaining a position by the looks of things as we head through the 4th corner in just a moment here.
Yeah, they squeezed Warwick out wide there, didn't they? And Warwick A lost out to both Liverpool and Manchester there. The Manchester continuing their great run through the field. They then go down the inside here at centre number 1. They're trying to take away that what will be a now 9th place spot. And Manchester A, yeah, calamitous early on this morning, but the driver in the wheel, behind the wheel, I should say, the number 6 car, is having a really, really good race in this one.
Turn around in fortunes for the Manchester squad in this race.
So hopefully he can continue that. But again, yeah, it's one thing coming through the pack and getting a good position, but doing that without penalties is even more challenging in these treacherous conditions. Halfway through race number 4 then, and this is still really the closest battle out on circuit. We've got Sheffield A leading down to the rest of the top 10. Wide moment for the 16, that was. Big wide moment for Coventry B there in 13th place, but they managed to just about keep the cart facing the right direction, and they don't get drawn out by that grass on the outside of the circuit, and it's very difficult to get your way back onto the track once that happens. 13 minutes left to go on the clock then. Still an 8-second lead at the front of the field. Of course, Swansea A, to remind you, ineligible in this one.
Speaking of penalties, still 35 teams in the running, at least my maths has it at 35, in the running for that Club 100 seat. Either my maths is completely wrong and JV and the timing squad will tell us that no, there is no one eligible, or JV is going to have a very full Club 100 grid at some point.
Indeed. Yes, could be interesting. We have still got this race, then 2 more this morning, and then 6 more in the afternoon. But if it continues like this, the driver's generally being pretty good so far. However, I will say in this one, we have seen a lot more warnings and a lot more penalties in this race than the previous 3. So drivers finding a bit more grip out there, but also maybe pushing it a little bit too hard, and finding themselves on the tower at the side of our live timing, denoting who has been very naughty. Yeah, who has been very naughty out there on circuit. And I think, to be fair, a lot of teams are going to be quite happy that JV decided not to count warnings.
I was going to say, if
there's
they
been a
did
lot of
that,
those.
yeah, if they did count warnings, I have a feeling this might be the last we see of the warnings are allowed rule.
Honestly, yeah, I think drivers pushing it quite a bit, and JV's been very kind there. Been very kind today, to be fair, but we'll see whether that comes to bite him later on. He has to go a few teams.
I didn't hear the full kind of ins and outs of it. It could just be the case that you're allowed 1 warning. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Not sure if you're allowed any warning or if you're allowed the 1.
We'll keep an eye out. We'll find out at the lunch break as well. But you see there on the left side of your screen, that shows who are your big movers in this one. Up 17 places at Bath 8 to second.
Great
up
drive.
22 for Manchester up into P8. What a fantastic drive from a few different karts in the grid in this one. Another one I will mention, Bath C up 15 there in 16th place. However, they have got a penalty for their troubles. An ABC takeout for Bath C is going to drop them down the order when they see the checkered flag. And the cone penalty just come through as well for Brighton B. They're one of our decent runners up in the clubman class. Currently P24 in this one, and that's just going to drop them further down the order once they see the checkered flag later on. Now that gap at the front is sort of stagnated now at 8.5 seconds.
It has. There's a little bit of pace delta between the 2 cars there, but still in the mid-24s probably at this point in time. I'm just enjoying that, even though he's not here, Andrew is still raging about ineligible drivers. He's found a way to still be angry at them. He's complaining that is the graphics he's got to edit for the BUKC social media. Give us a follow at Club 100 and BUKC, of course. He's still complaining about ineligible drivers making it difficult and making his job more difficult. So.
It's not even your job today, Andrew. It's our job, and yeah, we're continuing the hatred.
No, I think they're fine. No,
I hate them.
Yeah,
we don't like them. Yeah. We don't like them. They make it so confusing for us. But hey, we're making it work. And yes, Andrew, you are correct. Axel is indeed the one out for the Bath A kart at the moment on the number 4. But we haven't really seen him at all in this race because he's just been off in a bit of no man's land with UClan A and still trying to chase down Swansea in the lead of the race. We look back to the battle here, though. This is the 54 of Imperial A, leading Manchester A, Cardiff A, and then Southampton B as well. So 4 drivers line astern on circuit here, all up in the top 10. This is a great little battle as we head into the final 10 minutes of this race.
An increasingly good showing this morning for Imperial A, actually becoming a little bit more prominent, showing themselves involved in a bit more battling as we progress through the morning. So hopefully a good trajectory for the rest of the day for them. This is a positive day, I think, for the Imperial squad so far.
Yeah, it has been very positive, hasn't it? Now they've got their work cut out for them to hold off from these 2, and they're not able to do it. Through goes Manchester, through goes Cardiff. Imperial dropped to 8th place, and then they've still got Southampton B for company in behind them as well. Liverpool A really not too far off this battle either. So this is our closest battle through a final part of the race. I think I'm going to say pretty much all day, really, so far. This is great battling going on. We look back to the number 30 here as well. That's Lancaster A in 16th. Leading a few drivers. They've got through on Loughborough B.
That's
big set to the inside. Really, really nicely read there from the Lancaster B kart to avoid ploughing into the side of that driver who went very deep. An interesting line into that one, but somehow they all managed to avoid each other.
Maybe inches separating those karts, and that was a mixture of bravery and luck that prevented an accident.
I think a lot more luck, to be honest.
Yes.
Yeah,
good catch, though. I think the speed that he headed towards the outside on the exit there, good on the driver to be able to continue on.
He was lucky that Lancaster A saw it coming and were able to offer the space, but you bid it there by yourself, and I'll come through on the right-hand side of you, thank you very much. Lancaster A continue. More penalties coming in, though. Birmingham A have got a cone penalty for their troubles. Cardiff A, another penalty to add to the list for this race. Contact penalty for Jensen Davis in that number 7 car. Nottingham Trent A also getting a forcing driver wide penalty. So not ideal. We've got a lot falling thick and fast through this race. And more to be taken off the list for Reeve, who's got his work cut out for him here in the commentary box.
Not too bad, actually. Everyone seems to be we have had a few penalties coming in, but they appear to be repeat offenders.
Okay.
So
the naughty boys and girls continue being naughty.
Naughty teams being naughty, and we still have 34 teams on the list at this moment. So.
Okay, fair. Well, we'll keep an eye and keep you updated throughout today's racing. Yellow flag as we head down into Gasworks.
Never.
That usually only means one thing. Someone's off in the barrier on the exit.
Yep,
oh, it's Jensen Davis of Cardiff A, who's gone off from 7th place. It's been a good race so far for Jensen on track. He's got a couple of penalties. That's going to be an awful one. Big off for the 77 right in front of our cameras there. They've gone very wide there. Who's that on the 77? That's Bath C from 17th place, having a little bit of a bin. But yeah, Cardiff A, they have dropped out of this one quickly there. We didn't see how it happened. They were backwards into the barrier. That usually either means they've spun it by themselves or they've been helped around by a bit of a tap into the right rear corner heading into that turn. But either way, dropping down the order is Jensen Davis.
Back underway, they're looking at a bit of a mid-pack battle here. Not quite at lapping territory yet, I don't think. Give it a couple more minutes and we'll see a few more carts being lapped. We're most of the pack still on the lead lap of the race, in fact. Everyone.
Yeah, pretty much, I think. Pretty much everyone on the lead lap of the race. Then we've got a couple of stragglers at the back. Liverpool C and Cambridge A have been overtaken by your leader, but that's about it. I think Liverpool B, yeah, you're right, Liverpool B as well. No, Liverpool B have gone through. They have not yet been lapped today in 32nd place, but it's getting close. Just over 6 minutes to go on the clock, and I would say, as you were mentioning there, this is probably the closest between the entire order that we've had throughout today so far.
Yeah, so no matter your pace, no matter your confidence, there's racing to be had in BUKC, isn't there? As Bath A are setting some brilliant pace there with 124.3.
Yeah, Axel is really putting down the gauntlet here for race number 4. Can he close down that gap? It was, what, 8 seconds earlier on? Now it's just over 4 seconds, so he's definitely closed it in nicely. But Bath A don't need to get past Swansea A. Swansea A ineligible in this one. Bath A already having the penalty, so it is still UCAN who are sitting pretty there in 3rd place, and they've got 17 seconds back to Sheffield A in 4th place, so they can totally chill out in this one and easily take home the full 60 points in race 4. But will they know that in 3rd place? They've been close and close enough to Bath A. Are they going to get close, think about a move and chuck it all away over the last 5 minutes? You just never know. Hopefully, with those hand gestures we were talking about earlier in the interviews, the teams could somehow tell the driver of the number 17 car to just relax, settle into it, get past those back markers, don't get any penalties, and take home the full 60
points. Depends on the hand gestures you were talking about.
Yeah, that's very true.
That wouldn't make me relax.
To be fair,
if my team just turned around and did that, I wouldn't relax.
It's true. But UCAN A shouldn't be getting any other sort of hand gestures from their team this race. They've been doing a blinding job there in P3 from about a P7 start, so it's been a good race from UCAN A so far in this one. Now, as the floodgates open for Cardiff, do they open? Cone penalty for Cardiff B, cone penalty for Cardiff C. It's going bad for worse for that Welsh outfit so far in this one. Not so bad for Swansea, but again, ineligible driver. They won't be scoring any points in this one. 2 by 2 as they run down that back straight towards Gasworks. And there is Sheffield A as they start a new lap of this race. They go on to lap number 15 then here. Getting it nice and slidey, heading it down into the first couple of corners. Just behind them, Warwick A, they're having a great race. The leaders in Clubman so far in this one. Of course, to remind you, the point system of this championship, they're not going to get any more or less points. They all get the same points throughout the race. 60 for a win, 59 for second, 58 for third, so on. I think you can fill in the rest of the gaps down to 34th place. But that then gets added and then split between Prems and Clubmans after that. So Warwick A going to be getting some lovely points here in race number 4. Floodgates continue to open though. Cardiff A now getting another contact penalty for their
Cardiff
troubles.
Team can now compete in the Club 100 for free.
Cardiff, I mean, that doesn't surprise me, to be honest. I was just the same when I was racing for them. Lancaster A also getting a penalty as well. So again, this hasn't been a great race for Lancaster A, and I'm even struggling to see them on the timing tower. My eyes, there they are, 14th place for Lancaster, but they've got a penalty to be added once they see that checkered flag.
Of course, saved a little bit of their day by a good recovery in the end in the previous race for Lancaster A. They'll be losing a couple of places, as you mentioned, with this penalty as well. But the good thing is they came into this morning with a healthy Clublands lead. So even if this morning is a bit of a write-off, they can recollect their thoughts, head into the afternoon, try and improve on things there, or just know that you can take this round as a bit of a forget about it and move on to Wilton and try and lock in that Clubman's championship, because they've had a very good season so far.
Yeah, really good season. When you say healthy, 30 points in the lead is ridiculous in Clubman. Because you also got to remember, you're getting 60 points for the round. The Clubman drivers aren't going to be anywhere near that full 60 points, so maybe they're getting 30, 35, maybe 40 if they're a really good round. So to close in 30 points to a leading gap, even with, as you say, Lancaster not having a great day today, they should still be a good few points in the lead even after this morning's racing. But we'll try and talk you through the championship when we go into the early races in the afternoon later on today for round number 6, as it's all updated as we go through the lunch break, and all of the finishing positions for all these races are totted up and the championship standings are sorted. Less than 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Less than 4 seconds now the gap between the leading two. Barthay still with that fastest lap, a 24.3. So the lap times haven't been falling as much as we headed through. And indeed, this one's actually a bit slower. A 23.5 in race number 2, a 23.4 in race 3. And now we jump back up to the 24. So potentially a bit more rainfall has gone onto this circuit. We saw that caught out a few drivers early on in this one with the loading heading down into T1 and lots of offs through Sector 1 and Sector 2 on that number 1. They've all managed to settle into it now, but again, those gaps have opened up massively. The gap now between UClan A and Sheffield A in 3rd and 4th, now nearly 20 seconds. That's just ridiculous.
It is. I'm just looking out of our comms box window here, and while these are impressive machines, not quite the level of Formula 1 machinery, they're not going to be quite as wind sensitive. The wind is pretty strong out there. Looking at some of our BUKC flags, you might see them every now and again on the screen.
It looks like there's a little bit of a tailwind going down the front straight.
That'll be handy.
Which is, I mean, until you get to the first corner and you realise you have to brake.
Yes.
Then it's not so handy.
Yeah.
A little bit of a scary moment. I mean, maybe that's why we saw a lot of loading on that first lap. Maybe drivers just getting a bit of that extra push.
Yeah, let's give them that excuse.
Yeah, we'll give them an excuse. We'll be nice. We'll be nice on comms. But 1 minute to go then. Looks like Swansea might have this one wrapped up. We've got a spinner down through that long left-hander. Manages to get back underway and rejoin the track before the drivers come through and find themselves on the same line that kart was stopped on. The Swansea, as I say, incredible race for the driver of Swansea, but is indeed an ineligible driver. And then goes the way of Barthay to take maximum points, but they can't do that because they have a penalty from earlier on in this race. And now I don't believe I'm mistaken. I don't think we've seen UClan on the timing tower at all for any penalties. So it should be UClan to take the full 60 points here if they can just keep it on the road. They've got a nice little gap back to Sheffield, as we know. But battles still going on through this last 20 seconds as we head round the final lap of the race. These guys aren't on their final lap, they're still on their penultimate lap. That's just how far ahead the leaders are. Moore moves to the inside then, down at Gasworks. And lots of changing for position as drivers try and pick up those cheeky extra points through the last couple of laps of the race. Coventry A have just moved their way through past Southampton B. Southampton B are dropping down the order a little bit, actually. Coventry B moved their way up into 9th place. Now Southampton B drop any further, they don't. So just a bit of a couple of positions lost then on that last lap. Here is the 64 that we're following through the final sector of the circuit. They're a little bit way down the order. That's Coventry F in 29th as they go on to their last lap of the race. But soon we'll be seeing the 27 of Swansea making their way through the final section of the circuit to take what will be a win on the road, but to remind you again, not the 60 points.
No, it's UClan A who are poised for that. They have received a penalty today, just not in this race in particular, which is what matters, of course.
Indeed, that's the big thing. Well, here they are then. The 27 of Swansea takes the win on the road. There's Barthay on the number 4, who come in 2nd place on the road, but have that penalty that will drop them down the order. There's the 17 of UClan A. Looking at the board like, wait, hold on a second, what's going on? They probably don't even know that they've won the race there on the number 17. 7 seconds off the lead overall. Brilliant pace throughout the race on UClan. Got out ahead in that leading group and scampered off away with it very, very nicely. So fair play to that UClan driver. Takes the full points from that one. There, we finally see the number 9 of Sheffield A getting it across the line, and Adam Nather giving us a little bit of a cheeky slide as he comes across the line. We would love to see that, and he won't know as well. I think he's on for either 2nd or 3rd place then in that one, but manages to get back up the order. And Adam Nather, after a bit of a difficult opening round at Buckmore Park, he had a good afternoon and now has a good morning to kick off round 5 for Sheffield A.
See there, that electric crowd watching the car come across the line there as we finish the 2nd race. Oh, we do get an applause there. There we are, some appreciation.
Little thumbs up. Good to see. some support, and those are the hand gestures that we want to see.
Yes.
They're the ones that we can show on the screen.
That's that matter settled. So there we are, though. That is 34 carts across the line for the second heavyweight race this morning. It is Swansea on the road, at least. Bath A in P2 on the road, but it's UClan who take the victory in this race. Then we have Sheffield A, Warwick A, Manchester A, Liverpool A, Coventry A, Coventry B, and Southampton B rounding out the top 10 on the road. Then it's Imperial A, Lancaster A, Nottingham, Trent A, Warwick B. Then we move to Oxford Brookes B, Cardiff A, Birmingham A, Leeds B, Cardiff C, Oxford Brookes A for our top 20. Then it's Bath C, Brighton B, Loughborough B, Reading A, Leeds A, Loughborough A, and Coventry E. And then rounding out the field then, coming across the line, it is Cardiff B, Coventry F, Liverpool B, Swansea B, Bristol A, Liverpool C, and Cambridge A to finishes off there, of course. They are the provisional results. They don't take into account penalties. We've mentioned, of course, it's UClan A who come across the line and actually take the 60 points this race.
Yeah, that one was particularly provisional, I would say.
Yes.
A lot of penalties in that one. So definitely head over to the Alpha Timing website to find out the full official results from that one. We'll try and keep you updated throughout the day as to what's going on with the championship, because of course not the final round, we're in the sort of fourth to last and third to last rounds today, but you're setting yourself up for that final part of the season, that final push towards a championship win. And it looks as though the drivers are getting pointed towards the back of the grid, which I think means that they are going to get weighed here. I do believe, from I've been looking outside the window, that this might be the first weighing of the day, if I'm not mistaken. However, it looks like some drivers have already nipped out of the grid there, so they won't get sent back and told off there. But as you can see, kart's a little bit worse for wear, and I think that radiator probably isn't taking in too much air because it's so full of mud. My goodness, right, well, drivers, yeah, certainly finding the limits of the Karting Northeast circuit up here at Warden Law. Having good fun, though, as they do it, and that's all that matters. We've had some great races throughout this morning already. 4 races done and dusted here in round number 5. We've got 2 more to go, 1 lightweight and 1 heavyweight coming right up. But before that, hopefully, soon we'll have Piers, who's going to be down in the dummy grid area, waiting to catch all the drivers and talk us through as we head into race number 5.
Not quite the win, but second place from 20 wherever you were on the grid. Axel for Blath A, that was a good right.
Yeah, managed to find the grip out there, which was nice. A lot of sort of drifting. But I think I got a 4-place penalty.
Oh.
I'm not really sure what for, because I didn't really hit anyone, but apparently I got a penalty. So.
You had good pace regardless, you came through the field, but it's a solid result for Bath. Of course, you were hoping to be in the championship hunt. Jesse Doggies had a tricky race earlier. You've had a good race through, and maybe about the penalty, not ideal, but what do you reckon you could do this morning? And then, well, at least you know you've got the pace for this afternoon.
Yeah, it hasn't gone very, very well this morning. We think we definitely got a lot more pace than where our positions have shown. So hopefully in the afternoon we can put it on the podium or win it, or we need to really if we want to win the championship. So
got to win races, right? I'll let you go and get weighed, and we'll head off over to the scales as well and grab a word with our race winner, who I don't think they've quite weighed just yet. So that means we can interrupt them. Have they? Let me see if I can see them. No, they've gone. They've gone. Where's our race winner? There's our race winner. Come on in. Let's grab a word with our race winner. Excellent. There you go. That's how you do that. Talk to us about your race.
It was pretty good. I had a decent start. Just about held it around the outside of pole. And I built a bit of a gap at the start, but I saw the guy in second was catching me near the end. It was quite interesting. I thought I was going to lose it on the last couple of laps.
But you didn't?
But I didn't, luckily.
I'm hearing that apparently the Bath driver may have got a penalty anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. But still, to win on the road feels pretty good.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Win on the road rather than penalties.
And of course, how the rest of your team been getting on? Talk to us about your chances this morning.
Pretty good. It's kind of funny. We've only got actually 3 drivers with us today, and most of them didn't want to travel up here. So, yeah, we've been doing all right. We've got a couple good results so far. Hoping to get a couple more this afternoon.
Brilliant. Well, we'll see how you get on later on. A very strong drive from the front of the field. It helps if you start at the front of the grid, but you still have to drive well. Last couple of drivers just getting weighed, which means in just a moment we'll have the new oncoming drivers for race number 5. That is another lightweight race, I think. Wait, yeah, light, heavy, light. Yeah, so it will be another lightweight race, so 75 kilograms for those drivers weighing up The karts have the posts on, which they can put the lead in. They can put lead in the seats as well. But the weight limits for the race means that it's nice and even, so we get nice and close racing, and those who maybe are slightly heavier can race in the heavier weight races, so they don't end up with a disadvantage. And it is now time for the drivers to come onto the grid. So yeah, come on, drivers. Why don't we grab a go with Tiago? It's Tiago, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Tiago for Coventry. Coventry E. Tiago, where are you starting?
28th.
What can you do from 28th?
Well, hopefully going forward, but I'm not very optimistic now.
Now? Why now?
Because every time you interviewed me, I binned it.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this. Apparently there's a bit of a rumour going around the paddock that I'm a bit of a bad luck charm. So we'll see.
Yeah, and it happened the same with my teammates today, so we'll see where I end up.
Sorry, Tiago.
Hopefully I'll break the curse.
Yeah, hopefully you do. I apologise in advance if I do curse you. Off you go. You can go and get yourself set up. There's a lot of weight ready in that cart. Who else should we chat to? Let's chat to someone I haven't spoken to before, shall we? I end up chatting to quite a few people a number of times throughout the year. Let's grab someone new. How about this person here? Hello. Hello. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Daniel Skelton, Coventry B.
Coventry B. Have I chatted to you this year?
Sorry?
Have I chatted to you on the grid this year?
Not, no.
Excellent. I've been looking to chat to new people. Daniel, what do you do? What uni are you at? What course do you do?
I'm a grad for Coventry, but I do psychology. So sports engineering.
Motorsport?
No, not motorsports engineering. That's what everyone here does, but I do psychology.
Psychology. Yeah. So do you work in psychology now?
I work at a special needs school.
Oh, cool. Okay. Brilliant. That's actually quite a cool thing. What else do you get up to when you're not karting?
Not much else, to be honest. It drains my whole bank account.
Just pure karting?
Pretty much, yeah.
And are you doing the whole season with Coventry B?
I am, yeah. It's not going too brilliantly so far, but, we're going to try and rectify that now.
You got a smile on your face?
Yeah, need to.
Right, good luck in the race. Excellent to hear about the wide range of topics that a lot of the drivers do. Of course, a lot of the drivers do engineering or motorsport orientated degrees, but not all of them. We have some psychology students. I've spoken to some other students doing other things. Why don't we jump in here with our number 97. Hello. Who are you? Who are you driving for?
Stephen Westwood. I'm driving for Sheffield D.
Sheffield E. Stephen, starting what, 27th?
Yeah, right in the middle of the carnage, I imagine, but we'll try and pick our way through as best as we can.
Yeah, the starts have looked a little bit tasty from what I've seen in the middle of the grid from so far. It's a long right-hand corner. You're on the inside, which probably helps.
Yep. Gives me the best chance of trying to avoid most of it, hopefully. So, try and be patient and pick our way through 25 minutes.
Yep, brilliant. Now, Stephen, please take this the right way. You look like a mature man, as in you look like you're wise under there. You're not the normal age of the students around here?
No, he's having a bit of a last-minute sub. So yeah, hopefully the years of wisdom will pay off, but we'll find out.
Were those years spent in the BUKC as well?
Not so much BUKC, Club 100 a lot, and then a bit of BPET recently as well. So
excellent. So 27th on the grid. We'll see you finishing where?
Top 10 maybe, if we're lucky.
I quite enjoy that he's got his eye on you there.
Got his eyes everywhere.
Stephen, good luck in the race. See how Stephen gets on. It's good to see some graduates coming and joining us, filling those spare seats with drivers maybe not being able to make it up for the long trip north, with a lot of our universities being sort of southern based. Heading towards the back of the grid again. Hello.
Hello.
I'm just coming over to chat to some people I haven't chatted to for a while, or I haven't chatted to yet. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Mark Cleary, racing for Southampton C.
Southampton. Now, Southampton have had a very, very good season in the A's. What about the C team?
It's been mixed, but looking.
I like that diplomatic term, mixed.
Now, Piers, there's someone I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh, I don't often get interviewed. Go on.
But what do you reckon about the new Wilton changes?
Oh, interesting. Well, I made the little short about the Wilton changes. Yeah, sure. The last corner at Wilton has claimed its fair few victims, so therefore I think for safety it was a necessary change, and I'm looking forward to the new challenge of the corners. We'll see. Whether it will be more fun or less fun, I don't know, but we will be racing there, of course, in a month's time.
Very diplomatic from you as well.
Well, actually, you know what? I have to be. You know, I'm a public figure nowadays.
Exactly, yeah. Top.
Anyway, what are you hoping to do in this race? No, it's all right, we can chat. What are you doing in this race?
Well, I'm P27, looking to make progress, but keep it clean. Wet lines, we'll see how we go.
We will see how you go. I quite enjoy the fact there's mud on your steering wheel. But anyway, you better get in, because Jimbo's looking at me like I need to get on with it. Right, let's go racing for round number 5 this morning.
Thank you, Piers. Great to hear from some more drivers as well. Ready for race number 5. Penultimate race of this morning's action then. And that helmet is fantastic
I
with
love
the
that.
googly
That is
eyes on the
brilliant.
back. I don't think it would
Extra
pass.
weight.
I don't think it would pass an MSUK scrutineer. But either way, in BUKC looks fantastic and puts the pressure on the drivers behind them as well. And they'll be hoping that a lot of drivers are seeing that because they'll be hoping they're at the front of the field. But we'll have to wait and see. I didn't actually quite spot which team it was. I don't know. If
No,
you
I
did,
tried to have a look through the list, but the team had cleared off the screen by the time I was at it.
They should really make a note when they note down their name, put their name and then in brackets the googly-eyed bloke, and then at least we would know.
Maybe we'll just call them that for the
Googly Eyes, yeah, okay, cool. We'll see where Googly Eyes is starting. But let's have a look at the grid then for race number 5. It's Sheffield C and Oxford Brookes D lining up on the front row of the grid. Could be an interesting one to kick this one off. Birmingham A looking to have a good race here from row 2. Alongside them are Brunel A, and behind them Brighton B and Exeter A. We've not really seen them up near the sharp end at all today, Exeter. Let's see if they can turn that around in this one. Coventry F, Lancaster B, Liverpool A and Cardiff C round up the top 10, with Imperial B and Leicester A there on row 6. We see more drivers behind the grid doing exactly what we've seen in previous races, going straight into the barrier on the first warm-up lap down there in Sector 3. Coventry B and Edinburgh A line up on row 7 with Imperial A and New Clan A there on row number 8. Warwick A and Bath C are there on row 9. Finalising the top 20 on the grid then are Oxford Brookes B and Huddersfield A. Then it's Sheffield D, Cambridge A, Liverpool B and Surrey A there on row number 12. Row 13. Unlucky for some, will it be unlucky for Sheffield B and Birmingham B? We'll have to wait and see. Behind them are Southampton C, Coventry E, Portsmouth A and Leeds A, who round out the top 30. And then finalising your 34-car grid for this one, then Cardiff A, Nottingham Trent A, Southampton A and Loughborough D there. Some big hitters on the last 2 rows of the grid. Some top-level A teams there, all with top 10 numbers from last year. Of course, that denotes their finishing position from last year. So they're going to be wanting to come through the pack in this one. But that is very much easier said than done.
What we saw in race 3 and race 4 was a few of those big hitter teams at the back end of the pack, and it led to some fantastic racing.
Yeah.
They had to work their way through the field, but they still got the job done. It was still possible even on a track like this, so could be in for another great race here for the next lightweight race.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many big teams near the back do like an okay performance and gain a few positions. It's either they get all the way through up into the top 5, top 10 and have a flyer, or they collide with everyone around them, get themselves about 4 penalties, and it's hopefully their drop race for the day. So we'll see those 4 at the back. Cardiff A, Nottingham Trent A, Southampton A. Which one of those it is for them? Do they come flying through? Do they not? Do they stay down near the back? They get a lot of penalties and have a lot of spins and crashes. We'll have to wait and see. More drivers finding the edges of grip there down at Gasworks. That is still the treacherous corner, I think, on this whole circuit, where we've seen the most incidents throughout today, and that looks like it's going to continue into race 1.
Absolutely, it's Gasworks followed by Horseshoe, by far and away the most dangerous part of the track. What I'm really enjoying it, of course, it is back together and it is safe. The marshals making sure of that. Is the fact that every time we cut to that camera at the start of the race, the tyre wall is a slightly different shape. At the start of each race, yes. It's really interesting to see it kind of develop.
A bit of track remodelling there from our BUKC drivers. Thanks, guys. You're helping out.
They're just helping out the Inters.
Yeah,
and speaking of the Inters, make sure you follow along on all social media tomorrow, of course, as we have a big off there into the first corner. That was there.
The 23 going for a little bit of a spin. That's Surrey A finding the edge of grip.
Yep, make sure you follow along at the BUKC, at Club 100 Racing, and at Alpha Live Timing as well, because the Inters champs, 4 teams are separated by 1 point there, so it's a very hot battle in the Inters here tomorrow as well.
Exactly. It doesn't mean, of course, we stream this mainstay. These are our top 54 teams, so that doesn't mean that there's not fantastic racing on the Inters days as well. So, as Reece says, you can keep up to date with that on live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. No live stream for the Inters tomorrow, but keep an eye on the socials, keep an eye on the live timing. You can keep up to date with all the teams racing in our secondary championship.
It looks like the Inters have got rain as well tomorrow.
Oh dear.
So that'll be
the Inters always get the worst weather, I swear.
Brilliant.
Every single round.
That's what we like.
The first round, wasn't it at PF? I wasn't at either, but
snow.
There was snow on the interstate. That's ridiculous. Yeah. Those poor drivers trying to get that experience to move up into mains, and they're really getting, the cat amongst the pigeons, shall we say, really getting thrown into the deep end with that one.
These Dunlops were absolutely brand spanking new as well. That was even less than ideal.
Yeah, it's seriously a baptism of fire for the Inters drivers, but hopefully they've got a bit of experience now as they head into the last sort of part of the season. and we'll see their racing out on the circuit tomorrow.
That is Imperial B there with, I think, the new brightest wetsuit we've ever
Really?
seen. Yeah, that is the Brawn GP spec. That is there they are. That is so bright.
Brawn GP spec, I like that a lot. I did see as well, one of the Sheffield drivers in this one has a full Red Bull racing suit on as well, so they've got to be a bandit. They've got to be an absolute bandit with a full Red Bull, I think it was a Red Bull Mobile suit on, so an interesting one. We'll keep an eye out for them, but they might have stuck a wetsuit on top of it, and now we'll be able to tell who they are. But Sheffield, possibly their B kart, they're starting in 25th place in that one, and that's the only Sheffield driver on this one, so I think it's safe to say, Sheffield C, the 79, starting on pole for this one, so potentially them. But hey, lots of bandits out, lots of good teams out. It should make for a brilliant race here for race number 5.
And race number 5 shouldn't be too far away from starting now. The whole grid gathers up behind that pace car heading through the horseshoe now. Tracks of misfortunes of other drivers there. You can see the tyre tracks of where other cars have had a little bit of an off. Won't be happening at this speed we hope, though, as we head round this final corner and get ready for another race here this morning.
Yes, indeed. Let's see if we can get underway. First time of asking. To be fair, drivers have been very good at it so far today. We haven't seen a false start flag just yet, and we do get this one underway and racing. The 79 Sheffield C chops back across, tries to take the lead early on. Big loading, already got the driver off down at the first corner. They're going to have to get up and out of the car, trying to get that back on circuit. They don't want an unsafe rejoin to add to their troubles, and more drivers hitting that puddle on the apex there, heading through the first couple of corners. One driver off, that's the number 1. That's the number 1. Exeter A off already. They're going to lose a good 5, if not 10 positions there as they rejoin the circuit, and they're going to get nerfed out wide into the wall as well. One driver round onto the grass, they get stuck, and they'll have to try and rejoin. More drivers off on the exit as well. It's been a calamitous race start, but look at that, the number 11 of Birmingham A have gotten through the traffic nicely and already siding into the lead of the race.
A few carts caught by the tyre barrier there. One on the outside.
False start flag on the left.
That's probably the right decision. It was a little bit calamitous at the start of this race.
So the drivers will get back into the order that they should be for on the grid list. They'll try and get back into the right order, and we'll give that one another go. Of course, the first time that I mentioned, we've not had a chevron flag yet today. The drivers have been really good. We then immediately get one, so apologies to everyone viewing. That's probably my fault.
Is in full effect, so it seems.
Yeah, sorry everyone.
There is that Imperial B kart you can see from a mile away.
Can't see them. I don't know who you mean.
It's just, it is like what we had at GYG last year. It's just so distracting. It takes your entire attention.
Maybe that's what he's doing. He's trying to distract all the rest of the drivers.
So we got someone with eyes on the back of their heads who they were probably needed on that race start, to be honest. And then we got someone else trying to distract with very bright race suits. It's all a bit chaotic for race 5. So it seems to see the win there, battering the BUKC.
Yeah, they are
really
flapping about now, aren't they? Now. That wind coming in from all different directions and throwing you off a little bit. As you say, not quite so affected by the wind. And indeed, the poll on the live chat, 71% of you now saying no to a dry track, which I think we both definitely agree with here. Yeah. But round the final corner they come then. Second time of asking for this race start for race number 5. The lights go green early on in that one, and it's another opportunity for Sheffield C to try and hold on to it down to the first corner. Will we see another few drivers getting nerfed off wide? Birmingham A to the inside once again, and there is still quite a lot of loading down to the first corner, all managing to keep it on the black stuff that we can see at the moment, though. Wait for the hit of that puddle. We'll see smoke plume out the back of some of the carts as they make their way through Sector 1. This time, Birmingham A haven't quite been able to get to the lead. They're there in P2, but not quite able to squeeze past Sheffield C, as they do indeed hold on to that race lead on the second time of asking here for race number 5. Spin in the mid-pack, and they get hit on the side. Luckily, that seemingly spins them back into the right direction, and they continue on with their race. But one driver already off down on the exit of the first couple of corners. Can't quite see who that is, but they're going to be quite a distance behind the rest of the pack.
There is no grass left on the inside of that corner.
No.
After that false start, is there? That's just a mud bath.
Yeah, you're going to be repainting your race suit if you head on through that. Lots of mud getting kicked up. Hopefully no drivers wearing any nice new suits today, because they're going to be ruined by the end of today.
Hudson in the previous race was wearing a brand spanking shiny lovely new suit.
Oh no, that's just poor decision making. I think if you're coming up to Sunderland in March, you shouldn't be wearing your brand new suit. Drivers trying out all sorts of different lines there down through Gasworks, all making it work though, to be fair. And to be fair, this secondary start has been a blessing for Exeter A. They've kept it on the black side this time. They've had a decent start. They've sort of kept to the position that they were in near the start of the race as we come to the end of lap number 1 then. Birmingham A do once again take the lead of the race. It wasn't a fluke on that first start. They've done it for the second time of asking. And speaking of Exeter A, there they go to the inside, making the move. That moves them up into 6th place now. Through on Coventry F they go. But Coventry F battling back nicely as well through the middle couple of sections of corners there. Who is it chasing down Birmingham A? It's Brighton B on the 48, who are in P2 at the moment. Both Birmingham and Brighton already starting to pull a nice little gap here.
Unfortunate last lap for the Oxford Brooks B cart there. Had an off through the horseshoe, was able to get back underway, but has lost a few seconds in doing so. Birmingham A, as we say, managing that gap at the top end of the field.
We've got a few drivers losing a lot of places. Imperial B down 15 places. Cardiff C down 17. Brunel down 26. Oxford Brooks B, as you mentioned, down 14. Coventry B down 24. A lot of losers on this opening couple of laps, and we already have a penalty as well. Lancaster B getting the first penalty of this race, a cone penalty for themselves.
I'm surprised there's any cones left on track after the first race start for race 5 here.
They've all been resuscitated and put back on their respective points. But yeah, we could see some dead cones by the end of the day. Rest in peace to the dead cones killed by BUKC drivers over the years. We head to the end of lap number 2 though, and it's a good battle through from Exeter. I think they've got a couple more positions on this last lap. They're now ahead of the 79. That was Sheffield C, who were in 3rd place at the start of this lap. Fastest lap goes the way of Birmingham A, already down into the 124s, a 124.5. Sees them get 2.5 seconds in the lead. Exeter A down the inside once again, this time on the 51 of Oxford Brooks D. That's a change for 4th place. But he's done what he needs to do there. The Exeter A driver moves his way forward to the front of this gaggle, and now trying to close the gap to the leading 3, who, as I say, have already created a nice little gap here at the start of this race.
As you say, a great reset was that second race start for Exeter A. They seem to be on form and ready to go for this charge now. Right at the top of, or right in the mix in that top 5 battle. Fastest lap still going to our race leader, of course, only 2 laps into the race, but already into the low 20 or mid 24s at least. So potentially, once we get underway properly, some pace to be found out there.
Yeah, definitely some pace to be found. It's dried up a little bit, but it all seems to be a little bit stagnant now, if I'm honest.
This wind chill won't be helping the track dry out.
No, exactly. It won't be helping at all. I don't think we're, as you guys agree with us on the poll, we don't think there's going to be any sort of dry line forming throughout today. And the drivers are just going to have to be dealing with those conditions not really changing throughout today's running out there on circuit. It's Sam Hampshire who's behind the wheel there. He goes through our shot on the number 1 plated car of Exeter A, a name very well known by other drivers in the BUKC. If you've been watching BUKC for a while, quick driver out there on the number 1 plated car, doing everything he needs to do. Now, one of the drivers one of the teams we've mentioned near the back of the order, one of our hard hitters in this one near the back was Nottingham Trent A. They've just got themselves a cone penalty. They've made their way up to 15th place it was. They've just dropped down the order, down to 17th. Bit of a slow lap there, 5 or 6 seconds off the pace, so they've gone off at some point and taken a cone with them in the process. There was a driver off down at the corner number 1. Didn't quite see who that was though, taking to the escape route there, aka the grass, through Brian's Bend, but they managed to rejoin. A couple of positions lost though.
Brian's got multiple bends actually. It's Brian's bends. It's a
true.
Lucky Brian.
Lucky Brian. Whoever Brian is, you're a lucky man. You've got multiple bends named after you at Warden Law. Fantastic stuff.
Got in the same league as Senna, really, because he's got a couple of corners named after him at Warden Law as well. So.
And me as well.
Oh, yeah.
So
John's got his corner.
Thank you. I'm not sure I'd call myself a saint. Definitely not what I'd extend myself to. That lead already 2.6 seconds now, Birmingham A versus Brighton B. Another further 2 seconds back to Liverpool A in 3rd. They're having a good race there up in the top 3 at Liverpool, but now they've got Exeter A chasing them down. Here's a couple of carts having a battle as they head through Gasworks into the horseshoe now, inside line there for the 64 of Coventry F. They can't make it work though, and round the outside, hold it for Southampton A. They move their way up into 8th place as we begin another lap of this one.
3 seconds that lead then, Birmingham A holding it over Brighton B. Southampton A overtaking Coventry F, as we say, as we start this next lap.
Something's happened to Surrey A on that one. The number 23 drops 5 places on that last lap. A 1:32, so again 5-6 seconds off the pace of them there. They've had a bit of an incident, maybe a little spin for Surrey. That drops them down the order. And again, to mention, we saw at the start of the day, often in conditions like this, if you can just keep it on the black stuff, you're looking to have a pretty good race there, as there is Mr. Googly Eyes. He's just gone through the shot. We've spotted him. I want to say, is that a Warwick suit, if I'm not mistaken, for the googly-eyed man? I'll have to see as he comes through again. The number, yeah, I think it's the 15 of Warwick A, who are currently in 14th place. So that's who we're watching. That's who we're watching for Mr. Googly Eyes. He's got Cardiff A trying it around the outside, though. The number 7 trying to get through past up into 14th. But let's see if we can spot. Where did Warwick start in this one? They started in 17th, and it's Jake Palmer who is on
Number
Mr.
17 went deep into the Gasworks corner there, and it worked. A great move there, late on the brakes. Took it up the inside. That went straight over to the outside of the track and managed to make the move stick somehow.
Impressive stuff. Yeah, great battling. This is all in the sort of mid-teen positions at the moment. We're already halfway through this race number 5. And lots more chopping and changing going on in this one. As they cross the line, Lancaster B have made up a place on that last lap. They get through an Oxford Brooks D for 5th place. And there we get a lovely shot of the googly eyes staring us down.
It's very distracting, isn't it? It's
a little bit ominous.
Yeah.
Oh, spin there. Driver off ahead of these drivers has gone off. So I'm not sure who that was. Facing the wrong direction as the drivers funnel their way through turn number 1. And again, never a nice place to be. You've just got to wait for everyone to drive past you, and all your hard work goes to nothing. Manages to rejoin in the end, and that looks to be the number 36 of Leicester A from 13th place, who have had that rotation down at turn 1.
Better race today so far, well, the best race so far for the Liverpool squad, currently running in P3 on the road. Got some Liverpool supporters in the chat. Those Liverpool supporters also berating me for my terrible cars, which is an odd one. We've got Andrew, who's heading out of the country. He's escaping the terrible weather that we have here. Lucky Andrew.
Lucky Andrew. Yeah, thanks, mate. Thanks for robbing it in.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
And we have some support as well for the googly-eyed Warwick driver.
Yeah.
Well, we're really enjoying Warwick at the moment. We've got Jaffa Cakes, we've got Googly Eyes. Warwick are on good form today.
We are loving it. Yeah, thank you, Warwick, for the very kind gifts of Jaffa Cakes, as we always enjoy at BUKC. They love fattening us up in the commentary box to make sure if we ever do go out on circuit with them, we're never going to be on pace.
There's no threat of that.
No. To be fair, didn't need the Jaffa Cakes for that.
Speaking of pace, Birmingham A 124.1. Wow, on that last lap. So they're not breaking away from the pack. It must be said. Brighton B and maybe less so Liverpool, but Brighton B in the 24s doing a good job of keeping up. Birmingham A just making sure that they're in control.
Yeah, we're seeing now in these conditions what's happened in the last few races now. If you've got a good grid start and you can make it through the first couple of laps, you can then start to just break away. That's why we're getting these big differences in time near the front of the order. Nearly 4-second gap between the front two, another 4 seconds, another 3 seconds, another 4 seconds. Big gaps at the front of the order. Then you're just into just putting in those laps, keeping on the black stuff, and just putting in decent pace. And that's what the drivers out front are doing. Birmingham B, one of your clubman drivers, currently in 2nd place, not getting dropped by Birmingham A either. About 7/10 slower on that last lap, but still the 2nd fastest driver out on circuit. So the driver of the Birmingham B car should be very proud of this performance. Number 10.
Trent A.
Oh, and they're off.
That is, I can't even really call that commentator's curse, can
Oh,
you?
no.
We just started watching.
They
That
just
was the
parked it
camera
up.
curse, yeah.
They parked it up.
That's a really unfortunate place as well, because they've gone quite deep into off the track, so they've got to.
I did think that was a little bit of a leisurely incident. They've got out of the car and not even tried to get it back out on circuit, so maybe an issue there. Maybe something's broken on that Nottingham Trent A car.
Nothing the stewards have spotted. There's no black and orange flags for them.
No, so I don't know what happened. It was so leisurely. They just sort of parked it off the track,
Could have
didn't
been. Maybe it's very rare you see these Rotax engines fail, but maybe some type of throttle issue or something that's causing that to
usually the thing you see go is the chain, isn't it? That's the first thing to go.
Yes.
But Nottingham Trent A dropping down the order. So a Cambridge A as well in tandem. So Cambridge A come across the line in 26th. And Nottingham A continues to drop down the order. It doesn't look like they've come back round. I'm trying to see out the comms box. Are they still parked up over there? I don't think they are. Oh, yeah, they are. They're getting some assistance back out on circuit now. I think maybe they just realised there's no way I can drag this back on circuit by myself. So I'm just going to wait for a couple hundred marshals to come over and help me. So fair enough to the driver of the number 10 Nottingham Trent A. But they're going to be dead last after that incident.
While they look nippy and nimble out on track. A go-kart, trying to haul that around by yourself is no easy feat.
They're quite heavy, aren't they, these
They
carts?
are
It's
just Birmingham A there, really having to lean into the corner there. The race leader moving his weight about to try and get the car to react through that last corner. It did just about, but only after having a little bit of a fording going on there.
You tried that really wide line to get the nice cutback and get the power down, but found the puddle on the exit, and yeah, that doesn't usually help with grip going through standing puddles of water.
Maybe they're trying to cool the engines down to get a
Maybe,
little bit of extra power
yeah.
out.
I don't think that they need that today, if I'm brutally honest.
Yeah,
it's pretty
very
chilly. It's pretty chilly out there on circuit. But yeah, a big check over the shoulder from Birmingham A as that incident came to an end as they went down the start-finish straight. Even with that incident, they still put half a second more of a gap between themselves and Brighton B on the last lap. So I don't think Birmingham A have too much to worry about. And yeah, just being told by Jacob, that makes a lot of sense now why it's such a good performance from Brighton B, and that is because they are an ineligible driver as well. Hello to Andrew Mather in the chat once again. We'll see him pop up and get be a very frustrated man.
Let's not make him. He's currently in an airport and listening along. Let's not make him angry.
Big shout out to Andrew. You don't want to make that man angry. He's scary.
You don't want to be. If you're sat on a flight next to Andrew Mather at the moment and he's just steaming with rage, this is why.
It's understandable. It's understandable. 7.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Then Birmingham A still building out that gap very nicely at the front of the order. And I will say, after the last race, where there were a heck of a lot of penalties, there have been very few in this one.
Yes, I think the false start was a bit of an omen and a bit of a reset.
Yeah,
Don't do this. Be sensible, and everyone has been very sensible in this race.
Yeah, fair play to the drivers, doing a good job, and I think we've still got a number of teams still in the hunt for that free endurance.
We do have a number, and that number is 32.
32. So I lost a couple more through this race, but still a lot still in the fight to get that free endurance karting race later on in 2024. Here we're still looking at Brighton B, of course, ineligible driver there, so Liverpool A will thus get bumped up into second place, and every driver in behind as well. Side-by-side action, though, heading through the horseshoe. This is a bit further down the order. The 16 and the 79 going at it. 79 is the Sheffield C, but the 16... that's Coventry B, so Sheffield C have actually had a bit of a calamitous last lap. They dropped 6 spots, still trying to defend now against Coventry B and Imperial B, who are around them. Racing going on up and through the order in this race, number 5 here for round 5 of the British Universities Karting Championship. If you're enjoying the live stream, if you're enjoying the racing today, make sure you drop a follow, drop a subscribe on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and of course, support us as well. If you're enjoying the commentary, at Ratters Media for me on Instagram, make sure you drop me a follow, and anything you want to plug.
At Re509 for myself.
Big shout out, big shout out. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully you're enjoying the action throughout today at Sunderland. There's Exeter A coming through your camera shot. They're only just a little bit behind Liverpool A, who we now turn to as they head through the final corner.
Liking a bit of a power slide is Lewis Jackson in the Liverpool A kart there. Brighton B with another fastest lap there.
Well, the first time in the race, I think, that the fastest lap isn't held by Birmingham A. So Brighton B finding a bit of pace late on in this one. Doesn't really matter, though. They're ineligible. Doesn't matter whether they win on the road, second on the road, wherever they come. They're not going to be classified as a finisher when we get to the final results. But it is that battle in behind to watch out for. Can Exeter A close down the gap to the Liverpool A kart through these last couple of minutes? On that last lap, Exeter A was 0.7 of a second quicker. There's 3.5 seconds in it. There could just about be enough time here if Exeter A could hold on to that pace.
Just about. We have seen big enough pace deltas before. It's quite interesting watching that Liverpool A driver actually really sliding it through the end lap there. I haven't seen that from anyone else so far.
No, the more you slide in, the more pace you're really losing, because what you're wanting to be doing is getting it in as deep as possible, getting it in straight line and powering out. But
it's working.
Yeah.
The pace is still good in that Liverpool A kart.
Still decent pace, yeah. 26 dead on that last lap. Drivers in behind, 25.3, 25.6, 25 dead, 26 dead again from Coventry F, and a 26.8 from Oxford Brookes D, and that's their best lap of the race. So Oxford Brookes D looking under a bit of pressure here from the drivers in behind, and they're in that group of karts from 7th back, where the distances, the gaps between the karts gets a heck of a lot closer. They need to really start watching their back. But look at that. One lap, fastest lap goes the way of Brighton B for the first time in the race. Immediately next lap, Birmingham A retake that fastest lap.
Yep, 24th lap there. Impressive. We could have seen 23. We did see 23s, of course, a few races ago. Let's see if we'll see it again in the final 4 minutes of this race.
Yeah, no, you're right. We thought it was going to get faster and faster and faster, didn't we? But it just hasn't.
I think it's the track's now got to a point where it's just a consistent amount of greasiness. And the other thing to factor in as well is we've had quite a few cars going off. As they get back onto the track, they're going to be bringing water and detritus and everything back onto the tarmac with them. So it's going to be making some of the corners not that useful. I believe one of the centres is actually quite broken tarmac. That's actually one of the grippier parts of the track in these conditions.
Exactly. No, you make a very good point there. Yeah, it was the drivers. They're having a lot of drivers going off. Yeah, as they come back on, dropping all that detritus onto the circuit, and that can mean you go round one lap and you know where your braking point is. You come round the next time, and suddenly there's a load of stuff on the track. Your braking point isn't the same, and you're off. And that's how quickly things can go wrong in conditions like these. So, huge respect for the drivers just keeping it on the black stuff throughout this race. And if you're winning a race in these conditions, you've done a very, very good job. And Birmingham A are still absolutely flying out there on circuit. 3 minutes now left to go on the clock. We'll only get a few more laps of this one. Of course, a 1 minute 24, fastest lap of the race. So we might only actually see 2 more laps of this one. We'll have to wait and see when Birmingham A come. Well, they've already come across the line, start a new lap. That's how far ahead in the lead they are. We've got battles still going on our screens then. Round the outside, that was the 22 going round the outside there. That was Edinburgh A flying through. And that was on the number 51 of Oxford Brooks D. So Edinburgh A up to 9th place. They're now chasing down UClan A for 8th. Of course, UClan A took the win. Well, they were 3rd place on the road in the last race. Took the win once all the ineligibles and penalties were all sorted out, I do believe. And having another good one in this one. Up in the top 10, 8th place overall. Of course, a couple of ineligibles to watch out for as well. Maybe some penalties. Another good race for UClan A.
Yeah, another haul of points. That is exactly what you need. It's as long as you're getting these consistent high point scoring positions, you're going to do well in the championship, really. As long as you're not having consistent bad weekends, you're going to come out on top, even with such a large field of teams.
Indeed, yeah. Consistency is key in the BUKC. Not only over a round, not only over a day, but over the whole season. If you're not consistent, immediately you're going to be out of the championship running. Of course, 2 drop rounds, I think it is, across the whole season. One of those being the qualifiers, which you didn't take part in, of course, earlier on in the season. All teams across all championships, because they're not decided yet, split across 2 days. One of your drop rounds is the race day that you weren't in for your team, and then you get 1 more for the rest of the season. And a lot of teams will be thinking, we've already used what we want to be our drop round here. We need to make sure we stay super consistent through the last part of the season to have an opportunity at a championship charge. Now, another team, the day started off all right for Nottingham Trent A. It's gone from bad to worse. Had a few penalties in the last one. They got another ABC takeout in this one. And currently, Nottingham Trent A dead last anyway, so it doesn't matter. Terrible race from Nottingham Trent A in this one, but they'll hope to make it back up whether they're in race number 6. Of course, if you've not yet seen the person you're supporting out on circuit yet today, they must be in the last race, the next one coming up of the morning. And if they're still not in that one, I think you might have got your days mixed up, and they might be in Inters tomorrow. So keep an eye out. 45 seconds left to go on the clock then. When Birmingham A come around the final sector, they're going to be starting the last lap of this race.
Yeah, no real competition for Birmingham A in the second half of this race. Of course, we were talking about making sure you have a consistent season. Part of having that consistent season is you don't want too many ineligible drivers. That is, if you're losing opportunities to take 60 points, 60 points, 60 points, that is going to really mess up your season. Part of a good BUK season is getting that team together for all 4 race weekends.
Yeah, you should never have an ineligible on the A team. That's why I was so confused when we saw that with Swansea A. They had an ineligible in their A team, because that's just going to scuff you for the whole round, because you know your 1 drop score for the round has been taken by that ineligible, getting 0. So you have to perform in the other 3 slots, in the other 3 races that you've got out of the 6. You have to perform. If you have 1 drop away, a black flag, a silly penalty, that's it. Your round is gone. It's done and dusted. So, yeah, surprising to see any ineligibles in A teams, but more understandable when you can't fill B and C teams. But A team, you've got to push all 4 drivers just in case you have a bit of a scuffle in a race, something goes wrong. At least you can bin that one off, and hopefully the other 3 go okay. Second to last lap, UClan are dropping down the order, down to 11th place, a 1:31. They lost a good 5 or 6 seconds on that last lap, lost 3 or 4 places out of the top 10. Go UClan A.
Commentator's curse.
Indeed, yeah, commentator's curse again. Apologies, UClan. Cardiff A jump up ahead of us at Oxford Brooks D, so do Edinburgh A. But we're still watching the 11 of Birmingham A. Fastest lap of the race at 1:24 dead for Birmingham A. Closest challenger was the ineligible of Brighton B, but they couldn't quite close in enough. And it is going to be Birmingham A who are going to lead us around the final section of the circuit and should take a brilliant race win.
Yeah, it's been a great effort for them. Still leaning through.
They have still got a track limit warning on the last lap.
They've been pushing in the final phase of the race. They've been watching along as well. You can see them heading through these corners, leaning in, but it doesn't matter in the end. They're pushing the car and they're pushing it across the line to take the race victory here in race 5. It's been a great effort from the Birmingham A squad for the last few races here this afternoon. A little bit of a wait now to Brighton B have crossed the line there, ineligible of course, and then we have Liverpool A will be coming home, the third on the road, and then we have a few more cars coming across the line. Southampton A, Lancaster B, Exeter A in the end after that little squabble at the end of the race there.
Great squabble between the 3 of those. Exeter A coming out. There's the losers, as there's a big bump there. Final lap of the race, and we've still got Sens going down the inside of the final section of the circuit. Edinburgh A get a cheeky extra position now up to 7th, pipping out Coventry F, and Oxford Brookes D and Cardiff A round out the top 10 across the line. But yeah, Exeter A, decent race to be fair, to get into 6th place for them. And yeah, some of our big hits from the back of the grid having good race. Cardiff A being one of those. They started on, it was either the second last or the last row of the grid for this one. Yeah, second last, 31st place for Cardiff, up to 10th by the flag. Didn't see any penalties for them either. We've got some ineligibles and penalties ahead. So a good race there from Cardiff A, making the most of a bad grid slot. Nottingham Trent A from the back didn't have a good one. Dead last in that one. I'm trying to think who else it was who we had near the back of the pack to start that one. And yeah, Exeter as well. Great race up into 6th place for them. But let's run you through your finishing positions there for race number 5 of round 5 of the British Universities Karting Championship for 2024. Reeve, do you want to take us through it?
Sure, it's Birmingham A who come across the line and take that victory, of course, in P1. Then we have Brighton B on the road, P2. Liverpool A, though, in P3 on the road. Southampton A, Lancaster B, Exeter A, Edinburgh A, Coventry F, Oxford Brookes D and Cardiff A are top 10. Moving on, it's UCLan A, Warwick A, Surrey A, Southampton C, and then Sheffield D, Sheffield B, the 2 Sheffields coming across the line together. Then Imperial A, Coventry B, Loughborough D and Oxford Brookes B are top 20. Then Liverpool B, Huddersfield A, Leeds A, Sheffield C, Imperial B, Leicester A, Cambridge A, Portsmouth A and Bath C and Coventry E are top 30, and then Brunel A, Cardiff C, Birmingham B and Nottingham and Trent A with an unfortunate race there rounding out our field.
Indeed, yeah. A couple of big teams in that one falling by the wayside a little bit, but another good race for action here from Karting North East at Warden Law for round number 5 of this 2024 season. Now, it's nearly 1 o'clock. It's nearly time for lunch. My tummy is rumbling already, but before we eat a bit of lunch, we've still got one more race to go. Race 6 will be coming up very shortly, and before we get on with that final action of this morning's racing, we head down to Piers.
Our winner in that race from Birmingham. Great race for you. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. A new track for me today, and I'm sure that's the case for a lot of people here today. Yeah, so false start. I thought I was going to struggle to get the lead back again in the second start because everyone might have learned something new. But yeah, just tried to learn the circuit as I go. And yeah, built a gap to my good friend Will Taylor, who finished just behind me. But yeah, that race was pretty good.
And you got a free new helmet paint as well.
Have I?
Yeah, you haven't seen it yet, but...
What colour is it?
Mostly brown.
Nice.
Anyway, I'm going to walk down the grid because I have found someone that I've been meaning to catch up with for quite a while. And this man here, I don't know if you remember from PFI, was our man where we had a wager. And our wager was that if you finished first or last, we were going to help your mum out for Mother's Day by getting rid of the moustache. The moustache is still intact. It's Mother's Day on Sunday.
It is.
And you did finish last in that race.
I did, yeah.
So therefore, why don't you go get yourself weighed, find your friends and come back and we'll do what we need to do. And we'll do what we need to do. I also wanted to catch up with our driver we chatted to before the race who said I was going to be a bad omen because I'm pretty... Yeah, let's wander down. Sorry, Dan, our cameraman. I'm making him jump over carts left, right and centre with a camera on his back. Sorry, guys. Can we squeeze through here, please? We're right to just interrupt before you... Now, before the race, you... All I can say is I'm sorry. the first start was fine, and then there was a restart, and then everyone got through, and the commentators were like, oh, that was clean, and then we cut to you.
Yeah, the first start I was spun around as well.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, but yeah, I was just forced wide. I couldn't, didn't have anywhere to go. It just was on the grass. Yeah, managed to make up a few places, but got spun again. But yeah, it's all right.
So I am actually a bad luck charm.
Yeah, I guess.
All I can say is, as I've said, I'm sorry. Maybe I'll chat to you later?
Yeah, the afternoon's a new round, so hopefully we'll get good results there.
Okay, well, anyone in the next race, watch out. In fact, why not I put a curse on our Coventry A driver? Come on in, let's get this side of the barrier. Get ready for the race. If you won, how many races have you won this year so far? 1 or 2?
I think it's 2 this year.
2.
One in qualifiers and the other one was back in P5.
And you're starting where in the next race?
Well, funny enough, that very last card, that's gonna be mine right there.
Are you going to win another one right from back last to first challenge?
Can do a last to first challenge. That'll be absolutely incredible, but I highly doubt it. There's some quick drivers out there as well, so. But oh well, we'll see what we do.
That helmet is also looking very clean. I can see you've got it all nice and cleanly polished. You're looking pristine. GoPro on the car. Everyone who comes in is a different colour than when they started.
But yeah, we'll see how it goes for that. Hopefully they don't confuse me with a Marshall. You know, it's quite close to it. But hopefully nothing happens like that in the live stream. So watch out there. If you see a Marshall-ish looking guy in a go-kart, that's me. It's not a Marshall. Don't worry, guys.
Anyone you want to wave to, say hello to at home?
Family, my girlfriend, and everyone out there that was watching. Thank you guys for supporting, and hopefully I'll do my best. So thank you guys.
If you're supporting Coventry A or this man right here, drop us a comment, show your support.
Exactly. Thank you.
The live comments are just to the side of the video. I think it's that side, isn't it? So or below us. So just have a little type. Anyway, good luck.
Thank you so much.
We'll grab a word. Now, where is our friend? Where is our friend who needs his face? Say face rearranged. That sounds like I'm going to assault him. I'm not going to assault him, I promise. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for him, we'll grab a word with some other drivers. Hello.
Hello, I'm great. How are you?
Your name is not great. I found that out last time.
Oh.
Who are you? Remind us.
Sorry?
No, remind us who you are.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Liverpool C, I'm George. I'm the photo one that got the interview very wrong last time. First time on camera, got a bit nervous, I think.
It's all right. I get nervous every time. It's fine, mate. You just bumble through. It kind of works out in the end.
I can imagine.
Is that kind of like karting around the BUKC? Just bumbling through.
Yeah. Especially on the first lap. It's chaos. I was in race 3. Started very well, actually. Bit of a turnaround from Buckmore.
You're going out again, are you?
Yes, ineligible this time.
Okay.
But yeah, ended up at the back, so I thought, let's just have some fun instead.
And is it fun out there?
Amazing. It's the most fun ever.
I'm very jealous, actually. I've never driven at Warden Law or Karting North East, wherever it's called now, and it looks quite good fun, even in the wet.
Yeah, I've never been here either, but it's been fantastic. Absolutely loved it.
And we go again.
Yeah.
We go again. Anyway, great. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Right, where's our friend? Where is he? Where is he and his friends? This needs to happen. It's been going on for like 2 rounds now. I can't see him. Anyway, let's grab some more drivers ready for race number 5? Race number 5, Jacob?
6.
Race number 6. I can't count. Race number 6. Why don't we grab a word with last year's champions, Exeter A. Who was in that last one? You were just in that last one. Talk to us. That was a solid race.
Yeah, I mean, there's no grip anywhere. I've never been here before, so it was a bit of a. I had someone on my own the whole time, so it was interesting because those long last couple of corners, I had no idea if I was doing them right or not. And then once they caught up to me, I realised I sort of halfway through decided to change it, veer off, and that was obviously way slower, but I didn't know that. So, yeah, tough one because I think we would have had a lot of fun in the pack because. Seemed like chaos, but in a fun way.
It seems like it is fun out there. And I'm going to interrupt the team talk of Exeter out here as Jensen's about to go in. Jensen, have you been here before?
No, never.
Never?
Yeah, it looks fun. I'm hoping I'm going to be good at it. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to see how it goes on the 3 laps practice, and then hopefully I nail it by then.
Yeah, I don't know what Fernando Alonso's complaining about with it. They're always complaining about a day and a half testing. We only get 3 laps in the BUKC.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows there's levels to this game, really. The BUKC is just way on top, and yeah.
Alonso could never.
Yeah, never.
Jensen, good luck in the race. Who else have we got to chat to during the grid walk? We've got a couple of minutes, so we've got some more people to chat to. We could head towards the front of the grid. Let's do that. Let's go towards the front of the grid and chat to a Loughborough driver. Yeah, of course you do. Of course we do. Remind everyone at home who you are, who you're racing for.
Thomas Dixon, Loughborough B. Yeah.
Good starting position.
Yeah, been unlucky earlier races, so hopefully use this one as a bit of warm-up for this afternoon's races, but yeah.
Oh, you ineligible in this one?
No, eligible, but I think we've had 2 P19s and a P15 so far, so it's not been great this round. So
Yeah, not the championship round you were after.
No, absolutely not. We had a bit of a rough run at Buckmore last time as well, so yeah, have another on these wet conditions and hopefully turn of fortunes in the afternoon, so yeah.
Great, well, we'll see how you get on in this one. Hopefully you can turn things around. And I'm going to jump in with number 2, Oxford Brooks A, Seb Marlowe. Seb, what was brekkie this morning, mate?
You'll be disappointed.
Go on.
I had nothing.
And nothing again?
Yeah, no, I was at a hotel room and I just came straight to the track. There was no Mackies nearby, so I didn't have the opportunity.
Anyway, talk to us about the race. Have you been here before? What's the situation?
No, never been here before. This is the furthest north I've ever been. So I was hoping it'd be dry, but
it very much is not.
And I don't think it will dry. So I'm just going to see what the track's like. Hopefully, don't spin it because if you go off the track, then you basically lost.
That's it.
There's no point in getting the car back on the track really. Getting the valleys.
It is very much valleys. Seb, good luck in the race. Dougal McGregor on the outside of the front row. Dougal, we'll chat to you later on. Dougal racing for Edinburgh, one of the best names in the BUKC. And now, before we go green, here is our man. Have you got?
It's actually gone dead. The race has gone dead.
No. Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, it's not working.
It's not working. It's not going to happen. Okay, another time. But anyway, the moustache will come off before the end of the year. But anyway, I think we're about to go racing. So why don't we head back to the commentary box with John Ratcliffe and Reeve.
Thank you very much, Piers. Great to hear from some more drivers again. And I will say, I'm going to tell Piers once he comes back up into the comms box as well, but I do have my razor with me, if he would like to use it to take off that beautiful moustache. The driver's not getting away with it that easily.
Perhaps one of the weirder offers from the commentary box that you see in motorsport. But moving
I'm
on.
just trying to be a helping hand to my fellow workers in the media team there to take off someone's moustache, which has to be taken off because he's lost a bet. And I feel that needs to be withheld.
We've got to withhold our reputation here at Alpha.
Exactly. Right then, let's run us through the grid then for race number 6. Do you want to take us through it, Reeve?
Sure. It is row 1 with Sheffield A and Edinburgh A. Row 2, Loughborough A and Oxford Brooks A. Row 3 being Imperial B and Loughborough B. Moving on to the 4th row, it is Leicester A and Bristol A and All Clubbins row 4. Row 5, Southampton B and Oxford Brooks D. Row 6, Sheffield C and Brunel A. Moving on to row 7, it's Swansea A and Exeter A. Row 8, Lancaster B and Warwick B. Row 9, Southampton C and Loughborough D. Moving on to the 10th row of the grid, it's Southampton A and Manchester A. Row 11, Cardiff B and Liverpool C. Row 12, Portsmouth A and Swansea B. Row 13 then will be Reading A and Huddersfield A. Row 14, Sheffield B, Leeds B. Row 15, Lancaster A and Sheffield D. Then it is Surrey A and Birmingham B on row 16, and rounding out the field for us, it is Bath A and Coventry A on the last row of the grid. For 34 carts here for the last race of round 5 here at Warden Law.
Indeed, yeah, this will finish off what I was about to call the morning action. I realise it's 1 p.m, but that's what we're going to call it. Round 5, the morning racing. Then we'll head into the afternoon. I know time flies when you're having fun with it. It's been great. There's a big spin at the first corner, 36 of Leicester A, finding the edge of grip, and he's in a bit of a difficult situation there. Luckily, all the drivers getting on the brakes a little bit earlier, heading down into turn 1, and hopefully Leicester will be able to get back underway. But they're going to have a slightly truncated practice session here as they wait for everyone else to come through and get past. We've got quite a few teams in this one who are looking to finish off this morning's action with a good race. A lot quite near the sharp end of the order as well. Sheffield A on pole, Edinburgh A alongside, Oxford Brooks A there on row number 2. And then looking a little bit further down, we've got Exeter A there in 14th place, Southampton in 19th, Manchester A in 20th. Some big heavy hitters in this one, and Bath A trying to do it from the back row of the grid. 33rd for Bath A. But to be honest, I don't think there's really been a team today where you can be like, yeah, they have smashed it, like they have done super well. It's been up and down for all teams really across the board. Yeah. So we'll try and keep an eye on the championship what was the word again? Thank you. I clearly need to learn how to pronounce proper words today, because I'm being shouted at in the live chat as well. I'm so sorry.
We've done some education.
James Bartholomew. My apologies, James.
We've done some education.
Mispronouncing words.
How would you pronounce?
I still don't really know. Ineligible.
There we are.
Yes.
Yes. Well done.
Not ineligible. Sorry, getting my words mixed up there. It's just the commentator is very bad. Naughty John. But thank you, James, for letting me know in the live chat there. A clubman update from T-Dent Sports. Now, we won't be able to give you updates on the championship until we get through to the next round of racing.
Yeah, in the lunch break, I will sit here with Andrew's spreadsheet of doom. Much to his behest, I've broken his spreadsheet of doom.
Oh dear.
Well, to be fair, I booted it up and the laptop said, no.
This doesn't work.
So I'm not taking responsibility for that. What I'll do is I'll try and get it working within the lunch break and then give you some championship permutations.
Yeah, we can try and take you through what's happening in the championship through round number 6. But of course, all of the race results will be finalised over this lunch break by the great members of staff at Club 100, and then we'll be able to talk you through what the championship's looking like as we head into round number 6. And then we'll have 2 more rounds to go at Wilton Mill in about a month or so time, and I think the drivers are going to be hoping it's a little bit nicer at Wilton Mill, because although, once again, to mention, the colour correcting's been beautifully done by James on the cameras, but it's a little bit misleading. It looks a lot brighter above the circuit on the cameras there than it does in real life. Still very cloudy. It's a nice low cloud here. It's really meaning it's not heating up, and the water on the circuit just isn't going anywhere.
No, it looks a little bit less greasy than perhaps we had in race 4 and race 5.
Yeah.
But don't let that fool you. Don't think that means we're going to be going into the afternoon with some nice grippy karts and some good conditions, because these karts are going to have the lunch break to completely cool down again. So it's not going to be quite as bad as race 1, of course, where we were met by lakes on the track.
Yes.
But it's going to be, I don't think we're going to be as fast as race 6 as we head into the first race of the afternoon running.
No, I don't think so. And of course, with the afternoon as well, the drivers will have all had a practice session before these first sprints in the morning session of round number 5. No practice before the starts of the races in the afternoon. So the drivers are going to have to get in the karts and just go straight out for it in round number 6 later on today. But we've still got 1 more race left then of round number 5. The checker flag's out on the Digi flag, which means the drivers will be coming around 2 by 2, getting ready to get this race underway. Now, I will just mention as well, like I was saying, no real teams running away with it in this round, having a really, really good round number 5. And to show that, the race winners of every race so far today, race 1 to race 5, have all been different. Reading A took the win in race number 1. Cardiff C won the race in race 2. Of course, that was an ineligible driver. Cardiff A won the race in race 3. Swansea A won the race in race 4. Again, an ineligible driver there for Swansea. And then Birmingham A took the win in race 5. Are we going to see a new race winner here in race 6? And who is it going to be? We've not got long to wait now as the drivers come through the horseshoe in that 2 by 2 formation. And one driver still spins it at the back of the pack. They're going to have only a few seconds to get back round and get back in that grid order. And it is the number 6 there. Is that Manchester A having a spin before the race even gets underway?
But the race will get underway, though, in just a moment. Pace car diving to the infield, and we have our racers heading down those tram lines to get ready. The revs rise and the noise increases as it's number 9 versus number 22 into this first right-hander. Then number 9 edging out there as we have a bit of an argy-bargy heading through the mid-pack there. About 5 cars trying to go into a space where maybe 3 would fit it best. And who is that off the track? That is the number 42 there.
It's Brunel A.
It's Brunel. An unfortunate start to their race. That drops into the back end of the field there. But yes, we're having a little bit of a rubbing is racing, I suspect, to round out the morning's running.
Yeah, Jensen Brown's had a difficult start here for Exeter Eggs. Right in the middle of the pack, started 14th. Nearly got spun round at the first corner, but as luck would have it, got re-spun back around by contact from someone else and continues nonetheless. And that can also often be the nicest of being in the middle of the pack, is it's very difficult to spin because you're just getting hit from every angle. So you manage to keep it a straight line.
Protected by a wall.
Exactly. As the slowest spin ever happens down at centre number 2, and they also get knocked back round by another car and continue on to battle another day. But an interesting first lap, to say the least. Sheffield A still leading the way as drivers going very late on the brakes down into Gasworks. There's one going particularly deep, nearly finding the wall on the outside, just about recovers it and continues on. And then there's a bit of a gap back to the following pack, headed up by that Exeter A kart as they're getting hit wide. They've got a big slide and they're round. Can they catch it? I think they've got further spun that time, not getting the same luck they got at turn number 1. And Jensen Brown on that number 1 re-spins it round right at the back of the pack as they head on to lap number 2.
Oxford Brooks D there is sharing the. I think Oxford Brooks just have lime green wetsuits. That's their strat. As we head now onto the next lap of the race here. Number 4 going for an inside line there, apexing the first corner because that puddle has pretty much vanished now. That corner has opened up, so a few karters trying that more dry traditional line there, and it looks to be working okay. It seems like if you've got a very busy outside of that corner, going for the inside is going well there, as we have a few cars bouncing against the tyre barrier before we run into the first centre.
Attempt at a double overtake down the inside, but as you said earlier, that inside line still not very much grip. It's going to re-lose out again. There was the driver on the inside, but we saw, yeah, the exit there through the first couple of corners through dogleg. Still super slidey, and drivers finding that little barrier on the exit. A couple of hundred staff managing to get everything back in order very quickly. A big shout out to them out on circuit, getting everything sorted, and a big shout as well to, of course, all the Alpha Live camera operators who are braving the conditions out there on circuit today, and they're going to have pretty cold hands, I know, from experience there.
I've refused. You've been popping out of the commentary box in between races, haven't you? I've refused to do that.
Honestly, it's no colder outside than it is in here, mate. So it's you can head up there, and it's really no different. It's absolutely freezing.
We'll go and bother Piers on the next grid walk.
Good idea. Yeah, because we asked for an interview. Come on.
Because we haven't had enough screen time.
No,
so
exactly.
we haven't had enough attention.
Thomas Fleming just giving the point forward to the driver he's just overtaken there around the final corner. That will be the Reading A kart coming through the order, up into P10 already.
A little bit elbows out here, down the start, finish straight into the first corner. I suspect it's going to be another one. Number 4 driver once again going for the apex there.
That's Barthay trying to come up through the order, but not quite working out as well as they'd hoped so far, picking up a few positions every lap, but not as quickly as they need to be, because remember, those drivers at the front of the order already starting to build a nice gap, and it's now 10 seconds separating the top 12 drivers, and we're only a few minutes into this race.
Looking on at the centre S's at the moment, seeing still some puddles actually out on the track there as drivers go outside of the traditional racing line. Still seeing mist being kicked up by the cart here, as we have still some very wet style racing here, just aggressively on the steering column there. The Bath A cart there currently being led by 1.6 seconds this race. Sheffield A with the fastest lap, 1:24.1.
Bath A weren't too happy with Sheffield B there as they give him a bit of a whack as they came on the exit of the corner. There was a big late dive to the inside there from one of the drivers heading into the strong right-hander, and I don't think it worked. The 36 round, whether they were the one who dived in late or whether they got taken out by the driver who was doing so. Either way, they rejoin the circuit and continue on with this race. We're dropping a number of positions further down the order they go. Southampton C, very fastest lap of the race, a 23.629 if I'm not mistaken. That's your fastest lap of the day so far for Sheffield C.
Have we had a 23.5?
Have we had a 0.5? Oh, just off of being the fastest lap of the day. Then yes, you're right, 23.5 in race number 2.
That's very impressively, given how early on that was.
That was really early on, really wet race. So again, I think that was Kieran Harrison who won the race by like 20 seconds or something ridiculous. So how he was able to find that pace on a much wetter circuit than it is now, I don't know. But fair play to Kieran Harrison getting a win, despite not getting any points from said win. We have a black flag, Leicester A, unsafe release, so that'll be a rejoin onto the circuit that they've done, or the Club 100 staff have deemed to be an unsafe rejoin.
Off the list.
And off the list go Leicester A. They're going to have to come back into the pit lane for a bit of re-education, and they'll be right down the back of the order by the time they re-emerge. Sheffield B have got a penalty as well. ABC takeout for the number 55. They having an okay race there in 22nd, but that's going to drop them down the order once penalties are applied at the end of the race. But what a lap from Southampton C. I think we could probably assume that that's another ineligible driver there on the number 81, but we'll keep an eye out nonetheless. They're coming up through the order very nicely.
On board at the moment with this front pack, the top 5 here. Southampton A on a charge now, 1:22.7. The track has really sped up all of a sudden. Great charge by the Southampton squad at the moment. They've got their quick drivers in at the moment by the looks of things.
And they made up like a good couple of positions on that last lap as well,
really
as getting that fastest lap of the race. Impressive.
Yeah, so I thought maybe 23s by the afternoon. No, my prediction was far too pessimistic. 22s in the well,
technically,
I was half right, but we'll go on that.
I think I'll let you have it, mate. I'll let you have it. But yeah, much faster. through this last race of the day. But the thing is, we're going to have now, 45 minutes, an hour of no one running on the circuit again for it all to moisten up and get nice and slippery.
I wouldn't give it more than half an hour. It's JV. We've got to get
True,
the afternoon
yeah,
started quickly.
We've got to run it through. Quick eating of the lunches for everyone working today. There's
a curb there.
Yeah, Brooks driver in second place. Is that, I want to say it's Seb Marlowe, who's in second place. I see Marlowe on the back of the race suit for Oxford Brooks A there. They're trying to chase down Sheffield A for the lead of the race. They were 400s, only 400s faster than Sheffield A, but all of those top 5 in the 23s, well, apart from Southampton A, who have jumped down into 22s, as we know, new fastest lap of the day, and it is indeed Seb Marlowe who's trying to chase down the driver of the Sheffield A car. But I will say, I think this is the closest that we've had all day between the front runners. Decently late on in the race. I mean, yeah, it's been 8-9 minutes, but we've seen drivers really squeeze out gaps early on. This one, it hasn't happened. Seb's been under pressure, though. Southampton A go through, and now Edinburgh A follow through as well, so it's not been a good start to this lap for Seb Marlowe of Oxford Brooks A. Drops from second to fourth then, and Southampton A now find themselves up 17 positions in second place. They did have the fastest lap of the race, but now Bath A have the fastest lap of the race, a 1:22.490. They're down in 18th place. Bath A starting on the back row of the good of this one, trying to make it work, and they're doing just that at the moment.
Yeah, potentially 21s by the afternoon. This is absolutely stellar driving from the top 5 here. Great battling for the front of the grid. It's what we like to see, isn't it? It's an out-and-out fight for the lead of the race. Potentially on the cars here. Sheffield A at the moment in the 22s as well.
They're all starting to drop into the 22s, aren't they, now, leaders?
It's probably been distracted by the Liverpool squad outside of the comms box, who found our comms box under clearly not focused on the racing, given how their day's gone so far.
Yeah. Nice little wave.
Yeah,
they're enjoying pushing you off in the comms box. But hey, it always happens. It always happens. It's good to see. Lots of support for your comms, mate. So that's always 120.8.
What was I doing saying 21s? I meant 20s.
Oh my goodness, what has happened here? The track has suddenly started to dry up, and Southampton A are absolutely flying. They've dropped that gap down to 0.6 of a second. They closed that gap in by 1.6 seconds on that last lap. Now we've got a yellow flag heading into Sector 3 now. And here we look back, this is Oxford Brooks A and Loughborough A now fighting over 4th place. So Seb Marlowe continuing to drop back, it seems. There's Exeter A on the number 1 car. They're in 19th. It's not been a great race for them. And they've already been cleared by Bath A, who are scampering off towards the front runners. But wow, what pace from Southampton A. They were released by Edinburgh A and Oxford Brooks A, who they overtook. And they seriously put the pace down on that last lap, and I don't think it's going to be too long until the number 9 of Sheffield A is under a lot of pressure. We might even see it through the end of this lap, as there's a big off outside the comms box window down at Senna 1. There we see it. The 72 is off, and that is a bit of a bin there on the exit of Senna number 1. That's Lancaster B from 11th place, so they were having a good race in this one for Lancaster B. But it's not going to go very well over this lap, and they're going to drop right to the back of the pack as they finally are able to push that heavy car off of the slippery grass. And we look back to nearer the front of the order then as we start a new lap of this race. 15 minutes to go.
Still a lot of oversteer heading through that final part of the lap, so the track gripping up, but still not perfect yet. The complex of the gasworks and the horseshoe, it's all on a camber as Southampton A go quicker once again.
And they've changed for the lead as well. Southampton A have got through on Sheffield at some point on that last lap. Not surprising with the pace that they're currently putting down. So they made an overtake and nearly got into the 19s then.
Very impressive indeed. I was not expecting below 120s this morning.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive stuff from Southampton A, and I mean, they've still got 15 minutes left of this race. They've just got to scamper off ahead, and there we saw them go through that shot. Here is the number 3 of Southampton A. Really impressive drive from the driver of the Southampton squad. I'll just try and check who that is, who's behind the wheel of the Southampton A car. It's Josh Adams this last race. Started in P19 for race number 6. Already up to P1 within 10 minutes.
That's mega impressive from him. He's got half the race to go, half the race to control, and half the race to hopefully not have any misfortunes out on track. Given his pace and given his ability out there at the moment, I doubt that is the case, but anything can happen. We've seen it happen before in BUKC, a race coming completely undone late on, a string of bad penalties, an unfortunate off here, as we've seen. One little visit to the grass is going to have you basically tumbling down the order. It's Still not over yet for the Southampton squad, although it's looking good.
Exactly, yeah. Keeping it on the black stuff and getting through these back markers quickly but safely, not getting any penalties. You saw the number 3 of Southampton was a little bit held up through sector 3 there by Leicester A, who are currently at the back of the pack. But now they're starting to make those moves on the back markers. Maybe we could see a bit more of a concertina effect in terms of pace. But Southampton A seem to be running away with it at the moment. It's a little battle through the last couple of corners. The 40 and the 51 absolutely going at it through the last corner. And that is going to be Bristol A battling with Oxford Brookes D. That's over 24th place, that is. The 40 has snuck back through. That is Bristol A retaking the position. 13 minutes on the clock total to go then. A lot of the big hitters have moved their way up towards the top 10, now just on that bubble. Reading A in 9th, Coventry A in 10th, Manchester A in 11th. They're all trying to push their way up towards the sharper end of the order, but they've got a bit of time. Of course, it's taken them that time to get through up into the top 10, and now already the leaders have gotten away. The gap between Manchester A and your leader, Southampton A, already 16 seconds. And there's Thomas Fleming in the Reading A car. They're in 9th place, moving his way through as well.
Quick Clubman's update, courtesy of one of our viewers, actually, who's had a look at the permutations. It's been a race full of permutations so far, and they've had a look, and it is Surrey versus Warwick. Surrey need P7 in order to beat Warwick for the Clubman win in round 5.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that then. Definitely make sure we're keeping an eye on such things and who can take a win at the end of this round. It's been impressive stuff for a lot of teams, but it has made it more difficult for us to call through this last race, especially with the spreadsheet of doom not working for us. Sadly, we don't have Andrew here to remedy such problems.
It's half working.
It's half working.
His many formulas are working. It's for UXL nerds out there. I think some of the security settings on my laptop had a panic about the macros. And I've gone, no, you can't do this. This is bad.
Okay, that makes
doesn't
more
trust
sense.
Andrew.
Fair enough.
Decided
I
Andrew's
wouldn't
not
either.
trustworthy.
I wouldn't either. That's understandable. Very understandable. But yeah, we'll try and keep you updated, and obviously if we can't give you a championship running order through the end of this round, after the lunch break, we'll give you a full rundown of how it all came to be at the end of round number 5, and then talk you through the action for round number 6. Big wide moment there down at Gasworks, just pushing a little bit too hard that driver as they head now round through the Horsham. The Horseshoe even. The Horsham's a place in Surrey. I don't know why I said that. Wow, we've got a 119 on the board. 119.6 for Southampton A. Where is that driver, the Southampton A car? Although Reading A go even faster. 119.4 dead for Reading A. But Thomas Fleming is finding pace where even the Southampton A driver can't find pace. And they're the only 2 drivers now in the 119s. But now all of the top 10 are in the 120s or the 119s. And a lot of drivers, to be fair, outside of that as well. Exeter A only going up to 16th so far in this one. 119.6 for them, though. Very quick pace throughout the field, and the track is clearly gripping up lap on lap here.
It is indeed. I'm going to retract my previous statement that the track's going to be slower at the start of the afternoon. I think the track is going to be a little bit more raceable now, which is what we like to see. We can start thinking a little bit more about some more overtaking opportunities than the traditional Wrigley Centre, First Centre and Gasworks, so your main overtaking opportunities, but maybe a couple more now present themselves to the drivers out there.
Yeah, we hope so. Get a bit more overtakes going on the afternoon, but I'm not really sure why the track has gripped up, because nothing's really changed. It's still very overcast. It's still not warm. I don't really know why it's changed, but it has, and I'm happy to see it. So yeah, some good racing going through this last 10 minutes of round number 5, and hopefully that will continue into round number 6 later on this afternoon. More battling going on. I think we saw Adam Kernis there for Leeds getting involved with a little battle.
118.7 for Southampton.
118 is dropping and dropping and dropping.
Yeah,
this is
that
crazy.
Gap is building down to Sheffield as well.
6 seconds. That's insane. Southampton A have just got to keep on the black stuff here, make their way around the back markers nicely without getting any penalties, and they're on for a surefire win here in this one. Manchester A have got themselves a penalty though, Cone penalty for Manchester as they're just outside of the top 10. Leicester A have got a contact penalty as well for their trouble. So yeah, although the track's getting faster, some drivers still not able to keep out of the water.
Despite that big gap between P1 and P2, that gap between Sheffield and Edinburgh certainly not insurmountable with 10 minutes to go in this race. It's Edinburgh who's fastest out of those two at the moment. 119.9 on that last lap for Edinburgh and a 120.1 for Sheffield. So very fine margins indeed, but potentially closing.
Only a couple of tenths of a second, but that's all it takes. Here is your battle, though. This is 4th down to 7th place now. Loughborough A leading Cardiff B, leading Oxford Brooks A, leading Reading A. Now, I know it's Harvey McBrien in that Cardiff B kart. That is an ineligible for this race. So one not to worry about in this battle, but still a very quick drive. Around the outside is going to try Thomas Fleming. Sticks it back on the inside for the last corner, but isn't going to get a good enough exit. Can't quite squeeze through on Seb Marlowe. Has to stick behind for now, but this is the battle for 6th place then. Oxford Brooks A versus Reading A. It's been a great run through the pack so far for the number 13 of Reading. But can Thomas Fleming find a few more positions in these last 8 minutes and a few more points towards that championship tally? Reading definitely need it. They're in that battle for the win this year in mains. Really impressive throughout this season so far for the Reading A team. And they're continuing that nicely through today. There's been ups and downs as there has been for all teams. And they're going to hope that this one is an up, as I think Cardiff B have managed to get to the front of this little train. Now I think they're also having to deal with some back markers too. So much to think about for these last few minutes.
Yep, certainly plenty still at stake at the moment. And what we were seeing in the previous races, where we were getting a few of the top karts threatening the fastest times out on track. Now we're seeing it throughout the field.
Yeah.
Apart from the odd misnomer here or there, we're seeing everyone in the 19s and 20s now. The pace has got a lot more consistent as everyone, I assume, is feeling a lot more confident in the track now. That track is now, as we say, ready for racing.
Exactly, yeah. It should make for some better racing. A 1:18.5 for Southampton. The track's getting faster and faster and faster, lap on lap on lap. And I'd say 70-80% of the drivers setting personal bests every lap here. So there's serious time to be found throughout this race, and hopefully, as we were saying, that should create some even better racing throughout this afternoon if the times continue to get more close together. We'll see closer battling around this Warden Law circuit, which is, of course, what we want to see as spectators. If you're supporting someone, you want to see them do well. But overall, we're here to watch some brilliant racing, and that's hopefully what we'll see through round number 6. But we continue to watch this battle for 5th place.
Birmingham B falling foul of JV's offer of a Club 100 seat. They've picked up a penalty there. I should point out, there's still 30 teams in the running. Now, I'm assuming, let's say I've missed like 5 or whatever. That's still 25 teams, and we've still got half the day to go.
Yeah, it's been impressive, to be fair. A lot of teams keeping out of the wars with penalties.
Maybe JV is going to start retracting that whole warning.
Actually, this afternoon I will accept warnings. Yeah, we'll see. We'll keep you updated on that front as well. But a lot of the teams being pretty good today, it seems, at least from your recollection of events.
Yes, which I'm not saying you can entirely trust, but I've been trying to watch at least as we wait for the number 45 kart to get back on track safely when they can. That is Southampton A, our race leader, getting past a back marker there. A very tight battle going on as well between Sheffield A and Edinburgh A at the moment. Only 3/10 separating those two karts. Both strong laps the previous time around, matching each other pretty much.
117 from Reading.
Wow. 117.8 as well. That's an impressive time there. They're closing up to Oxford Brooks A and Cardiff B as well. So battles throughout the mid-pack here in this race.
Well, throughout this race, what have we dropped? The fastest lap has been dropped by what, 6 seconds? 7 seconds throughout this race? That's mental. Absolutely ridiculous. 17.8 now as well for Bath A. It continues going faster and faster. Bath A have made their way up into 12th place now. They've had blistering pace throughout this race, but just again struggling to get through the order. I think a top 10 is definitely on the cards for Bath A here, but they need to speed it up a little bit. They've got a few more seconds to catch those drivers ahead. They're a good 4 seconds, 5 seconds even, off of Loughborough B in 10th. So that early part of the race where the drivers were extending those gaps has bitten Bath a little bit. So despite their incredible pace through this, not quite able to get up into the top 10, it doesn't seem, unless something happens through this last part of the race. Just under 5 minutes to go then, and here we watch the battle. Sheffield A versus Edinburgh A for those final steps on the podium, and Edinburgh A are going for it around the outside, tried to chop off the nose of the number 9, but can't quite close the door. And off wide he goes through the grass,
that could cost him big
through
time.
the mud.
Here comes Loughborough A now, very much carrying more momentum through that final corner, into the first corner, gets the overtake done on the Edinburgh A car. Callum Barnett, it's off into the distance there, relatively speaking, of course. And yeah, an unfortunate end to that battle for the Edinburgh A kart.
Indeed, I think the Edinburgh A driver is our name of the season from Peers, if I'm not mistaken as well. Just going a little bit wide there and losing out the place here. Off of the podium he goes and gives a little bit of breathing room back to Sheffield A in 2nd place.
Meanwhile, Southampton A is about to threaten the 116s on that previous lap, 117.1. they've posted. It's 10 seconds between P1 and P2, so Southampton A very much in control of this race and looking quite comfortable out there.
Yeah, despite everyone else around them getting faster and faster, they've still pulled a 10-second gap here. Absolutely mental pace from the driver of the Southampton A car. Incredibly impressive and putting on a good showing and pushing them towards what they're going to be hoping is another round win. Of course, they took both round wins at Buckmore, round number 3 and round number 4. Can they do it again in round number 5? This is setting them up for a good score by the end of this round. We'll try and keep you updated before we go to the lunch break, and if not, we'll give you a full rundown of the championship order as we head into round number 6 later on this afternoon. Just over 3 minutes on the clock then. More back markers just getting past here. Sheffield A funneling their way through down into first corner. And Loughborough A, Edinburgh A, not too far behind. A 16-4 from Oxford Brookes A in 6th place. Incredibly impressive. Goes another 6-7 tenths faster than anyone else on that pass lap. And they're now pressuring Cardiff B for 5th place.
Unfortunate first phase of the race for Oxford Brookes A, losing out 2 positions compared to the grid position, but clearly on a recovery charge now, trying to fight back for those extra all-important points in the final 3 minutes of this race.
It is indeed all important. It's all coming to a head in this final race here, and some teams need to make sure that they're getting a good result out of this one. We've seen a number of calamities from some quite big teams today. So they're really going to be hoping that they can put in a good result throughout this last one. Just over 2 minutes left to go then. That fastest lap still held by Oxford Brookes A. But great to see how much faster the surface is getting here at Warden Law. There's Thomas Fleming trying to make his way through a few more back markers as well, and is able to do so. Can he make any moves? He's right in behind that really quick Oxford Brookes A car. I think they're trying to follow each other through now. Coventry A, Southampton C, not too far behind them as well.
And there we have Oxford Brookes A into 5th position on the timing tower. Coventry A taking the fastest lap this time around, a 1:16.3. Southampton A are in those mid-1:16s as well. Just, it appears all the pace is now in the mid-pack as we have that very large battle for P2 in the final couple minutes of this race. This could get spicy.
Yeah, through go Oxford Brookes A on Cardiff B. They take away 5th place. Harvey McBride tries to fight it back round the outside, but Seb Marlowe has that track position. He's going to squeeze him out to the exit, and Harvey's going to lose out to Thomas Fleming as well. Fleming sides through into 6th place. This is a great battle in the mid-pack, and Southampton C trying to make up positions as well. They might do all 3 of them, nearly get 2 of them. However, Fleming goes back through now. Fleming down the inside. Through follows Harvey McBride of Cardiff, squeezing the number 2 out wide. This is 4, 5, 6 carts all battling for position here, going into the last minute of this race. This is what we've been missing from the BUKC action today here at Warden Law, and it's finally coming to us here in race number 6. Dive to the outside there for Harvey. Is going to fend off Seb Marlowe, but Seb gets him on the exit. Might squeeze Harvey McBride out to the grass. All just about giving each other enough racing room. And we have Southampton A have gone on to the last lap.
This will be the final lap of what has been a surprising race here. This is going to, I think, be a good omen for the afternoon. Been some great racing action so far as we head into the first corner. Once again, it's Coventry A alongside the number 39. That is no, it's Cardiff B there. They're alongside as Bath A sets a new fastest lap of this race. A group of cars still lapping together into the 1:15s for Bath A, as there is contact, I should say.
Contact between the 2 and the 39 there. Oxford Brookes A trying to find a way back through, knock Harvey McBride out to the outside, but he goes up and under, retakes the 2 spots. This is fantastic racing between all 4 drivers involved in this gaggle. I think Edinburgh A have snuck off ahead now. So have Reading A. There's Thomas Fleming a few kart lengths ahead. But now this battle being headed up by Oxford Brookes A. And back round, Oxford Brookes A round, and the 8 of Coventry A. The number 2 of Oxford Brookes A, very frustrated with that. An apology from Coventry A. Clearly went in a little bit too deep there. Takes out Oxford Brookes A. And Oxford Brookes A are going to drop to 9th place, I think, after that one. No, it'll be 8th, as Coventry will be behind them in 9th. So not too much loss for either of those. And Bath A a little bit too far away to make anything from it. What a race win from Southampton A, though. They're going to cross the line and see the checkered flag first. Unbelievable race from the number 3. And we're going to have to wait a long time for the number 9 of Sheffield A to come around the final corner and take P2 on the podium. There they are, and closely in behind them, the 12 of Loughborough A were going even fast. Southampton A on the last lap, and Reading A go even fast on the last lap. A 15.3 to finish off round number 5. The grip is now coming to the circuit here in Sunderland.
We've made pretty much 10 seconds in one race.
10 seconds in one race. That is unbelievable. If that doesn't make you want to stay around for this afternoon's racing, I don't know what will, because it's about to be amazing. amazing here for the BUKC for round number 6 this afternoon. We're just watching the final few drivers coming round, trying to nick away those last few positions through the end of this last race of round number 5. But what a race it was. It was a little bit of a slow starter once again, but from about the mid part of the race, Southampton A got ahead in the lead and just scampered off away, and the rest of them were left to battle it out. That was brilliant, wasn't it, Reeve?
It was indeed. I'm really excited now for the afternoon. I think this could be a great... It's been a while since BUKC has gone around Warden Law, and it'll be good to see it in more dry conditions.
Yeah, 8 years away from Warden Law for the BUKC. They finally come back. We've seen some decent racing, some very treacherous conditions, and hopefully that all picks up through this afternoon. Let's run you through the finishing order then of 34 karts in race number 6. It was Southampton A, Sheffield A, and Loughborough A, the ones on the podium, with Edinburgh A, Reading A finishing out in the top 5. Southampton C followed by Cardiff B, Oxford A, Coventry A, and Bath A rounding out the top 10. Good race from Bath A for the back row of the grid there to get a top 10 finish. They should be very happy with that. Loughborough B, Liverpool C, Exeter A, and Leeds B there, your top 14. Decent race for Exeter 2 there in 13th place. Lancaster A were in 15th, with Manchester A behind them, then Warwick B, Loughborough D, Surrey A, and Swansea B rounding up the top 20. Then it was Sheffield B, Bristol A, Brunel A, Imperial B, Oxford Brookes D, Swansea A, and Lancaster B there in 27th place. The first of the karts to be one lap down. They were followed by Sheffield C, Portsmouth A, Huddersfield A, Sheffield D, Southampton B, Birmingham B, and Leicester A, your 34th of 34 finishes in race number 6 for round 5 of the British Universities Karting Championship. Well, that brings us to the end of round number 5. Don't be going anywhere, because we'll be back very soon for round number 6 this afternoon. Before we do that, though, Piers is going to be chatting to our drivers from that race that we've just seen out. We'll see you later for round number 6.
Goodbye.
Wow, that was probably the race of the morning, but you wouldn't know anything about it, would you, from Southampton, of course, because you pretty much drove away from the rest of the field. But, you know, give us briefly, how was that for you? Probably quite easy.
I wouldn't say easy. The conditions were changing every single lap. The last corner was pretty much bone dry at the end, and whereas everywhere else was still the wet line. So it was still pretty tricky to try and keep it on the road. Had a couple moments, but all in all, brought it home and just tried to keep it safe, because I had a track limit warning, so didn't want to get another one, obviously.
Southampton, you must be pretty happy with your morning in total. I'll let you take your helmet off for a sec, because you've had a couple of really strong results, and that'll mean that you're probably... Whoa, do you know where you're going to finish this morning?
Not a clue. I mean, I think we've had a P1, 2 and 3, so we should be right up there. But I'm not sure if we'll win us overall or not, but we'll see.
You're working well with Southampton. Well done. We'll see if we can grab a word with some of the other drivers who were having a ding-dong battle during that race. Where was our middle group? Let's grab a word with Coventry A. We chatted to you before the race.
Jason's going to meet you there.
We're going to head just this way, because the speaker's right in our mic. And wow, what a race that was. We were watching the battle between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. And then all of a sudden we're like, oh, hang on, there's Coventry.
Yeah, no, it was a great comeback. I had some decent pace, to be fair, compared to at least the ones on the back. Once I got to the midfield top, it was, of course, more difficult to overtake and to keep up. But to be fair, otherwise, like, very positive session overall. I didn't get the result I wanted, of course, but it was very hard from last. But to be fair, I did get a very good practice for the next session, well, for the next race in the afternoon. And yeah, pretty confident for it. I'm starting 3rd as well in race 5 in the afternoon, and yeah, hopefully I can make it a win for the afternoon one more.
Hopefully so. Also, for everyone at home, just if you're wondering how dirty it is out there, we had a nice before. Now here is the after. This
is the aftermath of the race. It was quite muddy as well out there. And to be fair, I didn't go to the mud at any time, but I had a lot of people going to the mud, splashing water and everything. It was a chaos, but it was fun. It was good fun.
It looked like great fun. Oh, anyway, we'll let you wander off and do the podium ceremony. We're going to be doing a lunchtime walk, but that's going to be after a short break, because we'll do the podiums, the circuit locally before then. Let's see if we can grab away with some more of the drivers that were having a ding-dong battle during that race. I'll head around the back of the pits now. Who else was involved in that group? I remember there was Reading in there, which I think are Reading over there. No, not quite over there. Who else was involved? We had Dougal McGregor as well. Where's Dougal? Dougal's quite tall from Edinburgh. Can't find anyone from that race. Let's just chat to some random people then, shall we? Oh, why don't we chat to this? Hello. How was that race for you? Remind everyone at home who you are and who you're racing for.
Callum Barnett and race for Sheffield A.
Callum, that was intense.
Very. Yeah, I didn't know what to do in the middle of the track. I kept falling off, kept getting caught up. I had a really bad incident with someone going into the final corner. Luckily, I came out on top for that one.
Well, it sounds like you're having good fun out there. The lap times dropped by about 10 seconds during that race. Is it starting to dry out?
Pretty much dry in the last sector, and then the first corner's pretty much flat out as well, but it's still them middle 2 corners on the infield that keep catching people out, especially me.
Yeah, the dog leg seems like it's still pretty wet over there.
Yeah, and then the next 2 after that, before you go onto the back straight, it's very slippy there, and it's very easy to fall off the edge.
Do you reckon we're going to have a fully dry line by the end of today's racing if it doesn't rain again?
I think so by the end of today.
Well, we'll look forward to that. We very much look forward to that. Let's go and have a word with Leeds. Leeds are over here. They always like a chat. They've had a pretty good morning. They've had some good results and some not good results. Well, I always like chatting to Leeds. Why don't we come on here? That was intense. That was an intense race. Remind us who you are and which team you're racing for.
Adam Kernes for Leeds B. I feel like, shall I interview you? Yeah? What's your favourite pizza?
Favourite pizza? I reckon it's got to be an American hot.
Yeah?
Yeah, American hot. I like not too much meat, just the right amount of meat, you know.
With a little.
With a little bit.
I don't mind some meat myself.
Yeah. Hey, you know, a bit of meat on a pizza is good. What else you got for me?
Thing is, you probably have a list of questions and
To be
stuff.
honest, man, I just make it up as I'm going along. As you can probably
better at it than I am.
as you can probably tell. Anyway, talk to us about the race. What was going on?
It was a lot of fun. Bit of a carnage at the start, and I managed.
Did you cause the carnage, or was it just?
No, I managed just to pick my way through. I think someone told me I got like 11, 12 places on lap 1, so not too bad. And yeah, just sort of stuck where I was. It dried up so quickly down the bottom end.
Yeah.
It was about 1 or 2 laps, and it was straight to like dry lines basically for those last.
The lap times dropped about 10 seconds throughout the race.
Yeah, it sort of backs that up. Yeah.
Anyway, who else should I chat to in the team? Team Leeds.
Yeah, he's captain.
Yeah, captain. Team Leeds. You know, what's on your mind? What's the prep been like for Leeds? I'm sure you've all been out in your training season, out skiing, you know, snowshoes on.
I've been losing my voice telling drivers not to get penalties, and they proceed to get penalties, which is kind of...
Have you got any penalties?
I haven't. He hasn't, because he's did good. Whereas the other two...
Hands, have you got a penalty? Hands up, who got penalties? Oh, okay. Just Joe.
Yeah, so here goes club and podium, but... it's all right, it's all right. It's tricky conditions out there at the end of the day. It's very, very hard to get past cleanly. Well, we can do it, clearly, but, you know...
It's possible. It's not easy.
It's possible. It is possible. So, you know, you've got to lead by example at least. So, could be worse. Decent.
It is decent. Right, why don't we grab a word with our commentator, John Ratcliffe. I'm going to interrupt because we hear John a lot, but we don't see him. John, talk some of the morning. What's it been like for you?
I was going to say probably for the best. You don't see me too much, but it's been great, to be fair. It's been good racing in very difficult conditions, especially with a lot of the drivers never having even been here before. I've been very impressed by the lack of penalties, mostly through the day, but it seems to be drying up. The pace got so much faster through that last race. I think this afternoon could be very exciting.
It is going to be very exciting indeed, and make sure that you'll stick around for that because the racing starts in probably about half an hour, I think, isn't it? Something like that. So who's ones to watch this morning? This afternoon, sorry.
Oh my goodness, putting me on the spot. I've been impressed by Exeter A, to be fair. They've not had the most brilliant season, but they've been really impressive today. Oxford Brooks A having some good races as well, and of course Southampton A continuing that charge from Butmore Park. Definitely ones to watch.
Southampton looking very, very strong. Anyway, join us for a very, very short lunch break where we're going to be walking and talking to some of the drivers. That'll be happening in about 5 minutes or so. That'll be good fun. But in the meantime, all the drivers are collecting around and we'll find out the results from this morning's racing. We'll have a chat to some of the drivers, and then the racing will start again in about half an hour. we're about 10 minutes away, I think, or something like that from the first races this afternoon for round 6 of the BUKC. We've just had the podium ceremony. Southampton taking another win, making it, I think it's 3 on the bounce now after Buckmore Park. So they're in a very, very strong position in the championship. But we thought here at Alpha Live it's a good opportunity to chat to some people hanging around the grid, getting themselves ready for this afternoon's races in a bit more of a casual setting. So let's just wander over here and grab a word with some of our drivers. Guys, we're just having a bit of a chat with people, just, away from the kart circuit. Everything's a bit more chill at lunchtime. What are you chatting about? What's going on?
The murders that we did in the first races.
Oh, did you end some souls?
Maybe.
Deliberately, or?
No, but it's just a lack of talent, isn't it, really?
And who are you guys? Are you all the same part of the same team?
The Sheffield team, so Sheffield B, us 4, and then Raman and Sheffield D. So.
Anyway, Sheffield's day. How's things going with you?
So I got murdered by someone in race 2. He's over.
Was it him?
No, it wasn't him. It wasn't him. No, but he's over there. I'm waiting for him. So we'll see.
We'll see. Are we going to have a scrap in the car park?
No, just give him some of my thoughts on his driving, and yeah, that's it. No violence.
No violence, apart from on circuit by accident. I'm watching you. Anyway, what do you guys? What degrees do you do? What do you get up to when you're not at the circuit? What's going on? What about you in the Red Bull mobile suit?
Yeah, I study robotics, so building robots really.
What's the robots of the scene at the moment?
Well, at the moment I'm on placement, so I'm not building robots. I'm working on one of the Formula E cars.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, especially because we're leading the championship at the moment. So.
Oh, of course. So you must be racing for. Oh, I'm not sure up to speed. Who do you work for?
Jaguar TCS Racing.
They've got a good driver lineup this year.
They do, yeah. Two very competitive drivers.
Very much so. What about yourself?
I'm doing mechanical engineering. I'm first year.
Oh, you're first year, so you're just getting in the swing of things.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Just not turning up to lectures, just.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, luckily, only a lab today, so it's fine.
You had a lab today?
Yeah, it's fine.
And you're unwell.
Exactly, yeah.
Give us a cough so if they get. Yeah, he's unwell. He couldn't physically go to lectures. Guys, Sheffield, have a good afternoon. We'll let you have a word with your man, and hopefully there's no violence. Of course, we don't condone any sort of violence around these parts. We want to make sure that we're contact-free, we're having a good time. The BUKC is a place for a good laugh. I think is this Team Nottingham Trent over here? It is. Right, who made the meme? Who met you? No, right, you two, come on. So, those of you who haven't seen, if you just head, was it at NTU Motorsport? Yeah. We won't share now, it's all right, people can find it at home, at NTU Motorsport. So basically, yes. Wait, show us your home screen.
So we've got a new one coming as well. Look on our social medias, we have a new reel coming that it's a part 2 of the...
Part 2. Guys, am I going to have to file an injunction or something?
No, hopefully.
Right, restraining order in the post. Anyway, what you guys have clearly got too much time on your hands to be making memes like that. You're not concentrating at uni. You're just going karting and making
too many hotels.
Oh yeah, long nights away from the partner. So I understand. We're all human.
Teammates are currently in the spa.
Are they actually?
In the hot tub watching.
Was at the hotel in Sunderland?
Yeah.
Why aren't they here?
Don't know.
Have they literally just gone back for they're at the pool just chilling. They're going to get a bit of a sauna and then come back.
If they're intermediates, they're just...
Well, I'm here tomorrow with the Inters. We do the social media for the Inters. We don't have the live stream. We have the social media. So anyone who wants to see the Inters get up to tomorrow, have a look on the social media at the BUKC. Make sure you're following. What about this afternoon? You all racing this afternoon? No, these guys. You're not racing. You're just here to make memes.
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay. Who is racing this afternoon? Hands up. Right. And Nottingham Trent. Oh, how did it go this morning?
Well, I mean, if you look at my suit.
How did it go this morning?
Yeah, all right. I think started P10, ended up P8, so meh, average. He got a win. So.
You got a win. Oh, of course, we did chat earlier on. Anyway, that's enough for Nunk and Trent, I think. We don't want to give them too much airtime. We'll catch up with them another time, I'm sure. They're always a good laugh. Also, if any of you BUKC drivers or friends or family are watching behind the scenes and you're watching back, we do encourage memes and some good quality and lesser quality memes, so make sure you post them in the BUKC Facebook group if you're part of it. Anyway, guys, you're looking very, very crisp actually, considering you've been out on circuit. This jacket is wonderfully crisp.
We're just cleaning our helmets, you know.
Oh, were you now? Okay. Is that how you get prepped for the race?
Yeah, exactly. We need to look great, you know. Manchester.
Are you guys Manchester?
Yeah, yeah.
I thought so. I spoke to you. You had a very good race in the last night, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I think started P30, finished P5.
Yeah, that's a very good race. And what about yourself?
I had a horrible race. I started, what was that, P11, no, P7, and I finished last. I tested the limits of the track.
You tested the limits of the circuit. You know what? You have to find them to then make forward.
Now he'll push.
Big push this afternoon. Do you know which race you're in and which where you're starting?
Actually, race 1, I'm going to get ready in a moment, and I'm starting from P11.
Well, now your helmet's perfectly clean and polished. You're going to be slipstreaming down the straight, I'm sure. Let's head on, if we can, into the area which they call the Fast Track Cafe reception. We've got about 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to head in and show you some of the facilities here at the Karting Northeast Warden Law Circuit. It's nice and warm in here. That's most of the reason I'm coming inside, because it is actually really quite cold here in Sunderland. But anyway, a nice selection of baps, pastries, chips. What's been the most popular order today so far?
I would say it has been the cheeseburgers. Always a popular one, locally sourced.
Especially with the students.
Especially with the students. Getting a deal, drink, garlic potatoes as well, especially.
What's the deal?
The deal is the flavour.
There you go. You heard it there. Deal is, oh, hang on, I think we're getting a little bit steamy. Let me just get rid of some of the, you can see how warm it is in here. Is that better? Stuart, behind the lens, is that better? Much better, thanks, Stuart. Stuart's in my ear, making sure that we can see what's going on. Team, what did you guys have for lunch today? Were you having lunch from the cafe?
No, I haven't eaten yet.
You haven't eaten today at all?
I had a Mackey's before I set off.
Of course you did.
I set off from Leeds. I graduated from Coventry a few years ago, so just a day trip up to support these guys racing today.
And what about yourself? I know you're racing. Did you have the wares?
Yeah, no, I had a cheeseburger. It was
apparently that was the most popular option.
Yeah, it was very nice.
Very nice indeed. And I assume this is our man going in for race number 1 this afternoon for round number 6. Who are you and who are you racing for?
Andres Moreno, Coventry A.
Coventry A, still in the hunt with the championship, although Southampton are looking pretty strong, aren't they? Do you reckon you can do them this afternoon?
Hopefully, yes.
Brilliant. Right, I think we're about to get run over here, so let's head back out of the... Dan, you know what, I'll go first so I can lead the way. Dan's our cameraman. I don't want him to fall backwards down the stairs. It's always good to see the different areas of the circuit. A lot of the students congregating in here because it's cold outside. And of course, those malnourished students need to conserve their energy. And we're just getting towards the time where people are going to go on the grid. I think we're going green at roughly about 2 o'clock, so that's in about 5 minutes or so. And now, as if by magic, we're seamlessly rolling into the afternoon grid walk. It's almost like we planned this. Anyway, actually, do you know what? Let's make it professional. Race number 1, here it comes. Television, there you go. Television, professional, there we go. We're now here for, of course, round number 6 of the BUKC. We have race number 1 coming up. I think it's the lightweight race, isn't it, guys? The lightweight race. The track is drying out. The sun is not coming out, but we're going to have a good time nonetheless. And we're going to chat to our driver starting in second place. Hello! I love the enthusiasm. Sorry, mate, can I squeeze in here? Number 66, who are you? Who are you racing for?
Hello, it's Huddersfield A. I'm Robbie Rigby.
Ruby?
Robbie Rigby.
Robbie Rigby.
Roll off the tongue.
It does roll off the tongue. An alliterative person like myself. Robbie, second place on the grid. Where did you start this morning? Where did you finish?
Started 20th, finished 21st.
Consistent, you know. So, well, but judging by this morning's logic, you'll start second and finish third.
That would be too bad, wouldn't it? Get a nice podium.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. What do you reckon the chances of that happening?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. Really happy with the like over the last few front starts.
Yeah.
It started getting better, but more in this sort of wet conditions. I managed to push myself a bit further forward.
Yeah.
However, as the race kept going on, it started to struggle a little bit, but I think it'll be fun.
Do you know what? I don't think I've ever met anyone more enthusiastic on the grid, and I love it. So yeah, I love it. I love the energy. You might actually, you know, not get as muddy as you did this morning. Who knows? Because the circuit's drying out a bit.
Maybe.
Maybe. And what about the rest of your team? How do you reckon they're going to get on this afternoon?
Well, they've done quite well in the morning, haven't you all?
They said not bad. They said not bad. Good luck. thank you so much for the interview. Hopefully just as enthusiastic after the race as you are before it. Guys, what do you reckon Robbie's chances of finishing third are?
I'd like to say quite high. I hope so.
He'd like to say quite high.
But I think we should even about around P10 realistically.
That's okay. That's still a good result.
Still a good result for us. Yeah, definitely. First time in Prems as well. So.
Absolutely. Remind us which university you are.
Huddersfield A.
Yeah, Huddersfield. Oh, it's your first time on. It's not the team's first time in Prems. Huddersfield are stalwarts.
Yeah. We used to be better, but
not anymore. Not anymore. Huddersfield, good luck to you. And this is Birmingham once again.
I'm an ineligible driver.
Oh, I'm not chatting to you. I'm not chatting to ineligible drivers. That's not allowed. Anyway, who are you? Liquid Colour Design. They're your sponsors from your advisor strip.
I wish.
I wish. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Jack Smith for UClan A.
UClan A. Oh, so is it you one of our what's it called? Clubman teams?
No, we're Prem.
Prem?
We're Prem. We're really bad.
I'm thinking about Lancaster. You'd think after doing like this championship for about 7 years, I'd know who is who. Anyway, how did this morning go for you?
It was good. Ethan got a win for us, and then I think I got 11th, and then we just had some pretty unlucky races in the first half. So, yeah, we'll have to see how the next round goes. But yeah, starting from 6th in this one, so I'm hoping I can make my way up a bit.
You've got a good starting position this afternoon. Chance for a good result.
I'd hope so, but I'm probably going to get sent off at the first corner anyway.
Probably. However, you have got some help because the driver on pole position is ineligible. I think the driver in third is ineligible, so that helps.
Yeah, that helps us in the first round as well. I mean, Ethan got a race win and he finished third on track, so... Yeah.
Is that really a win?
Yeah, of course it is. It's a win to us. We got a bloody medal.
You got the medal. If you've got the medal, it counts. Right, let's head further down the grid. We've got about 2 or 3, probably less than 2 minutes now before we're going green. Let's jump on in with our Exeter drivers. Owen, Exeter, it's not been the season that you had last year, but you had a better pace this morning as a team.
No, we didn't. Somebody told you that they predicted us to be really good, right?
Oh, no, that's John said in the commentary box, so I was just going what John said.
All right, we did so terribly last round.
I did think I saw a couple of you go down backwards.
We got a 24th, 21st, we got a 4th, and then like a, 13th, so...
Well, John Ratcliffe clearly knows that you're going to be able to pull it out of the bag this afternoon.
Good. I'm cooking.
What are you cooking?
Hopefully P1.
Ooh. And anyway, some ineligible drivers between you and the front. I think first and third, are both ineligible. So
that's good news. Thank you for telling me that.
You're welcome. I'm not sure about third actually. I think first is definitely ineligible. Right, one more interview. Who am I going to talk to? I'm going to talk to the person in the yellow overalls. Hello, who are you and who are you racing for?
I'm Kevin, I'm racing for Imperial B. I saw that coming.
You saw that coming?
Suit outfit, yeah.
I mean, if you wear something quite this bright, then you're going to get picked on for an interview.
Yeah, well, I bought this just as backup. The weather report was supposed to be dry.
Yeah, I know, I was so confused.
What? In the morning, I opened the curtains, I was like, damn. Oh well, I hope it's going to be a nice race. I just finished the race 5, I hope this will... Well, I got shafted by my teammate twice in both the start and restart. I hope that doesn't happen this time.
Hopefully not. You know, getting pushed off by your teammate is not normally conducive to good results. Also, are your feet still wet from this morning? You've got some nice knitted trainers.
Yeah. I don't have the full gear yet. Hopefully I'll get some for maybe the next round in Wilson Mill or the T-side 24 hours.
You're already planning to do the T-side 24 with your team, are you?
Well, yeah, I had a lot of fun last year. Hopefully that will be the same for this year as well.
Excellent. Well, hopefully you'll enjoy that. Do we have time for how long do we have, Jimbo? 1 minute? Yeah, we've got 1 more minute. Let's do one more interview. Why not? We've spoken to our man Great this morning. We've spoken to you before. Let's wander on down and chat to Theo from Oxford Brooks A. Theo, talk to me. What's going on?
Not a lot. I've got a very dirty go-kart.
You do have a very, very dirty go-kart, actually, but even more dirty than the others, which is impressive considering how dirty they all are.
Can't have much grip if it's this dirty. It's been off the track more than it's been on the track.
Or it's not been abused that much because it spent more time off than on.
Maybe.
Oxford Brooks, what to say? I mean, normally right up there all the time. It's been a bit of an inconsistent season so far for you guys.
Yeah, it's not been ideal. I've not been here the last 2 rounds, and all hell has broke loose.
It really has, and I've also been quite enjoying your comments just on the live streams, just almost in like manifesting poor results for your teammates?
Yeah. I get quite bored at work when I'm not here, so I do that.
Do you mean you love your job, right?
Oh yeah, I love my job. 100% I love my job. But yeah, I do get quite bored. I have to watch the BUKC, watch every single race. And yeah, hopefully this goes better.
Have you been a positive influence this morning on your team?
I think so. I was meant to start 31st, but I started last and I came P5 this morning, so it was okay. I have been here before, so it's kind of cheating compared to everyone else.
And yeah, it is a bit because no one else has been here. But the other thing is there's no pit stops this afternoon, which is good for you.
Thank God. Thank God. Honestly.
Thank God. Of course, Oxford Brookes being the only team to make 3 pit stops in a 1-2 pit stop race twice. Anyway, round number 6 is coming right up. John, Reeve, over to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. Great to hear from the drivers once again as we kick off round number 6. Welcome back, everyone. Still here at Karting North East, up at, well, what is more commonly known as Warden Law. As you can see there, the drivers getting the green light to head out of the pit lane. It's still going to be, of course, myself, John Ratcliffe, and the lovely Mr. Reeve Taylor taking you through the action here over the afternoon. And as we saw at the end of round number 5, the pace was really starting to come, wasn't it, Reeve?
It was indeed. It was looking like a track that was more raceable and hopefully more battleable, if you will. Ready for some more racing action. We are ready, though, for the grid on race 1 of round 6. So it's Swansea B and Huddersfield and Old Clubman row 1. And then it's row 2, Brighton B and Warwick B. So Clubman's really doing well at the start of this race. And then row 3 is Birmingham B and UClan A. Moving on to the 4th row, it's Exeter A and Coventry F. Row 5 being Liverpool C and Sheffield B. Row 6, Manchester A and Swansea A. Moving on to the 7th row, it's Sheffield C and Loughborough D, with Southampton C and Cambridge A on row 8. Row 9 is Southampton B and Imperial B. Row 10 will be Cardiff B and Surrey A. Row 11 then is Coventry A and Edinburgh A. Row 12 being Liverpool B and Sheffield D. And then it's Cardiff A and Southampton A on row 13. Row 14 has Oxford Brookes A and Liverpool A, with row 15 having Oxford Brookes D and Imperial A. And then rounding out the field for us, it's Oxford Brookes B and Lancaster B on row 16. And on that final row of the grid, it's Loughborough B and Portsmouth A for our 34 teams in race 1.
Good looking race to kick us off then for round number 6. Of course, don't forget, no practice laps here. The good drivers already all done that in the morning, so no practice laps for round number 6. We'll be straight into the racing action. We've got a few more corners, so I'll just quickly let you know for this morning's action, round number 5, it was Southampton A who took the win in round number 5, Reading A in 2nd, Birmingham in 3rd, Cardiff 4th, Sheffield 5th, Bath 6th, Coventry 7th, Oxford Brookes 8th, Edinburgh 9th and Manchester in 10th. Winners and clubmen were Warwick, and on that clubman podium also Surrey A and Oxford Brookes D. So those are your teams you're watching out for, hoping to continue after a good round 5 into round number 6.
And we talk about the round wins as well. We have consulted the spreadsheet of doom, but we won't have time to talk about that though, because we're getting ready for race 1. Down the tram lines the drivers go. It's the number 56 against the cart on the left there. Couldn't quite make out the number at first, but we head into that first corner. There's a little bit of contact and a driver nearly spun around. Good catch there for the driver on the outside of the circuit, and we do actually all make it through turn 1 relatively unscathed after that.
Somehow you saw how much the lines have changed. There was a send to the inside, which never would have worked in the morning. Worked out for whatever driver sent it there. It did look like Swansea B were looking down at their engine, wondering why they weren't really getting any power on that race start there. So potentially an early issue, maybe just the kart bogging off at the start. Of course, they've all been sat there over the lunch break doing nothing. They're going to be a bit cold. The tyres are going to be nice and cold. This is a tough one to jump straight back into racing. Then yellow flag down at cylinder number 1. Doesn't look like anyone's actually spun around outside of our commentary box window, and all continuing on to the end of lap number 1. But already you can see just how much faster the drivers are going, and that's a late move to the inside. That's one of the Swansea drivers making a move back to the inside. It's definitely a Swansea suit if I'm not mistaken, but we'll wait and see which team it is, whether it is the Swansea A team. It is the 27 of Swansea A. They've gone from 12th to 3rd on this first lap, and they're looking for P2. Is that one of the Liverpool drivers they're trying to overtake? They're going to go side by side down the front straight, nearly making it 3 wide at the end of lap number 1.
Looking over the shoulder, then the cart behind actually putting pressure on now as we head into that first corner once again. Warwick B versus Swansea A, that battle. Driver there nearly going off. Actually, it's the Red Bull mobile suit
Oh dear, Red Bull Mobile getting shuffled out wide. I still don't know who he's driving. I think it's one of the Sheffield guys. I think it's Sheffield B who's our Red Bull Mobile driver. The absolute Red Bull Mobile bandit gets done by Fraser Brunton around the outside. I think he got 2-3 places there through the first sector. Fraser Brunton already flying off this start, closing in towards the top 10 already. And I think what we'll see in this afternoon's racing, we're not going to see the early gaps get created like we saw in round number 5, where after 4 or 5 laps, already the leaders were 5-6 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. Here, it's a lot drier, easier to make overtakes, there's a bit more grip out there. We should see some closer racing through round number 6. So don't be going anywhere. We're going to be here for the whole rest of the afternoon for 6 more bumper sprint races for you. Continuing that battle for second, it was a late move down the inside again from Swansea A there, but a good reply from Liverpool C. They go back through, and Swansea are going to lose out 3rd place. Down the inside goes Exeter A, nearly getting it done, but they're still going to be side by side heading to the last corner. Up and under go Exeter A. They take 3rd place. Now, I got rinsed by the driver of the Exeter A car saying, what was John saying, or I was having a good day? There were some standout performances in there, and I did just think when the track gets a bit nice this afternoon, I think they might have some good pace, and it seems to be happening at the moment.
Yeah.
I think
Potentially that Swansea driver being caught out by a few of the lines that were working in the morning. Now, not the optimal line to be taking in these conditions. That dive down the inside and the run deep into the corner would have worked in the morning. We saw it plenty of times where you can keep up the momentum. Now, though, the more traditional line working well. 1:12.5 the times at the moment. Just for reference, we were starting the day with 1:24s and 1:25s being a decently quick lap. So the times have really tumbled. They've really tumbled, of course, in race 6 of round 5, and they're improving yet again here at the start of round 6. Carts getting back up to temperature and drivers getting back into the groove.
Here we've got the all-Welsh battle, Cardiff A versus Swansea A, but actually Cardiff under a bit of pressure from the 64 in behind. They're going to go deep. They nearly collect Swansea there in the mid-corner. Swansea come back on from a little incident there as well. I think is that possibly the UCAN car? No, it's a red-plated. It's 64. It is Coventry F who's now in the middle of these two. And Cardiff A have the number 8 for company as well as they now come across the line. Ignore me, sorry, it's the 6 of Manchester A who have joined them up in the top 10 now. Good little scrap this is, and already we've got times tumbling. Huddersfield A have gone to the front of the field. They started P2 in this one, and they've held at the front of the order nicely. Yeah. Still lots of battles going on. I don't know where to look. This is completely different to what we've seen earlier today.
It is spin for the number 61 of Liverpool there. That is a very unfortunate. I think that is the Tom Roberts in the number 61 go-kart there. I could be mistaken, but that is a great shame. Not a way to start the afternoon, proving that some parts of the track still not ideal.
Still pretty slippery out there indeed. Yeah, trying to find that grip, and to be fair, got quite lucky. They was able to rejoin relatively soon. We've seen a number of drivers get caught out, get stuck on the outside there, and have to wait for the whole field to come through. Luckily, Liverpool C driver able to get back on pretty sharpish. But these three absolutely going at it down into the last sector of the circuit. And this is the kind of battling we like to see in BUKC. We were missing this morning. But BUKC is back here at Warden Law after 8 years off, and finally we're seeing some properly close racing. 20 minutes still to go on the clocks, and still times tumbling. Exeter 8 at the fastest lap, now goes the way of Cardiff 8. A 1 minute 10.9 for Fraser Brunton as he makes a move on Swansea 8 for 3rd place. It's not quite going to work out this time, but what a brilliant race we're being treated to already.
Interrupt me if something more exciting is going on the camera, but I have some championship permutations for you. I've been consulting the spreadsheet of doom here, and it's going to be an interesting one as we head through this round and into Wilton for the next and final round there. It's Bath A who currently lead on points, only by 3 points though. Coventry A not far behind. Interesting, Bath A don't actually have a round win to their name according to the spreadsheet of doom.
They've just been consistently
at the top. Southampton A this season have brought themselves back into that fight. They didn't have a good start in PFI. It was 21st and 12th in Clubman's, but now they find themselves with 3 round victories in the past couple of rounds. According to the spreadsheet of doom, this is, which was being prone to failure this morning, with 321 points to their name. So, provisionally, there's some exciting things going on in the championship. We just don't want to rely on it too much. Let's look at some of the data that is actually verifiable. There's a very fast lap from Exeter A. It's a 1:10 flat heading through onto the next lap there. Huddersfield A, it's been a good start to the race then. We don't usually see them kind of hanging around that sort of position, but it's been a very good start to the race in the Clubman's, of course, and Exeter A hunting them down on track but leading the Prems, of course.
Indeed, yeah, it's been a brilliant start from Huddersfield, and they got released early on in this one, quite luckily, and they're out there all on their own at the moment. Just over a second separates themselves and Exeter keep pumping in fastest laps of the race, so I think it might not be too long until we see a nice little battle for the lead then. We did see, while you were chatting about the championship, we did see Cardiff go through on Swansea. Swansea gave a little bit of a bump down into Gasworks to make up for it. However, I've just noticed cone penalty for Exeter A has just come through. There is no way that they can win this race now. So Huddersfield A, of course, aren't going to know that when Exeter A, well, they're going to hope that they catch them and are able to make up for that penalty as much as possible. But once penalties are applied, there is no way that the number 1 car can win the race anymore. Southampton A have also got a cone penalty as well. Where are they currently sitting? They're in 19th. As you say, Southampton A have won the last 3 rounds. Of course, this morning, round number 5, and both rounds at Buckmore Park. They're going to be trying to do it again in round 6, really bring themselves in with a shout at the championship as we go into Wilton Mill. However, not the most perfect to start so far. Currently just on the outskirts, or just inside of the top 20, 19th place at the moment. For Southampton A, they jumped themselves up to 18th on the last lap. They got a few heavy hitters with them as well. Edinburgh A just behind them, Coventry A just ahead of them. So a few different teams trying to get involved here in race number 1 of round 6 and push on towards a stellar end to their championship season in the BUKC for 2024. Half a second when they crossed that start-finish line was the gap between Huddersfield and Exeter. I think it's a ticking time bomb until that move happens, and it's already happened. There we go. We've switched back to our 2 leaders down into Sector 3, and Exeter A have the lead, but don't forget that cone penalty pretty much nullifies that move.
Indeed. So good position here for Cardiff A and Swansea. This makes this battle for P3 crucial, because it is for a Prem's victory, of course. They want that 60 points. We are on board with our previous championship victors, Exeter A, carrying that penalty. I think that's one of the cleaner carts, actually. We saw on the grid there when we were with Pierce, as they just set a 109.8, so the first sub-110 of the day. We saw, yeah, some of the carts really needing a wash after all of the mud and the rallying we've been through.
There's been quite a few of that, hasn't there? Yeah, I think the person who's on cleaning duties of the carts tomorrow is going to have their work cut out for them. It's going to be a long job, definitely the full day, as we're getting even more drivers into the 109s. A new fastest lap this time from Coventry A. They are around the bottom end of the teens, if I'm not mistaken, from when we last checked. Yeah, 16th place for Coventry A at the moment. We're battling through nicely, but definitely the gaps amongst the whole field much closer than they were in the morning. Now Swansea A have got themselves a cone penalty, so that's another team at the sharp end of the order that cannot win this race. So Swansea A are going to drop a position at the end, so are Exeter A. So now it's a straight fight at the moment between Huddersfield A and Cardiff A to take the first win of round number 6 this afternoon. Definitely one to watch as Exeter A go even faster. A 1:09 point dead. Still time to find here at Warden Law.
Seemingly so. Looking at our penalty sheet as well, apparently 28 teams still in the mix for that Club 100 seat. I don't know whether that still applies, so let's just say 28 teams who've managed to avoid a penalty so far today, which is fairly good going, I think.
Impressive. Yeah, very impressive. The drivers have been good, to be fair. They have been overall
given the
very good. Yeah, given the conditions and the treacherousness and not having been to this circuit for years. Most of these drivers never having been here before. I've been impressed. I've been impressed by the racecraft and respect shown by the drivers today, and we're getting some brilliant racing to cap off today's action. The 6 versus the 17. This is your battle for 5th place. Manchester A trying to hold on from U-Clan A. U-Clan getting a good couple of results in the morning, as that's a bit of a deep moment. Is that Huddersfield A who have dropped behind Cardiff? We'll have to wait and see as they come around the corner. I can't remember what their suit and helmet combo was like. I think it might just be, we might have had to change to 2nd here, which effectively is the change for the lead. And yes, Cardiff A have moved through past Huddersfield A. They take 2nd place, Huddersfield to 3rd, then you've got Swansea in behind, and now look how close it is. Manchester are there, U-Clan are there, Warwick are there, Coventry, Loughborough, Swansea. It's all super close.
Cardiff don't need to do it on the road, of course, but they're going to. They're going to fight and get that victory fair and square.
1:08 now for U-Clan A, or 1:08.8, and they're right up in the middle of this pack.
This battle currently being led by Manchester A. It's been a roller coaster of a day, really, for Manchester A. They've had a few highlights and then a few races to forget, really. So looking like it's going to be one of those highlight races so far, but still over half race distance to go, and they're in the middle of what is a very close, very action-packed battle here.
Exactly, yeah. Manchester A started in 11th place, so it's not been the greatest race for them ever. They gained a few positions up in the middle of the top 10 now, which is good to see. And there they go through on Swansea A as well. So they move themselves up into 4th place, dropping Swansea to 5th. UClan A right in there as well. The UClan kart still with that fastest lap of the race on the number 17. They've just got a contact warning though. They've got to watch out. I think we could see as the grip comes to the drivers now, they're more happy to make these moves. And thus, you're putting yourself more open to be getting penalties throughout all this. Well, that was not the greatest lap from Huddersfield A. 3rd to 8th there on one lap. They were leading quite comfortably only a few minutes ago, and now slipping back down the order is the number 66.
Yeah, unfortunately, looks like they've just fallen out of that rhythm ever so slightly, maybe. Not as if the track's got worse, but sporadically, because, yeah, we're still in the 108.9s. In fact, our two front runners there, 108.98 and then 108.91. So hundredths of a second separating our two front runners in terms of time. UClan still holding that fastest lap with a 108.6. Very impressive there.
Yeah, Exeter A still have that nice little buffer though, 4 seconds in the lead ahead of Cardiff. Still just over 12 minutes to go, so lots of time to get something done. But equally, although Fraser Brunson's probably not going to know that in the second spot, he doesn't need to do anything. Exeter A have that penalty, as that's a big wide moment for Manchester. They're going to close up on the exit. Very lucky for all those drivers to miss each other there. Manchester retake that 3rd place. Swansea stay in 4th and UClan stay in 5th, but it all looked like it could change any second there. And in behind, Coventry F have got past Warwick B as well for 6th place. 108.6 now the pace being set by Exeter A, and they extend that margin by another 0.4 of a second over Cardiff A.
Fastest lap now going to Liverpool C.
Oh, the penalties are flooding in.
Oh, wow.
Cone penalty for Lancaster B, cone penalty for Swansea A, cone penalty for Liverpool A, overtaking under yellows for Manchester A, contact for Liverpool B. So Manchester A in this front pack battle have an overtaking under yellows. They cannot win this race. Liverpool A a little bit further down the order in this one. They're 14th at the moment. Swansea A have another cone penalty, so they definitely can't win this race. Now that's 2 for Swansea A. It's all falling by the wayside. Like I was saying, that bit more grip, that bit more confidence. Drivers are really putting their karts where they shouldn't and getting those penalties, which you do not want to get. I think this 32 that we're looking at is the Liverpool kart. Yes, it is. So we're looking at the battle for 14th now, headed up by Liverpool A. You've got Loughborough B, Coventry A, Southampton A, all involved in this battle. Southampton wanting to make sure they clear these karts as quickly as they can and set themselves up for a good round number 6. They've smashed it in round 3, smashed it in round 4, smashed it in round 5. What can they do here as the track begins to dry up at Warden Law? Just over 10 minutes to go on the clock then, and this is the racing I was wanting to see today at Warden Law. Fantastic from all drivers involved, and we are in the 107s. Manchester A, a 107.5.
Yep, going along very nicely indeed now. Now down to 25 teams remaining who have yet to...
Well, that's quickly dropping down.
Yeah, that is very quickly. I'm very sad about the Liverpool A one, actually, because that means there's now no chance for a Liverpool team to get a Club 100 seat.
Gutted.
So no opportunities for Reef, which is probably for the best.
Yeah, we can't trust commentators out in those karts. Certainly not. Certainly not.
I think I might do 24 this year, to be fair.
Yeah. If I have any time, I would love to, because it's a brilliant event, the BUKC 2024 up at Teesside, quite close to here actually, isn't it? Not that far away.
We went past it, I think, or at least I did. I went past it on the way up, I think.
I think you might be. I can't remember if we're just south of Huddersfield or just north. Don't ask us for geography, ladies and gentlemen.
I did have to pull over at some point and mend my car.
Yes.
So I went the slightly wrong way. Yeah, Manchester running along very nicely indeed now. Actually being kept up though. Swansea A and UClan A still putting that pressure on despite that incredible pace from the karts up in front. It can be helpful sometimes to have a bit of a reference from the kart up ahead. Maybe less so in wet conditions, but now we're getting into better conditions as we see a battle going on here between the number 41 and 66, I think that is, heading through the first corner. But yeah, it can be often very useful to have a bit of a reference for the kart up in front of you. Help you maybe find a new line, maybe something to follow, just keep your wits about you.
That was a beautiful move around the outside from Oxford Brooks B there. Just held it all the way around the outside of the dog leg. Got it done. Impressive stuff for the driver in that number 5 kart. Moves himself up into the top 10 now, and now all over the back of the Huddersfield A kart. Was leading at one point, now looking like they might get shuffled out to the top 10 here, but still an impressive performance from the driver of that number 66 plated kart, to be fair. Oh yeah, I did get an update from our geography man, who's also our weatherman and many other things, James Fitchew, that we are indeed south of Middlesbrough. So I don't know how you managed to take a wrong turn.
I wouldn't have
that.
I wouldn't have.
I was quite confused. I was like, I swear it is north.
I saw
here.
signs for it.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably
there you go.
Happened.
That's what it'll be. That's what it'll be. Changed to the front of the order though. UCLan through on Swansea finally. And here we're looking at a massive squabble of carts. This is just outside of the top 10. It's sort of being led by the 5 Oxford Brooks B in this secondary pack, led by the 58 of Swansea B, all the way down to the number 3 of Southampton A in 17th place. So super close racing, but you can see as well, now that the track is drying, drivers are able to try and test out these lines, as you were saying, following someone, seeing what lines are working and just getting more and more pace out of these carts. But we seem to have started to stagnate just a little bit in the 107s and 108s, but it should still start to get a little bit quicker. And I will say, another cart at the sharp end of the order. UCLan A have just picked up a penalty. I do believe that's for contact, if I'm not mistaken, a CW penalty. And I think there'll be multiple contact warnings, has meant that UCLan A can't win this race either. So I want to say,
we've got another one of those races.
There's only one car in the top 5 that can still win this race, and that's Cardiff A.
Interesting. Yeah, but let's not jinx it. Let's not. Put
I don't want a commentator's curse. Yeah. Swansea Ace at the new fastest lap of the race, 107.4 for Swansea. Isaac, I think it is, who's driving that one. I did check earlier. Yeah, Isaac Lyons for Swansea A. Isaac is absolutely flying out there, to be fair, but just sadly has got a penalty early on in this one. It means he's not going to. He'll still be up in the top 10 at the finish, still a good points haul, but not the win he would have been hoping for.
Not at all, no. I think comment of the day so far goes to Kieran Mogg, who says John Ratcliffe in a cart can be problematic.
It's very true. Kieran knows me well, and yes, he's probably correct there.
All I'll say is Kieran hasn't seen me in a cart.
That's true.
Manchester 8 against UCLan A now as we head down towards the back end of the circuit in just a moment. It's going to be UCLan on the inside. The Swansea still having a look. Are they going to go up the inside? They are. It's going to be Manchester around the outside there, being squares off, but actually is able to keep the momentum up, keep the speed up, and get back past. Great defence there from Manchester as we come through the horseshoe and get ready to start the next lap. Who's going to have the most momentum as we get back onto the start-finish straight? Let's see. While Exeter go 107 flat, we're going to be 106s before the end of this race.
Well, I'm going to say whatever the opposite of a commentator's curse is what I've given to Exeter there, because they were like, well, we've had an awful time. Or,
they didn't even give us Jaffa cakes.
Exactly, yeah, come on, Exeter. You can do it surreptitiously if you like and just handle some at the end of the day. That's no problem at all.
Thank you, Warwick, for feeding me today, by the way.
Genuinely, I think that's the only thing I've seen you eat today is Warwick A's Jaffa cakes.
Pretty much.
But fair play, yeah, thank you, Warwick. But Exeter absolutely flying this afternoon. They have kicked off this afternoon with an absolute bang. Of course, they've got a penalty. They're not going to be able to win this race, but still flying out there, nearly 6 seconds in the lead in front of Fraser Brunton for Cardiff A. That is not a small feat. So fair play to the number 1 plated Exeter car, going back to that number 1 position that they feel that they deserve to be in after their incredible championship win from last year. We've still got so many penalties flying through. A cone penalty for Southampton C, another one for Liverpool C, another one for Edinburgh A, and loads of warnings coming through as well. I think a lot of drivers will be very happy that the warnings aren't being counted today for the prize giveaway. And it's just the penalties, but still we are losing a few from our roster that are still left without penalties. 5 minutes left to go on the clock then in this race. Still looking at Swansea A here, ahead of the 64 of Coventry F and the 26 of Warwick B. Just in behind though, Oxford Brooks B, 106.4, flying. So although I said it stagnated, it's picked back up once again.
Current penalty coming in for Southampton B there.
Another one for Surrey as well.
Looking now, is that the number 5? That is the number 5 of Oxford Brooks B, our current fastest lap holders. It's if they were setting this much of a pace. Well, there's no pace delta anymore, so even though they're setting very impressive fastest lap, it's not like what we had in the morning where those fastest lap drivers were just working their way through the field because they'd really gelled with the track, they'd really clicked. Now everyone is going fast. So even if you're putting in a really impressive job as drivers are being willed on there, unfortunately you're just stuck in the mid-pack at the moment.
Indeed, yeah, we saw earlier there was a big gap between the pace of the leaders and the pace of the stragglers further near the back. Now there's very little difference, maybe 2-3 seconds a lap really. 105.8, now 105.6 for Oxford Brooks B. Again, fastest laps being traded, and Oxford Brookes B on the last lap had 4 seconds between themselves and Coventry F in 7th. Now that gap is only 1.7 seconds. They've absolutely closed in so quick. This Oxford Brookes B car is on an absolute flyer here. And I will say, I don't think I've seen any penalties come through for any Oxford Brookes karts yet in this race. So this could be quite a good result for them, considering that a lot of the drivers ahead do have penalties as well. So if they're able to clear Coventry F, Warwick B, they're in for a shout for at least P2 here, I think.
Yeah, easily. I think a podium very much on the cards here. Current penalty coming in for Warwick B. The penalties are the name of the game in this race, so it seems. Warwick B have received one today, but I don't believe they've received one in this race so far.
Don't think so.
But that is going to drop them back and help Oxford Brookes B's position.
Yeah, exactly.
Even more.
Exactly, like you say, another kart from up near the sharp end of the order getting a penalty. So yeah, that's another one out of the way as such. Coventry F and Oxford Brookes B in behind. Oxford Brookes B have got Coventry F. There's a change as well. Swansea A through on Warwick B, and that was Cardiff A trying to find a way through. Some back markers there as well. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock here for race number 1 of round 6. And it's been a completely different race to everything that we saw this morning.
Completely. As we were talking about earlier in this race, that lack of confidence in the track was meaning that drivers were being very careful, and it was an impressive drive that they were all pulling off to be able to, find some decent time and do some overtakes that they could do while the track was as it was. Now the track's gripped up a little bit more. We're seeing some better racing, but we're also seeing more penalties coming in as drivers are kind of familiar with the track now, if you will.
Exactly, yeah, and they got a bit more confidence, as you say, to make those moves stick. And was that? Yeah, I think that's a change to second place. I think UClan A have got through on Cardiff A there. I think I just saw them as they flashed past our camera point there. Double check that. They're just about to come across the line anyway, so we'll know because they'll switch. And yes, they have. UClan A through on Cardiff A, so that's a change on track. However, UClan A already have that penalty, so that shouldn't affect things. Cardiff A still in the driver's seat here. 3rd place on circuit, but I do believe still without a penalty, as there's another cone penalty coming through for Swansea. I think that's their 3rd one so far in this race. Not ideal for Swansea. There is Fraser Brunton on number 7 plated Cardiff A kart. Still 1 minute 20 on the clock then. I think next time Exeter comes around to see the digi flag, it will say last lap in big bold writing on it, and then they'll take us through to the first checkered flag of round number 6. But a lot more penalties. I have a feeling that there may be a short break after this race for JB to have a chat with everyone.
Possibly, yes. Oxford Brookes B, though, really doing well in this, really shining here. Still improving on their lap times, potentially in the 104s by the next race. So
we're almost at full dry now.
Pretty much, yeah. I think
times.
Just over a minute, aren't we?
Yeah.
We've looked for an ideal fast lap here. So in just the space of 2 races, we've gone from 125s to 105s. We've found 20 seconds, as there we have that confirmation, the final lap showing on the digi sign there. Exeter A leading by 10 seconds on the road, but of course penalties still to take effect. It's not like other motorsport series where it's a 5 or a 10-second penalty and you work your way past it. It's a penalty for position. You will get dropped down regardless of how well you've done in the race.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you're like a minute up the road, you make contact with a back marker, you get a penalty for that. You're not winning the race. That's it. And Exeter A sticker kit is giving us a nice little wave as they fly past as well. Clearly got a bit affected by this morning's moisture. The sticker kit's going to have to be reapplied by a couple of hundred after this round. There you go. That's what we're talking about, isn't it? You can be out ahead. Something else happens ahead of you. If Exeter had to make contact with them there, potential penalty, potential loss of more positions. But we already know that Exeter do have a penalty. I think that means they're going to be held off from winning this race, despite seeing the checkered flag first by nearly 10 seconds in the lead. Exeter A win it on the road. Brilliant start to round number 6 for Exeter A. It's going to be UClan there in the background. They had great pace to finalise that race, but it will be Cardiff C who come across the line behind them, who I do believe are the first car on circuit to not have a penalty, and thus should take the full 60 points there from race number 1. Manchester A, I saw, had another code penalty come through near the end of that one, so that's a couple of penalties for them there in 4th. Oxford Brookes B, I don't think had a penalty either, so they could be in P2 after that one, and they fully deserve it. Fastest lap of the race, or 105.298 for the Oxford Brookes B driver, and hopefully, at least they'll be hoping so, 2nd place in terms of points, 59. That would be a great to add to their tally for round number 6. But as I said earlier, what a completely different race to anything we've seen yet today. That was fantastic.
Yeah, our 2 different rounds, round 5, round 6, are completely distinct in how they've been managed as well, which is good. It's a nice little separation. It's like you're in your favourite sim racing game and you've just gone and changed the weather settings. That's effectively what we've done.
It's true.
As we headed into the afternoon. But that is most of the grid, if not all, coming across the line now.
I think that's pretty much everyone has now seen the checkered flag. So a great start to round number 6 then. We've still got 5 more of those 25-minute sprint races left to come this afternoon, so make sure that you're not going anywhere. You don't want to miss it. I mean, let's be honest, what else are you doing on your Wednesday afternoon? It can't be more exciting than this, so don't be going anywhere. But let's have a look at the full results then from race number 1 of round number 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship in 2024. It's Exeter A who take the win on the road. And to be fair, I think UCLan A closed down that gap by like 3 or 4 seconds on the last lap. That's ridiculous from UCLan A up into second place. But again, I think they had a penalty, so I do believe it was Cardiff A, third on the road, who take the full 60 points there from race number 1. Manchester A and Oxford Brooks A ran at the top 5 with Swansea A in behind. They had a good race there in P6, really good pace from the number 27 with Warwick B, Coventry F, Liverpool A and Liverpool C there running up the top 10. 2 Liverpool teams in the top 10 is nice to see. They're followed by Loughborough D, Southampton A, Coventry A and Huddersfield A there in 14th. Southampton, not a bad showing there to P12 from right at the back of the grid. Loughborough B were there behind with Brighton B, Oxford Brooks A, not ideal there in 17th place for them, with Surrey A, Swansea B and Edinburgh A rounding up the top 20. Again, not great for Edinburgh there. Sheffield B, Oxford Brooks D, Southampton C, Imperial B, Southampton B, Liverpool B and Imperial A round out the top 27 on your screen there. And finalising the 34 finishes in that one were Lancaster B, Sheffield C, Cardiff B, Cambridge A, Portsmouth A, Sheffield D and Birmingham B.
So that's our finishes then for this first brighter looking afternoon race here.
Yeah, slightly brighter. Still very cloudy here, but somehow the water is moving off the track surface, and blimey, is it giving us some good racing. We'll have race number 2 up very, very shortly, but firstly, we'll hand down to Piers to speak to some more of our drivers.
Our winners on the road, Exeter. You said that you were going to be rubbish, and you weren't rubbish. But then you were rubbish because you hit the tyres.
Yeah. No, I did well.
You did very well. You were quite clearly the fastest car on the circuit.
Yeah, it was definitely a good compared to the morning sessions. But yeah, I did hit a cone, unfortunately. But it should have been an easy win. But no. It happens. It
was only a graze on the cone, so we'll let you off for that one anyway. Congratulations. Maybe this is the beginning of the resurgence for Exeter, maybe. And Fraser, I don't know whether you know, but you won the race, even though you didn't.
I know. I knew Exeter had a penalty. I knew the guy in front of me had a penalty. So, yeah, good. All in all, race.
Pretty chill.
Yeah. Very nice. Felt a bit off the pace there, but yeah, it's a good track.
Good track indeed. Is it dry all the way around yet?
It's a bit slippery. I don't know if that's just the tarmac or just, yeah, could just be my driving. So I don't know.
Great. And what about any advice for your teammates after this one who are coming up? Are you going to give them any words of wisdom about?
Not have fun, but keep it on the track and no penalties.
Yeah, you didn't get a penalty in that one, and that's what won you the race.
I know. That's good.
That is good. Anyway, Fraser, you better go get weighed, otherwise I think I'm going to get shouted at. So there we go. There we had it. The first race of the morning. Cars are looking very, very dirty. The Club 100 have a serious amount of work to do to get these back up into their normal glistening condition. We've just got a couple of drivers now left to weigh. I think we'll head over and let's interview some people over the barrier. Hello.
How's it going?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm adequate. Thank you very much. How's it?
Adequate? Only adequate?
Yeah, well, I'm a bit scared for this race, I won't lie.
You're a bit scared, right? Remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
So I'm Alex Page and Brooks B for today.
Ox B for today. Talk to us, why are you, what would take you from an adequate to a good?
If I was on the weight limit, as in I'm about 10 kilos over.
Over the heavies?
Yeah, for heavies, yeah.
You don't look it, mate. You look, looking trim and.
Well, I think you.
You must be working out. You got some muscle under there.
I wish, but no, that's the situation. So yeah, this morning I was okay in the wet. It's less punishing, so. But yeah, we'll see.
And Oxford Brooks B had a good race in that one. Your teammate was very, very fast, especially towards the end of the race. I think he set fastest lap.
Yeah, Logan was rapid. he was just able to find the grip where no one else could. So yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I'm sure you'll get a few words of advice from him in just a moment. Mr. Page there, racing for Oxford Brookes B. Oxford Brookes, of course, over the last, I don't know, 10 years have been the team that have won the most, or at least the equal most titles. They've always had drivers up at the front of the field. Because I suppose they run a lot of engineering and motorsport-based courses. Let's grab a word with our Edinburgh team. Is this Doug? Where's your teammate starting? Where are they? Oh, where is he?
He's got his helmet. There you are.
There we are.
He doesn't want it.
He doesn't want an interview, but he's getting one whether he wants one or not. Come on then. Right, come on in. Ryan, you must be Edinburgh A. Who are you?
Matthew Collins from Edinburgh.
Matthew. Where are you starting?
29th, I think.
Oh, you've got a long way to go to get to the front.
Well, hopefully. Only way is forward.
Sorry, say again.
Only way is forward.
Yeah, the only way is forward. The track is looking a lot drier than this morning. Which race were you in?
Race 2, so it was still quite wet.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a lot drier by the looks of it now. Still some slippy corners, but we'll see how we get on.
We will see you again. I'll let you go and find your kart somewhere towards the end of the grid. It's interesting how the Edinburgh drivers do better when it rains, which is, it seems coincidental, but it rains quite a lot in Edinburgh, so maybe that's why. Let's grab a word with some very successful team members of Reading. Thomas Fleming, we didn't chat to you this morning. A strong round, second place, I think was it this morning. So one better this afternoon?
Well, that's the plan at least, Piers. No, we had a really good, strong first stint. Got a little bit unlucky here and there, but obviously that's part of the BUKC with the random grids and stuff. So we're pretty happy with that. We've maintained our lead in the championship, just focusing on the drop points now, and just if we can secure another good result by the end of today, it's no pressure going into Wilton, which is always when you drive fastest,
Absolutely, yeah. Relaxed is fast. Oliver Flashman did a great job this morning in the wet. It's now drying out quite a lot now. Do you reckon that's going to play in your favour, or doesn't really make a difference?
It'll probably play in my favour a little bit in comparison to most of these guys, but the people I'm going to be fighting for the win with, they're obviously good, I've got a little bit of experience around here in the drive myself, so it's definitely going to help, but there's obviously a decent amount of talent in this championship as well.
I suppose it's interesting for you because you've done most of your racing in MSA karting, like with wets. Like you probably haven't driven on slicks in the wet a huge amount, have you?
Well, funnily enough, when I started karting at 13 at Rye House, I did corporate kart racing, and pretty much every round was just wet. So I'm pretty decent, It's not too bad, but like you can carry a lot over. It's just some things you need to change because obviously the slick.
Highs are different. Yeah. Anyway, Tom, we'll see how you get on. You've got a decent starting position in this one, so you should make your way towards the front, I'm sure. Tom, of course, races in all over Europe in cars and karts and other stuff like that. He's a very, very good driver. We know that. Let's chat to Giulio. Were you in that race? Just gone. Let's just have a look word with Giulio Peroni from Loughborough. Giulio, you were just in that one, just gone.
Yeah. It was quite a good race. Started last, I think. P14, something like that, P13.
What do you think of Warden Law? Is it on Giulio's list of circuits he's good at?
In the wet, not so much.
I don't think there is a list in the wet.
I'm good at Buckmore. I went last to 10th in Buckmore.
You did.
So Buckmore I can do in the wet, and Wilton as well. But this one is just, there's a lot of grip like on the concrete, on the outside, and you really need to commit. But if you mess it up, you end up in the boggy grass. And so it's a difficult track in the wet. But now it was quite it's drying out now, so you can really push it.
Yeah, a lot of
like it in the dry.
Yeah, you do like it in the dry. We spoke to you a couple of rounds ago, but the people at home haven't seen your luscious locks recently. So there you go, everyone at home. What's your secret? What's the routine?
You gotta condition it and keep it nice and moist. So that it doesn't
how many times a week are we washing it?
I personally wash it 3 times a week because if not it dries out a bit too much. Yeah.
And then condition. You put a mask in there.
Nah. That's all I need. Just good conditioner. And some shampoo.
And then the natural good looks to do the rest for you. There you go, Giulio. Good to see you, Giulio. Always good to catch up with Giulio. Giulio was at Loughborough when I was there. He's about 103 years old now. It's about his 17th year in the BUKC. I've chatted to you before. We're going to chat to you again. Remind everyone at home who you are and who you're racing for.
George Price, Leicester A.
George, you're looking more chipper today. Last time I spoke to you at PFI, you were like, it's not going to go very well. And
well, you know what? I've had a change of thought. Change of mind, Oh.
George, good luck.
Thanks very much.
It's good to see him enjoying his racing again. John Reeve, back to you.
Lots of smiling faces out there ready to go for race number 2. Then I think a lot of the drivers are quite happy that it's dried out quite a bit here at Warden Law. Would you agree?
Yeah, very much so. I think everyone's keen to get some proper racing underway.
Exactly, yeah, some proper sends. I mean, we saw some very decent sends in race number 1, and that is going to continue here in race number 2. The times were dropping and dropping and dropping throughout race number 1. I think you might see us take a little bit to get to those times in this one, but I think then afterwards they'll continue dropping even further. Let's have a look then at the grid for race number 2 for round 6 of the BUKC in 2024, and it's Loughborough D and Swansea A who line up on the front row of the grid. Of course, Swansea had a very impressive race in that last one. Let's see if they can continue that into race number 2 here. Sheffield C and Loughborough A are there on row number 2, with Leeds B and Manchester A there on row 3. I think Manchester are going to be the ones to watch then from the top 10, with Southampton C, Leeds A, Bath C and Swansea B there on row number 5. Birmingham B and Nottingham Trent A are on row 6. Then row 7 is UCLan, Reading, then Huddersfield, Lancaster, Birmingham and Cardiff C there. Then it's Loughborough B, Oxford Brookes, then Bath, Liverpool, Portsmouth and Coventry. Then behind them, Warwick, Sheffield, Coventry, Leicester, Edinburgh, Bristol. Then behind them, we've got Liverpool, Coventry, Southampton and Brunel, and we're already, it looks like,
very
good to
quick
go for
race
a start. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the exact team there, because we're already good to go for a race start. Loughborough D and Swansea A will lead us down to the first corner then, but who will be leading as we get to the exit? A couple of drivers getting shifted wide there, again just using each other, a bit of battering rams as one driver gets spun just off of camera there. We didn't quite see who that was, but one driver falling foul there, as again there was a little bit of argy-bargy heading there through sector 1, but most of the drivers making it through relatively cleanly. In the background we got 2 or 3 drivers going 3 or 4 wide, and all of them using all of that curb on the exit as someone else took the barrier out.
Yeah, we had a little bit of dirt usage there, shall we say, and they lost a few positions while doing so, but all in all, it could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Swansea A are in the lead, I'm pretty sure. I think the 27 of Swansea A have somehow made it to the lead already here. They were at the front of the grid for the start of this one, and yes, they have. To the lead of the race goes the 27. That was a big slidey moment there from third. Second place, luckily for them, goes a little bit deep, and they managed to cut back through into third place. But again, some drivers still getting caught out by that braking zone down into Gasworks. It is still pretty treacherous, even though it's not quite as moist as it was earlier. Still catching a couple of drivers out, and there goes that cone on the inside, that poor cone. Big wide moment in the background, and a lot of spray and steam being produced there by the 79 of Sheffield C.
Yeah, this is something to watch out for. The track is still, as you can see, a little bit greasy, and of course if you go off track and into the grass has held all that moisture, as we have turn 1 being very chaotic there. The grass has still held all this moisture. If you go off, you're going to bring that moisture back on track. You're going to catch out all the other drivers around you on the next lap when they head into a corner and it's covered in dirt and water.
Exactly, yeah, making it very challenging. There's a move from the inside from Manchester A, trying to take a couple of positions there. They came onto this lap in 6th place, looking like they're in 4th now as we head through centre number 2, and yes, they are. They're just behind Loughborough D there in 4th place, so a good start to this lap once again from the Manchester A driver. We saw this same driver have a very good race early on in the wet. Clearly, they're pretty quick in the dry as well, as they now are right in the middle of this pack. Down the inside they go, though, to take 3rd place. There's a late move in the background, though, and that's going to send 2 of them towards the barriers.
Into the barriers for those 2 at the back of that pack there. Manchester A have sort of saved themselves by working their way through that pack. They could have been caught up in that.
I think that was there was definitely one of the Leeds carts. It might have been Leeds B there who got shuffled back earlier on in the lap and then nerfed out wide there down at Gasworks. That's going to drop them well down the order. We'll see where they end up when they cross the start-finish line, led. But here comes Thomas Fleming on the
Leeds
13
B tumbling down,
of Reading A there, making a move to the inside. Where did Leeds B end up? 12th place across the line.
Really important first couple of laps for Manchester A. This is still very much under pressure though as we head later into this 3rd lap in just a second.
Yeah, that was good there. I think, is he letting him back through there as Thomas Fleming? I mean, he definitely used a bit of contact there to get the move through. I think he tried to point the driver through, but the driver wasn't close enough to actually retake the position. So Thomas Fleming there clearly knowing he was a little bit too aggressive there on that overtake, but he's going to hope that that doesn't cause any sort of penalty there. But already moving through the field very nicely is the driver on the number 13 of Reading A, up 8-9 positions already.
Cardiff C up 13 and Southampton up 18 positions as well.
I'm trying to spot who it is in Cardiff C. So I have a feeling that it is the Leeds driver of Kieran Harrison. Yes, it is definitely Kieran Harrison. They're sat in behind now, Reading A.
Had a great race 2 this morning and is looking to repeat that feat so far at least.
Yeah, Kieran Harrison, a legend of the BUKC here. Of course, is fully kitted up in his Leeds outfit. but they're racing for Cardiff C at the moment, one of your ineligible drivers in this one. But look at that pace already starting to be set there by Swansea A, a 107.6 to kick off the race.
Lancaster A working their way through the field as well, 9 positions up. Of course, Clubman Championship favourites heading into this round. Had a couple of difficulties in the morning, but they are starting off strongly to try and recover it here in the afternoon now. We've still only got one team in the 107s at the moment.
Indeed, and that team is Swansea A, and Swansea A already have a cone penalty in this race. So Swansea A, your current leaders, cannot win this race. Exactly what happened in race number 1. Swansea were leading, got a penalty, can no longer win.
Spotting
now,
a theme.
Now, Loughborough A are the ones in the driver's seat for the win of this one. At the moment, we're not even 5 minutes into this race yet. That's a late send to the inside, maybe a little bit too late there from one of the drivers. Actually gets it stopped, and I think gets the move done. Impressive stuff in the middle of the top 10 there. Great little battle going on. I'm trying to see who that was making the move as they head through sector number 3 now. One of your black-plated Clubman carts. And they've got the Swansea B driver involved as well. I think it might have been... I think it was Nottingham Trent A there making the move. Yeah, the number 10 through on Lancaster A, up to 6th place. Another couple of spots stolen away by that team.
Unfortunate lap there for Loughborough D, dropping a few positions. Let's not forget, just a couple of laps ago, it was Loughborough D and Loughborough A side by side, alongside each other, helping each other out as a team. Now it's very much split up as we head through the mid part of the lap there. Looks like taking a little bit too much curb.
That exit curve at the dogleg is insane, isn't it?
Yes.
Every single driver whacking it every time through. The carts can't be enjoying that. Round the outside, though, Bath A are trying it. I'll go back to the inside for Senna, number 2, and it's the 74 who are trying to hang it around the outside. That's Leeds B. They got relegated down the order earlier. Now they're trying to fight back. This is the battle for 9th and 10th. They're still side by side as they head through the fastest section of the circuit. Round that quick right-hander as we then go into a heavy braking right-hander down at Gasworks. Both of the two drivers going a little bit deep, but it does go the way of Bath A. They hold on to 9th place and point forward. They want to work together now and continue pressing up the order. Swansea A, your leaders. Another fastest lap of the race, a 106.8 now for Swansea. This battle in the background is going fantastically well, though. 4 of them nearly all going side by side as they head down the front straight. Down the inside is trying the number 41, Loughborough D, to get through on Leeds. That's not going to work. They're going to make contact with Swansea A. Sorry, Swansea B. Swansea A still in the lead of the race. It's Swansea B who are coming through now as well at the bottom of the top 10. This is a great race for the Swansea carts. The 77 trying to get involved as well. That's Bath C. And someone's in the barriers. Big off into the barriers on the exit of the dogleg. We could see that happening. And look at that, a dual camera angle. This is fantastic.
Yeah,
we can
brilliant.
watch as the driver hops up and out of the car.
Top work, Stuart, on the stream directive.
Yeah, we love that. Big shout out to Mr. Stuart Rice there, getting your camera feed sorted here at Warden Law. And we're able to see the aftermath of that incident as the driver tumbles down the order.
Looking now at the number 4 cart here. Bath A leading in front of Leeds B, Loughborough D there. That is who's in Bath A. That's Jesse Dorgeast as well. So they're sticking to the same patterns as the morning. Not all
Looks
teams
like
do
it.
that, but most of them seem to be doing that. 106.1 for Swansea A now, fastest lap.
Yeah, this is impressive. I think we saw one of the races earlier, one of the Swansea drivers was ineligible. Now, I don't know which race they're going to be in again, but potentially could be this one. So again, keep your eye out on Alpha Timing for the final results when we work out who exactly was ineligible from this race. But either way, whoever's behind the wheel of the number 27 is absolutely flying out there, nearly 7 seconds in the lead, despite these grippier tyres. Look at that. Smacking the exit curve there was the number 3 of Southampton A, as they made their way up nearly to the top 10 now, but they've got Birmingham A for company. This is sort of not where they want to be. They want to be working together here to continue pressing forward, as in the background, Edinburgh A go through on Bath C for 13th place. So now you've got Southampton, Birmingham, Edinburgh, hopefully all going to work together to push on further into the top 10. But already the guys at the front scampering away. Okay, we're looking back to Manchester. This is the battle for 4th place at the moment.
Back onto the start-finish straight now. Manchester A currently running in 3rd position on the road, just behind that Reading A cart.
Who dropped down there? It was Loughborough A who dropped 3 positions on that last lap to the back of this squabble.
So the Loughborough squad starting this race well, but unfortunately it's not going their way at this point in time.
Now, of course, to remind you, if you've not watched a round of the BUKC yet this season, the Loughborough A cart is effectively their B team.
Yes.
And the Loughborough B cart is the A team. It's very confusing, but anyway, I can promise you that is correct. So their second, technically their second team, currently running in P5, so not too shabby at all. And you know that the number 88 of Cardiff C, with Kieran Harrison behind the wheel, is very much ineligible here, so you could basically count them out of this fight. However, they're still more than welcome to get involved, and that's exactly what Kieran's going to go and do down the inside. He makes the move on Manchester A to take away third place on the road. And we saw him put in a stellar performance in the earlier race, did Kieran Harrison. Took the win in, I think it was race number 3 or race number 4 this morning. Let's see if he can do it again. He's got a lot of work to do, though. Of course, one more position now to Reading A in second place, but then it's going to be a further 7 seconds up the road to Swansea A.
105.999 for Cardiff C on that last lap. So back into the 105s now. Very impressive pace indeed. Just watching a few of the cars heading through Gasworks on that previous lap then. That was the corner which earlier this morning was providing nothing but trouble. Nothing but problems for the drivers there. Now it's a corner that they look confident going through. Now they know they can chuck the car into the corner as fast as possible, and it's going to grip around the outside on exit there. It looks like you can be really brave through that corner now. That's completely transformed.
Completely, yeah, completely transformed, as you say. A lot more bravery from all the drivers, just pushing for that extra bit of grip. And it's providing us with some brilliant racing to be watching from home. So this is absolutely fantastic. I will say, Kieran Harrison is driving like he's in I can't even say the word now.
Ineligible.
Ineligible, sorry, thank you. He's got a cone penalty, and then he's then got a contact warning. So, yeah, Cardiff C just driving, just having a bit of fun out there, but equally trying not to mess up anyone's race, anyone's championship, I hope, from Mr. Kieran Harrison, because he's been in the position where he's the one battling for the championship, and he does need to be a bit careful, but he does take away second place. That little wobble, yeah, little wobble down into the first corner, though, just a bit of loss of grip for Kieran Harrison. Sees Thomas Fleming head back through on that number 13 plated Reading A car, retakes second place, and look, Manchester aren't too far behind either.
Swansea with a 105.3. That's a very impressive lap there. Fergus Edwards is the man putting in those impressive laps. Of course, though, a penalty to carry for that driver.
Exactly. Kieran Harrison was unable to find a way through there. Now under a bit of pressure from Manchester A. And Loughborough B get a contact penalty now as well. So still lots of penalties flying through in this one. As we saw from race number 1, the fact that there's more grip now means there's more moves, means there's more incidents, means there's more penalties.
Yes. I should add that the our spreadsheet of doom machine has been overwhelmed by the spreadsheet of doom and has ran out of charge.
Oh no.
However, given the reliability of the spreadsheet of doom and the fact that I don't think the penalty tracking was really going very well anyway, I don't think we need to rely on it too much.
Fair enough. Well, we'll have to give up on that for now then. Kieran Harrison battling through, back to second place though. Lots and lots of attacks from Kieran Harrison throughout this race already, and he makes another one. This time he makes it stick on the 13 of Reading A. Cardiff C takes second place on the road then. As we head through Senna number 1, and now Thomas Fleming under a bit of pressure from the Manchester A car. However, Manchester A have just got a contact penalty for themselves as well, so Manchester A definitely can't win this race. Swansea A definitely can't win this race. I don't think Reading A have yet to get a penalty. So although they won't know it, and they're battling very hard here over third place, Reading A currently on for the win. Up and under they go, though. They're going to try and hold it around the outside here as we head through the horseshoe. It's going to be very close for comfort, but Reading A are going to retake it on the road.
Yeah, the inside worked for Reading that time around. Something, again, that we weren't seeing earlier on in the day, but the momentum you can now carry through the inside is matching that of hanging it around the outside. As Swansea go into the 104s and the low 104s as well, 104.2.
Wow. Yeah, the times are seriously coming to these drivers, aren't they? Here's a move down into the first corner from the number 30. There's going to be a bit of contact on the way through. This is Lancaster A trying to get through on Loughborough A as we switch back to that battle for third on the road once again. He saw down that front straight. Thomas Fleming trying to tell the Manchester A driver, hey, let's work together here. Just start pushing me. But of course, none of them are really going to know what's going on in terms of penalties, and it doesn't really matter for Reading A. They can just keep doing what they're doing. However, there is only 2 seconds back to Nottingham Trent A, who I do believe don't have a penalty yet in this race.
They've quietly had a very good day out of Nottingham Trent A.
Yeah, it's been decent to be fair.
Yeah, just consistent, decent points for Nottingham Trent A so far today. So well done to that squad there. Looking here at number 74 on number 12 is Leeds B versus Loughborough A, heading into Gasworks, both echoing each other's lines there. No one being too brave at this point in time, maybe waiting for the opportunity to present itself is the driver in the Leeds B kart.
Yeah, Nottingham-Trent A had a decent morning in round 5, 13th overall when everything was said and done. They got a 2nd place, a 9th place, and a 16th place. So I think that's that 16th that threw them off a little bit. They could have been up in the top 10 if it weren't for that. But a decent morning. They look to be continuing that here today in this race number 2.
It's Cardiff C going to the 103s.
I know. And Nottingham-Trent A look to be on for a 2nd place at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on it. As you say, Cardiff C, Kieran Harrison. Now he's been released by Thomas Fleming. We're seeing that pace come straight back to Kieran Harrison once again, and he is flying. However, 11 minutes to go, 8.7 seconds. I mean, crazier things have happened, but that's quite the gap to make up.
Yeah, currently the pace delta is about 0.7 of a second. It will change on this lap, of course, whether that improves for Cardiff. There's a slight tap of the tyre barriers there. Whether that improves or gets worse. As we're heading through Gasworks now, and it's Manchester A against, is that the number 13?
Yes, it is. They've got through.
Ready.
They've got through, have Manchester A down into Gasworks. They made the move stick. Now Manchester definitely didn't listen to what Fleming said on the last lap. Fleming wanted to work together, but nope, didn't listen, did Manchester. And this could actually be what gets Reading unstuck here. Nottingham-Trent, though, have lost quite a bit of time on that last lap.
Ooh,
as we've got the 66 totally stuck in the grass. Don't rejoin from there, sir. You're going to get a penalty. Who was that on the 16? Was it the 16 of Coventry B?
I thought it was 66.
Was it 66? My apologies. Huddersfield A, then you're right, from 30 seconds. So we'll keep an eye out, but potentially 66 are getting a penalty sometime soon. We'll keep an eye on it. But we look back to this battle. Fleming's back through, though, for 3rd place. We'll see if Trent can close in at all. And Lancaster A, after having a bit of an on and off morning, for their standards certainly, pushing back through the order nicely there in 6th place.
That was Bath A just getting past Loughborough A. Now that looked like a relatively easy move. Done before Gasworks, actually, just a nice, gentle sweeping right-hander before that downhill braking zone into Gasworks, and the move was already kind of sealed off before then. 103.2 for Cardiff C now.
Goodness, Kieran Harrison.
I think we could very well be on for a battle between Swansea A and Cardiff C, to be honest. It's about just over a second in terms of pace advantage going to that Cardiff C kart, and only 6.5 seconds separating them on the road at the moment. One thing to consider as well is, compared to our morning races, there's a lot more laps in these races now. All of a sudden we've lost 20 seconds. That's a substantial percentage of the lap time.
Yeah, ridiculous amount. Yeah, what is that even percentage-wise? Like 30-40% of the lap time.
Pretty much
ridiculous, getting lost. But yeah, Cardiff C absolutely flying out there. And we're keeping an eye on this battle. Manchester have indeed gone back through. And then we will say, like you were saying, it does look like Cardiff C might be able to catch Swansea A here by the end of the race. But I know for certain that Cardiff A are ineligible. And if Swansea A are eligible for this race, I know they have a penalty anyway. So even if there is a battle for the lead, it ain't going to be a battle for who actually wins this race, I don't think. But that will also depend on if Reading A can get back through here on Manchester A. If they can, Manchester have that penalty, Reading might be able to steal away the win here, even from a 3rd or 4th place finish.
And speaking of Reading A, we do have another bit of viewer interaction for you. If you check out the comments section, there's a poll running where you can choose who is your favourite for the championship this season. Who do you think is likely to get that championship? Is it going to be Reading A, Coventry A, Southampton A, or someone else? Drop a comment if you think it's someone else, or pick from those 3 there. Let's see what people are thinking. I'm not going to participate in that vote. That would be wrong of.
Oh, I did.
Ah.
I did.
I'll get off my high horse then.
I can't say anything.
Fastest lap, Cardiff C, 103.3 still. Oh no, 102.4 as they've just crossed the line. It will come up on the graphic in a second. There we are. That is a blistering lap time from the Cardiff C squad. We were wondering, will they catch up to Swansea? They've halved that gap in the 3 minutes out of the 10 we have remaining at that point. So the fight will be on.
Yeah, that's totally ridiculous pace from Kieran Harrison. I don't know if I don't know what he's been doing in his time away from the BUKC, but it's certainly working. Ridiculous pace from Kieran Harrison. He looks like he might be on to take the win on the road once again here. Do it 2 from 2, despite being ineligible.
So I said before it's Fergus Edwards leading for Swansea. someone on YouTube called Fergus Edwards has just commented saying it's Isaac Lyons. Now, either Fergus is very, very capable and is currently sat there texting on his phone, or they have swapped around. I'm presuming it's that second one.
Yeah, I think you might be right there.
So apologies there. Isaac doing a very good job of leading, but currently being hunted down. By Kieran Harrison.
Well, thank you for letting us know in the live chat. Yeah, doing a great job, to be fair. Is Isaac out in the lead of this race? Does have that penalty, I do believe. However, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was just a cone penalty. So if Manchester stay ahead of Reading, I still think that Swansea will win this race. It's too much mass. I can't work this out.
It's our favourite word. It's called permutation.
Yes, yes. Again, another word I seemingly can't pronounce today. Right, on to another new lap then. What are we heading on to? Lap number 18 is the lap that Swansea has started. 1.4 seconds across the line was the difference between Swansea A and Cardiff C. Again, we have another all-Welsh battle, but it isn't really because Kieran Harrison's behind the wheel of the Cardiff C kart, who is actually a Leeds driver. So not really a Wales special here for a battle, but we're going to pretend like it is anyway. Battles going on up and down the order, though. Side-by-side action through the final corner there. As more penalties are coming in thick and fast. You've got a cone penalty for Coventry A, a cone penalty for Coventry B, and now another one for Leeds A as well. So again, lots of penalties in this race. Trying to see, this is Liverpool A from 21st, leading a nice little battle. We've got UCLan A, Sheffield C, Sheffield A. I think Bristol involved in this one as well. Leeds, Warwick, great little battle here. So throughout the order, I think this is what we love to see, and I think this is what we see more of when it is a bit drier. Those squabbles up and down the pack where we have a bit of a gap, then 6 or 7 carts, another bit of a gap, 6 or 7 carts, and it's fantastic. That was a huge slide going down to the braking zone now.
That was still showing some parts of this track, still not 100% comfortable just yet, bearing in mind as well this gap between Swansea and Cardiff, just 0.2 of a second now at the front end of the field. They are really scrapping it out now. Yeah, they've got to be within the cart length. Yeah, that is very close together, those two at the front. But we're looking here at this battle going on. It's the number 5 in the mid pack here.
Yeah, this is Coventry A, Oxford Brooks B, with a few other drivers in behind them. So it's not been an ideal race for Coventry A so far. 15th on the road, and they've just got themselves a bump and pass penalty. Manchester A in 3rd place have just got themselves another cone penalty, and indeed, you are right. They've swapped to the front of the field. Cardiff C have got through on Swansea A. Those two leading line astern as they head down towards the first couple of corners. Quite a gap there now between Manchester A and Reading A. 3.3 seconds between 3rd and 4th place. A number of penalties for Manchester now. Bath A have now got themselves a penalty in 9th place. I think now, really, if you're having a decent race but not getting any penalties, you're on for a really good result across this afternoon, because drivers seemingly being unable to keep out of JV's bad books.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Yeah, it was perhaps inevitable, though, that overtake Cardiff against Swansea. It was just such relentless speed. It's been responded to. Cardiff is in the low 104s, but there's just nothing you can do really against Kieran Harrison driving that fast.
Indeed, yeah. Swansea close on pace, but just not quite able to be as fast as Kieran Harrison. And with three minutes to go, he's already made that overtake for the lead of the race, and is going to press on for what should be, what should be another relatively simple race win. However, when they came across the line, there was less than 1/10 of a second between Cardiff C and Swansea A. So Swansea A aren't giving up on this one easy. So there's a great little leading battle that we've seen. I did see someone spin down at the first corner, but I think someone a little bit further down the order that was. Trying to see as they come through. Here is your leader, Kieran Harrison, down into Senna number 1. Following through there is the Swansea A kart, the number 27. But I think Swansea just getting a little bit held up through that last part of that lap with a back marker, and that has now released Kieran Harrison. He's off and away. With 2 minutes just over to go on the clock. A lot of these karts now suffering with a bit of a loss of sticker kit. Flapping around in the wind, left, right and centre. You might need a bit of Pritt stick back at the Club 100 factory tonight.
T-Dent Sport in the comments raising the point that Kieran's good here because he just lives in a tent just outside the circuit. Clearly some experience would be.
Fair enough. Maybe this is a circuit that he knows and likes quite a lot.
I'm certainly enjoying this. Okay, I think I would certainly be happy if this became a mainstay on the calendar more frequently.
Yeah, apart from the drive.
Yeah,
here,
I was about to say, yeah.
Apart from the drive, but we can't complain. There's plenty of unis that do huge drives for every round. So we can't complain. But what a circuit it is up here in Sunderland. A really great circuit with lots of different areas that are so exciting. You've got fast section, but it's also really technical. Off-camber corners, on-camber corners. It's so different in different areas, and it really can play to different people's strengths and makes exciting racing like this.
It's like a hybrid of kind of your traditional British circuit as well as a little bit of PFI thrown in there as well. It's got the speed, it's got the thrill of that, but it's also got the technical stuff, as you were saying, to keep you on your toes and to really separate out the good from the bad.
Exactly, yeah. Some difficult corners where you just got to try and hang on for yourself, and other ones where there's some really good overtaking opportunities, one of them being the corner that you're now currently looking at down at Senna number 1. We are indeed on the last lap, though. Kieran Harrison, racing under Cardiff C for this one, has kicked us off for the last lap of race number 2. And Swansea already losing 1.6 seconds, although they've just set a new fastest lap of the race, a 1:02.2.
Wow.
Now the benchmark to hit, and I think we can pretty much say we're pretty much on full dry times now, despite how treacherous it looks on that camera angle. Still lots of damp patches out there, but people able to make some great moves and some fantastic pace coming out of a lot of cars. Birmingham A, though, a 1:02
I was about
dead.
to say, there's maybe another second left on top of what Swansea have done, I'd say. I would look at probably low 101s as being our ultimate, and Birmingham seems to be suggesting that it's going to be quite easy, because already times are tumbling down still. Could this be one last charge from Swansea, though, in the very little time we have left?
It's only 2 corners now, isn't it? 2 corners before Cardiff C will be the first ones to see the checkered flag, but they are not eligible to win this race. However, Swansea A and Manchester A have penalties, so I think it's going to be your 4th place driver of Reading A, Thomas Fleming. I do believe, if I've done my maths correctly, which I probably haven't, will take the win here in race number 2. We'll take the full 60 points. That depends whether Swansea has 1 or 2 penalties. I know that Manchester has at least 2, but Swansea might just have the 1, and if they do just have the 1, they could still take the race win here in race number 2. It's all up in the air, and it's all down to the stewards, and thank goodness we don't have to deal with that, because
could you imagine
difficult job
doing this?
Yeah, quite the difficult job there. Manchester A then top 3, Reading A just behind with Nottingham Trent, then Leeds B. Good race of Leeds B there in 6th place. I'm not sure if that was Adam Kerner's behind the wheel. If it was, fair play to him. He's been flying throughout this year. Birmingham A there in 7th, Lancaster 8th, Swansea 9th, and Bath A in 10th place. A good run through from Bath, but again,
it was Adam Kerner's
couple of penalties.
Number 74 car.
Fair play.
There, so great drive.
Fair play to Adam. We've had some good battles between each other in our times when I used to race in the BUKC, and Adam's a very quick driver himself. Had a good race this morning. I was chatting with him before I then got pounced on by Piers Pryor for the interview earlier, but I need to go and talk to him after this one. But Adam, a great showing from him there in 6th place. But let's run you through the entire finishing order then for race number 2 of round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship. Here at Warden Law, Karting North East up in Sunderland is finally producing some brilliant racing as the track starts to dry out here. So I'll run you through from 1st to 34th place then on the finishing order. Cardiff A, Swansea A, Manchester A, your top 3 with Reading A and Nottingham Trent A, and just behind them there was Leeds B, Birmingham A, Lancaster A, Swansea B and Bath A rounding up the top 10, with Edinburgh A, Loughborough A, Southampton A and Coventry A in there behind them. Edinburgh, Southampton and Coventry having okay races there, some good points on the board, but they're needing to be a bit more outstanding in the ones later on this afternoon. 15th place saw Coventry B with Oxford Brooks B in behind, then Coventry E, Loughborough B, Bath C, UCLan A, then Leicester A, Sheffield A. Not a great race from Sheffield A there in 22nd place with Sheffield C in behind, then Bristol A, Leeds A, Warwick A, Liverpool A, then Southampton C, Liverpool B, Portsmouth A rounding out the top 30 with Loughborough D, Birmingham B, Brunel A and Huddersfield A rounding out your 34 finishers in race number 2. But another great race, to be fair. Incredible pace. The times are just dropping and dropping.
I thought, okay, race 1 we've had the big drops now. Now we might find another second in race 2. But no, we're still...
It's like another 4 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Well, as the drivers hop out of their carts, and that'll be them done for the day. All these drivers that are competing in these races in the afternoon, once they've been out, that's it for the day of racing for themselves, and they just need to celebrate and support their teammates' achievements out there for the rest of the sessions. But we're done with race number 2. We'll soon be seeing race number 3 out on circuit, but first, of course, we've got to hand back down to Piers Pryor.
Another good race. First properly dry. Dry.
Yeah, it was dry line everywhere, apart from maybe like the little bit on turn 1, but just greasy racing line now. good fun conditions. It's just sliding everywhere, really. Like that's especially that sort of second to last long corner. I was finding it was fastest just to go flat, but sideways, really. So it's good fun.
Kieran, you need to stop showing up and winning because it makes everyone else look bad. So, oh no, wait, you didn't win because you're not eligible. So. You had a cone penalty and you're not eligible, so therefore we hand over to our second place on the road driver, but you also didn't win.
Yeah, I also got a cone penalty.
Yeah, so I don't actually know who won that one, but anyway, it was a good drive, still.
Yeah, good battle at the end as well. Wish it was a little bit closer, but the back markers kind of got in the way a little bit. Trying to lap everyone is a bit annoying. But
anyway,
it worked out well.
It worked out well. Good drive from the both of you. I'll let you go and celebrate with your teams, celebrate your cone penalties with your teams. We're now looking ahead to race 3, another lightweight. This is race 3, isn't it, guys? Race 3. Yeah. I always lose count. We've got Southampton B. Come on in. On pole position, who are you?
I'm Ben. Ben for Southampton B.
Ben, pole position. Great place to start, hey?
The best place, I guess.
You earned it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was all.
It was a good laughing quali.
Yeah. Great. You did great job this morning to get here. So.
Talk to us. What's going to happen?
I know there's a lot of good teams in this race, so I think just try and keep it clean. I know there's probably going to be a lot of people coming past me, so keep it clean, avoid all the carnage at the back, and then hopefully stick it around for maybe a top 10.
Which race were you in this morning?
I was in race 6.
Oh, so you actually, the conditions will be fairly similar to what you're experiencing, because I'm thinking the drivers that were in race 1, if they're in any later race today, they're going to so different.
Exactly, yeah. It's dried up a lot. I think even from my race, it's about 10-15 seconds now, so it's a lot of change.
Ben, good luck from pole position. We'll see how you get on the number 45. Southampton B. Oh, God, I'm getting my teams mixed up so badly today. Let's jump on in with Nottingham Trent again. Who's driving this one? Remind everyone at home who you are and who you're racing for.
Alicia Barrett, race 4, Notts Trent A.
So, P3. Who gave you that one? Who gave you a nice little starting position here? Or did you give yourself it?
Me.
Are you the captain?
No, not quite.
You said I'm having that third place.
I'm in charge of the mains team, I'd say. Yeah, Max had a good P3 start in the first one, so I'm taking the P3 start in this one. So hopefully I can do what he did and win.
So nothing less than a win is acceptable?
Yeah, basically.
I suppose it's going to be good fun out there. Anyone you're worried about behind you that might fire some people off?
Jensen Brown's pretty quick, so I'll keep my eye on him, but hopefully I'll be gone before he gets up. That's the hope.
Brilliant. Well, good luck, team. We'll see how Alicia gets on. It's good to have some female drivers on the grid as well. If you're a female and you're at university and you want to go karting, get in touch with your BUKC team, and it'd be great to have a bit more diversity amongst this very blokey grid. Team, who are we? We're Birmingham. Oh, hang on, we can't even see it. Birmingham. Are you getting in or getting out?
He's getting out.
He's getting out. Who's getting in? Oh, we chatted to Ben this morning, so we'll chat to him again next time out. I don't want to hog the stream, do you, Ben? We chatted to you this morning. We'll get you later. Who else can we chat to? Oh, yeah, here we go. Hello, who are you? Who are you racing for? Tell us all about your day so far.
Matthew Long, race for Coventry F. It's been an interesting day so far. It was very wet this morning, but hopefully in these drier conditions can move forward a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Move forward. What's that? What, P10?
P12.
P12. What can we do from P12?
Hopefully a couple of positions at least, at worst, maintain roughly around the top 10.
Cool. And what was lunch for you?
Cheeseburger and garlic potatoes from the cafe.
Those garlic potatoes look really good.
They were very good, I can't lie.
I might have to avail myself of some of those later on.
If they still have any, I'd go quick. They were popular.
They were very popular. Good luck. I'm going to head back up the grid a little bit. I just spotted some hand signals going on here. That was some coaching. Can you just repeat that for those at home? It was just chucking in the sends is what it was. How hard are we going to send it?
Very hard because we had a difficult day overall for BUKC. So yeah, I'm the second race of the afternoon for BUKC. The first race was difficult, so I'm starting P8. So let's try to be as fast as possible and to keep the position.
And remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
So I'm Thiago, and I'm racing for BUKC.
BUKC, right, BUKC, good luck in the race. We'll see how hard he sends it. in the race. If he sends it anywhere near as hard as the first time, there'll be a crash at turn 1. Right, head towards the back of the grid now for some interviews with some other drivers. The drivers getting some moral support there. We've had Liverpool. We haven't actually chatted to many drivers in Liverpool this time out so much. Who haven't I spoken to? I'm trying to, spread it out a little bit. Oh, you know what? We're going to try and break the curse. We're going to try and break the curse. So this morning, I'm just hearing it over the shoulder. Oh, no. We spoke to you this morning. You were saying that I'm a curse, and then you proceeded to have 2 crashes in 2 starts. Is it going to happen? Hopefully, it won't happen again, but what are you going to do to avoid the curse coming true once again?
I don't know, just going to stay out of trouble and hopefully on black stuff facing the right way.
Hopefully so. Well, I've done that deliberately because I'm hoping that me doing it twice in one day will break the curse and then it won't happen again. And our driver starting in last place on the grid. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Bath A.
Bath A, yes. So Bath, you're still within touching distance to the championship. So what do you need to do this afternoon to seal it?
We just need a much better round. We had a bit of a poor round this morning, so hopefully a top 3 finish again today will get us up there.
Where do you reckon you can get from 36 on the grid or 34th?
Top 10, top 5. Got to be confident. Got to be confident.
Fight and talk. I'd love to see that. That would be an entertaining race. So go well. I think we're about to go ready for race number 3 of this afternoon, round 6. Let's do it. John and Reeve, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. So yeah, here we are, race 3. After the end of this race, we'll be already halfway through round 6, would you believe it? Time has absolutely flown by. Hearing now the revs rise as the carts leave the pit lane here and get ready for some practice laps here for another go around Warden Law. Track getting better, getting faster. Some of these drivers won't have experienced this track since the morning when it was basically an ice skating rink, so it'll be a bit of a change. Maybe a bit more confidence after these practice laps are nailed. Hopefully should be seeing, gradually we've been seeing less and less carts coming off through the corners. But let's have a look at the grid now. It's Southampton B and Cambridge A on the first row, Nottingham, Trent A and Reading A on row 2, with Birmingham A and Imperial B on the third row there. Then it will be row 4 with Lancaster A and Bath C, row 5 is Sheffield B and Exeter A, with Loughborough A and Coventry F on row 6. Moving on to the 7th row then, it is Leeds A and Warwick B, with Brighton B and Leeds B on row 8, and then row 9 has Liverpool C and Imperial A. On to the 10th row, it's Leicester A and Oxford Brookes A, with row 11 featuring Sheffield A and Bristol A. Row 12 has Oxford Brookes D and Brunel A. Row 13 is Coventry B and Lancaster B, with Cardiff B and Cardiff A on row 14. Surrey A and Coventry E fill row 15, and then moving on to the last couple of rows, it's Warwick A and Bath A on row 16, and the final row is Sheffield A and someone else.
We're already
as we go away already. That was a very quick race start, no need for practice laps, and here we are into the first corner. It's number 45 on 33 coming out on top there. Actually, I think a little bit loaded from the car behind, and it's all gone wrong. Was that the 2 front runners?
I don't think so. I think they managed to make it through, but we'll see when they come across the start-finish line to end lap number 1. Yeah. The 13 was off, so that was Reading A from 4th place. That is a big off for Reading A. There's another driver there just about getting back on the circuit from our secondary cam. Thank you again, Stuart, for that one. But yeah, Reading A off already in this one. They've still got the full 25 minutes of the race to go to try and regain those positions, but that's not a good start from a good grid position for Reading.
No, a very unfortunate start to race 3 for the Reading squad there. Rest of the field, though, seems to be relatively comfortable after that. A couple more kind of straddlers at the back in the next couple of corners there, but heading through the gasworks now.
It's been an absolute gift for Cambridge A. Look how far ahead they already are in this one.
Yeah.
Everything going peak-tong behind them has meant that they've been able to just scamper off in the lead already in this one. What is their lead going to be when they come across the line to finish lap number 1? That gap is 1.7 seconds already ahead of Nottingham Trent A. They've had a good start. I want to say that's Amelia Barrett who's in the cart for them, and who's had a spin. Is that from the leading of the race, or is that from earlier on? I'm not 100% sure there. We'll wait and see who that is on another camera angle rejoining the circuit. But yeah, it's certainly been an interesting race already, Reeve.
Yeah, it's not quite been as good as perhaps I thought it would have been after the first corner. I thought we kind of had it all out of the way after turn 1, but no, a couple more issues there. It's Adam in the Cambridge A cart leading there by about 1.6 seconds. Nottingham Trent A up into 2nd position. Bump and pass penalty for Bath A. They have no chance of winning this race if they were to climb the way up from P12. But Nottingham Trent A, we talked about in the past couple of races, have had a quietly good day so far, getting better and better. Had a bit of a blip in the morning, but so far it's looking good for them in the afternoon.
Yeah, they've been having a really good showing so far, have Nottingham Trent A. Some showings of brilliance in and amongst some difficulties as well. But just outside the top 10 overall for the morning, they should be pretty happy with that one. And of course, yeah, they are the number 10 car. It means they finished 10th place last year. A little bit further down than that this year. And it was Cambridge A who were off at the first corner. So I wasn't sure. I was like, how is that? How has someone already gone off already? It was the Cambridge A car. So Nottingham Trent A take the lead of the race then. On lap number 2 it would have been. So Cambridge A were, what, 1.5, 2 seconds in the lead and just dropped it by themselves at the first corner. It's still very difficult conditions out there.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. They had it was actually a very quick first lap, given it was obviously race start. We had a 1:07 from them, so they were flying along. But unfortunately, as they're pushing a little bit too hard too early on, this might be a short sprint race, but it's still a race of attrition, and unfortunately they failed that test. And they've tumbled down the order. It's now Trent, Birmingham and Lancaster are top 3 at the moment.
Number 9, the Sheffield A, trying to squeeze their way through on the exit there. They're battling closely with Loughborough A. This is over 10th place on the road. And it's all still very close, apart from your leaders who are often by themselves now. But to be fair, Nottingham Trent A do have Birmingham A for company, and it's not too far back to Lancaster, Sheffield B, Exeter A, and then this huge gaggle coming through your shot there down at Horseshoe. There's a move to the lead, though, for the number 4. Sorry, not to the one. I said the lead. To take the position away, I should say, for Bath A, but they're not going to be able to do it. They got through on Leeds A on that last lap, but that was actually with their sister team at Bath C, and Bath C hold on to the position as they head down into the first corner. There's a move for what I think is 4th place there. Exeter A and Lancaster A having a good battle. Back through goes Lancaster A after an overtake at the end of the last lap from Exeter. It goes back the way of the number 30.
Benjamin Bilros currently leading this race in the number 11 Birmingham A car, only by about 0.7 of a second, though. The top 3 only occupying 1 second, so plenty of action. In fact, the top 5 only 1.5 seconds, so still plenty to play for on the top 5 here. Penalty for CTO there. Not actually too sure what a CTO is. That's got me stumped, that one, but it's for Imperial A at least. So
I don't know. I'm trying to work out in my head. I'm not too sure what a CTO is, but we'll try and report back to you. We'll ask some people who are a lot more knowledgeable than us.
We do know what one of them is, though, and we do know what Exeter A has coming their way as well. It's another bump and pass penalty.
Oh dear, from 4th place. Yeah, that's
penalties galore this afternoon.
It really is. It really is. Oh, it's a complete
So that's a couple
takeout.
more positions they lose. That is for, basically, they've been sent off to Narnia, effectively, and you're going to be really punished for that one. So a couple more positions they get penalised on compared to a normal take-off penalty.
Yeah, right, okay, that's going to be quite a number of positions then lost for Imperial A. That's not ideal. A couple of places, as you say, lost for Exeter A. That's someone right at the sharp end of the order in 4th place at the moment. Not ideal for them. Cardiff A getting a cone penalty. Coventry B getting a cone penalty. Lots of penalties coming through already. A 1:07.6, now the fastest lap of the race. That went the way of Leeds on the last lap. That's Leeds B in 26th place, who are now setting the pace. It's not like earlier where we have seen the leaders 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds quicker than everyone else. We've got someone in 26th place who's just set the fastest lap of the race.
No, in the morning we had difficult track conditions and simple, easy behaviour. Now we've got it completely swapped around. Now, off the track for the stewards, it's very difficult, and it's supposed to be easy for the guys on track, although they're making it a little bit difficult for themselves with all this battling and all this squabbling, shall we say, that they're enjoying out on track.
Hey, it makes for brilliant pictures for us to watch, doesn't it? And we bring in this coverage thanks to Alpha Live. All changing at the front of the order once again, all reshuffling around. It's still Nottingham Trent in 2nd place there. Sheffield B, now the ones behind them. Lancaster A and Exeter A dropping down a position to 4th and 5th respectively. Birmingham A in the lead now with that clean air. 1:07.2 is the new fastest lap set by Birmingham A. Nearly 2 seconds to the good now. If they can just hold on to it, keep putting in this pace, which they seem to be doing looking outside my commentary box window, they should have this one pretty wrapped up as well, because I don't think they're really going to see many back markers in this race either, because now the pace is so much closer. You're just not catching them quite as quickly over a 25-minute race. We have our first black flag, I think, of the afternoon. That goes the way of Bristol A. 2 ABCs. 2 advantage by contacts for Bristol A is going to see them heading back to the pits for
re-education.
Yes, indeed, our favourite word.
It's the battle for second we're watching at the moment. Nottingham Trent A on Sheffield B. We're not watching that quite at the moment, actually. Oh, no, we are. Ignore me. Don't know where. Apparently, I'm in a different world. Anyway, yeah, we're heading on to the next lap there. Nottingham Trente leading this pack of karts very close together. This has allowed Birmingham A to kind of check out a little bit and try and build some momentum, try and build that gap, maybe give a margin for error. Of course, they don't want to pick up a penalty because that margin will be eliminated, but try and breathe easy, make sure that any pushes later on won't threaten them. BUKC certainly on a push at the moment, a 106.4. Not quite the heights of 102s that we saw in the previous race, but we might see that in a moment. What we had last time I commentated in PF was the afternoon. It was still very cold out. It was a bit too cold for optimum grip. So it kind of, as it was getting colder in the afternoon, the time started to go away from the track. Then hit a point where it was so cold out that the engines really liked it. And at PF, we gained a lot of time again. So we maybe might see some of that here at Warden.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good point to bring up there. And we might see, because there are a couple of decently long straights here, the start-finish straight, and then the back, well, you can't really call it a straight. It's basically a long right-hander, isn't it?
It's open throttle.
Exactly, yeah, full open throttle it is now anyway. Now they've got a bit of grip down there. So some fast parts of the circuit, we might see the engine starting to enjoy it, as you say. Changes up in this top order, though. Bath A have had a fantastic last couple of laps. Up into 4th place they go. They leapfrog Exeter A, dropping them down to 5th place. Someone is really dropping down the order, though. Who's that? That's Leeds A, who have just dropped down 20 places. So Leeds A have gone off somewhere and are losing a heck of a lot of time there. So day has gone badly. Well, this race was certainly in race number 3. Leeds A dropping down to, I think, pretty much last place. I think they rejoined in 29th, just ahead of Cardiff B.
Someone being re-educated there. We have the re-education camera.
Bristol A getting...
It's all very draconian, actually, isn't it? As they are serving their penalty, and they will be released in just a moment.
Who's got like the really long ruler to tell them off? They are holding them there for quite some time.
Yeah, I forgot we have a window.
We can still look outside. We don't have to look through the screen. But yeah, they're still holding them there. They're going to be a lap, if not 2 laps down here, the number 40 of Bristol A, which is then you're just driving around after that. It's a bit like, oh, well, I've just chucked my race away. But equally, you would have thought it was down to their own issue.
And there they are.
And there they are, off and back underway for Bristol A. Brighton B set a new fastest lap of the race, though. 105 dead for Brighton B. They're there in 8th place, and I think this is the most number of clubman drivers that we've had in the top 10 all day.
Yes.
We've got Sheffield B in 4th, Bath C in 6th, then Lancaster A 7th, Brighton B in 8th, and Leicester A in 9th. So great little battle
in fact,
between
we've
all
got
these drivers.
Quite a showing from the clubmans overall in this race.
That's right. It's been impressive. Reading A have just got a bump and pass, though, so after that, getting spun around early on in this one, they've clawed their way back to 14th, but now they're going to drop down the order after penalties are applied. Bump and pass penalty for Reading A. Amelia Barrett is getting done there through sector number 3. Has got 2 positions have been got on her, I think. Slipped from 2nd to 4th, I want to say, on that lap. I think it's Bath A and Sheffield B who have snuck through. We'll just check that as they come across the line. And yes, indeed, Trent A now into 4th place. Exeter A still there in behind. This is a great battle. 7 karts, I want to say it is, all battling over 2nd place now. And again, this is just allowing for Birmingham A to continue to slowly but surely build that lead out in 1st place. Nearly 4.5 seconds, the gap. Brighton B, another fastest lap, 104.4.
Yep, some great pace. We haven't seen, not going to say we haven't seen too much from Brighton, it's just they've been one of the, there's been less of a story around them so far today in terms of our comms, but they've really shown up in this race. They're having a very nice time out there at the moment. We've got that battle for 2nd. It is 6 karts, separated by just 1.8 seconds. A very impressive group, especially halfway through the race. They've been keeping on each other, and really excellent racecraft from that pack battling for P2 here. We're looking, though, at a battle slightly further down the order. This is in the mid-pack around about P10, P11, a little bit further behind as well. So you should probably call it the battle for P10, but it's a very close gaggle of cars, as you would like to say.
Yeah, the understatement of the century, that. We've got loads of drivers battling over this. I will just say, apologies to Alicia Barrett, not Amelia. Sorry, Alicia. She's there in 4th place at the moment. Just thought I would definitely make sure I got that correct. It was between the 2 names, and I picked the wrong one. Sorry, Alicia. There for Nottingham Trent A in 4th place. But like you were saying, we've got that sort of group of 7 from 2nd to 8th place, and then we've got another group of about 10 in behind them from the low end of the top 10 all the way back. This is brilliant, brilliant racing, and I will say, what a race it's been for Harvey McBrien there in 9th place. I said I pronounced his name wrong on I think pretty much every stream, and I said he was starting 28th. If you get up to the top 15, I'll pronounce your name correctly. So there you go, Harvey. I've done that for you. Up into the top 10 goes Harvey McBrien. A good race from Cardiff A. Of course, they've already secured a good result this in round number 6. They've got a win under their belt thanks to Fraser Brunton. Look at this though, 4 wide down into the braking zone.
Wow.
Super close, and there is going to be a bit of contact on the Liverpool car, who finds themselves on the outside there, but all making it through. This is cracking racing.
Yeah, Liverpool losing out a little bit there, but it's too close to call really in a pack like this. It's going to be ebbing and flowing. The order of those cars is going to be changing for at least the next few laps as Bathe goes even faster. It's a 104.3, 4 seconds down on the lead of this race. Cone penalty coming in for Warwick A. They don't deserve that, of course. They've given us Jaffa cakes. But Birmingham A, I say they've given us Jaffa cakes. I've had half of them.
I think that's just a fault with the system. Warwick A can't have got any penalties.
No.
They've given us Jaffa cakes, so that's not actually allowed.
Not at all. Yep. So at the moment, it's Birmingham A and Bath A pretty much neck and neck in terms of pace. Bath A winning out ever so slightly. So Bath A want to try and find a little bit more if they want to get Birmingham out on the road there.
Indeed, yeah. Cone penalty for Exeter A now as well. They're sitting in 6th place for the moment, but definitely not able to win this race. They got near the front of the order quite quickly in this one, but just haven't quite been able to challenge near the back of that pack at the front of the order. It's Birmingham A, another fastest lap of the race, a 104.1 for Birmingham A, extends their lead to over 4 seconds now. Impressive stuff. It's sort of hung around 4 seconds for the last 4 or 5 minutes now, I would say, but that's all you've got to do as the Birmingham A driver. Keep it at a nice little gap and bring it home over the last 11 minutes. Still quite a way to go in this one, and here's the battle we watch. Exeter A have had a great last couple of laps, to be fair. They've jumped from 6th up into 4th place, so despite having that penalty, they're trying to mitigate it as best as they can, and now they find themselves at the front of this pack, chasing down 2nd and 3rd of Bath A and Sheffield B.
Penalty coming in once again. I think that may be a repeat after that.
I think it is, yeah.
For the #1 car there, last year's championship leaders, of course. Not to say they've had a bad season, it just hasn't quite been the heights of what they experienced last year.
Well, they were totally dominant last year.
They were
weren't they?
absolutely in a class of their own, really. That is a cone penalty, though, for Brunel A coming in. The cones getting an absolute hammering this afternoon. The poor cones. Think of the cones. How would you like to be stood at the apex of a track with some go-karts that are actually about 10 times the size of you?
It'd be quite scary.
Yeah, 103.9 coming in for Birmingham A.
Poor cones.
Hopefully no sacrifices of cones are made in that lap.
Think of a move there from Bath C, but they were a bit too ambitious. Oh, someone's really off down at this, the quick right-hander at the end of that long, fast right-hander down the bottom end of the circuit.
There won't have been much time for that car to slow down, so I assume it was a very big swapper under braking would be my guess.
Looks like it, yeah, going right deep there onto the left-hand side of the barrier. It's a weird place to put it now, but maybe, yeah, they've just got a little bit too aggressive under braking there, broke it a little bit too late and found the barriers pretty early on the exit. Because they're still trying to get the car out of the barrier.
Just to add to the embarrassment, we're going to go and focus in on him.
Going to switch straight back to them. I think luckily for them, we don't know who it is right now. As there's someone dropping down the order though, so we can probably call them out. I think it might be Southampton B who've dropped 5 places on the last lap. Are they still? No, they're still going round. So who's not going round? Is it Cardiff C? I think it might just be Cardiff C on the number 88, who are still in the barriers at the moment, trying to get it back out onto the black stuff. Yeah. They haven't managed to do it now. I think we can safely say that that is Cardiff C. They'll swap it back around and get going a couple of laps down then. And I saw you pointing at them in the pit lane. I think that's Dante Dillon, one of the kart testers here for Club 100, who's just out lapping around in some of the other karts, making sure that they're all up to speed and all the pace is fair as they can be across the full fleet of Club 100 karts.
And as we said, we didn't want to embarrass the Cardiff C driver there, so we won't mention Sid Brewerton's name, who was unfortunately had a little off there after the gas. But it makes you feel a little better. I would not be able to get around a single lap in the conditions that we were in this morning. So cone penalty coming in for Brighton B again with the cones, the poor cones. We've got 3 more races, everyone. That's what we've got to
think about the cones, ladies and gentlemen.
We've got to run out.
They've got to go back to their families too tonight. Yellow flag still. Surely that can't be Cardiff C not rejoining just yet. Well, there's nothing there, so maybe just a little bit late for that yellow flag to go in. I don't think there's anything else to sector 3. So maybe just...
Well, maybe JV's been on the radio saying, can we please stop racing into gasworks?
Yeah,
it's not going well.
Potentially, yeah, maybe just some rebuilding of the barriers going on then. 8 minutes left to go on the clock. Still thinking about those cones, poor cones. Brighton B, Cambridge A, Imperial A are all getting cone penalties. Lots of contact warnings coming through as well. Drivers have got to watch out. Get a few of those. It becomes a penalty. And not ideal for your charge towards the front of the field. Cardiff A here have Reading A for company. Of course, Reading got spun on the first lap of the race, dropped all the way down to last. Now they're knocking back on the door of the top 10 once again. Harvey McBride of Cardiff is going to be hoping that Reading A will work together with him here, but it doesn't look like he's going to. On the outside, I thought there was going to be a switch to the inside. I think he definitely thought about that, but Harvey putting on a defensive move. He's going to go wide on the corner exit, though, and immediately chops through. Does Reading A, well read by the Reading A driver, takes away that top 10 finish. But Reading have definitely had at least one penalty come through on the system so far, so effectively that will drop them back behind. But now they've been released by Cardiff A. They've had some crazy pace through this race at Reading A, so let's see how far up the order they can get in the last 7 minutes. I thought the 12 of Loughborough A there might dive to the inside of Cardiff, but it wasn't meant to be.
Lancaster B there dropping back, not sure. It's actually a tumble. No, it's not a tumble, it's just a change in position. Sorry about that. Meanwhile, Birmingham A out in front. They are still neck and neck pace-wise with Bath A, and that gap has been about 4.5 seconds for quite a while now, so the top end of the field is nice and consistent now. It's calm at the top end, which is often a blessing. As we see, we're still on board with this battle, this pack being led by the Cardiff A driver here in the 105, the high 105s on the previous lap. Yeah, and a much more consistent pace throughout the field than compared to what we were seeing in the morning, where we were getting separated by seconds. Really. Now we're separated by a second, or maybe two.
Yeah, every single driver is in the 104s, 105s, or 106s now. Every single driver. We got a couple in the 103s. Brighton B was one of those, and they've just gained a couple of positions on the last lap, up from 9th to 7th place. They swap around with Leicester A, who dropped from 7th to 9th on that last lap. And Reading A, new fastest lap of the race, 103.860 for themselves. And a penalty, a bump and pass penalty for Leicester A. They're having a good race there in 8th place, so that's going to drop them outside of the top 10 once penalties are applied.
Reading A there, 103.8. Pushing on through that top 10, just like Brighton B then, of course. Been embroiled in some battling, has Reading A so far this race, so maybe a little bit of clean air coming their way to show what they can properly do now. Leicester A, bump and pass penalty coming in for them in just a moment. So still the penalties. Penalties have slowed down, but they're still trickling in.
Yeah, they're definitely still coming in. Still lots of contact warnings that the drivers do need to watch out for. Less than 5 minutes left to go on the clock now. That was a big lap. And Bath A in second place, they took 1.5 seconds out of the gap between themselves and Birmingham A. So potentially...
Not out of it yet.
Potentially that was Birmingham A just getting a bit stuck behind some back markers, maybe having a bit of a mistake. If Bath A can continue this push, we could still see a battle for the lead at the end of this one. But let's have a look at this battle that's heading through the final corner now. We'll see as they come across the timing screens. This is your battle for 16th place, being headed up by Liverpool C at the moment, and the entire rest of the field is directly behind them.
That is an interesting sight. That almost feels, you'd feel like a bit of a cork in the bottle in that situation, almost, wouldn't you? If a couple of corners don't go your way, all of a sudden you're going to have a quarter of a grid overtaking you.
Don't look behind you, Liverpool C.
Not a comfortable. You're glad you haven't got those googling eyes on the back of your head in that situation.
Although that driver is in this pack.
Yes.
He's near the back of this pack at the moment, coming into the first of the centre corners at the moment. So So we'll see how he's able to do in this one. He's fighting to the inside at the moment. We got 3 wide, followed by 3 wide, followed by 3 wide on the exit there. One driver not too happy about it as he gets overtaken. Round the outside go a couple of karts. The number 9 fighting their way in, fighting their way through. That Sheffield A getting caught up in all of this. And that's not ideal for them. They've had some moments of brilliance so far today. I remember an Adam Nather good finishing position earlier on today. Not quite happening in this one. Battling in well nicely in this pack, but this pack is away down the order, further down the order than they would like to be for Sheffield A. Still up in the top 20, but not quite there.
Contact warnings coming for Reading A. Still a little bit of argy-bargy. 103.0, that Brighton B lap is really impressive. We saw a glimpse of the 102s in the previous race, and I was hoping that we'd see more of it. Wasn't entirely confident we would, but hopeful nonetheless. Cone penalty coming in for Oxford Brooks A now.
Yeah, they're not far off with the 103 dead.
But this is going to be another race where we read out the results and say,
yeah,
provisional.
Yeah, like
very much.
A lot of people here have penalties. We don't really know where anyone's finished, but we'll try our best. Brighton B still have that fastest lap. They've been absolutely flying. What are they now? 3.7 seconds. So there's quite a big gap amongst the top 5 now. 4 seconds between first and second, then a further 3 seconds back to third, a further 4 back to fourth, and then a further 4 back to 5th place. So it's quite the gaps are quite extended up near the front of the order, and then there's no gaps behind them, basically, from 5th place backwards of, 6th place backwards of Exeter A, I should say, and 5th place of Brighton B. Then basically everyone is then behind them. 2 minutes left to go on the clock then. Who are we looking at up on our screens? That is the number 13 of Reading A, with Leicester A in behind them for company. Actually, no, that'll be Lancaster now, won't it? Yes, it is the number 30 of Lancaster A. So Reading A have moved up now into 7th place. They're doing a good job of nullifying that penalty that they got earlier, and should still be on for a decent result here, putting together a good round number 6 are Reading A. Not too long to go now to make some changes and try and get the best result possible. They've got the number 1 of Exeter A in their sight lines, but they're a good 3 seconds ahead, so it's going to be a challenge over the last minute and a bit. Here we see a side-by-side action. Down the inside goes the number 12 for 10th place. Loughborough A trying to get through on Nottingham Trent A. They're still going to be side-by-side as we head to the dog leg, and that is going to go the way of Loughborough A.
Alicia really pushing on there.
Cheeky down the inside from Cardiff A, and 2 people sneak back through. Alicia is getting shoved down the order on this last couple of laps.
Just a very close pack there still. Hello to Johnny, who's watching along, who says a lot of skills on track, 3 wide through loads of the corners, and yeah, very much so. It's not an easy track to go 3 wide through some of these corners. It gets quite narrow at some point. So yeah, as you say, some really impressive racing from these drivers who, as you say, in these karts and the BUKC haven't been here for absolutely ages. Not the most experienced at this track.
No, exactly, and like you were saying, yeah, like that, the front straight, super wide, loads of space to go 3, 4, even maybe 5 wide down the front straight. You get into the middle section, around the centres, down the back straight, it gets quite tight. It gets very difficult to squeeze a move through and go those few karts wide. It makes it very difficult to go for the overtakes, but we still see some great ones throughout today's racing. Reading A, though, new fastest lap of the race. There's your 102, Reeve, a 102.6 for Reading A to finalise this race. What a race it's been for them, but also what a race it's been for the number 11 of Birmingham A. They now have nearly 5-second lead in this race, and they've been absolutely unstoppable out there in the front.
They have matched that competition they've had from Bath A behind her. Have said, yeah, you can go fast all you want, but I'm going to be able to control this race. Can control this race. They have as they come round the final corner and back on to that start-finish straight. They take the checker flag and take the race victory. Congratulations to the Birmingham A squad. Fantastic drive. And as well, congratulations to the Bath A driver there. Impressive driver. 103.7 on that last lap. So closing up ever so slightly, but wasn't enough. Sheffield B rounds out the podium there. Bath C takes P4 with Brighton B on that charge through so much of that race. P5 in the end. Reading A actually got an overtake on that last lap and came home P6, also on a charge of that impressive 102. Exeter A P7 with Lancaster A P8, Leicester A P9, and then Loughborough A rounding out the top 10 for us there. Still a bit of action going out on track there. And yeah, that brings pretty much an end to race 3, already halfway through the afternoon's running, would you believe it?
I know, crazy. This was that huge gaggle that we were looking at from the middle of the team places downwards. Basically, the entire rest of the field comes across the line. So we had Coventry E were 43 seconds off the leader. They finished in 16th place. Then we look down, 49 seconds off the leader were Southampton B in 30th place. So 16th to 30th, separated by 6 seconds across the line there. Wow, what a race.
Insane statistic.
Ridiculously close throughout the order. We sort of had the leaders break away in that one, then another pack of everyone from sort of 8th down to the low teens, and then the low teens, everyone else in a group behind. So this is what we wanted to see here at Warden Law. Fantastic racing throughout round number 6 this afternoon. And as you say, race 3 done and dusted. We're halfway done already for round number 6.
So here is then our provisional results. It's Birmingham A, Bath A, Sheffield B, Bath C and Brighton B in the top 5 there. Reading A, Exeter A, Lancaster A, Leicester A, Loughborough A on the top 10, and then Oxford Brookes A, Cardiff A, Warwick B, Coventry B, and then Nottingham Trent A with the top 15. Coventry E, Liverpool C, Leeds B, Imperial A coming home together to round out the top 20. Then it's Cambridge A, Sheffield A, Warwick A, Surrey A, Cardiff B, Coventry F, and Oxford Brookes D. Followed by Brunel A, Leeds A, Southampton B, Sheffield D, Cardiff C, Bristol A, and Lancaster B. Rounding out the running there. Of course, that is provisional. A couple of penalties to apply in that race, but that brings an end to race 3, and we're going to head over to Pierce in just a moment. Back on the grid.
So, you've just had race number 3, and it was won by Birmingham's Ben Boros. Ben, we nearly chatted to you before the race, but I decided I'd chat to you earlier, so we left it out, but it doesn't matter, because you won the race anyway, so here you are. That was pretty dominant.
Yeah, I mean, a bit messy at the start with Peter Knight spinning in front of me, but then, yeah, I managed to get to the front and just hold it.
And I heard just over the fence there that you probably had time to select what you're eating for dinner tonight. Where's dinner with the team?
Oh, I don't know yet. Maybe spoons. I don't really know what's up here.
I love the way that a student goes, yeah, you know what, I've won a race, I'm really going to treat myself. Spoons it is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else is up here. I haven't really been around here before.
What is your spoons go-to? Other than a pint?
I don't even know. What?
Are you about to ask your team, what do you normally get?
I normally get the one where you get 3 different things, like wings, chips, I don't even know.
Variety.
Variety, just a bit of a mix.
Excellent. Well, you enjoy that variety dinner tonight, and congratulations on a Birmingham win. It doesn't happen very often, so well done. I'm joking, it does. They were very, very good this morning. We had a win from Birmingham this morning in one of the rounds. Looking ahead now, race number 4. That means that it's a heavyweight race, and we have a driver ready to go, number 15. Yeah. Oh, I'm just going to take a seat and not try and get too muddy. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Warwick A.
Were you here as part of the testing clan yesterday?
Yeah, Coventry, they demolished us as usual, in rentals though, but in BUKC we'll have them.
You're going to have them, and you're going to show them how it's done in this one.
Coventry there?
I don't know, I'll find out in a moment.
Find out, I'll take them out.
Okay, well you'll probably get a black flag if you do, but anyway.
No, of course not. I'm the captain, I have to be well behaved.
Yeah, of course. How have you been well behaved this morning?
Yeah, no penalties. So
no penalties, nice.
No penalties, good. Yeah.
Very good indeed, and you're...
Race of respect.
Excellent work. Hey, race and respect is part of the ethos. Well, you look like you're having fun.
Yeah, no, it's great fun.
And previously, before today, had you been here much?
No, never here before. Apart from that rental session.
Yeah. But how are you finding it?
It's a really good track. It gives me like GYG vibes, you know. It's good. Yeah, it's that good.
Really? Because I really want to go, because I've never driven here before.
It's great. Yeah, no, it's good. It's very fast. It's really flowing, getting a good rhythm.
I'm jealous now. Anyway, good luck. Hope it goes well for you. Moving further down the grid, we've got a number of different drivers getting ready for race number 4, the heavyweight race. Race number 4, I think it's 83, 85 kilos. So it gives the drivers who are slightly bigger boned an opportunity to race competitively. I think we spoke to Formula Brooks. Why don't we chat to one of our Sheffield drivers, Adam Nather. Adam, are you racing for Sheffield in this one?
Yeah, I've not done any ineligibles today.
You haven't got any ineligibles?
No, in A-team, no.
Oh, excellent. Well, so this is your legitimate race. You could.
I've not had a legitimate late race today.
No, not today, but I think you didn't. Last round, you had about 5, didn't you?
I just had the one. This is complete slander here, Piers. I don't know.
But have you seen one of my BUKC broadcasts before? It's all slander.
Fair.
Also, you could do with some new boots, if I'm honest, mate. There's a lot of lace dangling. Oh my goodness! Do not shoot that. There is a lot on show down there.
That is potentially not safe for work. I need a new everything. I'll be honest. Everything needs a bit of a refresh, but
Well, anyway, the good news is your racing skills are higher quality than your racing attire. So, what do you reckon you can do in this one?
I don't know, because I'd only done Warden Law in the morning for my first time, and that was wet, so it's dry now. But I think I'm third on track and second in the dry, and in the wet, sorry. So hopefully the dry will be okay. But to be honest, it looks like it'll be quite single file, just because the dry line's going to be one single line, so it'll be quite hard to make position. So as long as I can keep where I am at the start, we'll go from there. We
will go from there. It's quite a good grid in this one, I think. There's quite a few decent drivers. You've got Seb Marlowe from Oxford Brooks there, Seb Algieri there as well, alongside you. Could be a good fun race.
I think so. I've raced Seb quite a few times, well, Algieri, and he's always quite a nice driver. He gives good space, so it's always quite a good race with him, so I'll be quite happy.
I'm looking forward to it. Good luck to you. Adam Nather, racing for Sheffield. We've got time for one more interview. Just listening to the tannoy over there, it sounds like the drivers are being a little bit not as well behaved as they should be. Time for one more interview. Just listening to the... Yeah, so basically, Jimbo's telling you don't mess about.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Ben Watkins. Watkin?
Yeah.
Watkin, I can never remember, it's an S in the end. Loughborough still, yes?
Yeah, final year now.
Final year, final send.
Yeah, big sense, big sense.
Good luck, Ben, and see how he gets on. Reeve, not Andrew, Reeve and John, over to you.
Thank you. Andrew is here in spirit. We're going to have to be getting underway relatively shortly, so let's have a very quick look at the grid. There are some carts.
Let's do it. Cardiff C and Sheffield D line up on the front row of the grid. Bath A and Warwick A are behind them, with Coventry E and Surrey A there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Cardiff A and Cardiff B. Then it's Lancaster B and Coventry B, Brunel A and Oxford Brooks D, and behind them row number 7 has Bristol A and Sheffield A, then Oxford Brooks A, Leicester A, Imperial A and Liverpool C. And rounding out the top 20 are Leeds B and Brighton B. Then it's Warwick B, Leeds A, Coventry F and Loughborough A. Then row number 13 is Exeter A, Sheffield B. Then it's Bath C, Lancaster A, Imperial B and Birmingham A, who round up the top 30. Behind them Reading A, Nottingham Trent A, Cambridge A and Southampton B. 34 carts on the starting grid for this one. And we're about ready to go for race number 4. I did notice all 3 of the Cardiff carts are in the top 10 for this one. This could be interesting. Certainly for myself, obviously an ex-Cardiff University attendee. I know quite a few people in the team. I'm so old now that I'm starting to lose a bit of contact because there's so many new people involved. I don't know who you are. But interesting to see all 3 of them up in the top 10. That's where you sort of see, can they work together, or are they going to be like, well, no, I know you, so I'm going to overtake you, and then they take each other out.
We'll find out in just a moment.
We've not got too long to wait. Coming around the final corner already, it's going to be Cardiff C and Sheffield D who lead us to the lights then. And underway in racing we go here in race number 4 of round number 6. Immediately cutting to the outside there. Smart move from Cardiff C to take the correct drier line around that outside. There's a Semra at the outside for one of the lead-suited drivers as well. And all very respectful. Losing first place though are Cardiff C down the inside. I think that's Bath A. They've had a good start there from the second row of the grid, and they needed that from this race. And already the Club 100 staff there to pick up the pieces of the cones on the exit of Horseshoe. Poor cones. Think about the cones, please, ladies and gentlemen. More sense there for third place. A cheeky move down the inside at Senna, number 1. But all drivers seemingly, from what we've seen anyway, be pretty respectful of this race start.
Yeah, certainly an improvement. Perhaps that small telling off they've just had over the tannoys has done its job, and maybe the drivers think a little bit more as we go nearly 3 wide for a second there into Gasworks. We're going to go 2 drivers go on the outside, 1 sticks to the inside line wins out that time round.
It does, yeah. Both drivers there just outbraking themselves, going a little bit wide, and a change up into second place. We'll see how all the positions have sorted themselves out through this first lap as they come across the line to finish lap number 1. It is Bath A in the lead of the race, followed by Surrey A, then Warwick A, Cardiff C, Sheffield D, Cardiff A, Coventry E, Cardiff B and Coventry B, and Lancaster B rounds out the top 10. Yellow flag though through sector number 1. It's just gone away. I think that was for one of our fantastic staff members just getting those cones back in the right place still, but all managing to sort their way through the first sector then. And we just start to chill out here through lap number 2. Already, though, Bath A trying to make that gap out in the lead.
The tyres at the second centre I've seen get moved about away from that apex so many times. I feel really sorry for the marshals who have to then go and put it back for only to be moved again a lap later.
They should do that thing where some kart circuits where they like nail down the tyres into the floor so they just don't move. I think those tyres might actually kill someone though if they didn't move, because the drivers are going very wide every single lap into those tyres. It's still quite slippery through there, and to keep the pace up through there, which you need to do because you carry that all the way down to centre number 1. Very tricky section of corners that.
Just have to get them to slow down then.
Yeah.
Not that would work very well. Got a cone penalty coming in for Sheffield B there. In fact, Sheffield A getting a contact warning as well, so warnings aplenty for the Sheffield squad. Warwick A definitely the fastest lap on the first real racing lap in this race so far. The time's starting to increase ever so slightly as the temperatures drop to 107 now at the moment. Still stuck in the midst of traffic there. There we have the second set of tyres being moved again.
Bye-bye tyres.
Bye-bye tyres,
They
bye-bye
move
cones.
into another postcode to the tyres once again. Yeah, we did see Warwick A thinking about a move down into the first corner. They backed out of it, just didn't quite have the same weft down the straight that the Surrey A kart did. So Surrey holding on to second place for now. And these two doing a decent job of working together for the moment, but Bath A continue to press on in the front of the field. They've been released, and that Cardiff C kart just not quite having the same pace of the drivers ahead of them, and that is allowing for these front 3 to start to get away. Good exit from Warwick A. They're trying to hang it around the outside through the horseshoe, but I don't think that's going to work. Back to the outside they'll go for the final corner, but no, they already make the move stick before they get to the final corner. Great up and under there for Warwick A. So not only do they have the fastest lap, they now have second position, and they still have the fastest lap, a 106 dead. Warwick A could challenge Bath A for the overall lead here if they're able to close down that gap soon enough.
Yeah, on a very good push of Warwick A. What can Surrey do though? Surrey could be a thorn in their side at this point, and once again another clubman's dominated race here.
Yeah, look at that, the amount of red plated cars in the top 10. 8 versus 2 Prems teams. This is ridiculous.
We're seeing the outside entry into that corner there. This is a surprisingly bumpy track for the Warden Law.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's a very big, very professional, and the facilities are great here. It looks very modern. Obviously, it was only opened in 1996, if my memory serves me
I think
correctly.
you're correct. Yeah.
But it's got that traditional British bumpiness to it. It doesn't look that. It looks. Not to say it's a billiard table, but it doesn't look that bumpy.
Traditional is a really nice way of putting it. Traditional British, aka the British circuits, are usually terribly kept and bumpy as all heck. But yeah, slightly bumpy in sections, I think, on this track. I think there's been a few different resurfacings in places. So some places are quite a bit grippier than others, and some places will, shake you to your core.
Yeah, a few drivers saying the concrete was actually quite nice to drive over. Going for that outside onto the concrete was working well. As there's some things working well for Warwick A there, a 105.3 as they close that gap up to Bath A now. Going to be really pushing. That fight for the lead is now very much on.
Yeah, they've just halved that gap to the leaders of Bath A. So Bath A are pushed there. They're a championship contender here. Warwick A in the Clubmans are doing a brilliant job here, looking to put in another good performance. Of course, Warwick A were your Clubman winners from round number 5 this morning. Clearly looking to put together a good result again this afternoon, and hopefully, they'll be hoping anyway, to get another class win, close that gap to your current Clubman leaders of Lancaster A, who for the first time so far in 2024 have let off the gas a little bit here at Warden Law. It hasn't been the day for them. We're having a look at the moment at the 88 of Cardiff C. Initially didn't quite have the pace to keep with those leaders, but now is holding off the drivers behind them, that being Sheffield D, Cardiff A, Coventry B, Coventry E. Lots of Coventry and lots of Cardiff here battling in the top 10.
One of our viewers, Motorsport Magpie, very helpful, having a look at the results for race 3. The confirmed results after all of those penalties. It was a podium of Birmingham A, Bath C and Sheffield B in the end.
Wow, okay. Two Clubman karts again on the podium.
So the Clubmans are coming on strong at this stage in the afternoon. So we have, please, we're bored of moving the tyres
Get
now.
away from the tyres. I think they might get to the point now where they just give instant penalties if you touch those tyres, but we'll have to wait and see. A bit too late on in the day maybe to put something like that into the rule books. Here is Bath A though, and look how close Warwick A are now. And to be fair to Surrey A, Warwick A have dragged them with them as well. We could see a 3-kart battle pretty soon for the lead. Still just under 19 minutes left to go in this race. And there you can see the huge gap. Then back to the 2 Cardiff karts, Coventry, Sheffield, the other Coventry kart. big gap between these top 3 and the rest of the drivers in this race. So these front 3, although they're battling for the win on circuit, they've got to also be respectful and try and at least work together. There's a long time left to go in this race.
Very much so. And speaking of those Cardiff cars, we mentioned 3 of the same team in the top 10. How's that going to play out? It seems to be playing out quite well. Sheffield D having an issue there, tumbling down the order on that lap. It's Cardiff A and P4, Cardiff C P6, and Cardiff B hanging on into top 10 there as more gesturing to get away from the tyres there. But yeah, overall, decent points all on the way for Cardiff for this race, at least as things stand.
I never thought I'd use the words Cardiff and respectful in the same sentence, but they're being pretty impressive so far in this race, given we have only done just over 6 minutes or 7 minutes, so it's not been too long into this one. Still plenty of time for everything to go wrong, but equally, it's been a pretty good race so far for the 3 Cardiff teams. Warwick A continuing to close in though. Look at how much they gained through Gasworks alone already.
You want the inside now, don't you?
Right on the rear bumper already on the exit, then through Horseshoe they go and into the final pit bend, then onto the long start-finish straight. Big check over the shoulder from the number 4 of Bath A. However, gives the thumbs up. I think Warwick A have said there, hey, let's just work together here and push on forward. We're going to drop Surrey A, who haven't quite been able to hold on here, and maybe just leave the battling till a little bit later, because although everyone's still battling for the overall championship, realistically, Warwick A, as long as you're putting in the best points out of the clubman carts in the race, that's all you want to do. But equally, you're earning the same amount of points, so getting that extra position and that extra point, we have seen championships decided by a single point before, so every position in every race really does count.
Indeed, it's Tyler Ducra, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, in the Warwick A kart, and then it's Axel Slepčević in the Bath A kart. We know he's plenty of a
very quick
ability, yeah, is Axel. So could be an interesting battle going on here. See plenty of support for Tyler in the YouTube comments section there. So let's get some more, drumming up some more support here for the final 50, final 50 minutes, for the remaining 50 minutes of this race, as this is a very close battle indeed. But as you say, very intelligent racecraft from both from there if they are choosing to work together for now, break away from Surrey and eliminate that as a potential threat or potential problem later on. Instead, just focusing on their own race. They can settle this battle later on. They are so close together, they can settle this battle later on. 104.3 for Bath A, 104.4 for Warwick on the previous lap, so very close together in terms of lap time, about 0.3 of a second faster than the Surrey A kart that time round.
Indeed, yeah, I think they're probably going to be working together through at least the majority of the rest of this race. Even if they do switch around, they'll just work together again for the rest of the race. So I think we can, as long as they're keeping out of trouble, keeping out of penalties, Bath A and Warwick A are on here for a good top 2. Which way round they'll be, though, we'll have to wait and see near the end of the race. There's brilliant battles going on throughout the rest of the top 10, though. It's super close from Cardiff A in 4th all the way backwards. Here we see the number 88 of Cardiff C in 7th place, looking to defend that 7th place from Coventry E in behind, and Sheffield D and Cardiff B not too far behind them either. All battling in very nicely. It's Will Abraham behind the wheel of the Cardiff B kart, closing in on the sister team and trying to make a move on Sheffield D. All 4 drivers following line astern down that front straight, and it is a long front straight, and someone who is quite gifted vertically, such as Will Abraham, maybe you become a bit of a sail down that front straight. Particularly, well, earlier we saw that it was a tailwind down the front straight, wasn't it? So you were getting that nice push from behind. But if that changes,
got the tailwind at the moment. Look at that BUKC.
Oh, it's going crazy.
Yeah, we got a serious tailwind.
You're going to be getting like 6-7 miles an hour extra by the end of the straight.
Yeah, maybe a bit of human DRS being deployed in that car potentially.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Duck down.
Dipping that head down, getting the human DRS. It can make a difference if you're really able to push yourself down into the car. You can get that little bit, as you can see there from the driver in behind, just squeezing themselves forward, even a little bit like that, can make the most of it. And there they go down the inside, very late on the brakes, though. The up and under from Cardiff C should be on the cards, and is indeed on the cards. It was a good attempt at the move there from Coventry E, but a little bit too overly ambitious on the brakes there. Round the outside go Cardiff B, though, and that's Will Abraham taking away the place from Sheffield D, moves himself up into 9th place. This is a good race here from Will Abraham, but now they've got Imperial A on the 54, I think it is, yes it is, who are closing in behind them. Bath A have now set a new fastest lap, a 102.9 for Bath A. We're finally seeing that 102 pace come through once again, and still Bath A and Warwick working together nicely at the front. But these battles at the lower end of the top 10 are where we want to be watching right now.
That gap has expanded ever so slightly. I mean, relatively speaking, I'm not saying it's a large gap between P1 and P2. It's only 0.2 of a second, but given that it was less than a tenth a couple of laps ago, potentially the plan of work together is clearly working. We've got a 3-second margin between Surrey and Bath A now. But Warwick A maybe now thinking, now's the time to get that move done. Maybe Axel's probably thinking, yeah, we're no longer working together now, we're fighting. 103s though for both those cars. 103.0 for Tyler on the last lap, and a 103.1 for Axel.
Yeah, 1/10 of a second in it as they cross the line, but still working together really nicely. And as you say, that gap now nearly 4 seconds back to Surrey in 3rd place. They're going to continue working together at least for the next 8, 9, maybe even 10 minutes. Leave it to the last couple of minutes and then go for it. That's a big off for the 4, though. The number 4 has had a big off. That's your leader.
That is,
your leader of Bath A is off. I don't know how that's happened, but they were off in the barriers on the exit of Senna 1 there. So have Warwick A gone for a move and it's all gone wrong there, or have Bath A dropped it by themselves? We're not 100% sure, but either way, I can tell you Bath A no longer in the lead of the race. The real question now is, how long did it take for them to get out of the barriers there? We'll see as they come around the last few corners. We'll count you through.
Very unfortunate there for Axel Seletovic. He was having a great drive so far in this race. Bath C picking up a cone penalty. There may be a penalty coming the way of one of the drivers involved in that incident, if there was any driver involved in that incident, whether it was just a drop by itself. He is still in P3, still running on the podium, but I'm sure Tyler now smiling a little bit more in the go-kart. It's got a little bit easier still. I think Tyler lost some time in that, though, because it was a 4-second gap.
It was
down
4
to Surrey.
seconds. Yeah, it was 4 seconds. So they even Warwick have lost a good 7, 8, 9/10 of a second there. So I think it may have been a little bit of a coming together between Warwick and Bath. Whether it was either driver's fault, we don't know, but both losing time there for sure, and Bath A losing 2 positions from it. They now find themselves 6.6 seconds behind your now leader, Warwick A, and still 3 seconds behind Surrey A, who Warwick and Bath easily dropped earlier on in this stint. However, it's not all gone terribly wrong. You've had an off in a race. You've gone from 1st to 3rd. It's not that bad.
Given some of the offs we've had so far today, a 7-second off is really small in the grand scheme of things. And especially given the pace on display in that Bath A kart, they should be aiming at the moment for P2 still. I mean, that's still very much on the cards.
Definitely.
The advantage over Surrey A is fairly notable. So we'll see what they can do later on into this race. Final 10 minutes coming up in just a moment.
Indeed, that was a good move down the inside. As your Formula Brooks driver, Seb Marlowe on the number 2 plated car. Oxford Brooks A making a couple of moves, but down the inside, fighting back through. That's the 54 of Imperial A, but can't quite do it up the inside. And the number 2 holds it around the outside. Oxford Brooks A up into the top 10 now, but back down the inside goes Imperial. This is a great squabble between these two, and Imperial take away the place once again. They both dropped Sheffield D down into 12th place, but Imperial back into the top 10 then. Through they go on Oxford Brooks A.
Imperial have found themselves in some very exciting battles. Multiple points today so far, so might not be for the most points in the world down in P11, but still.
Got Cardiff B and Cardiff C going side by side here down the back straight. Will Abraham to the inside, and he's going to get a nice little push here from Imperial A, who's then going to go to the inside themselves. Great move. Seb Marlowe's trying to follow through as well. Will Abraham's going to hold it around the outside. Cardiff C tries to dive back in too, but can't quite get back involved. Brilliant batting between these 4. Seb Marlowe to the inside then. It's going to become the outside round the last corner, and Will Abraham of Cardiff B is going to try and hold on to it, and does so. And that now puts a cart between Imperial A and Oxford Brooks A. Imperial A are absolutely flying here on the number 54 plated cart. I want to see, where do they start? 17th place for Imperial A, so they made up a good few positions in this race, now finding themselves up in the top 10.
Yes, had a few kind of climbers in the order. Birmingham A gained 16 positions there. Imperial A, as we say, gained 9. Brunel gaining 7 as well. And of course, our 2 front runners have gained a couple of positions as well. Bath are net 0 at the moment. They haven't gained or lost, but of course they'll feel like they've lost.
Yeah, they definitely will. They had the pace. They got out ahead early on and managed it really nicely, but something went wrong in that earlier stint, and they're not actually gaining any time, at least particularly quickly, to Surrey A. Warwick A are continuing to build that lead out front, nearly back to the 4 seconds that it was before that earlier incident.
That little chat that was had before the start of this race, clearly working well. A lot fewer penalties in this race overall in comparison to the previous two. Still the odd couple of cones being unfortunately injured, but other than that, we're doing quite well.
Indeed, yeah, very impressive from all the drivers involved here in race number 4 of round number 6 here at Warden for the British Universities Karting Championship in 2024. If you're enjoying what you're seeing out on circuit, and if your university has a race team, get involved. Just drop a message to your university race team, and I'm sure they'll be able to get you involved in some capacity, whether that's the mains championship, the Inters championship. Of course, firstly, you've got to get your license, and if your university doesn't have a race team, then get it sorted, get it started, apply to become a team in the BUKC. And we're always great to see new names and new faces and new universities getting involved with a fantastic racing championship in the UK here, where universities can battle it out for that top prize and the pride of being the fastest university in the UK.
I mean, yeah, degrees, you know, so, but to say that you won the championship for the UKC,
exactly,
that's so much more important.
That's way higher up the CV.
Yeah.
Way higher up the CV. And there's a few teams still looking to get that accolade on their CV by the end of this year. And some of them that we're watching, there's a battle at Sheffield A down the inside. Adam Nather making his way through once again in this race. Adam takes 18th place away from Lancaster A, but now is getting forced out wide. Tried to chop them off at the apex, but Adam Nather getting forced out wide. Very aggressive, and Adam not happy about that at all as they head into a yellow flag section. Marshall's out on circuit at the moment. I think Adam might feel a bit hard done by there. Lancaster A really pushing themselves back through there, but making it stick.
Contact warning coming in for Lancaster A there. And as well, a cone penalty coming in for Cardiff B. So Lancaster A, of course, Clubman's domination was the story heading into this round. It hasn't quite worked out that way so far today. They've had glimpses of glory, but other than that, it's been a little bit disappointing on the Clubman side.
It has, for the ridiculous showing they've had all year. It's not been the best day from them. That was a great move, wasn't it? To the inside there, down at Gasworks. Adam Nather's going to try and fight it back, but isn't going to be able to do so. And they've now lost the position to Lancaster A and now Warwick B. Back to P20 goes Sheffield. Warwick B trying to fight their way through now. No, it's Sheffield B, my apologies. Sheffield B have sided their way back through, and now they're through on Lancaster A as well. So Sheffield B, that might have been a little bit of an interesting one there. So that late move to the inside that we saw was the teammate of the person that they were overtaking. Interesting one. Adam Nather, as you can see on his back there, captain of the Sheffield team. They have some strong words for the B team driver there.
I'm sure they'll make up.
I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. But also, team captains remember those kind of things, and when you want the call up to the A team, it may not look so kindly if you're making moves like that.
There we
At
have
Sheffield B, there you go, bump and pass.
Penalty.
Yeah, indeed. Bump and pass penalty for Sheffield
captain,
B.
You're feeling a bit like the RB team principal at the moment. Yuki Tsunoda, Daniel Ricciardo.
At least
late on in the day.
This wasn't after the checkered flag, though.
Very true. BUKC, as ever, the bastion of racing standards. Cone penalty. Cardiff B this time around, just for a bit of a juxtaposition there.
There you go. You saw a live reaction there from the 55 for his bump and pass penalty, and he was like, what was that for? I have no idea what I've just done that for. We'll see when you watch the stream back, mate, whether you agree with the penalty being given out there. 4.5 minutes left to go on the clock, and a 5.5 second lead now that Warwick A have. We're going to see, it should be anyway, a Clubman all-out race win in this one. What a showing it's been for the driver of the number 15 of Warwick A. I've been incredibly impressed with their performance all day today. I'm trying to see who it is. It's Tyler DeCross, you mentioned him earlier, didn't you, who's behind the wheel of that Warwick A car, and he's just been siding through the pack, got to the front of the order. We don't know how it happened, but something happened between them and Bath A, but since then, they have just been in a league of their own.
Yeah, Bath A has closed that gap up to Surrey A, it should be mentioned, flying along the course, 102.9. So that small excursion into the infield did not knock their confidence, pushing along now, putting that pressure on Surrey A. Surrey knows that the Bath A cart of Axel Slepčević, I'll try that again, has put that pressure on, is closing up the gap now, and the fight is on in the final few minutes for P2 here.
Yeah, that's a tough name. My English tongue.
I'm usually absolutely fine with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's just that we are race 4, round 6. That
True.
Our sleep-deprived brains are finally giving in.
Exactly. Oh, new fastest stop of the race for Surrey A, though.
Pushing on, that
102.5.
responding well to that pressure then as we head down into the next lap.
I think they heard you.
Yeah, very much so. The reverse commentator's curse.
Hey, there you go. The commentator's blessing is
Yes.
hitting Surrey. And now their fastest lap has been stolen away by Brunel A, a 102.2. Where's this pace come from at the end of this race? Less than 3 minutes left to go on the clock now. And Brunel A still in a bit of no man's land, but pressing on very nicely. Here's a good battle going on through Senna 1 then. 3 drivers involved. We'll see as they come through Senna 2. Who is this? We've got the 36 nearer the front of this little battle. And I say that number, and I can't see that number on my sheet, so I must have been seeing the complete wrong number. No, there is a 36 there. Am I going blind, Mr. Reed?
Penalty for Southampton B.
Oh, dear.
While you have a small crisis.
Yeah, thank you. I'm having a major crisis.
Yes, track limits penalty there for Southampton B. So maybe they were blind as well.
Maybe.
They missed where the tarmac goes.
Is this just further down than where I'm looking? Yes, it is.
Yes,
this is the battle for 30th place.
What you can do is the mouse pad.
Thank you. Yes, I'm doing my best. Down the inside then goes to 23, and retakes a spot here.
Fastest lap for Brunel A, a 101.9. Cone penalty coming from Brunel A, and who was that off there? 101, our first 101 of the day from Brunel.
Impressive from Brunel A. As I say, they're in that no man's land. And still, even with pace like that, I don't think they have time to catch Bath A. They've still got 5 seconds to chase down Bath A. I mean, I say that, they got 2.5 seconds on the last lap, so...
Very true. Bath A slowed down by this battle that we now have between themselves and Surrey A.
And this will be all-out war. This is the final couple of minutes for second place. You're going to be absolutely going for it, and this could play right into the hand of Brunel A there, currently sat in 4th place. And I don't seem to remember any of these karts getting penalties early on in this one, but don't take our word for it there. They've been very good so far today, but sadly can't quite check until we get to the end of this race. 15 and 21 still absolutely going at it, and that's a little bit further down the order.
Yep, Tom Law responding well to that charge from behind. It seems to be ebbing and flowing. It seems to be sometimes it's Axel who's putting in that really fast lap, and other times it's Tom who's just able to keep him at bay there.
So this is the leader who's trying to get through the traffic. This is Warwick A.
Kindly gesturing is
this
what
is
we'll
why he's
call
swatting out the way, or the back marker saying, "Hey, I'm in the lead
No,
here."
he's saying, "Please, would you ever so mind just carefully moving to the side of the track while I go past. This is my blue flag," is what he's saying.
Yeah, this is my blue flag. Get out of my way. I am the leader. It's difficult to tell the back markers to convey, "Hey, I'm the leader. There's no need to fight me here." That's a lot of contact though through the first couple of corners. Cardiff under a lot of pressure there. I think the Cardiff C kart this is, who's trying to hang on to 16th place. I think this is Reading A and Sheffield A just in behind them. So some very quick drivers, and they're now going side by side through down into Senna 1. And it's all kicking off with 10 seconds to go. Warwick A have just started the last lap of the race.
They have. Southampton B have just picked up a new fast lap to 101.7, but they also picked up a track limits penalty while doing it. So naughty Southampton B. You're not allowed to go that fast if it means going into a different postcode.
Exactly. You can't just cut one of the corners. We don't allow that. Not allowed. Time hit 0 then. Last lap. Already on for Warwick A and Surrey A. How have Brunel done? They've not quite been able to continue that charge. It was 3.6 seconds between themselves and Bath A in 4th and 3rd respectively heading on to this last lap. But here is your leader at the moment. Warwick A, what a race it's been from them. To be fair, Surrey A and Bath A have closed in that gap nicely. Primarily Surrey A dropped it below 3 seconds now. It was over 4 only a few laps ago, but it's going to be a little bit too little too late. I think that was Warwick having a bit of those issues getting through on those final back markers, but it doesn't matter in the end. The 15 will come around the final corner, and we'll see the checkered flag first and take the win here in race number 6. Brilliant, sorry, race number 4. Brilliant race for Warwick A. There to take maximum points from that one, and Bath A sneaked past Surrey A on the last lap. They got involved with that huge gaggle of back markers that Warwick A had just got through on, and Barthé made the most of it and take second place. Brunellet, though, new fastest lap of the race on the last lap, a 101.3. Look at that across the line. Cardiff A just picked Coventry E on the line by 7/100ths of a second. More battling through the last part of the circuit as we finalise the top 10. The number 1 there of Exeter A comes out the final corner. They're all still battling for it as we come up to the line. And a great end to race number 4 there throughout the field. This is the BUKC racing that we love seeing, and it's coming through thick and fast. A lovely little wave there from Cardiff C as they come across the line.
That was a mighty exciting end to that race there. Brunellet with a fantastic lap there. 101.3 as they came across the line there, pushing until the very end. It's something we've seen a couple of times so far today, actually, as that brings everyone across the line now.
Well, they nearly got lucky, didn't they, with Barthé and Sarrier getting held up with those back markers. One more lap and they would have been on for a podium place there, I think, Brunel. They were putting in lap after lap after lap, but not quite close enough at the end. But let's have a look at the full results then. Reeve, let's take us through it for race number 4.
So it's Warwick A, Bath A, Surrey A, Brunellet and Coventry B. Our top 5, of course. All the results are provisional penalties to account for some drivers. Cardiff A, Coventry E, Imperial A, Oxford Brookes A, Cardiff B, Birmingham A, Exeter A, Southampton B and Leeds B, with Sheffield D rounding up the top 15. Then we have Sheffield B, Cardiff C, Lancaster A, Reading A, Coventry F, Sheffield A, Warwick B, Lancaster B, Oxford Brookes D and Imperial B are top 25. Then it's Bath C, Nottingham Trent A, and our final drivers are Leeds A, Loughborough A, Brighton B, Bristol A, Liverpool C, Leicester A and Cambridge A rounding out the field.
Wow, another brilliant race this afternoon for round number 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship of 2024. We saw earlier on in round number 5, all 6 races, 6 different winners. We're continuing that so far in round number 6. Cardiff A have got a win, Reading A, Birmingham A and Warwick A, all with wins so far this afternoon. Will that continue for the last 2 races? We won't have too long to wait and see. Race number 5 coming up very shortly, but first we'll hand down to Piers in the dummy grid.
Race number 4 done and dusted, and it was a Warwick win. So as we discussed on the grid, things went pretty well.
I did, yeah. I found myself behind Axel and he was pretty quick, but a bit quicker in sector 1, so it worked out well. I don't remember how I overtook him, to be honest, but it was a good race.
A good race indeed, congratulations. And I was hoping to grab a word with Axel. Axel, it was a great race. Still managed to get 3rd on the road, but we saw you off the road. What happened? It wasn't on camera.
Yeah, I was kind of driving a bit on autopilot, and the braking zone into one of the hairpins is a bit curved, and I think I nipped a wheel on the grass, and I just went flying through the barrier.
We saw you buried in the barrier, but you still a good recovery.
Yeah, it took like a lap to scrub off the shit from the tyres, and I think I was chasing the Surrey guy, and then he got held up by a back mark on the last lap, and I managed to get him on the second to last corner. And I think the guy in first had a penalty.
Did he? I didn't see that.
My teammates. That's what my teammates.
I mean, I might be wrong, but regardless, a good result despite the small mistake. But anyway, hopefully your teammates will carry on with that. Apologies at home for Axel's colourful language. He's just, adrenaline's fueled. He was talking about the rubbish on the tyres from off the road. And why don't we grab a word with our driver starting on the outside of the front row, Southampton. Yeah. Southampton A. An excellent race this morning, an excellent round this morning. Yeah. Going off second on the grid. Yeah. Is it a Southampton Championship year?
Oh, I hope so. We've not been too good the first 2 races. I think we got a 12th and a 13th. So me and Josh, P2, P9 next 2 races, hopefully a bit better.
Hopefully. So not quite as dominant as you were this morning, but still opportunities for a good result. Who else have you got in this race? Have you had a look down to see who you're going to be racing against?
Well, other drivers. I don't really know many drivers. They're probably all quite quick, but I don't know. Hopefully I don't see them too much.
You don't need them anyway. You'll just drive away at the front, I'm sure. Let's wander down. It's good to chat to some of the drivers from all the different teams, and we've got our resident marshal. We didn't quite see this earlier on when we chatted to you. Talk us through the suit.
Right, well, the suit, my dream is to be a marshal, of course, as you might have imagined. Well, I'm just trying to be as close as them. I got a camouflage inside the track as well, Hopefully someone gets me confused with the safety car, so they might remain on my back. It's all about getting first here as well, yeah. It's all about that.
It's going to be entertaining with both Southampton and yourself up the front of the grid, so it's going to be good fun. Of course, two of our championship rivals. That was Mr. Ponzo from Coventry A, one of our championship favourite teams. Wondering further down the grid, it might as well come and grab a word with our Reading? No. Oxford Brooks A. No? Bath. I can never remember. Philip Varver. Philip, good result for Axel considering his mistake. What can you do in this one?
Win. There's only 13 go-karts in front of me.
Only 13?
Yeah,
I love your optimism.
Yeah, I think it's doable. Yeah, we've shown good speed. I think I feel confident on this track. And yeah, I just have to hope the go-kart's decent enough for me to show that potential and hopefully get a round win finally.
We look out for that. Good luck. Good luck, Bath, of course, having a good result. Well, they've had good results all season, I suppose, haven't they, considering that they're right up there in the championship fight. Not quite at the front this morning. Not their dizzying heights as normal. I've been pointed in the direction of someone to interview.
About race 1.
Remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
I'm Cameron Perez for U-Plan A.
We spoke this morning. I've been asked to ask you about race 1.
Yeah, it was my race 3 was my first race today. T1, I ended up in the wall.
Nice.
It wasn't very fun.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm just hoping to not do it again.
Yeah, that's generally staying out of the wall helps you with good results.
If I've been it somewhere else, I'll be happy, just not at T1.
Just not at T1. It's quite fast down there. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. Yeah, the tyres can be uncomfortable, but also generally if you're touching tyres, it's not helpful for race results. We've got Reading starting in this one. Sorry. We've got Reading starting this one with Oliver Flashman. Flashman won his race this morning, but conditions very different this time, so remains to be seen whether he can repeat the feat he did this morning. Let's wander down towards the back of the grid. We've chatted to Roberto earlier. Let's have a word with our person who's starting on the last row of grid on the inside. Remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
Hello, Ben, Yam Yam, Swansea Eye. No.
Did they put you at the back of the grid twice?
Yeah. I did shout at me, captain. I went, I'm not doing 2 at the back. But no, I've had some good results today. I've had some crap results today. Morning wasn't too good. Started, just couldn't get the wet. Afternoon's dried up. I've had some good finishes, a couple of silly cone penalties, but still double top 10. So for my ability, I'm happy. Now just last race, 5th race today. Have a bit of fun. See how far the field we can get.
Let's clarify our conversation earlier. I thought you said yum. Apparently you said yam yam.
Yes. Yeah, Yam Yam. It's like, you've got the people from Liverpool, Scousers, and like Toons, and it's just, Black Country's Yam Yam.
There you go. Just every day is a cultural lesson for me. Good luck to the Yam. Hopefully he goes well. And we've also going to grab a word with a driver starting on the second last row of the grid with the burgundy helmet. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
My name is Will. I'm racing for Sheffield C.
Will, talk to me. What's on your mind?
Well, this morning I started from pole for the first time ever, a track I'd never been to before, so that was interesting. Now totally switched around right at the back, and obviously conditions are quite different now. It's dried out quite a bit, so very different race, I think. It's more about just having fun and seeing how many places I can make.
If you win this race, how would you celebrate?
Good question. Maybe a big old trip to Mackie D's with the crew.
Nice, I love that. Brilliant. Right, we better get ourselves off the grid because I think we're about to go green one more time. So for the penultimate time today, John Reef, over to you.
Thank you very much, Piers, and I can promise we didn't spend any of that grid interview trying to find you and trying to photobomb the camera.
We would never do
no.
such unprofessional things.
No, as we see the cart leaving the pit lane, now we've got to get through these grids relatively quickly for the penultimate race of this round. It's Brunel A and Southampton A on the first row, Coventry A and Liverpool B on the second, Bristol A and Edinburgh A on the third. Moving on to the fourth row, it will be Leicester A and Coventry B, row 5 Sheffield A and Warwick A, row 6 Coventry and Portsmouth A. Moving on to row 7 is Liverpool A and Bath A, row 8 Oxford Brooks B and Loughborough B, row 9 is Cardiff C and Birmingham A, row 10 is Lancaster A and Huddersfield A, row 11 is Reading A and Newclan A, row 12 Nottingham Trent A, Birmingham B. Moving on to row 13, it's Swansea B, Bath C, row 14 Leeds A, Southampton C, row 15 Manchester A and Leeds B, and then the final couple of rows, it's Loughborough A, Sheffield C, and then Swansea A and Loughborough D rounding out the field there. Quick fire look at the grid there, and we're already heading through the horseshoe and getting ready for the penultimate race start of this round.
Very quick fire there, Reeve. I enjoyed that. Good look through the grid order then for our penultimate race of the day. It's been 8 years since we've been here at Warden Law. How fantastic it is to be back, and the drivers are going to kick us off with the second to last 25 minutes of action there. And it's a good start from the outside of the grid there. Maybe a little bit too good, but we'll let the stewards deal with that one. The number 3 takes the lead of the race at Southampton today. They're looking to get a good one out of this one. A lot of loading through those first couple of corners, but all managing to keep it on the black stuff for now. Anyway, it's difficult to call through those first couple of corners because there's just so much going on. I don't know how anyone can moderate any of this, but either way, they're sort of moderating themselves quite nicely. Through we go into sector number 2 now, and it's still Southampton A leading the way down into center number 1, but they've got a lot of pressure in from behind, and battles galore going on throughout the field.
Yep, Southampton a good start to the race over through turn 1. You saw them darting to the middle of the track, making that kart as wide as possible, strong on the defence, got a good getaway as they crossed the line, and just knew they had to carry that momentum and try and maintain that advantage over the rest of the pack. Now we're heading down towards the end of the lap here. Here is the Gasworks corner. Corner's caught many a driver out. One of the more technical parts of the lap is that Swansea having a deep dive into the outside of the corner there, is able to continue on pointing the right direction. So no major ill effects from that one there. As we start the next lap, it is still Southampton in the lead, being followed by the number 15 of Liverpool, sorry, the number 18 of Liverpool B there in P2, and then
big spin.
Big spin.
Ooh, bit of contact as well there. So Brunel. Yeah, I think you're right. Is that Brunel A who have gone through a bit of a spin then? That was your pole sitters in this one. Of course, they had a storming race earlier on, but it's not going to convert into this one anyway. I thought after a great race in the last one.
Poor Cone.
Poor
Cone doing somersaults in the background.
Somersaulting Cone. But yeah, Brunel dropping to the back of the order then. They were just spun round there at the first corner. I think we could see someone being at fault for that one. I've just seen someone go straight on at the left hand of the heads down into centre and continue on, I think, back to the pit. So I'm not sure what's happened there. That's a big moment for second place. A Liverpool B gets it all crossed up, nearly takes out Southampton A in the lead of the race. Just
losing
about
time.
Both of them holding on to it, and Coventry A using that to their advantage. They're right up on the back of these two now for the lead of the race. They're all over Liverpool B. They're up the inside of Liverpool B, side by side down the front straight and heading down towards the first corner. It is Coventry A who have the inside, and it is Coventry A who have the position.
Yep, that upset corner for Liverpool B has cost them that momentum that they needed to stay ahead of Coventry A here, and now it's Coventry A in P2 putting the pressure on, gaining a lot on that lap. We head through the yellow flag, so no overtaking to be done in this sector. Not quite sure what that yellow flag is out for. Oh, that'll be why. There's a car.
So that was the driver I saw go straight on.
Yes.
So I don't know what's happened there, and they are just sitting and chilling there. So I don't know if something's gone wrong with the car, what's going on with that driver. But yeah, sat there all lonely there on the exit. There's a cheeky move to the inside here from Coventry A, possibly a move for the lead. They've not quite got the inside, but they're going to force their way in. Ooh. They're going to force their way through, and to the lead then go Coventry A. Late on the brakes down into the right-hander, trying the up and under is Southampton A, but they're going to be sent to the outside here into the horseshoe, and they're going to have to deal and settle with second place.
The top three battling here has brought Warwick A into play here, as will the top four. It will now be a fight for the lead of this race. It's brought Liverpool B back into contention after a difficult first lap for them, or difficult first couple of laps rather, for that squad there, and now it's this top four fighting for P1. Warwick A with the fastest lap that time around, 105.7, notably faster than the other carts around. So yeah, the fight is very much on for the lead of this race.
Seriously faster, and don't forget, Warwick A already have a race win here from the last race. They could be putting together not only a clubman win here, but potentially a full round win. If you get 2 wins overall here, you're looking pretty good for a full round win. And for a clubman team to put that together would be ridiculously impressive. So keep your eye out on that number 15 car at the back of that leading train. But we look back here to what I believe to be the secondary train heading down towards the sector number 3. There's a move to the inside, maybe a couple of moves to the inside there. The 22's under a bit of pressure from the 16. They're going to go late round the outside to hold on to the place. Really nicely weighted on the brakes there from Edinburgh. He knew exactly what to do to hold on to the position there. But both drivers involved losing a bit of time, and that now means Coventry B are under pressure from Loughborough B. Loughborough stick the nose in up the inside, heading through the horseshoe, and might just take away the place. Warwick A have leapfrogged both Southampton A and Liverpool B on that lap. Impressive stuff. They've now been released But look at the gap Coventry A already have,
Coventry
2
absolutely
seconds.
flying. Marshall there having to go and mend a barrier or release a stricken cart, I presume, one of the two. But yeah, Liverpool be dropping back there. It's Bobby Kristovich in the number 18 cart. Still hanging on to the back of the likes of Southampton A and Warwick A potentially, but yeah, Coventry B absolutely separating themselves out as very much in control at this moment in the race at least. Sorry, Coventry A. Did I say Coventry? I'm not sure. Either way, it's Chris Simpson in that cart.
Very interesting. Well, Chris is doing a flipping great job of this. 2 seconds already. And we'll see now that Warwick are released whether they're able to close that down at all. Look at this battle, though. My goodness.
I am mistaken. It's not Chris Simpson.
It's not Chris Simpson.
No.
They're going 4 wide off of this corner. Down the horseshoe they go. This is the secondary group headed up, well, it was headed up by Bristol A at the start of this lap. I have no idea who's at the front of this train now they're getting to the end of this lap.
Eduardo leading the race at the moment.
Eduardo.
Yes.
Big shout out to Eduardo. He's putting another second gap in the lead already on that one. Huge changes though in this gaggle. Leicester A now head to the front of this one on the number 36.
Look at the number 4 of Bath A. They're confident on the inside line there, putting on a good defence for those carts who are trying to have a look around the outside, but nothing they could do really. He has some great pace in the Bath A cart.
The cone gets another hammering.
Oh no, poor cone.
through the second right-hander there as they head through the dog leg. Now down into Senna 1 they go. Still, I think it might now be Edinburgh A. They might have got through on Leicester A at the front of this, but this is just going to basically allow your top 4 to just get away with this one. They shouldn't really change through the rest of this race. It's going to be 5th place backwards is the battle that we're watching now. And it's, so 6th place are 10 seconds off the lead, and 30th place are 25 seconds off the lead. So only 15 seconds then separating pretty much the rest of the field here, all in one nice big train. We've got this group of 5 and then a little gap back to another big group and then another big group, and Coventry A set a new fastest lap of the race. 103.8 now, and that gap 4.5 seconds nearly between Coventry and Warwick. Coventry, they can just keep it all facing in the right direction, not making any mistakes. They're going to be on for a good win here.
Once again, a huge midfield battle forming up.
A lot of contact going on there through the first couple of corners. I know it's a pretty fast right-hander, but not much room given.
Heading down through the Senna S's now. The number 14 of Loughborough B leading this pack ahead of Bath A here. Bath A potentially opening up the track a little bit to the number 36 car there, the number 36 of Leicester A, and actually getting 2 cars past there just about, and maybe nearly a third one off the track though.
That was close, yeah. One of the drivers just getting back out of the corner.
See the opposite lock he was having to put in order to get the cart to a...
Yeah, tried to chop off the nose cone in behind and get back in on the inside of the cart that had just overtaken them. Nearly took out the driver behind them in process. Well held by whoever that driver was of that cart. Through the final corners they come then. And again, it's all becoming one long train once more. The 22 of Edinburgh A cleared this pack and has got through and ahead. Leicester A are thinking about the move to the inside once again. Through they go on the 14 of Loughborough B, but Loughborough B hanging out round the outside and hold on to the place once again. This is just losing them time. The more they battle here, the more the 5 ahead just continue to break away. And they're just putting the final nail in the coffin that will mean that none of these drivers are going to anywhere near a top 5 finish here. It's going to be P6 or downwards for all of these lot. Bath A trying to get involved as well, thinking about the move to the inside on Leicester A, but I don't think it's quite going to pay off this time around. Out of centre, S number 2 they come then. And it is still Loughborough leading Leicester, leading Bath, leading the 2 Coventry carts. And that Coventry car in the middle, just waiting, sitting back and waiting. There's the move from Bath A, though. They're going to go very deep and squeeze the other driver almost off of the circuit there to make the move stick. But they do get it done. Double overtake done on this lap then from Bath A. They're going to move themselves up into 6th place when they come across the timing line this time around. And Coventry A just keep putting in fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. Nothing stopping them.
No, they've checked out at the top end of the field. They're 103.4 that time round. Penalty coming in for Loughborough D. Advantage by contact, bump and pass. As I saw someone in the comments describe it before, basically a BTCC style overtake. There, but we don't allow that here. JV doesn't want to see his lovely fleet of carts being absolutely demolished.
No, exactly. We don't want to see that. We want fair and respectful racing from all the drivers involved in the BUKC, and we have seen a lot of that today, to be fair, as it's got a bit drier. Maybe a few more penalties coming through on the timing screen, but altogether, fantastic racing from all drivers involved here. There's still battling going on down the back straight then. 5 karts all in a big gaggle. That's a huge smash of the curb there from the number 16. Coventry B nearly getting airborne there through the exit. They managed to hold on to it. But 3 Coventry karts up in the top 10. Coventry A leading the race. Coventry B and Coventry E right down to the bottom end of the top 10. 14 of Loughborough B has really slipped back in this pack over the last lap or so. Where have they dropped down to now? Oh, out of the top 10 they go, down to 11th place for Loughborough B.
Pretty much 5 positions, although they're going to fight back for this last one heading through the inside of the first corner there. That is the Liverpool kart at the back of the field there. I believe that is Johnny Pinder. Yes, it is having a bit of a squabble as we enter, or sorry, as we get ready to enter the first of the centre S's.
I think the Liverpool kart just tapped the rear wheel on the curb on the inside, and that just unsettled it a little bit, chucked him wide and lost him a position.
Warwick A are big gainers in the top 10 as well. Bath A doing a good job as well. 8 positions gained so far into this race. Still in the 103s at the top end as well. Coventry A. Fast of the field at the moment.
And although Warwick A, although they're losing time to Coventry A out in the lead, they're continuing to put time between themselves and Southampton A in 3rd place as well. So don't forget, Warwick A already have a race win today, a P2 as well. That's setting them up for a pretty good result.
Not forget as well, the clubman rivals are stuck in this massive mid-pack battle as well. That is going to be not race destroying, but it's going to be a serious dampener on their race and their hopes we can get remotely close to Warwick A at this point. So unless anything goes awry with Warwick A's drive in race 5 here, they should be fairly happy.
Yeah, and Lancaster A, who obviously were leading clubman heading into today, all the way down in 16th in this one. So not been an ideal race so far, or to be honest, an ideal day for them so far today. It's not been good. I'm interested to see what the championship table is looking like after today's racing, because I think it could all have chopped and changed not only in Prems, but in that clubman battle that we thought was pretty much done and dusted. All they needed to do was put in a decent day today was Lancaster, but they really have not. It's all fallen by the wayside, and we'll see how it affects the championship heading into the final round at Wilton Mill.
Coventry out in the lead now, setting another fastest lap of 102.9. Not quite high to the 101 that we saw in the previous race, but we could be getting there maybe, as long as the track temperature doesn't drop too much. Just about across the halfway point of this race now, seeing a battle between the number 36 of Leicester A and the number 16 of Coventry B here. They're fighting out within this massive mid-pack battle that we've seemed to be a bit of a trend this afternoon, really. We've got these huge groups of cars that are constantly squabbling for position, while the front runners are just able to break away. The top 3 covered by 15 seconds, and then the kind of top 3 down to, well, sorry, P3 down to P7, that's another 12 seconds as well.
Exactly, it's insane how close it is when you get past that. It's Bath A in 6th place, all the way down to about 29
briefly there. That was never going to quite work.
Whoa.
Oh, and that is Johnny Pinder, the number 32 of Liverpool A, if I'm correct. Yes, Liverpool A off and into a barrier. It looks like he's been able to start pointing in the right direction and carry on, but it's precious seconds in such a close battle.
Yeah, precious seconds is like 5-10 positions right now in this battle, so not ideal for the Liverpool kart. They've dropped down to the back of this squabble anyway.
This is what they get for making fun of me on their Instagram story.
I agree, I agree. Never make fun of the commentators. We have all the power. We get to say whatever we want about you. So, yeah, not ideal for Liverpool A, but equally they've regained it back quite quickly, as you say. They're still right at the back of this gaggle, now sat just behind the number 17 of U Clan A, 25th and 26th respectively for those two.
102.6 Coventry A, still with that fastest lap there. 10 seconds the gap between Coventry and Warwick now. This should be one of those plain sailing races, although we said that about Bath A in the previous race, and look at how it went for them. 101.7 now. So this is full on dry pace. Around about the race 3 stage of the afternoon, we were talking about the dry line. No such thing as a dry line now. It's now just, there's the odd puddle here or there that is not going to clear, but aside from that, it's dry racing.
Yeah, agreed. It's just coming off that racing line, as you say, to make the overtakes. It's a bit more challenging. That's a big wobble down into that heavy braking zone. Was that the number 12 who was getting a little bit sideways? Potentially Loughborough there, just really getting it sideways. And I will say, I've got to give some sort of special award to Swansea for getting synchronised penalties. Both the A and the B car getting a contact penalty within the same minute.
It wasn't with each other, was it?
I don't know,
no,
actually.
No, it wasn't. They weren't anywhere near each other.
No, they're not. Or to be fair, they are. They're all in the same gaggle. Swansea A's in 14th.
So it's possible.
Swansea B's in 19th. So potentially they could have been getting involved with each other there. All in that massive squabble in the middle of the team positions then. We've got more penalties still coming through. Birmingham B with an ABC bump and pass. An ABC bump and pass for Huddersfield A as well. And a cone penalty for Liverpool A and Bath C as well. So Liverpool A, their race going from bad to worse.
Here we have the re-education camera of a driver receiving a black flag and actually getting out.
Yeah, they're actually being told to get out of the car. I mean, what was it that they did that was so egregious?
I imagine we'll find out on the timing system.
I don't remember seeing a black flag, but maybe
unless it was
we've
a
missed
mechanical.
It. Maybe, yeah, that would make sense why they were getting up out the car. So yeah, I've not seen a mechanical flag either on the timings, but we'll try and double check that for you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see whether the driver in the pit lane hops up and out and gets into a different car. Yes, they're transferring all their weight and their number to a different car. So clearly,
no one's been naughty.
No, something wrong with the equipment.
The cart's been naughty.
The cart has been naughty, and that's gutting as well. When you've only got 2 opportunities at a race today, and one of them you go out there and your cart just decides to give up the ghost.
It's just the world of racing, isn't it?
Is it Kane Shepherd for Manchester A there who's coming back out the pit lane? It is the number 6 who was just coming out the pit. So I think it's Manchester A who have had to change their cart then. We'll see as they come round, but Manchester A well down the order. Same with Bar C and Nottingham Trent A. Those 3 drivers all seemingly, according to timing, not on the circuit at the moment. So slightly odd one there. We've lost a few different drivers from this race. Still over 8.5 minutes left to go then. Nearly 12 seconds is the lead that Commentary A has ahead of Warwick A, and then it's a further 10 seconds, 11 seconds even, back to Southampton A in 3rd place. Those gaps at the front of the field, mental. Then as we've been saying throughout this race, then it just gets so close from there further down. There is the number 6 in Manchester A, Kane Shepherd, indeed, getting a new kart, and now just sort of doing the rest of this 8 minutes for fun, because he's not going to gain any more positions, given the fact he is 3 laps down on the leaders at the moment. As all a spin, one of the Swansea drivers. Where will that be from? That'll be from the team positions. Whether it's the A or the B car, I'm not 100% sure. We just saw the suit there, but one of them is dropping down the order now.
Yeah, those front runners there, as Commentary proved the point with a 101 flat. Could be seeing a 1 minute potentially if we're really lucky at some point this evening. As number 4, Bath A, great move down into the gasworks there. Looks like the corner was just wide open for them. But yes, the front runners there are clearly checked out. We don't have too many lapped carts as well at this stage of the race either, so there's not too much to worry about in terms of traffic. That will only be helping them at this stage. They found a nice bit of track to occupy. Look, they're about 30 seconds clear of P5, P6. Nice bit of track to occupy, and they could just focus on setting basically what are quali laps for the remaining few laps of this race.
Exactly, and they're putting in some incredible pace, to be fair to them. Here we look back to a decent battle. Is that Liverpool A involved in this one? So this will be UClan A in 22nd backwards then. So we've got UClan A, Liverpool A, Leeds B, Huddersfield A, Loughborough D, Sheffield C, and Swansea A just in behind as well. So a great little battle from 22nd place down to about 27th here.
Covey have gone faster again with a 1 minute 3. So they were into the 1 minute range. I thought maybe we might see it.
No. Wow. Only 3/10 off of dropping below a minute now.
Say, surely 59s can't be on the cars. But how? Every stage I have said, surely it can't get as fast as that. And then it does immediately.
Ooh, 3 wide off of the corner exit here, heading down towards this long, fast right-hander. This could end badly. And one of the drivers in the middle decides, I'm not being involved with that. I'm backing out at the 66.
Sensible.
Yeah, Huddersfield A.
It's only going to benefit their race by doing that.
Yeah, Huddersfield A did a sensible thing. They're getting back involved now as they head through into this into the horseshoe. But yeah, smart thing there from the 66 Huddersfield A. It was going to end badly for someone. To be fair, they were probably one safest there being in the middle. They couldn't really go and get sent off left or right. They would have just been going straight through. So, but a smart thing to do nonetheless at the 66, and they continue racing. Whereas otherwise, maybe they could have caused an incident, a penalty for them, race is ruined. So very, very smart heads-up driving, to be fair, from all the drivers out on circuit at the moment, but we have got more penalties coming through. 2 penalties, 2 cone penalties for Nottingham Trent A within 2 minutes of each other. That's not ideal. And Bar C getting one as well.
You know, Coventry A is absolutely, it's just so slow out there on that last lap. Well, 1 minute 1, that is just pedestrian.
Coventry, what are you even doing?
Yeah.
I didn't just pull in the pits, to be honest.
Yes.
Well,
only
that's
8.
a race
Well,
call.
I mean, 18-second gap to me. He could pull into the pits.
He
Actually
could. He could do a pit stop, get out of the car, run around and get back in and go, and he'd probably still be in the lead of the race there. There's Kane Shepherd and Manchester A just having a bit of fun here, fighting back through the pack. As I say, a few laps down from that kart change, but hey, as we say, Pat Marcus don't need to get out of the way, and Kane Shepherd's a very fast driver, so he's just going to get involved and have a bit of fun here over the last 5 minutes. Drivers head on to a new lap. This is lap 9. Well, the leader's just come through to start another lap as well, so he's in here somewhere. The number 8 is around this gaggle somewhere, who's just started lap number 20 of this race. So we're looking for kart number 8 involved around here. I think they're near the back of this pack that we're looking at currently. Yeah, in the orange suit, that's who you're watching out for. Your leader trying to make their way through, and this is where it's really difficult. 18 seconds in the lead, realistically you're under 0 pressure, but the first thing is, do you know that you've got that much of a lead? Second thing is, you need to make sure you don't get a penalty here, getting through on the back markers who may not know that you're a back marker, and that drops you out of the race in and of itself.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous game now at this point for the race leader. 3 wide on the exit, he's gesturing, so please give him the space. That's all he wants, he just wants a bit of room to make sure he can carry on leading this race safely. That's currently in question. He's very much in the mix in this mid-pack battle here.
It's a horrible, horrible place to be. You're so scared, you're like, please stay away from me. Oh, yeah, he's giving the hand gesture.
Yeah,
I think we'll call that the hand gesture.
Emotions are high, shall we say.
Yes, yeah, getting frustrated that...
To quote the great, he's going for first. He's already in first. But,
he is indeed. He's gone for first, and yeah, he's not too happy He's not happy about the back marker holding him up, but equally, as we said many times over this stream, there's no need for them to get out of the way. But equally, I understand the frustration. You're so pressured. You're like, I need to get through these guys. Just give me the room, give me the space. But they're battling. They think that you're going for their position, so they're just doing what they can to defend. And here's Liverpool A now looking to hold on to the position. I think they think that this is an overtake as well. Down the inside goes your leader, the number 8 of Coventry A. And we have another black flag, this time Swansea A, restarting off the grass. Not ideal. They head back to the pits for a bit of re-education.
Brooks B coming in with another penalty as well. Contact there. It's on board with Coventry A, though. Has got past that Liverpool A car, so is now heading down for the final few laps in the lead of this race. He's got past most of the lap traffic he needs to really contend with to go in this race. There's a couple of cars up in front, but nowhere near as threatening a pack as what he's just had to deal with.
No, exactly. And the nearest driver to him now is Kane Shepherd, Manchester A, who's a very quick driver, just a few laps down because of that kart change earlier on. So I think he'll be a good driver just to follow through and follow home. But what pace it's been from the driver of the Coventry A car. Only driver to drop into the 1 minute.
Oh, look at that poor injured flattened cone.
Poor cone. Gets put back on the apex, ready for another day of battling.
I don't think it's ready for another day of battling.
Put me back in the van, please.
Penalty for Southampton C for contact coming in there as well. It's going to be a couple of provisionals to contend with for the race results for this one. 2 minutes to go on the timer now as we head through the gasworks once again.
In closest, we've got a good little battle, to be fair. 3rd, 4th and 5th all relatively close, and then Bath A downwards as well. Bath A and Coventry E close together, then Coventry B. Okay, Coventry B downwards. Coventry B are in 8th place on the number 16, and they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts just in behind them, so that's a great little battle at the bottom end of the top 10. Here we look back to the horseshoe then. Watching the drivers side their way through the last couple of corners, dancing on the edge of grip there as they head through to complete another lap of this race. As they cross the line then, this is the battle for 3rd. Southampton A on the number 3, Liverpool B on the number 18. Liverpool B having a little flyer in this one. They're very, very quick there in 4th place. They made up a good few places, and now pressuring Southampton A for that 3rd place spot. Southampton, one round number 3, 1 round number 4, 1 round number 5 this morning. Can they hold on to a good result here and set them up for a potential another good round result here in round number 6?
Yeah, that's Bobby Kristovic in the Liverpool B car there. Very light driver, very fast as well. He's certainly delivering in this race.
He is indeed. He's thinking about the move already down into Gasworks, but covers off that move nicely to Southampton A. And here is your race leader then. They've headed on to the last lap now, have Coventry A as the time has ticked below 30 seconds, but they're once again involved with quite a few back markers here. They're just behind the 14, who was quick early on, but Loughborough B dropped down the order considerably in the mid part of this race, now find themselves in 21st place, just behind their sister team of Loughborough A there, knocking on the doors of the top 20, but not quite finding it at the moment. The Coventry A haven't put a foot wrong so far in this race, having a bit of argy-bargy and disagreement, shall we say, with some back markers. But either way, what insane pace it's been from Coventry A. Down in the 1 minute, it's a 1 minute point 3 fastest lap. And you're going to win this race by nearly 18 seconds. What a run through the pack here from the number 8 of Coventry A. They're going to come around the final corner, see the checkered flag burst, and take the win of the race. And the crowd goes absolutely mental at the side of the circuit. What a race
What
win
an electric
for
crowd
Coventry A.
we've got there, celebrating Eduardo's brilliant, dominant win. They are life-changing victory for them there, as you can tell. But they're just very cold, aren't they?
Yeah, to be fair, lacking of energy. Probably already done their race. They just want to chill out and get on the road back home. But we have still got another race to go. I'm sure all the drivers out there, all the spectators out there watching the race will have their notebooks out ready to get the signature of your race winner, Coventry A. Fantastic little bit of racing. We've still seen some good racing through the last couple of corners, thanks to our little secondary cam here in the top right corner. Through the final corner come these drivers. This is the battle for 6th place, and it looks like Bath A will just about hold on to it across the line ahead of Coventry E and Oxford Brookes A. It does change in behind them, though. Reading A and Portsmouth A sneak through into the top 10. Another great race, Reeve.
Yeah, fantastic action there. What a drive by Eduardo. Just class of the field, really. And again, the mid-pack providing some fantastic action. Those huge groups of cars providing difficulties for those front runners, and also plenty of overtaking action through some of the tight and twisty stuff for us watching along.
Indeed. Here you go then. Here is the full race result from race number 5. Coventry A with a 17-second victory there. Unbelievable stuff with Warwick A and Liverpool B rounding out the podium. Now keep an eye on Warwick A over the last few races. I'm not sure if they've completed all their races yet, but they've definitely got a P1 and a P2 today. 1,000% they're going to be on for the Clubman win, potentially even knocking on the door of a full round win here for Warwick A. Unbelievable stuff. Southampton A and Edinburgh A are there in 4th and 5th respectively, with Bath A, Coventry E, Oxford Brookes B, Reading A and Portsmouth A rounding out the top 10. Then behind them, Lancaster A, Coventry B, Leicester A and Southampton C there in 14th place. Good fight back to 11th there from Lancaster A, to be fair, to try and close that gap to a storming Warwick A in the Clublands. Bristol A are behind there in 15th place, with Sheffield A, Swansea B, Loughborough A, Birmingham A and Birmingham B and Birmingham A rounding out the top 20. Behind them, Newcastle A, Loughborough B, Liverpool A, Loughborough D, Leeds B, Leeds A and Sheffield C there in 27th place. And finalising your 34 carts, finishing the race there were Huddersfield A, Cardiff C, Brunel A, Nottingham Trent A, Swansea A, Manchester A and Bath C. Some calamities there for Nottingham Trent, Swansea, Manchester and Bath. But let's have a chat to some of the drivers involved in that race then. We'll send it straight down to Piers Pryor.
So there we have an absolutely dominant victory from Coventry A. Why don't we grab a word with our victor? You can grab your seat if you want. Mr. Ponzo, for for most dominant victory of the day, here have some Haribo.
It's for me. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Can I hug you? Can I hug you, please? Thank you so much.
Congratulations. There was like 16, 18 seconds in the lead. Fast lap by 8/10.
Fair enough.
Very nice.
Yeah, no, it was great. First race with my suit, with a new one. Well,
it's going well.
I guess this was at least half a second per lap, surely. Just
at least.
At least. Yeah, no, to be fair, good pace. Conditions out there require a little bit tricky, but pretty much full dry. I just wanted to pass. I was starting third. I just wanted to pass as quick as possible the guys in front after a not perfect start. And then, yeah, once I got first, I just wanted to just drive by myself, drive on my own, just keep on myself, and yeah, and win.
Very good, very good. Congratulations. We'll see how your teammates get on and how you do in the end of the day. You're starting on the outside of the front row.
It looks like it, yeah.
And also, it looks like you've got, what, it's likely to be quite a good car.
Yeah?
Well, he just won the race by 18 seconds, so...
Okay, that's good to know. I'll try my best.
And you remind us who you are and who you're racing for?
Say that again, sorry?
Who are you and who you're racing for?
I'm Rory Hudson. I'm racing for Loughborough B.
Exactly. Good luck. Go well. Come on, Julio, come on. Anyway, the final race of the day, it's come round quickly, hasn't it? Let's have a word with our pole sitter, shall we? Who are you and who are you racing for?
I am Cam Biggs and I'm racing for Portsmouth A.
So, Portsmouth, again our new team to the Prems. Have you managed to go incident-free today as a team, penalty-free?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, completely penalty-free. Few contact warnings, but didn't see any of those, so that doesn't matter.
It's fine, but so you're still in the running for that free seat, because you were the last team, I think, at the last round that were struck off the list.
Yeah, it was a bit of an unfortunate one, but that never even happened. Don't know what you're talking about. So there's a lot of pressure on to not get any penalties now, so...
but you can manage that.
Oh yeah, I'm just going to run away from everyone.
Yeah, just let them all go through. You can't get any penalties if you don't get not in near anyone.
Or I spin out and then trail around at the back. But either way...
But don't drive on the grass and also don't rejoin unsafely.
Yeah. No, I've read the rule book. I'm well rehearsed.
Brilliant. Well, good luck, Portsmouth. It's always good to have new teams on the grid every year. We have new teams. If you're a university watching this right now and you want to be involved, get involved if you can. Get in touch, BUKC, sign up on the website. You'll have to go through some inters probably, or do the qualifiers. Maybe we'll see you on the grid next year. You just need to find some friends, of course, because you can't do it on your own. Who else shall we chat to? Who have I not chatted to today? We've got Southampton going out again. Dominant victory this morning for Southampton, so we'll see how he gets on again. We haven't chatted to Dougal quite yet this weekend. Why don't we have another chat to Dougal McGregor? Dougal, Edinburgh A. Talk to us. What's going through your mind?
Oh, not much, to be honest. We've had a pretty dire round here, so see if we can pick up some points.
You can turn it all around.
Hopefully. I think someone over the front's got that cart that was 2 seconds a lap quicker last race, so I'm not hopeful.
Yeah, but you know, you're going to do well. So, you know, what do you reckon you can realistically do in this race?
I'd like to see we get towards the top 5. Finish inside there, I'd be quite chuffed with that. So that's what we're aiming for, but moving forwards anywhere.
You're starting at what, about 11th?
13th, I think. So, yeah, hopefully some folk to go straight past at the start in front of us, and then we can see who we'll be battling with after that.
Brilliant. Dougal, good luck in the race. Watch out for Edinburgh A, number 22. He'll be coming through. Well, he hopes anyway. We'll see. He might not. You never know. We've got a very, 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 very colourful race suit over here. Hi. How are you?
I'm good.
Good, mate. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Coventry A. I'm under a lot of pressure now.
You are, because your teammate absolutely bossed the last one.
I think I've got to win this to bring it back.
As in like to win the round?
I think to get a podium.
Ooh. That's...
I'm under a lot of pressure.
Do you work well under pressure?
We'll see.
We'll see. We will see. We will.
I'll try my best.
Do you reckon you can win it?
I think I can. The grid's pretty tough, but I think I can.
You've got it in you. Let's see how you get on. Of course, Coventry, we just saw, had a great race. Not in the same car. The car that Coventry won the race in is now starting in second place with Loughborough B, which is their effective A team. Let's wander on down here, and I don't think I've chatted to this person from Sheffield. Have I chatted to you this season yet? Right, in which case, who are you and who are you driving for?
I'm Sam, driving for Sheffield C.
Sam, what's your surname?
Wincott.
Sam, what's the plan for the race? What are you thinking?
Just going to get out there, try my best. Can't go any worse than this morning, really.
Did it go badly this morning?
Yeah, I crashed.
Where, how?
Just spun at the hairpin, basically. Yeah.
That's okay, we all have a spin every now and again, don't we? What's a spin between friends? What are you up to tomorrow?
Recovering, probably. Sleeping. Yeah, that's about it.
Nice. All right. Well, we'll see how you get on, Sam. I'm liking the trainers as well. They're like, I like a lot. A weathered white trainer.
Karting on a budget.
You know what? Karting on a budget. A lot of people relate to that. Good luck, Sam. Good to chat to you. I like chatting to some new faces here and there. And I also like chatting to people when they've got their name on the side of their helmet, because it makes my life much easier. Andy Lloyd.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, Andy. We've spoken before. Talk to us about your day so far.
It's been really good, actually.
I asked for back row start for my team, and they presented it with me, and all I've been doing is going forward. So I'm pushing my team further up that grid.
We love it. I hope you enjoy the race. Have you been enjoying your day today?
Yeah, it's just been cold, so other than the little bit wet this morning, it was perfectly fine. So
Brilliant. Well, Andy, good luck in the race. I think we've got time for one more quick interview. Let's go have a word with our Warwick driver back here. I haven't spoken to Warwick much this year, not deliberately, just accidentally avoid them all the time. Who are you and which Warwick team are you?
Archie Hobson, racing for Warwick B.
Archie, back row of the grid. What can you do?
Spin everyone and try and get to the front.
You know what? Sometimes the simple plans are the most effective. For the final time today, John, Reeve, over to you.
Well then, final race of the day. Should be an exciting one.
Indeed, yeah. Race 6, here we go. Dusk just about to set. Have to have a quick look at that grid. It's row 1, Portsmouth A and Loughborough B. Row 2, Lancaster B and Oxford Brookes B. Row 3, Imperial A and Oxford Brookes D. Moving on to that 4th row, it is Liverpool A and Oxford Brookes A. Row 5, Southampton A and Cardiff A. Row 6, Sheffield D and Liverpool B. Moving on to the next row, it is Edinburgh A, Coventry A, Cardiff B, Imperial B and Southampton B. We might not be able to get the rest of them. In Cambridge A, Southampton A, Loughborough D, Sheffield C, Swansea A and Manchester A, Sheffield B, Liverpool C, Coventry F, Exeter A, UCLan A, Birmingham B. Then we have Warwick B, Brighton B, Huddersfield A and Swansea B to round out the field. Just about got it in there before we get ready to start. Actually, we've got a corner left. We've got a corner left. Here we are though. Pace cart just bringing those carts around.
Indeed. Hopefully, first time of asking in the last race of the day. We'll wait and see. Pace cart pulls over to the side then, leading us to the light to Portsmouth A and Loughborough B, who will be leading out the first corner though. It's a great start from the 14 of Loughborough B. Second place on the grid, already swoops around the outside into the lead then. And the drivers scything their way through the first couple of corners. All nice and respectful. We've seen some good respect through this second part of the day here in round number 6. And all making it through okay, but that poor cone on the inside getting hit and someone taking to the puddle on the outside there. That's going to be certainly a cooling off this afternoon. It's already freezing out there. Now they're covered in some very old stagnant water at the edge of the circuit here in Sunderland. Through the centre S's they come then, and already a couple of big packs forming, but it is that number 14 of Loughborough B still leading the way.
Loughborough B, fantastic getaway off the line there. Samuel Harrison in that cart, and he was absolutely nailed it on the throttle. The cart responded really well, and he dived into that first corner with a not comfortable, a decent margin from the rest of the pack off the Brookes B, Portsmouth A just behind.
Indeed, yeah, it'll be whether the stewards think it was just a great start or whether it was a jump start for the second place on the grid driver. We'll wait and see as they continue on through this lap. But to be fair, if you get to the end of lap 1 and there still hasn't been the penalty come through, I think we can assume it's been deemed a good start and Loughborough B to the front of the order. More drivers funneling their way down into the first corner. One driver making a move to the inside there. That's the 81 trying to squeeze their way through and take away a position. That's Southampton A getting through on Surrey A just before they head into the yellow flag section. I can only assume that's because the driver has knocked out that tyre barrier on the exit of the dog leg once again. We've seen that a number of times already today. And hey, why not one more at the start of the final race of the day for good luck. Cheeky move down the inside there. I think that's Aidan Bliss making up a position for Cardiff B. They're just at the bottom end of the top 10. And all these drivers near the front of the order following line astern. Loughborough B leading Oxford Brookes B, Oxford Brookes D and Oxford Brookes A. Second,
Brookes
third
cars.
And fourth, all Brookes.
All separated by tenths as well. Things can get awkward on the journey home.
It was getting pretty close on the exit there. Oxford Brookes A thinking about it on Oxford Brookes D, but not quite able to squeeze their way through. And it is the leading Oxford Brookes cart now piling the pressure on to Loughborough B. To remind you once again, the Loughborough B cart, technically their A cart, their number 1 cart, shall we say, at the front of the order, doing a stellar job of it at the moment. But Lancaster B take the fastest lap of the race. However, as Reeve has just gesticulated furiously at the screen for me, it is indeed a jump start for Loughborough B and Oxford Brookes B, as that's a big spin on the racing line here, facing the wrong way for the number 6. A scary moment there. Is that Manchester A on number 6? Yes, it is, for from 13th place there, getting tipped around through the first corner, finding themselves facing the wrong direction, losing a lot of spaces, dropping all the way to the back of the grid. I saw there a Liverpool car as well had spun round on the exit of Dogleg. They managed to rejoin, but what a huge calamity for the drivers starting on the outside of the grid then. Loughborough B and Oxford Brookes B both determined to be a jump start.
Yes, indeed. That Loughborough B kart, sorry, it was Rory Hudson, not Samuel Harrison. This time around, our info a little bit out of date there, but yeah, disastrous start there. It looked strong, and it was just a little bit too strong, unfortunately.
I thought it was a little bit too strong when they already had 2 or 3 kart lengths by the time they got across the line. And indeed, so that means technically your current race leader, well, I was going to say was Oxford Brookes D. They've just been overtaken by Lancaster B. So the number 72 now in the effective lead of the race here as we head onto lap number 4.
So it's a 1 second gap that Loughborough holds over Lancaster B here, but of course that penalty they carry with them for the rest of this race will be for position, not time. So they drop down. Is that Rory Hudson? Again, that is Rory Hudson.
It is.
In a very precarious position on the track. The back end getting away from him. That's an unfortunate way for this race to start. Got some pace in him, has Rory Hudson, but unfortunately it's just not going his way in race 6 here, the final race of the day. We've got some cars coming in. That is actually the Liverpool driver there. That looks to be the B team, B or C team. Sorry, I can't tell you exactly who, because they're very organised and don't actually decide who's going to be on what position until about midnight last night.
Yeah, fair enough. That's understandable. That's the BUKC way of doing things, to be fair. But it looks as though they're going to have to change karts here. So we saw them spun on the exit of the dog leg. They made their way back into the pit lane, and I think that kart is a goner. So that Liverpool driver going to have to hop back into another kart and continue
the
on.
Liverpool B of Jason Zhang, that is. Unfortunately for him, he's pretty much out of the running in this race.
It's all changed at the front of the order. Loughborough B have dropped down to 5th place. Oxford Brookes B are down not even in the top 10. Where have they gone? They're in 17th place. What's happened at the front of the order here as we were looking at the pit lane, looking at the drivers who have had to come in to change their karts? It's all changed at the front of the order. Oxford Brookes D now to the lead of the race. Lancaster B in 2nd, Brookes A in 3rd, Cardiff A finding their way out to 4th place now. Loughborough B all the way down in 5th place. So something's happened there between your 2 leading runners. Both of them get penalties, and then something happens to both of them, and they both drop massively down the order here. Still 20 minutes to try and regain some of those positions. It's going to be a lot easier said than done, but certainly easier for Loughborough B than it will be for Oxford Brookes B, though. The amount of penalties coming through on our system as well is ridiculous.
Cone penalty for Liverpool A. They are out of the running for any type of victory if they were to climb the way through the order. They have tumbled back, though. They started P6 on the grid and now quite far down in the mid-pack. Cone penalty as well for Cambridge A. Liverpool A again. That's 2 cone penalties in 1, pretty much. That
Indeed. Yeah, in the same minutes. Yeah, 2 for Liverpool A, 1 for Cambridge, 1 for Edinburgh, a bump and pass for Sheffield B, a complete takeout for Southampton C, another cone penalty for Edinburgh A, a cone penalty for Oxford Brookes D, a cone penalty for Cardiff B. Oh my goodness, I can't keep up here.
Of course, our system of checking to see if how the penalties are doing and if anyone's going to get that Club 100 drive, it's pretty much out the window at this point, and it's for good reason. This afternoon has really amped up the penalties.
Yeah, to be fair, like I know at Butmore Park, Portsmouth got really close to taking it. I don't think I've seen Portsmouth get a penalty yet today at all, so there may still be a few teams in with the running here to get a free prize, but you have to check in.
Yeah, you'll check on the social media channels there for that one.
Exactly, yeah, at the BUKC. Make sure you go and drop a follow over on all the social media platforms to find out who takes that free prize at the end of the day, if anyone. Here we look back to the lead of the race, though. Across the line they go.
Top 5 all separated by a second. Fantastic battling going on at the front end of the field here. UCLan A actually setting the fastest lap as they cross the line at 105.7.
In 11th place.
I think we're going to have a very close battle here for
I
the end of
think
the
we
race.
might have saved the best till last here in terms of racing. This is fantastic. All these drivers following nose to tail, and I could not tell you at this point in the race who is going to end up at the sharp end of the field when we do end up seeing the checkered flag.
Ooh, Coventry F there, a penalty that the marshals really don't like having to give out, an overtaking on the yellows there. That's one you really want to avoid.
Yeah, that's a bit more of a slap, bit more than a slap on the wrist for an overtaking under yellows. That's something that you can definitely avoid doing. And yeah, frowned upon, certainly is one way to put it, by the stewards at BUKC. Number 2 of Oxford Brooks A, piling on the pressure to Lancaster B there for second place, just not able to quite find a way through. They're under a bit of pressure though. Loughborough B have got back through on Cardiff A here and have retaken 4th place. I think Coventry might have slipped through as well. And there's a move to 3rd place, squeezes the driver out to the outside. We might have a run down to T1 for 1st place though. It's all very close. So Loughborough A back up into 4th, into 3rd. Coventry A follow through into 4th place then. Brooks in 5th, Cardiff in 6th, and then it's a bit of a gap back to 6th place downwards.
Yep, this squabble for the top end of the field, 6 carts within 1 second.
Ridiculous, yeah.
Crazy. We haven't seen margins for the top end that close all day. Best last, as we say though. Just at the back there, that is the Cardiff A car, is it? No, it's not actually.
When they crossed the line, there was, what's that, 1.5 seconds between Cardiff and Edinburgh. Edinburgh now are on the back of this train.
So it's now a 7 car.
How have they gained that much time through the first half of this lap? That's ridiculous. And I do believe the driver behind the wheel of the Edinburgh A car is Piers Pryor's favourite once again. And he's making moves. There's a move though, down the inside for 3rd place. Through go Coventry A on Loughborough B. They've had a good afternoon of Coventry A, certainly taking a race win already today. And they'll be looking to get another one and put themselves in with a shout of this round win, which they need to do when you've got chargers such as Southampton A, who have had a great last few rounds, and Reading haven't been too shabby today either.
Starting this next lap then, UClan A still holding the fastest lap of this race so far in the 105s. We seem to be starting every race this afternoon with the pace not being quite there, not being quite peak pace. I think the cars are just cooling down quite a lot, even in the short interims that we get between sessions.
And also you've got to remember, unless there's ineligible drivers here, ineligible drivers.
There we are.
Get it right, sorry, caught myself. Unless there's those, these drivers haven't been out since the morning session where the conditions were totally different. So they're all still just trying to find where the grip is, I think.
Yes.
104.5 for Swansea B, now the fastest lap. They're in 15th place in all of this. Here's a move down the inside, late move to the inside there for Loughborough B. Shuffles, is that Coventry out wide? No, Coventry have already got up into 2nd place. That must be Lancaster that they've shuffled out wide. And Coventry, think about the lead then, down the inside through the last couple of corners, and they do take the lead of the race. Coventry A already have a race win from today, as I say, now pushing forward to the front of this train. And look at this train now. Count them through, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the top 10 all in one train here now with less than 15 minutes to go. Still lots of time for things to happen or for things to go wrong here at Warden Law up in Sunderland. This is the final race of round number 6 here, the final race of the day. Everyone's wanting to put in a good final performance for their team, and you could see it. They are going for it out there on circuit.
Yeah, Chris Simpson in the Coventry A kart there. Fantastic drive so far. Nearly halfway through this race already. It's absolutely
I know.
by.
We can't keep up with what's going on. So much happening. Look at that drag though, down into sector number 3. The front 2 pushing away nicely. Wow. Again, a late move to the inside. It might be a bit of a squabbly one, but no really nicely weighted from Lancaster B.
Yeah, a bit of curb there for looks like
it's Edinburgh. I think.
Edinburgh, yeah. Yeah, see the cart up on 3 wheels.
Jetson Davis for Cardiff, sticking it down the inside of Edinburgh, makes it stick though. The 2 tries to follow him through. That's also Brooks A trying to make back up a couple of places. They're only 3 wide on the corner exit though between those few. And now, what are we now? It was 10 carts in a row. Now we're looking closer to 12, maybe even 15 here.
Swansea B, the new fastest lap of this race at 103.0, and they're down in P13. The top 10 within 5 seconds, and I think actually we have even less than that. It's very close running here. It's 11 within 5 seconds.
Yeah, 4.6 separating first to 11th, and first has now a 1.5 second gap to Coventry A. As soon as they've been released at the front of the order here, they are clearing off. And that's exactly what they want to be doing. No penalties, clear off, and just bring this home for what could be a round win here with 2 race wins.
It's been a great afternoon for them so far.
Exactly, yeah, 2 race wins is not too shabby. Mechanical flag for Cambridge A, though, in the last minute or so. That's gutting for them. Not sure where they are in the standings at the moment in this race. Not doing fantastically, so it's going to go from bad to worse then for Cambridge A in this one. They're going to have to come in to change carts. Another overtaking on the yellows penalty, this time for Imperial A. They've had a great afternoon this afternoon, but that's not going to help their charge. Changes again in this front pack. UClan A to 4th, Cardiff A slipped down to 6th place. Loughborough remain the sandwich in the middle of those two. They're in 5th. Look at that gap being created by Coventry A. This is absolutely lovely for them. This is exactly what they wanted to see. And they're doing exactly what was on the plan, on the sheet for this one. So Brooks D, good 2 seconds behind them now and still under a lot of pressure. There is Cambridge coming in. Or is that the black flag for Cardiff B? They've just got a black flag titled tyres. So I imagine that's either hitting the tyres too many times or taking out a tyre wall that they really shouldn't have. And they get a black flag. Southampton A now get a black flag as well. That's
Tyres,
huge. Yeah. That's huge for tyres as well. Southampton A are pushing for round wins here, and they've just got a black flag in their final race of the day. That is not good for neither Southampton or Cardiff, but particularly Southampton A.
I'm presuming that'll be that corner.
It's got to be those tyres, hasn't it?
The second centre there were the tyres where the marshals were repeatedly having to move it. We obviously weren't outside. We didn't hear if anything was said over the tannoy or a quick message was relayed from JV. But we've seen the number 17 of UClan A trying to have a look at a move down into the first corner. It wasn't going to stick, but I'm sure there'll be another attempt on the Lancaster B cart there. Yes, I imagine maybe some words were had, and obviously they haven't been adhered to entirely, and yeah, black flags as a result. Fastest lap going to Exeter A there, 102.9, as we have another penalty coming in for Imperial A there, another overtaking of the yellows.
Indeed, yeah, lots of penalties coming through at the end of the day now. Yeah, it was Southampton A who we saw initially come into the pits with that black flag. Cardiff B have now followed them in as well, and they're getting some nice re-education there we can see out of that Combosox window. But over those last couple of laps, it was a change in second. Lancaster B and UClan A got through. They're continuing to battle here, holding it around the outside though is Lancaster B. Just enough racing room given between those two drivers. Brilliant battling up near the sharp end of the order in this one. Neither driver wanting to give up the position to the other one, but UClan A are wanting to take away that second place. They've got a great exit. They're going to be on the inside as we head down to turn number 1, but have they got enough pace down towards turn 1 to make it stick? They have, but holding around the outside of Lancaster B, but they can't quite hold on to it. Heading then into that yellow flag section with the tyres that you must miss now or you're going to get a black flag. It's all yellow flag down there. No overtaking through sector number 1 anyway. And there you go, UClan A takes second place.
Imperial A with a black flag for tyres as well. On top of that penalty, a pretty disastrous race to round out what was a day that's had some highlights for them.
To be fair, Imperial have been very impressive today, but this last race in 19th, not bad, but yeah, racking up those penalties, as you say.
Less than 10 minutes to go in this race now. Coventry still.
Oh dear, another one this time for Liverpool A, black flag. So yeah, the marshals are not taking any prisoners now. You touch that tyre barrier through the dog on the exit of dogleg, instant black flag.
They've caused this themselves. It was it's George Lawrence, I believe, in the Liverpool A cart there, and he came past our comms box window before the race started and indicated that he's going for P1. He was P6 on the grid, and this has not gone quite his way.
He wasn't even first in for a black flag. He doesn't even get that. Fourth in for the black flag with the tyres. So we're going to see a number of drivers losing out in this race because of that little tyre wall.
UClan A now on the push, on the charge to catch up to Coventry A. Coventry A have controlled this race for a little while now, but now UClan are trying to challenge that. Less than 2 seconds and a second on that previous lap. Could be on for a fight here.
Wowie, wow, wow, wow. This is the first time we've seen that gap less than 2 seconds in quite a number of laps here. And as you say, 1:02.3, a good second quicker than anyone else on that last lap. UClan are absolutely flying, but we look back to a good battle here. That was Cardiff leading Edinburgh, leading Swansea there in that battle over 7th. Here's the 51 and the 2. That's Oxford Brooks D and Oxford Brooks A. Will there be any team orders here? They're going to be side by side on corner exit, but who's going to give it up? I think it is going to be Oxford Brooks A who are allowed, I think, there around the outside. I think Oxford Brooks D did have the pace to hold it there on the inside, but just realised allowing their sister team through into 5th place as we come through to the end of lap number 15. We start a new lap here of Warden Law. Just over 8 minutes left to go on the timing tower, and look at that, a 1:02.1.
Wow.
New fastest lap of the race for UClan. They're now less than 7/10 off of the lead. This could be a change of the lead right near the dying moments of the session here.
Yeah, that is impressive pace now. UClan really pushing on. That pressure has built. That pressure is now on Coventry. They'll know that they are potentially under threat. Just a quick amendment there. Apologies. Again, I'm just getting everyone confused apparently in the final couple of races. It is I believe, let me double check. It is Callum Pedder in the Liverpool A cart there, not George Lawrence. That's in the Liverpool C.
Callum in for that black flag. He's already served that now. Birmingham B have got a contact penalty now as well. And I will say, we were looking at a lovely battle. I think we are still looking at it. It's from 17th downward. Liverpool C have the entire rest of the field in behind them. And it's all very close. Only a few minutes now left to go on the clock. And yeah, this is a pretty closely fought battle between all of these drivers. Wow, across the line, as you just pointed out there, less than a tenth of a second between your two leaders, and it has swapped. UClan have got through on Coventry A for the lead of this race.
Yep, perhaps the inevitable happening there. UClan really on a push, have been for the past couple of laps. Delta's been no less than 0.7 of a second for the past few laps, so mathematically they were going to catch up, and they had the pace advantage to overtake as well. Black flag coming in for Imperial A. I believe they've already had a black flag in this race, so that is disastrous. Don't want to get too many of them, could be excluded.
No, exactly, yeah, you jot up those warnings and suddenly you got a few penalties on your hands. Here we look back to those leaders then. There is the Coventry A car, led for so long in this race after being released. Got through the huge battle at the front of the field, but it's just been slowly but surely reeled in by UClan A. And now they're the ones to be released as they head through the final corner on to start a new lap of the race. Head down, activating that human DRS indeed, and pushing on to try and extend that gap at the front of the field as best they can. And now Lancaster B maybe think they have a shot of a chance at taking the position from Coventry A then, as they're the three drivers currently on the podium for this one. But you only get a medal and a lovely hug from Jacob if you get that top step of the podium, and UClan currently on course to do that.
Yeah, that gap now swinging the other way, looking a lot more comfortable now on board at the moment with that Coventry A kart. Don't think they're under threat from the carts behind. Lancaster B has had a good previous lap, and now looking further back down that order. This huge group that has been the trend for the afternoon's racing.
We've got two more black flags though. Imperial A getting a black flag, and Warwick B getting a black flag for the tyre wall. The 26 of Warwick B, that was the 45 of Southampton B from 10th place there, who was getting back on circuit. So something's gone wrong for Southampton B. They've rejoined the race. There you can see them continuing on down towards the final sector of the circuit, but something's gone really wrong there in that battle for the top 10 positions. And slipping down the order then is Southampton B. We'll see when they come across the line where they're going to end up, but not an ideal end to the day then for the driver of the number 45 car. But this gaggle, again from 16th, 17th downwards, is still raging on.
Loughborough B deciding it's now their turn to fight for this podium and fight for a potential race victory if possible. And they've just posted a 101.9 on that last lap, near enough matched by only 3,000th of a second. UClan A also posting a 101.9. Very impressive pace indeed at the top end of the field. Now the track is obviously as fast as it's going to get today. But yeah, quite a few black flags coming in, quite a few repeats as well. That's not something we see too often.
Indeed, yeah, lots of black flags coming through. They're taking no prisoners through that first sector of the circuit, and that's why it's been full yellow flags through there since pretty much, I think, 5 minutes into this race. Now we've got less than 5 minutes left to go, and it's Mr. Hobson, the hobnob, who is in the pit lane. That is for Warwick B there, number 26. And he's taken that black flag for the team, of course, hitting those tyres, and now we've got one for Oxford Brookes B as well. That was from 11th place. Of course, they were battling over the lead early on in this one before something happened that we didn't see on camera. Dropped them way down into the bottom of the teens. They fought back to 11th, but they've hit that tyre wall, and they're going to be back in the pits as well for some re-education. So loads and loads of black flags. I think nearly 10 already in this race. And yeah, Hobson not too happy with that one. Shakes his head as he leaves the pits to rejoin the track, but he's going to be rejoining directly in front of this huge battle, still being led then by the 55 of Sheffield B in 18th place.
Lancaster B closing up substantially on that previous lap there. Not on board with loads of them, but I imagine a very interesting battle going on for P2, P3. Looking though at this battle further down the order for P18, it is so close quarters, as you say. The gaps measured only in tenths at this point in time.
Squabbling throughout that pack. Oh, it's all changed in the front order as well. I just seen Oxford Brookes D slip from 6th place to 9th place. That battle is getting rather tasty through these last few minutes up near the sharp end of the order. We still look here back from 18th or so backwards then. Couple of moves going on. Oxford B, I think, have come into the pits then to serve that black flag.
Getting very close through the gasworks there, then near enough sideways. I don't think there was any contact there. I think that was just pushing, as they were about 2 or 3 carts wide at some point.
Yeah, drivers trying to share the same bit of tarmac and it not quite going too well.
There's a bit of sliding going on there. We've seen quite a lot of sliding going through the gasworks, actually.
Yeah, that's your leader as well, I think. Just finding out where all the grip is. Yeah, the number 17 there. Just continuing to press on. There's the number 8 in second place. There is the, that was the 14 of Loughborough B. I didn't spot the 72 of Lancaster there, but we'll see if maybe my eyes were simply deceiving me, and they are still there in between Coventry A and Loughborough B. No, it has changed. So Loughborough B up to third. Yeah. What's happened to Lancaster B? I couldn't see them in that shot. Have they come across the line? Yes, they've only lost the one position. So they were there in behind, battling with Oxford Brooks A now over 4th place, but they're off of the podium in race number 6 for now.
Yeah, Loughborough's got the momentum behind them at this phase in the race, a key phase in the race, the final few laps of the day.
Indeed, yeah. It's all crescendo to this, and we're being treated to some lovely racing throughout these final races of the day. But UCLan A, their pace has been unreal through this last race. We saw them in a race earlier as well, having ridiculous pace, and yeah, the number 17 has been flying. Ever since they got released at the front of the order, I've been incredibly impressed with their pace. And yeah, they haven't really put a foot wrong, to be fair, in this one. Just trying to see who it is who's driving the UCLan A kart. Trying to spot where they even started on this grid. I'll come back to you on that one, but only 1 minute left to go on the timing tower then. I think that might mean, as they come across the start-finish line, is it going to be the last
According to
lap?
the system, it's Ethan Ellis.
Ethan is absolutely flying out there on UCLan. Thank you very much for that, Reeve. But no, just about gets across the line before the last lap ball comes out. So we will still have this lap and one more left to go of this race.
Still the warnings flying in here. The top 3 covered by 5 seconds. Loughborough A still on that charge, though, about 7/10 of a second quicker than Coventry A on that previous lap. Coventry, of course, pace setters early on. That is a Liverpool kart there. That looks like George Lawrence off the track there.
Move been done for second place. Round the outside goes the 14 of Loughborough B. You saw Coventry A defending into Senna number 1, but they couldn't defend hard enough through Senna number 2. And indeed, take the place to Loughborough B. They fought back very valiantly in this race and done a good job to get back there into P2. But yeah, a slightly muddy Liverpool driver there making their way back on circuit after that incident at turn number 1. All side by side in the background, though. That was a few different karts going side by side.
I think we've just crossed over to the final lap of the race. He just made it by about a second.
Just about. The last lap confirmed on the timing screen then. That's going to make the whole job a little bit easier. To be fair for UCLan, I don't think they ever had a worry, really. Almost fastest lap of the race, only pipped by the number 14 that we're now following Loughborough B by 0.03 of a second. But still 5 seconds in it as they head on to the last lap. I think UCLan can still need to continue pressing on through this lap, but can take a more relaxed final lap here, keep it on the black stuff, and just hold it through to the checkered flag. It was a good move earlier on by Loughborough B to take away second place from Coventry A, and I just don't think Coventry A have a response.
Watching as we head into the gasworks for what will be one final time under racing conditions for our race leaders into the horseshoe as well. A corner that has caused so much difficulty today will be causing nothing but joy and ecstasy for the UCLan A driver here as we head around the paddock bend for one last time. The checkered flag will be dropping as we cross the line and take the race victory there. Congratulations, UCLan A, for that one. Shortly behind, Loughborough B, Coventry A rounding out the top 3 there.
There's the battle across the line for 4th place. Oxford Brooks A just about take it ahead of Swansea B, Lancaster B, Edinburgh A, Exeter A, Southampton C, Pip. I was going to say Oxford Brooks. Oxford Brooks dropped down the order there to finish the race. And a nice little lock up from the number 5 there as they cross the line. But that's it. Racing done and dusted at Warden Law then. The first time that we've been back here in 8 years. But I think we can both agree, Reeve, great to be back.
Yeah, absolutely. My first time here, and I'm looking forward to hopefully being back in the future.
Yeah, definitely. Some brilliant racing we were treated to. Of course, some very different conditions across the day. But why don't you take us through the finishing results for race number 6?
Of course. So it's UClan A who take the crown in that one then. It's Loughborough B and Coventry A rounding out the podium there. Oxford Brookes A, Swansea B, Lancaster B, Edinburgh A, Exeter A, Southampton C, Coventry F are top 10. Then it's Oxford Brookes D, Cardiff A, Loughborough D and Liverpool C, followed by Southampton B, Portsmouth A, Manchester A, Sheffield B, Birmingham B and Brighton B are top 20. Moving down then, it's Imperial B, Huddersfield A, Swansea A, Surrey A, Sheffield C, Sheffield D, and then Oxford Brookes B, Liverpool A, Southampton A, Warwick B on top 30, and then Cambridge A, Imperial A, Liverpool B and Cardiff B rounding out the running. Then, of course, there will be some provisional results in there. Penalties and black flags aplenty in that, the final race of the day, but that brings the end to our racing. And that's it from us in the comms box, I believe.
Yeah, I think you might quickly see our faces at the end of the stream for a little sign-off.
If you're so unlucky.
Yeah, if you're so unlucky. Before that, we will send it down to Piers, though, as the drivers funnel their way in from the circuit back into the dummy grid, and Piers is going to have a lovely chat to all of them.
And just like that, round 6 is done. We're finished for racing here in the mains at Warden Law, Karting North East. And our winner in that race from UClan A, come on in. Remind us of your name, full name.
It's Ethan Arnott.
Goofin, that was clinical, mate. You were in the middle of the road, and then you're in the middle of the pack, and then about halfway through the race, you went, nope, hammer down, pulled in the leader, and drove away. What a good race.
Yeah, the first lap was a bit chaotic, to say the least, so just trying to survive that and then just settle down a bit into a rhythm. And then, yeah, I realised the pace was pretty good, so tried to move forward a bit and then found myself at the front. So, yeah, good race.
Very good race indeed. Well, congratulations. Good result for UClan. I'm wondering if Oscar, come on in. Oscar, that was an excellent race for you. You were in the lead fight for most of the race. That was very good.
Yeah, no, it was fun for a lot of it. There's a couple of moments that I'm not quite happy with, but
it's all good racing.
Yeah, it's racing. We're here to have fun.
We are here to have fun. You know what? You've done so well. I think our wonderful Tash is safe for another.
Is it good?
Safe for another day. Although I'm not sure your mum would be very happy with that this weekend. Of course, who's your mum at home? Clem, isn't it?
Yeah, wow, good memory. Yeah, sorry, Mum. Tash is here to stay.
Yeah, so you'll have to deal with that over Mother's Day. Anyway, good race, nicely done. Yeah, from oh, and why don't we have a grab with our Birmingham team captain? How was that race for you? We didn't. You were just having a good time.
Do you know what? I was starting from the back, so I was just like, I'll have a bit of fun. I wasn't expecting too much, but I was quite confused. There was like a permanent yellow flag in Sector 1.
I believe it's because they got fed up of fixing the tyre barriers.
Right, okay. It's quite a shame because that was like the fastest sector for me. I was catching up to everyone, but I couldn't overtake, so I was just like, oh, what do I do? But yeah, I don't think I made too many places. It was fun though. I had a good start, but yeah, ready for a 4-hour drive back. So.
Yeah, 4-hour drive back, and we go again in a month's time at Wilton Mill, and that's pretty much it. We're getting towards the end of the day. That's round 5 and 6 completed. We had Southampton with a very strong morning, winning the first round, or round 5 this morning. We're about to find out who won the afternoon's racing. Well, that will be posted very shortly. But for now, I don't think there's a huge amount more we have to say. I'm very much looking forward to going racing once again at Wilton and for round 7 and rounds 8, concluding the championship for 2024. It's going to be on the Friday, the 5th of April. So get that in your diaries, everyone, to make sure that you don't miss the final round of the season. And why don't we round off today's racing with John and Reeve. Reeve, come one side. Starting with Reeve. Reeve, we haven't spoken to you on the camera today. Reeve, sum up today's racing. It's been good, in my opinion.
Really good. Today's been a tale of 2 different races. We've had the morning where it was all about just survival, and then we've had the afternoon of proper hardcore racing. It's been very good indeed.
And thank you very much for calling it for us, and John as well. Sum up the afternoon's racing. We spoke to you briefly at the end of the morning.
You did, yeah. The morning and the afternoon were very different, weren't they? But some racing in the afternoon, fantastic. Maybe a few more penalties, but equally great to watch from our side, so thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, both of you, thank you so much for running us through the action all day. I hope you've enjoyed watching it at home. If you have, drop us a little like. It doesn't cost you anything, just a little click. And why not drop us a comment, let us know where you've been watching from. But until the next round 7 and 8, which will be coming on Friday, the 5th of April, get that in your diaries. We're saying goodbye for now. Goodbye from myself, goodbye from John, goodbye from Reeve, and everyone at Alpha Live. The BUKC is back in 1 month's time.